12 teams carry more than just their flags. They carry the hopes of every nation with every struggle and triumph. 2 days filled with clean sweeps on the main stage, and this time we go into another do or die match. Welcome back to the World Esports Championship 2025, live from the beautiful city of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This global event is proudly organized by the IESF and MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner, and is supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital. And of course, our official partners, IQ, Red One, Solos Merch, CK Music, Monster Energy, and of course to our official chair sponsor, Razer. My name is Rose, and today we enter the absolute climax of the competition, as the stakes have never been higher. Because today we will be witnessing the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Upper Bracket Final and Lower Bracket Final. These matches will determine which team will go one step closer to victory and who will unfortunately bid goodbye to the stage of the WEC 2025. And of course, to know more about the intensity of today's matches, there's no other way than to throw it to our casters from all over the world. And with that, casters, showing it to you guys.
Sheesh, I can feel the intensity, the burning, the feeling of nervous anxiety just building up right now. That was superbly amazing opening coming out from our beautiful host. Thank you so much, Rose, and you are back with us here with Fasha, Bunny, as well as Dafa on the casted desk.
Indeed, welcome back everyone for day 3 of WEC 2025. We're officially halfway through the schedule for the men's category and on the second last day for the women's category, which means that the competition is truly on another level now. With only a few regions left vying for the throne, we're eager to find out who will be making it through to the final stage.
I mean, talking about how it started out with 12 teams that managed to qualify from the group stage, now is getting closer and closer to figuring out who will be the first grand finalist. But before that, we gotta get through to all those who has still left with one lifeline for them to survive here at the WEC 2025.
Indeed, we're gonna be, as per usual, starting the day off with women's category matches and then closing the day off with men's category matches. So we've got more intense MLBB lined up for all of you guys, and we've already gotten a taste of what all of these teams are capable of and who stands the greatest chance of making it onto that podium to claim a share of this prize pool.
17,500, not just the money that they're looking for, the pride for them to represent their teams and their country to make it right here in the WEC 2025 Kuala Lumpur. And we've talked about how a lot of teams, they are actually part of WEC 2024, and this is pretty much them trying to redeem themselves, trying to make sure that they can make a different history that we've already done from last year.
Will they be able to forge a brand new path? Will we see a repeat of history? We will get to find out very, very soon, because let's start things off by focusing on what has happened in the MLBB women's category. Now that we are officially on day 3 of the competition, we have narrowed the field to our top 6 teams. But only 2 will be able to make it to the grand finals, and only 1 can emerge champion. We have Egypt versus Indonesia in the upper bracket finals, but that's going to be happening later in the day, because first we have to witness the 2 matches in the lower bracket quarterfinals, which is going to be Cambodia versus Turkiyye and Malaysia versus Argentina.
And we talked about how Cambodia, right, for last year, this is like a deja vu for them. They were actually being thrown down to the lower bracket as well, and they actually climbed up to the top to be the second place at the WEC 2024. Had to meet up with Indonesia at the grand final. Question is, can they actually repeat that history and change it all up here for 2025? But another history to be told right now, where Malaysia team, last year they didn't even qualify to the playoff, but here on out, even though they did manage to qualify for the semi-final upward, they had to be dropped down and they still need to fight through to get to the grand final.
Yeah, it's a very interesting field that we have here in the women's category bracket because 3 of these teams, namely Indonesia, Cambodia, and Egypt, were WEC 2024's top 3, but the other 3 squads were not even shown in the playoffs last time around. So we've got a good split of old and new, both vying for the throne. And you can see that these are the matches we're going to be focusing on for today.
Yeah, we got Cambodia versus Turkey, like we talked about. Started out with our lower bracket quarterfinals first of all, and then continue on with Malaysia versus Argentina. Hopefully, we'll be able to see either one of them be able to push through to get to that lower bracket upper finals. Like we talked about, how only one will be able to push themselves back to be to the grand finalists. But here on out, after that, the last match that we're looking for, the first ever grand finalist, will be between Egypt versus Indonesia.
So what that means is by the end of today, or not even the end since we'll have the men's category afterwards, by the halfway point of day 3, we will already know one of our women's category grand finalists, and the field will be narrowed down to our top 4 teams. So things are getting spicy.
It is getting spicy here, like nasi lemak sambal kerang, or even sambal sotong if you like, maybe octopus. But at the same time, it is going to be even more intense right here as we are taking a little bit of step back to what is going to happen for our first series of the day. Talking about Cambodia versus Turkey. Turkey had a really good start off yesterday whereby they were able to shut down Iran with 2-0. And I kind of like what Rose talked about, right? The fact that most of our main stage highlights, most of our games are 2-0. Not much of it we're able to see like a really, really tough fight to a point that it had to be best of 1.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting here to see what is going to be possible coming out from this team once again, because they are going to be heading face to face with Cambodia, right? This is last year's runner-up. This is a squad that has already proven themselves and unfortunately weren't able to get their revenge from last year when they got swept by Indonesia yesterday, but I'm sure they're eager to reprise their position as a last year podium finisher. They're not gonna let their journey end here.
And we talked about how when it comes to Indonesia, yes, they have so much experience on their sleeve, and the fact that there was a lot of things that Team Cambodia needs to patch through, and there were a lot of times that we see that they had a lot of mistakes, even though it was a little bit of messy as well on the side of Indonesia, yet they perfected those mistakes and it ended up being like it is not without a goal. Those things that they had to actually sacrifice, such as Vivian was taking a little bit of unnecessary step moving forward, but at the end of it all, they make it worthwhile.
Yeah, they've already proven themselves. Every single team up on the stage, every single team remaining in the competition has what it takes to be able to make the distance. But not everyone is going to get that same opportunity, which means that every single game, every single match from this point onwards matters even more so than before.
Yes, and talking about Turkey, I think pretty much when it comes to the gameplay of between Turkey versus Iran, it was really quick compared to what we've seen so far. When it comes to the team of Turkey fighting off with Egypt, it kind of took a long time itself to a point that we were struggling to find a way out for that game. The first series or the first round itself, it took until 33 minutes, and it questions to a point that were they actually a little bit too hesitant or they were not confident enough. But on the second round, that actually proved that how Turkey was able to adapt a little bit, were able to actually finish off very well.
Indeed, man, that was a slog, but it was also an entertaining one. I think it is that sort of game that really gives these players the experience needed to find that composure on the stage. But yes, I'm looking forward to the matches we have today. We're going to be starting off with our very first match very, very soon. It's going to be Team Cambodia versus Team Turkey. So without further ado, let us go ahead and welcome both teams up onto the stage.
This team is looking for a way out. They struggle from the group stage, but they made it through right here for the play-ins and coming into the playoff. The only question is, can they beat the second runner-up for last year. Cambodia proved themselves very wisely on the group stage, but Turkiyye, they gotta do best right here. Give it up for the team, Turkiyye!
Their opponents, the defending WEC silver placers. While they weren't able to get their revenge story against Indonesia in our previous day of competition, you can be sure that has lit a fire in their hearts. The passion to move forward and climb even greater heights. It is Team Cambodia!
Pressure is building up, one after another. Fist bump saying salute to you. Have a good game. Let's start the tension right between us, whereby who will take that one step closer to the grand final.
Conflict's about to begin into the land of dawn, so let's kick things off by talking about our players. Starting off with Team Cambodia, we got Moshi, Tegami, Alan, Baobei, and Uwe. This is a squad with experience and a strong hero pool. While their performance can be a little bit unstable, they've proven their potential time and time again. They just need to fit all of the puzzle pieces together to be able to reach the same heights they did last year.
Agree, definitely. Talking about Tegami with a great composition with the jungler assassin in her hand, definitely prove how she was able to maneuver with have a good mobility wise. But the problem is when you actually have a little bit of too dependent on whether or not Tegami can actually fall through, or even Elan itself with the best burst damage heroes in her hands, it's still not going to be enough if Moshi, who tried to do an initiation, doesn't have any follow-up. So those are the crucial things that Cambodia needs to patch through. But the question is, can they actually manage to fight it off with their opponent today, Turkiyye? We got Uno Hana, Kujo, Zendaya, Mieko, Nora.
Turkiyye is a team with very directed drafting and strong strategies in terms of team compositions. Uno Hana has been a star player so far, always being able to take aggro in the front lines on any EXP laner she's thrown into. And Kujo as well has demonstrated very strong aggression and mechanics on assassin junglers, which means that that role in particular is probably going to be heavily contested in this matchup.
Agree. I think we saw how it was when it comes to the prioritize from not just Turkiyye or even Cambodia itself. We see how probably when it comes to the prioritize of the first pick itself, they will definitely go for Grok or even Gatot Kacha. Those are the two heroes that are right now at the top priority pick.
Indeed, Grok was played both times by Team Turkiyye during their match against Iran. And interestingly enough, Cambodia ended up losing 2-0 to Indonesia, who played Grok in both of their games as well. So I think that is a roam hero that these teams are going to need to contest, going to need to respect somewhat. What is interesting though is that, from my personal opinion, Team Cambodia faltered a bit in their upper bracket matchup due to a failure in the drafting actually. They oftentimes faltered to the manipulation that was thrown in by Team Indonesia. So that's going to be the main point they need to work on.
Agree. And coming into the first map of the day is going to be Dangerous Grass. I think we've talked about so many times from our first day to second day. It keeps on coming from the Flying Clouds or even to the Expanding River. Expanding River, we had like 5 maps just right there. But today, finally, we are breaking a little bit of the records, making a little bit of new history for our WEC 2025 Dangerous Grass. A lot of heroes that can actually adapt or even be utilized here to the full potential. Hilda can be one of the top priority for the passive. Even you talked about how Hellcut can be done to do a little bit of ambush attack if you want to go all out.
Both of the games that Team Turkiyye won against Team Iran were actually played on Dangerous Grass, so they may have a slight advantage on this map here since they've already had the experience of succeeding on it. And we will jump into the draft pick to see whether or not that turns out to be accurate, because Team Turkiyye will be on the blue side, having first pick up against Team Cambodia. First couple of bans have already come out.
Oh, look at that. you talked about how Grok is pretty much one of the
Fight for the
prioritized heroes, right?
ultimate
The question
answer.
is whether or not you want to actually let it go or you will be the first one to pick it up. And sometimes it is a little bit of 50-50 situation. You might actually have that Grok, but it doesn't mean that it can actually have a really great win rate on your side. So in the end, Team Cambodia say like, why don't we just take it out from the equation? But at the same time, TURKIYE say like, hey, Hilda is not good when it comes to giving it out here at Dangerous Grass, so they take it out as well.
It looks like the final ban here going to be Angela on the side of Team Cambodia as well. This is a hero that hasn't been played by Team TURKIYE all that often, but has already proven its capability, especially in more death ball style early game compositions. Now the Grok being taken out on the red side makes a lot of sense, since TURKIYE quite consistently picks this up first. If they are on blue side, it combos very well with the Eve, which is one of their main target picks in the mid lane. With the Grok already taken out, that means that they can lean more into heroes like the Gatot Kacha, but do you want to go for that first?
I mean, we did saw that TURKIYE did manage to actually take Gatot Kacha on the plane as well. So that could be something that they want to actually put out. So that is a really good priority heroes come through. But Cambodia, on the other note, are they going to actually prioritize to get that mid laner? So far, we did saw how Team Cambodia did get has a problem fighting off with Indonesia team, but Ilan, when it comes to the burst damage that is put out in her hands, she can actually make a really good game changer.
Yeah, Elan can be fairly aggressive, and
Yep.
that is also why she can sometimes get punished. We saw it quite often happening against Team Indonesia, where they focus on securing this mid lane as soon as possible. If Cambodia wants to avoid those kinds of situations, then the safest mid lane picks would be heroes like the Lunox and the Eve, both of which are still open. But leaving the Eve would mean that TURKIYE can combo it with the Gatot, and I don't think that's very ideal, which is why Team Cambodia will steal it first.
Interesting. And even Urain has been picked up right here as well. Now, I saw also from the side of Cambodia, right, they pretty much prioritized on getting the glue as well when they fought off with Mongolia. Now, the question is that really actually a good pick to actually put out in for their draft right now, as we see just a little bit of the surface?
And glue would be not too bad for TURKIYE, but it's a bit early to show it right now. It definitely lanes well into the Uranus, but it's not actually too necessary for TURKIYE to lean into their EXP laner when they still have a very open draft to work with. They could grab Esmeralda first if they want to deal with a Eve counter, and they probably should consider locking in Lunox or Farsa. Hayabusa also going to be a main target since Lancelot has already been taken off the pool, and they will go for Haya Esme.
I mean, we had actually talked about how one of the prioritized hero for the assassin itself is either Lancelot or Hayabusa. Now, with Lancelot being taken out from the portion, Hayabusa pretty much had a really good run for TURKIYE itself, because we did saw how it was really good being used by the team of TURKIYE, and hopefully it will be portrayed here meeting off with Cambodia, and it actually kind of one of the signature heroes as well for Tegami as well. So this is kind of giving a little bit of smaller pool of heroes in the hands of Cambodia.
Now, I figured that Team Cambodia would probably need to prioritize their jungler here, since there is not a lot of solid picks left in the pool. But it is possible that they could have flexed it. Yi Sunshin, Joy, and Suyo would be your most obvious options, and since that is 3 heroes, you could maybe get away with leaving it for later, since TURKIYE would only be able to ban 2. Looks like Cambodia wants to stick to a hero that Tegami is more comfortable on and lock in the Suyo. They will proceed with banning the Kadita. Wouldn't be surprised if they decide to get rid of Lunox after this as well.
Agree. Keeping out just a little bit more smaller on the side of the mid lane. And I do agree on the note of how Suyo been picked up is pretty much the signature heroes of Cujo itself, because when we saw how they were fighting off with Colombia itself, they won 2 of the games at Expanding Rivers with just having Suyo on the draft. 2 of the draft having only Suyo with themselves. So that pretty much shows how much they are very confident with using Suyo only in the hands of Tegami.
Now, looking at the side of Team TURKIYE, they're going to be eyeing Cambodia and realizing they still need a roamer, they still need a gold laner. It is unlikely that they're going for a fighter gold lane, but just in case, they will take out the Ruby as well, and this will guarantee that Cambodia is put onto a marksman pick. If they want to be completely safe, they can also take out the Harif, but they already have a natural counter to it in the Esmeralda. so they might decide to get rid of something else instead.
Like Ranger, you can possibly pretty much take that out as well. I think we saw how it was when it comes to Team Cambodia. Even though, yeah, they pretty much prioritize on Harith pretty much, but they do have Bruno when they managed to actually brought up with Mongolia itself. So that could be also a possibility on the side that Turkey has already spotted out the fighter or even MM in the hands of Cambodia. But on the side right now, we see Granger will be taken out by Turkey itself, and on the side of Cambodia, Lunox will be the one.
Alright, so everything going as expected right now. This will leave TURKIYE with very few meta mid laners to grab. They'll probably have to go into Farsa. And since the Granger was taken out, Cambodia is naturally going to gravitate to Harith, which TURKIYE has predicted with this draft. They are trying to make use of Esmeralda's natural ability to counter this hero. But Esmeralda is not certain to be going into the gold lane. In fact, with a Hayabusa right now, it might be better for Esme to stay in the EXP. Unless TURKIYE goes for a Kimi, then they still have the possibility of going fighter gold.
I mean, we are looking at the side of mid lane, right? There's a possibility that Farsa, like you talked about, can still be open right now for them to pick up. Great high ground advantage coming in from their damage as well. So that could be a pretty much straightforward choice from TURKIYE. But at the same time, we are hearing Kimi as well as Lapu Lapu.
Alright, so they do go to Kimi into the double fighter side lane, which makes a lot of sense. It gives them some scaling. Lapu Lapu can probably go into the EXP lane so that Esme against Harith will make things more difficult for Cambodia. But they can go the other way as well, because Esmeralda just has a good matchup into both Harith and Uranus. It's just up to TURKIYE to decide how they want to play around that. With the Kimi got taught as well, mid lane prio is going to be a bit difficult for Cambodia, so they need a strong roamer here that pairs well with the Eve.
Something that can actually just go out of the way to make sure that they can go into the back line of TURKIYE. Cambodia needs to come a little bit of mobility wise, still open up for them to just have some motion for them to give a little bit of CC as well. Where we are seeing a little bit of CC is not there, so Minotaur will be picked up for the last pick.
Very interesting. The Minotaur going to be making an appearance here. This gives Cambodia really strong teamfight potential. Grok and Eve has been a strong combo precisely because both heroes have strong AoE setups, and Minotaur does kind of fill in that slot. But in exchange for not being quite as durable as Grok, you are able to provide some healing to your team as well. The unfortunate thing is that it kind of forces Cambodia into a very teamfighty style, which Team TURKIYE can circumvent if they know how to move across the map correctly.
Agree, definitely. For the angles that we are seeing right now from the draft of TURKIYE, right, is pretty much they're able to actually maneuver from every setup that is going to be done by Cambodia itself. Compared to how Cambodia is, the flexibility is not there as much. If they make a little bit of slight mistake, TURKIYE can take advantage and just overthrow them immediately. But here on out, we are going to see TURKIYE having a lot of... Oh no, we are seeing a little bit of flickers come through. So this is a little bit of escape mechanism from their side, knowing for a fact that mobility-wise is a crucial state for Team Cambodia. But this is just us talking about the analysis. Everything is all in the hands of both teams, TURKIYE and Cambodia. And we talked about how they only have one lifeline. Only one team will be able to survive longer here at the WEC 2025. One must actually say goodbye already to the lower bracket quarterfinals. Another one will have the close call to the grand final.
These teams have been able to work their way into the top 6 of WEC 2025. Neither side will want their journey to end here, but unfortunately the path forward only opens up to one of these squads, which means it all will have to be put on the line right here. Both sides have actually pretty good scaling overall in terms of their draft compositions. Early game might lean a little bit more in the favor of Team TURKIYE since they are going to be playing a double fighter, and Kimi is already known to be very oppressive in those first couple of levels. But Cambodia does have answers to this. They have the ability to play fairly aggressively with the Suyo around the level 3 power spike, and then Eve also trades incredibly well in the mid lane. It's going to be up to how well this Minotaur is going to perform, because the overall mobility might fall slightly behind Gatot Kacha.
Agree, definitely. This is where the crucial point where Turkey-wise, they have what it takes to just a little bit control the movement of Cambodia-wise. But then again, Cambodia, they might be able to have a little bit of leeway when it comes to the mid-game. So the question is, who can take the momentum into their own hands? Welcome, everybody, to WEC 2025. We are here at Kuala Lumpur for the lower bracket quarterfinals with the team of Turkiyye versus Cambodia.
Team Turkiyye has been the dark horse in the tournament so far, proving that they are more than capable of standing on the international stage. But they are up against last year's second placer, who is very eager to reclaim their position and even beat it this time around. We'll see how the rotations go in the first couple minutes here. They're already doing some trading.
They are coming in for the mid right there. Immediately, Elon will be taken out by Zendaya! With just the first damage of Kimi immediately shut down.
And there's a bit of an underestimation right there. Eve should be capable of matching up to Kimi, but you have to stay at range. In comparison, your roamer is not going to have as much pressure at level 1. So Elan dropping there, going to give Turkiyye a bit more control over this initial map rotation.
And the fact that right now they're trying to actually do a little bit of invasive action doesn't matter to the side of Team Turkiyye. They'll be able to pull through, but come back again to the mid lane right here. Nora getting caught up, but still Zendaya just shooing away, saying that back off from my teammate.
And Zendaya doing a very good job right now, as is expected of any Kimi in this position. And as expected, up in the gold lane as well, Baobei going to have a very difficult time up against Mieko on this Esmeralda. This is just not a good lane for Hare.
Reed slashing off straight away now. Kwashiru comes through. Kujo just trying to actually clear out some of the waves himself, giving a little bit of support right here for the mid lane.
Kujo actually messed up taking that jungle camp. It did manage to respawn, so a little bit further behind in EXP than she should be. Tegami trying to challenge.
Going in for a fight. Nora takes down Tegami immediately with the buff on the hands as well now. Pushing on straight to Yue as well as Elan. They had to pull.
I respect the attempt to go for the invade and steal, but I feel like Tegami should have just backed off when she saw so many members of Team Turkiyye there, and they're going for more.
They're going for more. Kujo takes out Moshi immediately with one more. Double kill right here with 2 players been taken out by Turkiyye. Now the turtle will be free in the hands of Turkey.
This is already getting out of control very, very quickly. We're only about 3 minutes in. First turtle just claimed, but there is already a 2,000 gold lead in favor of Team Turkiyye. We talked about how they probably have slightly better early game advantage because of this Kimi and the double fighters. But this is way beyond expectations. Team Cambodia should not be attempting to fight right now.
Agreed. We talked about how momentum-wise, mid-game is the only time that Cambodia can strike back just a little bit to the side of Turkey, and too much of the overextension, unnecessary movement, giving the ground to the side of Turkey and Cambodia. They need to step up just a little bit.
Cambodia needs to slow it down. They have a team composition that's good at controlling the map as long as they play around. They're sustained with the Uranus and the Minotaur, but Turkey is not letting them.
AOG comes in from Nora, just swishing away Tegami as well as Elan. Doesn't catch it, but it's still enough for them to just pull through. They're coming around right now as Moshi just swishing off Kamue, trying to actually goes in for the stun, but unfortunately doesn't make through. But does go in for the RWM, but they managed to pull through. Now Nora gets the wave, doesn't manage to actually had any casualty for the team of Turkiyye.
Excellent disengage coming in here from Team Turkiyye. Realizing the threat and then backing off to perfect spacing to avoid the brunt of the RWM. Even the Flicker, Minwoo, and Fury wasn't able to keep them long enough for Cambodia's damage to come true. And now they should be plenty aware through practical experience itself that they simply do not have enough DPS yet to actually pressure their opponents. They gotta play it a little slower.
Forcing team fight, trying to pressurize Turkey, and ended up kind of actually a little bit of wasteful resources coming through. But here on out, Ministry comes through with the shadow kills right here, takes down Baobei by Kujo.
Excellent ambush. Once again, Team Turkiyye playing to their strengths, playing to their map control. They know exactly where they need to be at all times, and setting up for a kill in the mid lane instantly allows them to transition to the turtle.
Oh, with Moshi as well, having a struggle moment right here. Pressure pulse through full heal as well. Uno Hana shuts down Moshi immediately. No backup from Cambodia.
This is slowly but surely falling into the hands of Team Turkey. Everything going according to their plans. The dismantling of Team Cambodia right now. We can see that they really have no control over the map.
Ooh, diving composition by Mieko with the flicker just comes through, shuts down Baobe.
This is very, very difficult now. 5 minutes in, the gold lead is slowly growing even larger. The snowball has officially begun and the game has barely started. We already knew that there would be some concerns with this lineup, but as long as Team Cambodia played it safe and slowly, they could have scaled up into the mid-game. Now that timing is starting to slowly fade away as well. They need this game to last for a lot longer if they want a chance of making up for this.
And the fact that Turkey knows that they're denying every moment and every time for Baobe comes in right here. AOG doesn't need to because Baobe will be shut down by Mieko, but now Ministry comes through. RWM trying to hold it up, but unfortunately it's not going to be it. Raven Spider comes through as well, will be able to shut down Ue as well as Tegami right here in the hands of Unohana.
The playmaking from Team Turkey is so good. The coordination and the confidence. They know that they are in control of this game and no one can blame them for thinking so. The kill score is 10-0. Mieko has completely disabled Baobe and is still going for more, in fact, even picking up the Mega on the Eve.
Mega kill comes through by Mieko, just jumping and diving through every single turret with no casualty whatsoever. And Team Cambodia losing every momentum right here. All the turrets just being really taken away by Turkey.
Something's going to need to happen very soon here. And even I can't really tell what it's going to be. The goal difference now is about 6,000 in favor of Team Turkey. The cores on side of Team Cambodia have not been given any space to farm at all. Every single one of them is 0-2, 0-3. It is one of the most one-sided games we have seen since the beginning of WEC 2025. And at this point, a miracle needs to happen for Team Cambodia.
Miracle that is needed for Cambodia, but coming through right here, Tegami in a very critical questions right here as they had to pull through, but great zoning out comes through by Mieko as well as Unohana, just giving that opportunity for Kujo just freely moving around. Coming through right here, Zendaya trying to push in. That turtle will be given out freely for Turkey, but Ue doesn't catch anyone, just to give a little bit of stun airborne as well, but it doesn't have that follow-up. And now coming through right here as they're just pushing in. Kujo, a little bit of diving that is unnecessary, but yet will be able to back things up right here by Nora as well as Zendaya now. Team Cambodia just losing their charge and getting even more back down. But Tegami on the other note having a little bit of split push on herself.
Honestly, a pretty good trade here. As long as that tower goes down, then the efforts being made by the rest of Team Cambodia are worth it. Looks like it will remain standing, but at the very least, they're able to get some kind of damage done on the map here because Cambodia just needs to find whatever they can, even if it is just the scraps on the ground. Looking at the itemization, the gold difference is really notable at this point, with most of the members of Team Turkey already completed with 2 items and Team Cambodia still working on their second overall. Flask of the Oasis is done on Ue, but since they did prioritize that as the first item for Minotaur, this hero is going to be a lot less durable in addition to the extra snowballing that's already been built up. So Team Cambodia, again, needs to try and play this slow and attempt to play defensively to prioritize keeping as much map control as possible.
The fact that they keep on trying to actually caught Mieko, and Mieko is just too much there. Have so much sustainability. Mochi doing some damage right here as Zendaya pushing through as well with the pulse, but somehow it will not pull through. Goes in for the falling star moon as well, but it doesn't pull through. RWM will be put out, but Mieko just surviving out with the 4 players right in front of her. She slashed, she dashed, but it doesn't come through. Doesn't even manage to actually goes down without a fight at all. And now Team Turkey just pushing the team of Cambodia even more further into the turret.
Esmeralda is the type of hero that you cannot afford to give a snowball to because this is just what it turns into. Mieko was holding back 3 members of Team Cambodia all by herself while the rest of Team Turkey could focus on the other 2. They weren't able to get any kills there, but it allowed them to transition into a free tier 2 tower up top. They'll be able to keep the wave synced up and pushing, and that'll allow them to take this Lord for free. If they're able to claim this, Cambodia will have to try and make do with only their inhibitors, and that's going to be a difficult defense to make.
fact that right here we see Unohana doing such a great zoning as well. Coming in with the Braver Spider, pushing on straight, gets Elan first of all. Moshi as well had to pull away from the situation, but Shadow Kill comes through from Kujo, shuts down Palpei.
And there's really not much that they can do about that. And once again, really good positioning from Team TURKIYE, being able to find an extra kill after the Lord fight. Team Cambodia was attempting to split their resources, and they did manage to get a tower up top at least. But I think the rest of them should have played it safe. They didn't have their Suyo, they didn't have their Minotaur. There was no reason to be out in the jungle like that.
The fact that right now, Team TURKIYE just punishing, just doing so much, dominating right here for the first round. Cambodia losing every single touch right here. Going in for a little bit of dashing, but at the same time, Mieko, so much of the shredding to the side of Moshi. It's like just water just comes through right here. And at the moment right now, they know they want to push in even more further here for the mid lane.
And we're looking at very solid wave syncing here coming in from Team TURKIYE. That means that Team Cambodia is going to have an even harder time defending this. Luckily, they do still have their holy defenses. So this Lord shouldn't pose too much of a problem. But as expected, they're going to be left with only their inhibitors after this. They're going to try and preserve this final holy defense in the mid lane.
Again, coming through right now to the bottom side. Mieko, they are a little bit of distance right here, but comes through for the Minister with the side of RWM. Does catch up with just a little bit of Nora though, but Nora will still be able to survive it out. Mieko just going out all out, and Kujo managed to actually steal away the inhibitor turrets on the top side right here. Summer Force doesn't catch anyone off. TURKIYE just getting a free pass into the top lane.
Genuinely not a bad initiation actually from Team Cambodia, but the goal difference is just too big at this point. Even with a massive catch, they just don't output enough damage. This Esmeralda's too far ahead, Unohana's too far ahead. They can easily tank a lot of damage without caring too much. And Kujo was not even part of that fight. She was taking a free inhibitor up top. The kill score is still 0 in favor of Cambodia. And as long as this keeps going, there's really no chance for them.
No chance for the team of Cambodia if they keep on messing it up. They will try to be able to do a setup, but it was not enough. But with the Shadow Kill takes down Tegami immediately. Kujo, one by one, getting 403 KDA. No one can stop her when she just goes in for the dive. But right here, we do see Mieko, just a little bit of overextension. AOG comes in, RWM with the help right here with the Bobby shuts down. But at the same time, right here, it's going to be a backstab comes through with Kujo shuts down Moshi, leaving off only 2 players of Cambodia.
With a nearly 10,000 gold lead in their favor now, Team TURKIYE can basically just brute force their way into the base. And there's really nothing that Team Cambodia can do about this. This game 1 is basically one and done. It's going to take Team TURKIYE making a huge mistake for any chance of a comeback.
Even coming in right there with the Shadow Kills, Elan just barely scrapping alive there. And coming in right now with the mid lane to it, will be able to take him freely for TURKIYE right now. They're getting even more closer. The question is right now, we see that Kujo will be taking the Lord right this instant. This might be the second, maybe the last match from TURKIYE to actually end it all.
This should be a free Lord. I don't think Team Cambodia is going to be able to push out at all, especially with Mieko just standing in front of them and holding them back. Kujo will be able to get this just fine. Team Cambodia can't even push out. You can see how easy it is for Mieko to just 1v4, 1v5 on this Esmeralda. Once again, this is the reason why this hero gets prioritized in the ban so often. If you snowball hard on it, there's nothing you can do.
Untouchable. Nothing can actually shut down Mieko. She will give you so much pressure. Nothing can Cambodia do to the side of TURKIYE. And right now, even more so, even Moshi trying to do consecration, it will not do much. It doesn't have much damage to Mieko to a point that she will be managed to survive it out. Mr. Fury comes in, but it doesn't do much of the follow-up to the side of Cambodia right here. As comes through with the Moshi into the front line. It doesn't have any help from the Cambodia teammates, so they go in for the RWM. AWJ comes through as Nora comes from the back line by Crystal right here. Half the line left. Can they actually make it through? It's going to be Crystal to be taken at the moment right now for the team of TURKIYE. Won the first game.
A little bit chaotic at the end, but Team TURKIYE can afford to do so. They can afford to chill, have a little bit of fun with things because they know how far ahead they are, how dominant their position is in this game. Game 1 was an absolute slaughter in their favor. Perfectly executed in the early game. Great drafting to ensure lane priority in every corner of the map. And everything else just naturally falls into place.
I think pretty much we talked about how the key that is needed for the team of Cambodia is having that Minotaur at the end of the last pick. And we talked about how the moment that we had a lot of the drafts coming in from the Cambodia wise, they pretty much thought that, or we thought that they were actually going to slow down the pace of the first round game itself. That's what is needed from them to begin with, because they can't fight with all the early bursts that's coming in from the side of Team Turkey. We talked about how Kimi, great option coming through. You know for a fact that even with the basic X stack, you got a really good stacks right that it can actually do a lot of shreddings of damage to the side of Cambodia, but they keep on and standing, they keep on invading into a moment where it's really not unnecessary for them.
Yeah, I think when you look at the draft, it is not particularly one-sided here. Both teams do have win conditions, both teams do have ways that they can execute. I think that Team Turkey's lineup is a little bit easier to play aggressively on because they are playing Kimi with double fighter side lane. So recognizing this, Team Cambodia needed to be aware that, okay, we're probably not going to be very strong in the early stages. We don't really have lane priority, especially with a Minotaur roam as well. Let's play this slowly, get 1 or 2 items, then we become strong around the second turtle timing onwards. But they still attempted to play aggressive and invade the enemy side of the map, which just ended up feeding Turkey.
Oh, definitely. It does give so much of opportunity for Turkey to say like, hey, you're just giving us so much of the buff size, as well the fact that no matter how much you try to actually maybe try to torture us or probably try to intrude every single movement that we have in the Land of Dawn in our own territory, it ended up in the favor of Team Turkey. And looking on 14 minute 19 second, all the objectives is in the hand of Turkey.
Team Turkey had complete free reign over the map here. And we've already talked about many times how the meta right now is very snowball focused. I think this is a good game where you can demonstrate that. If you lose out too hard, too early on, you just don't have any timing to get a foothold back anymore. And because of that, Team Turkey dominates this entire screen right now. Kujo having the highest GPM, Mieko as both the tanker and the highest damage dealt, and Nora as the best support.
Wow, all of the key players coming in from Turkey, and the fact that we have our goal laner, not just the best damage, but also the one who survived the longest. Not even one person coming in from the team of Cambodia can take her down, and that proves how much that you talked about how Esmeralda is also one of the highest top priority here in the WEC 2025, and either or not, you have to actually take it out as well from the equation, or else it kind of give a lot of opportunity for your own opponent.
Let's see who our MVP is going to be for this game number 1. It's going to be hard to award one considering how well the entire team did. But this time we're going to give it over to Nora, the roamer on the Gatot Kacha, having a 409 KDA on a hero that isn't typically supposed to be picking up kills. Is certainly an impressive record.
Agree, definitely. I think pretty much a lot of the key maker that we talked about, how Nora was able to actually have a really good control of zoning with Uno Hana itself, and this proved how much of control we have from the side of Turkey. And even from the starting as well, we do see that a lot of the engagement comes through. They wanted to actually push from the mid lane, but Elan was just being caught off guard by both of the players from Turkey.
Indeed, we can see in the highlights just how aggressive Team Turkey were already from the beginning, invading into the enemy territory, securing better positionings for the turtle, and setting up ambushes where they know the enemy team is going to be rotating. They're well aware that Uwe on this Minotaur doesn't have a lot of initial lane pressure, so they're able to take advantage of that. And having this Esmeralda, as well as directing the draft to force the Harif pick out of Team Cambodia, shows that a lot of growth has happened in the way that Team Turkey is approaching their drafting.
Agree, and the fact that we are saying, not to say that it wasn't really successful on the side of Cambodia, there was a really good setup that was done by Team Cambodia, putting up a lot of the stun-wise, the RWM right onto. But again, when it comes to having Mieko right on the front line, surviving, giving a lot of the boost for the side of Team Turkey, there's nothing can be done at that point to Team Cambodia. They just had not much follow-up that can revamp back or even counter back all the attacks that was done by Turkey. So this is the first round win to the side of Turkey. And we talked about how for all of our lower bracket quarterfinals, it is going to be best of 3. So that means only 1 point left for Turkey to make it to the next step, closer to the grand final slot. If they manage to actually get another clean sweep right here on our live stream, I have to say that pretty much all of our ladies just giving us all the 2-0s right here.
I think they're feeling confident. They're feeling more comfortable up on this stage now that it has been a little bit of time for them to experience it, for them to learn, for them to grow. Really impressive performance coming in here from Team Turkiyye. We also have to talk about the other side a little bit. I think it is definitely time to display some concern, because this is a very similar issue to what we saw from Team Cambodia when they were facing off against Team Indonesia, where they allowed themselves to get baited in the draft a little bit often, right? The Harif being picked up against the Esmeralda when they're well aware that this is going to be difficult. I'm okay with stealing the Eve away, but pairing it up with the Uranus right from the very beginning of the draft does reduce a little bit of the flexibility, because Eve works really well with setup EXP laners. That's why we've talked about the Eve Arlet combo and things like that. And Uranus can be good, but you need to be able to set up a situation where this hero gets a snowball as well. Similarly to Esmeralda, it's a very item-dependent hero where you want to be ahead of your opponents to do your job.
Agree. And we talked about how they keep on picking off Suyo as the top priority for the assassins, right? Not to say that it has any much problem as well, but I think with other heroes pool coming off as well for the assassin, you've also talked about how Suyo really not necessarily one of the big impact coming out from assassin itself.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to figure something out here, because Team Cambodia, their backs are now truly against the wall. The team that scored runner-up in WEC 2024, now 1 loss away from being eliminated from the competition in 5th to 6th place. And Team Turkiyye being able to blaze a brand new path for themselves. They're looking good, you can tell by the looks on their faces. Their mood overall is feeling very strong after the Game 1 momentum.
And the fact that Cambodia started out really good from the group stage. They got 2-0. They managed to actually qualify immediately as the top one from the Group C. Now it seems like this is deja vu we talked about from yesterday. They were able to go for the upper bracket, but then they would drop down to lower bracket. And this is coming from the players that were able to qualify to the grand finals and getting that silver medal. So the question is, are they losing that touch here for 2025?
Well, you can see the pressure is really getting to them, because the mood is very different on the opposite side of the stage right there. Cambodia looking very serious, looking a little bit concerned about what their next step needs to be. This is a team that has the potential, but they gotta be able to set themselves up with the right tools from the very beginning and make sure that they're able to maximize their potential in the first place. Because they are good foundations, it's just we are not seeing that next level.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any ways that you want to actually tweak that draft rights from the side of both Team Cambodia, I mean, like, do you see any kind of heroes that can actually utilize even more better compared to the side of the draft that was done by Cambodia itself?
Again, I don't really have much of an issue about the heroes that they pick themselves. It's more about the order that they pick them in, as well as how they responded to the opponent's side of the draft. It feels like not enough forethought is being put into it, right? It looks good on paper, but there's a lot more mind games happening now that you're reaching the later stages of the competition, and I'm not seeing a effective enough response.
That's kind of true though, and the fact that we are keep on saying that Yiv is also a little bit of top priority coming up from Cambodia. They probably could have actually just waited out just a little bit longer for their own draft itself. And you talked about how Uranus as well. But on the side of Turkey, I'm really liking this team, right? Brand new feeling, brand new confidence that's just brewing into them right here at the lower bracket. But right here, we are going into the expanding river for the next map.
All right, expanding rivers. This is where Team Cambodia is really going to be tested, because we saw really aggressive early rotations coming in from Team Turkiyye earlier. Expanding river is a map that allows you to go for that playstyle even further. So heroes like the Kimi that enable really strong mid lane rotations, heroes like the Grok and the Gatot Kacha need to be contested that allow you to rotate more safely, and having lane priority, especially in the EXP lane this time around, is crucial to ensure you have the numbers around the first turtle.
Oh, yeah. And the fact that right now, we are wondering whether or not Esmeralda will be one of the respect band that will be put into the equation of the first phase of our banning. Because gotta take that out, man. Seriously, that Esmeralda was just untouchable when it comes to giving that opportunity, whether or not if it's under the Miyeko's hands or even to be given out to the side of team from Cambodia. But Turkey yet will be the one to get the first pick.
Looks like they're going to be staying on the same sides of the draft this time around for game 2. The bands still look to be the same as before. Lancelot and CC on the side of Turkiyye. And now the Granger in the first half, actually a small variation, whereas Team Cambodia get rid of the Baxia and the Grok.
Seems like Gatot Kacha will be also taken out, and it seems that we are seeing that Esmeralda will still be open. If Turkey wants to actually just pick that up earlier on, it's still viable for them. Or maybe they want to switch things up, especially the fact that Granger, the first hero that has been banned off right this instant.
Esmeralda is not really worth picking early, in my opinion. The reason why it was good for Turkiyye previously was because they had already set it up to be used against the Eve, and it actually has a good lane into the Uranus as well. So rather than that, for first pick here, since Grok and Gatot have already both been taken out, it should be a priority towards either the mid lane or the jungle. And it looks like it will be the jungle. Hayabusa gonna be locked in.
Hayabusa, definitely one of the hero pools inside Kujo's hands that has been very successful against Colombia. Even when they fought off with the team of Mongolia, was just superbly indeed. But again, Cambodia prioritized on taking Yves as well as Hilda. Previously, we saw Hilda was banned off, but now Hilda will be picking up for Cambodia. I mean, even though we talked about how Hilda is very good when it comes to the dangerous grass, now expanding rivers, it gives a lot of mobility. Am I right?
Yeah, it does give a lot of mobility, and it's a good pick here because it is meant to be a counter to the Hayabusa. You want to invade straight away, and it is a hero that was banned previously, and now the Granger being banned in exchange for it, so Cambodia has the freedom to lock that in. I like the adjustments here from Team Turkiyye. They will go for the Esme again, since the Eve was already shown, but they will shift their mid lane from Kimi to Zhu Xin, because they know you have to play a little bit more defensively against the invade potential of the Hilda.
I like the fact that Jusin has been picked up, but YSS popping off right here for the last pick from Cambodia itself. We see how when it comes to Yi Sun Shin, Mountain Shocker giving a lot of opportunity to open the map as well. It kind of actually have a little bit of a capability to give a lot of benefits for Team Cambodia.
Right now, what Team Cambodia has to work with is that without Kimi in the mid lane and Hayabusa as the jungler, it is very unlikely for Team Turkey to go for double fight their side lane again. So this Esme is very likely to be going into the EXP lane, and that allows them to adjust some things. Hilda can still be put in the roam position, so you can actually adjust and put a more of an Esme counter in EXP. Something like an X-Borg would not be too bad, but there are other options as well, like the Yuzong if you want to go for backline dive and direct dueling.
And we saw how it was when it comes to Turkey. Diving composition is one of the success that we've seen so far from the first round itself, and that is not really far off from what they are actually expecting or even trying to conquer right here for the second round. Now going into Team Cambodia, they know for a fact that right now, with Turkey having a little bit of the situation, maybe they want to pull into the MM situation. No fighters lane come through. They can actually pull down MM. But at the same time, right here, they took off Bradang. We haven't actually seen Badam been banned for a while, actually.
And not for a while. Cambodia seems to be specifically focusing on Nora's hero pool, trying to reduce the number of roamers they need to be worried about, which is not a bad call. You basically want to get rid of heroes that would give Hilda difficulty in invading the jungle, and Badang is one of those. The X-Borg now going to be taken out by the side of Turkey, so that is very smart. They're aware that this Esmeralda has been confirmed pretty early on. You want to get rid of direct lane counters to make sure that you still have priority in EXP to take advantage of expanding River's level 4 spike.
Now, Cambodia, do want to actually take out a little bit more of the EX lane. It seems that they're going to actually take out Lapu Lapu. This is actually a steal because we did see how TURKIYE was the one who actually picked up Lapu Lapu. Great Bravest Fighter comes through just now with a really good composition from TURKIYE itself.
And now I would like some sort of single target catch along with solid damage from TURKIYE. Harif is still open for gold lane. He could even go into... Oh, I was thinking it would be something like Harif Kaja. But Kalea Beatrix is actually a combo we saw from the men's category yesterday. It's known to be a strong combo. Beatrix can be adjusted quite well in the gold lane. Kalea does have catch, but is a little less efficient against heroes like the Eve, so that means there's high pressure on Nora to be able to find the right timing for the Tsunami Slam, but if comboed correctly, can instantly burst down a target.
I mean, yeah, when it comes to Beatrice, right, the damage-wise, it's really, really unbearable when it comes to the mid-game itself. And this is something that is very crucial on the side of TURKIYE. Compared to what we saw from the first draft, TURKIYE has a really solid grounds when it comes to the mobility-wise as well as damage. And this is what they prioritize as well. But now coming into Cambodia, they picked up Bruno for the last pick. And I think this is actually one of the hero pools that they actually won against, if I'm not mistaken. They won against Mongolia. Yeah, they won against Mongolia for their last fight indeed with Spanning Rivers, and this is something that is actually quite well known with the team.
Yeah, I do think going for a marksman last is actually a good idea from Team Cambodia because they still had a fair degree of flexibility. Hilda could have been EXP lane, could have been Rome, so they could have gone for another fighter to go for the double fighter side lane since they already have the Yi Sun Shin set up. But they know that there is a good amount of catch coming in from the side of Team TURKIYE, and relying most of their late game damage on one person can be very risky since an Oki Shadow Kill can just remove it from the board entirely. That's why they pick up the Bruno to have another scaling hero. The problem is, this Bruno is going to be fairly vulnerable to catch as well, so the positioning needs to be clean, and that's why they are going for the Purify.
I think pretty much looking on the side of TURKIYE, right, they got like at least a single individual lockdown coming on from Jushin as well as Kalea. So pretty much on Bruno's side, Purify is quite verified to actually be put out as the ability, but this is just the ultimate crucial drafting wise, the moment that we are waiting for right now for the team of TURKIYE versus Cambodia. Can they make it to at least best of one right here, denying the entrance of TURKIYE one step closer to the grand final?
Nora in trouble, and Uwe gonna pick up the first blood there. Very different result. Cambodia this time on the aggressive.
And even with throwing out the shurikens right here, just a little bit of fairness but taken out again with the Lantern Flash, shuts down away immediately by Uno Hana.
A nice rotation coming in here from Uno Hana, being able to clear up wave and instantly come in. If not for the Esmeralda, Wei would have actually gotten away there, and that would have been a 100% win for Cambodia, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade for the Roamer. Not a very big impact for now. If we look at the emblem setup on both sides, nothing too out of the ordinary too, so both teams going to be keeping it quite standard.
Again, we are seeing Wei just doing a lot of invasive motion right now, going in to extend the self, to a little bit of disturb the movement of Fujo. Comes through, a little bit of slash, but going in with Shuriken, but Nora comes through, shuts down by Mieko instead, and giving another blood in the hands of TURKIYE. And Tegami, too late to call, even the Mountain Chakra will not do anything.
Nice movements right there. Uwe needs to be very careful. Hilda is meant to be very aggressive, but since we are not playing on dangerous grass, you have to be moving a little bit more carefully around the enemy jungle. Having vision and knowledge of where the enemy team members are going to be prevents you from being ganked too hard with multiple members, because you cannot afford to fall too far behind on this hero.
The fact that we are seeing that pressure is still the one key that Cambodia keeps on putting right now. It shows how much they still want to push on towards TURKIYE, and we want things to slow down just a little bit. Make sure that they be a little bit careful with the situations. Zendaya opening all the ways, all the grasses to make sure that all the location will be exposed and giving an opportunity for Fujo to get this free turtle for themselves. But again, they picked up Elan immediately. Now shutting down most of the equation for the side of Cambodia. Comes through with the Forge Shadow. Yue will be shut down out by Zendaya, going in for the Mountain Shocker, but unfortunately, that RWM will be able to take down Unona for the trade.
That was a little bit aggressive coming in from Team Turkiyye here, and it ends up working out in favor of Team Cambodia, where they were able to take advantage of the defensive positioning to punish the overextension thanks to the RWM. And even though Unohana did actually come in from a good angle, the snowball on the Esme is not quite as much as before this time around, so the damage from the Yi Sun-shin was able to make the difference. Team Turkiyye is still holding on to the slight advantage, but Cambodia is looking a lot more comfortable this time around.
Trying to find a way with the wave breaker. Lantern Flare comes in right here. Wei will be able to scur without any casualty, but comes through right here. Tegami just saying that back off. And right now, Cambodia, they try to make sure that at least the gap is not too far off.
I think Team Turkiyye are now the side that has to make a little bit of adaptation, because their draft is no longer as efficient and going for straight up brute force, dive into your face style strategies. They gotta play it a little bit more carefully. They can go for really high burst with the Kalea Beatrix combo, but if that doesn't land or if it doesn't kill, then they need to be able to instantly adjust on the fly and change up their positioning, because otherwise Cambodia actually has slightly more burst at this point.
And the fact that, again, we talked about how most of the heroes coming in from Turkey is pretty much single lock individual, and this is where the fine line that they don't have much of the crowd control compared to what we've seen on the first draft itself. So they gotta actually have a really good composure with their own positioning or even timing their own strategy. But here Shadowkill comes in, goes in for the shoot of that shuriken, and Kabawe will be sealed in by Kujo.
And that's one of the concerns of going for a marksman in the gold lane. I do respect the idea, but Cambodia has to make sure that they're able to protect it somewhat, since you have so many single target catchers that can actually punish that lane. Everyone else is rotating around, but if you leave that half of the map unattended, then it can cost you quite dearly. We already know that Kujo is a very strong player on this Hayabusa, and basically none of the members of Turkey can be allowed to get a snowball.
The fact that right now we are seeing a little bit of switch off the lane right here as they feel like they won't allow it, but comes through with a Falling Star Moon right here. Shuts down away immediately. RWM a little bit too slow right here, but it will be enough for Zendaya. Be picked up by Tegami. Mieko barely surviving, but the Light Shoes will be able to shut down by Tegami. Cambodia getting 2 for his health, but this is what caused knowing come through, but doesn't matter because Moshi will be the one to follow up with Nora shutting down.
And there we go. That's the resource utilization that we've been waiting for here from Team Cambodia. It was actually a really good solid catch to start things off onto the Hilda, but Team Turkey had to use a lot of their resources just to pick off Uwe, and that left them vulnerable to the rest of the damage coming in. The RLM locked them down. Tegami actually starting to rack up some good kills here. This Yi Sun-shin is an issue. Since Turkey went for a Zeus in mid, they do not have as much burst this time around.
Not have much burst, and even here Tegami will be able to go away safely. And in the fact that Team Turkey, they feel a little bit of desperate, they want to actually go for the fight, but again Cambodia finally find a little bit of safe space between them.
Okay, this is now an important timing. Take a moment, reset yourselves. Cambodia going to have a small 1.5k goal lead. They can definitely make use of this if they continue playing the same style going forward. By now, they should be aware of the habit of Team Turkey to dive into them. And if they can bait that kind of movement, they can consistently come out on top by fighting them inside the box of death. If they have to sacrifice Uwe in order to achieve that, then that is definitely worth it, since this Hilda is already at a point where it doesn't have all that much value. Cambodia ideally wants to end the game early on, since the later it goes, the more difficult it's going to be.
Oh, we definitely late game wise, it kind of actually have that security for the side of Team Turkey, and they do not want to come to that situation. And somehow now looking on the pressure that's coming in from the wave itself, great discipline from Cambodia to push in through without any casualty. But here or not, Wavebreaker Tsunami Slam to steal away Yue. But is it going to be enough? Zendaya try to pick it up just a little bit more, but still Team Cambodia managed to scurry with Mountain Shocker just to shoot Team Turkey.
Good discipline, good spacing. Team Cambodia is willing to play aggressive with Uwe, even if they know that this Hilda might be sacrificed for it. And they're in position to back her up if necessary. Once they realize that angle was not as ideal, they back it off.
Unohana trying to survive it out. Turret will be taking out. RDM picks it up right here. Mieko comes through with Moshi as well from the back line, but doesn't manage to pull through as they take down Mieko first of all. Now Kujo comes along for the shadow kill. Does manage to take Tegami first of all. Now Yue just a little bit more. Unfortunately managed to survive it out, and right here, Kujo will be the sacrifice to Mo. Moshi's in the hand.
Moshi now looking a lot more comfortable on this Lapu Lapu 4-0, and Unohana tried to do the same things that we saw in the last game from Mieko, but without as much of an item lead on this Esmeralda. You can see how much squishier she is in comparison, especially with Baobei on this extra marksman as well. The consistent DPS output of Cambodia is very strong. Team Turkey cannot afford to play the same way they did in game number 1 because the circumstances have changed. They need to be aware of this.
Not much of the setup can be done even with the Tsunami Slam. Trying to pick off one player, it doesn't manage to actually have enough follow-up for them to burst out Team Cambodia. This is necessary because the fact that how Team Cambodia was able to steal away Mieko, they had not enough damage to actually take down. And this is where the fine line, how Team Turkey needs to step back just a little bit.
The same advice that I gave Team Cambodia in game number 1 has to be followed by Turkey. They're still trying to go for bursts, but the damage is no longer sufficient. You've got to play defensively here.
Yeah.
Once again, the goal is map control. Do not give up the little bit of map advantage you still have because you need time to scale. And to do that, you need minions and space to farm.
Little bit of control is needed right here. Goes back for the wave breaker. Does manage to actually pull to takes down wave. First of all, this is the opening door for the front line. At least Turkey managed to actually shut down just a little bit of the movement of Cambodia. But then again, it's still not going to be enough. But goes in for the shadow, go for the Elon. And this is where Turkey gets 2 for themselves.
Alright, really good opportunity there. I do think that was a slight mistake from Uwe walking that far forward. Yes, as the Hilda, at this point in the game, you are basically a sacrificial body to open up the map. But you ideally want to sacrifice your body when your team is nearby enough to take advantage of it. And Team Cambodia was a bit too far. That's why it got bursted down. And then in the midst of that chaos, Kujo was able to find an extra kill as well. Team Cambodia needs to continue cleaning this up, but they do still have the lead.
Ooh, Nora, a little bit of extension, trying to find a way, ended up being taken out by Moshi. So much of the punishment comes in from Cambodia itself. And now Unohana trying to do so much damage, trying to survive it out at the mid, even been taken out by Zendaya. It does not have that follow-up needed for Turkey.
Both teams now gotta play this slow, play this more disciplined. Cambodia still does have the advantage. They didn't really need to give up the little bit of farm that they did earlier, but it's not too much skin off their back. Team Turkey is still definitely at a deficit, but they're still gonna make the attempt.
Let's see how they can actually zone this out. Turkey managed to actually score it, takes down a little bit of Moshi here, but doesn't manage to actually get the follow-up needed. Zendaya also in trouble. Nora comes in to back things up, looking for a way, but that's gonna be a lot taken by the team of Cambodia. But at the same time, Shadow Kill, not enough to shut down, and Baobei shuts down Kujo instead, and now leaving only 4 players to defend for themselves before the Lord march in.
Right, this is now where Cambodia hits their power spike, and they're trying to take advantage of it.
Tsunami Slam doesn't get Ellie's Baobei and ended up being favored to backfire to the side of Nora. Oh no, and I've been shut up by Baobei as well for the double kill. And now pushing on to Zendaya, managed to actually trade off for Moshi, but is it going to be enough though, as much damage has already been done by Cambodia?
The cores on the side of Team Cambodia are really starting to build up their farm now, and you can see the issues that Team Turkey is dealing with. They're trying to run into them, they're trying to use their bulk and their catch, but the purifies, as well as the consistent DPS output, is proving to be a little bit too much. Malefic Gun has already been completed on this Bruno, and that's why we are seeing this Esmeralda melt so quickly, especially since Unohana right now only has an enchanted talisman. She's actually one of the poorest players in the game. There's no physical defense to keep her alive against this Bruno.
Again, many times Zendaya just coming in from the front line, trying to pick up one player from Cambodia with the lens of light, but it's still not going to be enough to actually pull through. And this is where the fine line, Team Turkey, they need to step it up. Not much of the single lockdown has been successful. Even Kujo tried to go to the back line to take down Baobei, was unsuccessful. And coming along right now, we do see a little bit more invasive from the side of Team Cambodia.
Chastise Pauldron as the second item here from Unohana. Bit of a desperation play, but one that is kind of understandable. At this point, the regular defense items aren't going to avail you much.
Goes in for the wave breaker. Mieko takes down Elon first of all. Goes out for the shadow kill, but Zendaya almost been caught up. But Tegami right here will be able to shut down Nora immediately, but will be backstabbed right here. Tegami barely surviving it out, but Unohana had to flicker away. And instead, 3 players immediately been taken out by Cambodia, with only had to trade off 2.
A good catch by Team Turkey, a good attempt to start the fight, but they left their backline exposed, and Tegami took full advantage of that. A Fed Yi Sun Shin is a very scary hero, and you can see how quickly the cores of Team Turkiyye melted, including the Zusin, which is typically one of the tankier mages in the game right now. 12 minutes, 5k gold lead for Team Cambodia. It is not a guaranteed win yet, but they are one step away from claiming that. The next Lord is coming up in 30 seconds. As long as no big mistake happens in between that, it should be guaranteed for Team Cambodia. And then they can use that to put themselves in a position where victory is almost guaranteed.
Again, Nora trying to actually spot out every positioning that is done by Cambodia, making sure that at least they will actually have control of the map. But somehow here, Rebecca comes through. It's just trying to slow down a little bit of movement of Cambodia, but they do not actually go for the scrimmage just yet. Bouncer Shocker goes out, but then again, it doesn't hit anyone. It's just pretty much a little bit of scrimmage, just a tease and poke and kill right here from the side of Team Turkey versus Cambodia.
This should be a very natural Lord take for Team Cambodia. It is going to be Team Turkey that needs to find near perfect positioning moving forward. Wind of Nature is complete on Mieko, so that should help prevent her a little bit longer, but do they have the damage?
They do pick up UA first of all, but it's not going to be enough. RDFM will be picking up. Zendaya had to pull away. Oh no, will be shot immediately with Nora as well. But somehow right here from the backline, coming off Tegami will be the one to shut down with Moshi. Mieko leaving all desperate with Kujo just left behind right here, surviving no man's land. But unfortunately, we're caught up by Elan and giving a wipeout straight away to the team of Cambodia.
And that is basically GG right there, ladies and gentlemen. The entire side of Team Turkey has been wiped out. Cambodia, all 5 members still alive, and a notable goal lead that is more than sufficient to just melt through every single structure right through into the base. We are going into a game number 3.
We ask and we shall be given. You want no more clean sweep? We have best of 1 right here between the lower bracket finals. Cambodia getting their first win right here, just making sure that Turkey doesn't get that easy win to next step of the grand final.
That is exactly the kind of performance that we have been waiting for from our last year runner-ups. It would not suit this region to go down without a fight. It would not suit them to go home without putting their all to bear on this stage. And now a single game bears the difference. Will it be Team Turkey or Team Cambodia that eliminates the other and moves on into the next phase?
I mean, we talked about how the draft was, right? The fact that pretty much on the prioritize of Team Turkey, not to say that it was bad, but it was not much of control that we want from them. It's really different from the draft they put out from the first round itself. Compared to this second round, a lot of single lockdowns, a lot of focusing on the individual fights. If they want to actually put out a really good setup, it didn't come through, with even Nora trying to pick up one player with the Tsunami Slam, stealing away, still making sure that one player will be able to separate. But Team Cambodia said, nah, I'm not gonna allow that. I'll make sure that my players survive.
I think the level of executional skill between these two teams is actually a lot closer than we expected. And it just comes down to which side has the hero picks that are able to create a better early game for themselves, right? I feel like the Granger ban in the first phase from Team Turkey was just a massive mistake. There is really no reason for you to get rid of that so early, and you gave away the Hilda in exchange. And while Uwe didn't really have the best KDA towards the end, the impact that she had on the map made difference. The fear, the hesitation to move around the map more safely meant that they couldn't affect the side lanes as much as before. And then the rest of the bans that Team Cambodia decided on were actually very good. It limited the best options that Team Turkey could go for and forced them into a position where they had a draft that could work, but was a little more difficult to play.
I think pretty much instead of having probably Nora could actually pick up a different kind of hero. I mean, talking about Kalea, right? Again, we talked about how Kalea had a really good combo with Mieko, but the problem is Mieko keeps on being caught off guard. And this is where the fine line, they couldn't guard their own goal laner, and it kind of actually faltered for Team Turkey.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Kalea is a very good hero for the final. But Team Turkey also didn't have a lot of other options. That's kind of why I was thinking Harif Kaja might have been a little bit better, but it's still not the most ideal. giving up the Hilda and then trying to preserve your roamer for the very end already put Turkiyye in a bit of a difficult spot. And then choosing to pick Hayabusa first without banning Hilda is also a bit of a strange oversight. I think they had a lot of expectation that Zendaya would be able to control Uwe, and she did, but you're giving up the burst that you would normally have with heroes like Lunox or Eve. And Cambodia now has access to that alongside heroes like Yi Sun-shin and Bruno, which very easily melt through the Esmeralda compared to before. So those small differences add up and make a big difference in how easy it is for Team Turkiyye to play the game their way.
But pretty much that is how Cambodia was able to topple the team of Turkey here for the second round. But the key players coming up right here is going to be Tegami as the goal hunter. 777. I like that number.
Hitting the jackpot right there.
Hitting the jackpot right here with the goal per minute. And then we got the goat here by Elon with 52,719 total damage. Definitely, it's the same situation we saw for the first round, as every time we have Esmeralda, she will be the tanker. She will be the one who survived the longest for the front line. But again, it was not as comparable for the first round. But Elan not only getting the gold, she gets the best support with 18 total assists.
Yeah, I feel like that very first opening of the draft was already setting Turkiyye up in a bit more difficult of a situation. Again, I don't really know why the Granger was banned out. If you want to go Assassin first, it would have been probably better to leave Lancelot open for yourself. And just kind of forgetting that Hilda would be a threat is a bit of an issue. I think it would have been better if they went for the Eve first instead. But this time, Tegami is going to emerge as the MVP. Only one death on the Yi Sun-shin. This is also a jungle hero that's terrifying once you get a couple of items under his belt. Just how quickly the backline melted is an indication of how smooth sailing it was for Tegami.
I think we've already saw how she was when she was using Lancelot from the previous group stage as well. This shows how much potential Tegami has right here. And we talked about how this is from the second place 2024 WEC. They are not to be reckoned. They are not to be messed around as well. They are here to make sure they can defend their place at WEC. So hopefully those are the crucial things that maybe Team Turkey will take note right after this.
As more time passes, these teams just continue to become scarier and scarier.
Yeah.
We were hoping to see adaptability, and I think we're starting to see that. It's just which team is going to be able to adapt faster once we head on into game number 3. Before that though, we can revisit game number 2 for a moment and talk a little bit about what exactly went wrong. Having your jungle invaded already is a bit difficult, but initially Team Turkey actually positioned well for it to punish. I do think they went a little bit far though with trying to play aggressively when they're aware of the Purifies on the opposite side.
And the fact that the first turtle was already taken out and they were kind of actually set up for more, that shows how much a little bit of, not to say that they were too much of the confidence in their hands, but sometimes you gotta pay stuff. And this is where the fine line that we see how Cambodia finally keeping a really good safe space between us, and a great discipline comes through because they know they cannot give that opportunity for Turkey to come back.
Yeah, this is more of a pick-off comp coming in from Team Turkey, which means that they are naturally weaker in direct 5v5 situations. So they should try and split the map a little bit more, not play too closely together to try and find isolated targets. They should also be aware that by playing a Zu Sin, they want to play slower team fights and they're still trying to go for big dives. This is why 5v5s lean heavily in favor of Team Cambodia, and they were able to maximize that.
And in fact, that I feel like every time that Gives, always Elan putting out that RWM was just in the right moment, right timing, to a point that players from TURKIYE could not actually move away. Turkey had actually had a probability that they know that RWM is just coming off right in this instant. I'm just like rolling my tongue right now. But at the same time, they didn't actually expect it to be so painful to a point they cannot back off from the setup that was done by Cambodia.
I mean, that's what happens when you got double marksmen, right?
Yeah.
And then you have heroes that are able to melt an Esmeralda, and you realize, okay, I am not nearly as tanky as I thought I would be. And you gotta be able to adjust to those things. But when you are the team's main frontliner, what else can you do, right? Kalea is a pickoff hero, not really good at soaking damage, so Unohana has to do it all. But then you just get melted So you gotta have a little bit better planning going forward into the next game here. And funnily enough, we're all the way in day 3 of WEC, and this is the first time in the women's category that we are getting a full series on the main stage.
Yes, sir, and we are seeing all of the fans of Cambodia coming here to cheer and support their teams. Again, we're talking about all countries coming together right here for WEC 2025. Shout out to ISF as well as MESF. If you guys want to know where to actually get the updates or want to know where the live streams are, you guys can check out all the social media of MESF, and because they are the one who is organizing this WEC 2025. And on the other note, coming back to this best of one, this is the crucial state. We talked about how one will come into the end of the journey for WEC, whereby they will have a little bit of time to be savor in the moment of WEC, but another one, they will still continue their journey to get closer to the grand final. The question is, does Turkey, the team that managed to survive to play-ins this year compared to last year, can change their own fate? Or will Cambodia rise again and repeat their history of coming from the lower bracket, been dropped down by Indonesia, and meet them off again at the grand final?
The stakes are high, the pressure is on. This is basically a best of one that determines the fate of both these teams. Looks like Team Turkey is still feeling pretty chill. You can see that the mood is still good, even though they did end up dropping game number 2. Team Cambodia still looking a little bit more on the serious side, but it did work out for them in game number 2, so maybe sticking to what worked before is going to be the way forward.
What are the heroes that you are thinking that there's a possibility they need to respect Ben right after this?
Well, the Hilda, for one, contesting the mid laners is probably ideal, and then Yi Sun Shin actually proved to be a bigger issue than expected. So you might want to target those particular areas.
Because I feel like at the time that we are seeing 2 of the rounds that was actually been put out, given the opportunity of that Eve, it's kind of actually gives so much of the freedom to the side of Team Cambodia itself. But moving into this last map of our first series, we're going into Flying Clouds.
Okay, that actually does make kind of a difference here. So far, this series has been determined by how well the lane matchups have gone. And Flying Clouds is the map that helps you adapt to a losing lane matchup better, because you're able to get back into lane a lot more easily, a lot more quickly, even if you do get poked out. So the draft is a little less impactful overall, but of course you still want to make sure you have the right heroes.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. Because again, we talked about how when it comes to the map-wise, it has a little bit of least impact compared to the rest of the 3 maps that we've seen here for the Land of Dawn itself. But again, it kind of helps away a little bit of the mobility moving into the Heroes Land area. But on the other nights, right here, we do see Turkey taking out Lancelot again. Hilda as well as Yishan Sin Respect Ban has been put down right here. And again, they are right here on the right side or left side of our first pick here for the last game.
This should definitely be a CC first pick. I think it'd be very strange if they didn't do that, since they are the ones who banned it out both times previously. They've gone for the respect now, getting rid of Hilda, YSS as you pointed out. Cambodia still sticking to the same things, getting rid of the typical safe first pick of the 2 roamers, Grok and Gatot. So if it's not CC first, I would be a little bit confused. They're sticking to the high. I guess it's safer now that there's no Hilda, but you're giving away the CC.
We know for a fact that on the pass of the games itself from Turkey, we don't pretty much see Chi being picked up by Turkey. Pretty much not the priority pick for them compared to Cambodia. They have played actually Chi when they were fighting off with, if I'm not mistaken, with Colombia. Yeah, the Colombia was the one they actually fought off. So probably that is the reason why Turkey is not actually taking that risk. But at the same time, Cambodia, we talked about how Yves is pretty much one of the prioritized hero that has already been used up for twice already. Is it going to be one of the first 2 picks they're going to pick up right here, or will they change it up right here? It seems that no, Gift still be maintained, but Lapu yet again also been picked up, but just a little bit too early on compared to previously.
I think Lapu is perfectly fine to pick early, though I feel like it would have been better to go CC Eve. You could have had a lot more flexibility with that. now that that's been locked in, Turkey does still have a second chance to grab the CC for themselves again. Since there is an Eve on the opposite side, they might prioritize Esmeralda instead though. I'm hoping that they at least grab their mid or roam alongside it, because those are the heroes that got focused quite hard in the ban phase afterwards.
The fact that, again, we talked about how Turkey pretty much prioritized on a little bit of single lockdown. So I kind of wish that they have a little bit of more CC here. More of the lockdown for themselves as a team fight. But burst damage will be the priority here for Team Turkey, having the Harith as well as Kimi. And this is the motion that we talked about, how Kimi is very, very dangerous as a mid laner.
Going for full scaling now.
Yep.
Team Turkiyye is effectively saying, no double fighter side lane, we're keeping it basic, we're keeping it scaling, we didn't have enough damage in the last game, so we're going to make sure that we do this time around. And Cambodia responds in kind. It does look like the Granger is a comfort pick for them regardless of his position in the meta, so they're going to prioritize that.
Agreed, definitely. I think pretty much we did see Cambodia picking off Ranger when they fought off with Colombia, and it was a success coming up from them as well when they fought off. It's a really combination that they've done already with Yves as well as Gatot Kaca. So the question is right now, as the banning phase comes through, Esmeralda again being taken out from the equation, because we talked about how it is kind of dangerous if given out early on to the side of Turkey.
Yeah, I think banning Esme is fine since it is a good solution into both the Eve and the Lapu Lapu. If Cambodia didn't ban it, I imagine that Turkey would actually have banned it since they wouldn't want to have that in the Harith lane. They don't really need to ban Ruby anymore since Granger has already been shown. They're going to focus on the junglers, so getting rid of the Suyo. Probably want to consider getting rid of the Joy as well.
Joy. Because the fact is right now to just slowly smaller size all the pools of heroes itself, and we do see Glue being taken out from the side of Cambodia. I mean, yeah, we know for a fact that Glue, it is massive when it comes to pulling off with the spread as well as grab. It kind of actually have a lot of sustainability if it goes into the hands of Turkey, but we have Khalid instead be taken out by them.
Okay, getting rid of the Khalid just in case Cambodia goes for another invade strat. So with Hilda and Khalid both gone, that means that Kujo shouldn't be invaded in the jungle and can farm safely on this Hayabusa. And that is an important thing to do since you have Harith, Kimi, you're leaning more into late game scaling. That means your early few minutes are not going to be quite as strong. Now, Team Cambodia going to have first pick. They're looking for their jungler and their roamer.
They are so casually focused on Suyo previously, but I think they pretty much will be picking up Badang for themselves. Previously, they actually banned off Badang, so they still left out that assassin right on the last pick itself. Now, Turkey, again, we talked about how burst damage-wise they have in their hands, but they still have not much of the lockdown that is required, a lot of the CCs that is need inside their hands. Heroes that is quite sustained so that they can pull through for their front line.
I still like Kaja. I feel like Team Turkey should be willing to grab it. It would work really well in the mid lane with Kimi, counters the Eve, and then you can pair it up with like the Yuzong, and there it is, there's the Kaja. Okay, great. Good adjustment. I think EXP lane should be Yuzong. You could also make an argument for Uranus, though I prefer a hero that has some crowd control. See what it is, the Yuzong. All right.
This world desperately needs.
You're actually the coach for Turkey, right?
Yes.
Yes. Because you pretty much read up everything. You literally tell them, this is what I want for today. Okay, thank you very much, Turkey. Stafa.
Yep. I'm glad to see it, honestly.
Yeah.
I was sad that the Kaja didn't show up last game. It's good to see the adjustment because Kalea just doesn't work as well. Now Cambodia, their last pick, they're gonna be looking for a jungler. Joy no longer going to be as good. If Kaja didn't show up, I would have actually recommended Fanny. But now that Kaja is here, that's no longer as good either. They could go tank jungle actually if they want to play it safe. But Fredrin's the only one left, and he also doesn't have a good time against Kaja. So they're going to have to figure something out.
See value in me?
It's the only option left for them somehow. I mean, even though, yeah, you do kind of talk about how it might not be a very safe, or should I say, fun moment for Fredrin to come along, but we know for a fact now that's the only response that is coming off from Team Cambodia. Looking on the draft-wise, I do feel like on the side of Turkey, it's much more sturdy compared to what we saw from draft number 2. But on the side of Team Cambodia, it's a lot of the response are saying that, oh, you have that, I'm just gonna respond with that, and okay, I'm left with this, so I'm just gonna pick this as well. So it's not much of a way of saying that it's okay, but at the same time, it's a little bit of risky. This is just on my opinion side.
Yeah, I think that Team Cambodia is kind of falling into a similar issue where they have been limited in terms of the drafting, but this time around, their team composition is a very traditional front to back. As long as they keep Baobei and Elan safe, they can scale up. They can fight into Team Turkey quite easily. Team Turkey, though, has a lot more damage scaling in exchange for being a lot squishier overall. They only have one front line, and Yuzong is not really meant to be a damage soaker. So even though they have late game scaling, they can't afford for the game to last too long either.
Agree, and this is it. The end could be for both of this team. Is it going to be Turkey or Team Cambodia? Give it up for our lower quarterback finals!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep our eyes peeled and hopefully you all have your popcorn ready because this is going to be a best of one basically now between Team Turkey and Cambodia. Only one will be able to move on. This is the lower bracket. Loser goes home. Their journey in WEC ends. And that is a fate neither of these teams wants to encounter.
Right now, I feel like again we keep on talking about how Uwe always make the key. The fact that she will always go for the invasive attack. That's the reason why most of the time it is a little bit of invasive, a little bit of too much of unnecessary movement. But it kind of is quiet coming in from Cambodia. Even though in despite that we have so much of the heroes pool coming from Turkey has a lot of burst damage early on, they do want to pressurize Turkey.
Yeah, I think so as well. They have the Kimmy mid. We already know how powerful this hero can be, and we can already see the poke that Uwe is taking. Badang actually has a little less priority over something like a Kaja nowadays. So they can make use of that. And this allows Turkey to actually play off of the mid lane rotation again. In game 2, they weren't allowed to freely move to the side lanes, and that's what cost them the early game.
Yep, definitely. And the fact that I want to see can Uwe make a really good setup, because the fact that having Badang on the side, it can actually help a really good setup, a really good initiation. Got a fist grab, fist break, it will be able to actually tone down a little bit of mobility coming in from Turkey. But this is going to be the first turtle dance, a little bit of pokiness coming from Cambodia with Tegami, Ilan, as well as Uwe together. We see Moshi just ready to just back things up if anything happens, but Turkey pushing a little bit slower because they know they have to find a little bit of safe space between each other. Now Nora comes in, his break comes through right here with the bravest fighter also comes in, but it's not going to be enough though. Pushing on right now, just a little bit of immunity for Wayside, but it wasn't enough though. RWM finally comes through. Unohana takes down Uwe first of all, and now pushing on right now, Unohana will be sacrificed by the side of Cambodia, but is it going to be the Moshi takes down Unohana first, but Zendaya, not much of a damage could be done as now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Now the first turtle fight actually goes in the advantage of Team Cambodia because they have a lot more team fight overall, but I really like the combo of the Traction Pulse into the Furious Dive Petrify combo. Unfortunately, even after that, Turkey doesn't have enough damage yet, but Kujo! Steals the turtle!
Steal the turtle in the hands of Turkey, and not only that, steal a kill from Moshi's side as well!
That is an immediate turnaround. I was literally about to say the only way Turkey can probably contest this is if Kujo steals it. And that's exactly what happened because Cambodia just has a better hold. They have a tank jungle, they have RWM. It's very difficult for Turkey to fight them until they have 1 or 2 items.
Agree, and the fact that timing is so precious on the side of Cambodia. Great response coming through, but at the same time, Turkey, they need to step back just a little bit, but at the same time, play a little bit of sneaky motion. And this is where the fine line that surprise factor is needed for Turkey.
All right, that's a good start. But Team Cambodia don't need to be too frazzled about this yet. They can actually afford for this game to last a little bit longer. They have really good late game scaling with Eve and Granger, and it's a very strong artillery combo with their frontliner of the Fredrin. As long as they don't fall too behind in terms of farm, they'll be absolutely fine once we get into the later stages.
Yeah, there's a little bit of scrimmage right here to push out, making sure that they don't actually invade too much from the goal lane side, giving a little bit of breather for Mieko as well. Now, rotation-wise, we do see Cambodia just moving from up to bottom, making sure that they can stick around and do some of trouble to the side of Turkiyye.
Yeah, Turkiyye is still the team that has the slightly more difficult comp to execute, actually. And ooh, that might be trouble.
This might be trouble straight away, taking out Unohana immediately with no one to back things up. It's a good win, but here on out, Shadow Kill comes through. Doesn't get anyone, unfortunately had to move away. Even Nora could not actually lock onto anyone. Cambodia just gets away with that kill.
Yeah, this is the main issue of Team Turkiyye's lineup. They only have one frontline hero, and it's a Yu Zong. He is not designed to be a damage sponge. He needs to sustain, which means that he needs to be ahead. And Unohana has been firing pretty alright, but she's not quite farmed enough to be able to 1v4. Because of that, Team Cambodia can take advantage and brute force through with pure muscle if they find a good positioning.
Let's see, right now so far, Team Turkiyye have a lot of answers to the side of Team Cambodia, but they're not doing so good as well. So this is going to be the second turtle dance. So far right now, Cambodia poking a little bit. She comes in to actually pull out, comes through with the Yuzong, but then at the same time, doesn't get as much of the presence as needed. Bisquet comes through, takes down Kujo immediately. The jungler was already being stolen out by Team Cambodia. Unfortunately, Turkiyye could not say anything to that.
Yeah, that was a bit messy from Team Turkiyye. A lot of mistakes were made, but at least Mieko was able to get a trade onto the top tower instead. Firstly, Team Turkiyye stacked way too many ultimates onto Tegami at the same time. They kind of wasted the Traction Pulse because it happened at the same time as the Divine Judgment. And because they full committed onto Tegami, they completely ignored Kujo in the back. Hayabusa can normally take care of himself, but I think Kujo may have shown a little bit too early, and Uwe didn't let that chance slip. So Team Cambodia once again making use of their stronger team fight catching, and Team Turkiyye needs to wait a little longer before their damage really starts kicking in.
This is where the fine line that Team Turkiyye, they need to be a step ahead compared to Team Cambodia. Every move that is made by Team Cambodia have been very, very wonderful. Even Kujo could not get that peak damage that is required to shut down. And Tegami comes in, just bursting down even more. And now, unfortunately, will be tagged off. Tegami takes down Kujo, but on the side of Moshi right here will be tagged off by 3 players. So much pressure being done, but Unohana just trying to survive that. Moshi shuts down because of the 4 players wiped out.
That's actually still not too bad though. Moshi actually bought a lot of time, and that's gonna allow Cambodia just enough to transition over to the mid lane and do some damage to tower. Black Dragon Form gonna be used to zone them out though.
Coming in right now, trying to make sure they clear out the minion waves. A lot of pressure has already been given out by Team Cambodia. Turkiyye got a lot of good response, but still it's not going to be enough if they keep on playing into the hands of Cambodia.
Yeah, Kujo's having a tough time this time around. The Hayabusa trying to take independent action, but not having enough farm to do so. You can indicate that just from the fact, oh, you get a shadow kill, wasn't enough to kill Granger alone. So now Kujo has to be aware. Not as strong as before. He has to play more with the team, look for pickoffs if possible, and play a bit of a catch-up game.
Let's see if Turkiyye has what it takes to turn things around. Tegami just stepping ahead, trying to tag off Unohana, but at the same time, this is just a little bit of them trying to zone out, making sure that at least this turtle will be in the hands of Team Cambodia. Turkiyye, unfortunately, just to be on the safe side, they will allow this to happen and making sure that they just focus on a little bit of the pushing of the minion wave. But at the same time, Nora trying to utilize every moment is just not going to be enough.
The time has definitely come for Team Turkiyye to just focus on macro. They know that Team Cambodia has to play largely together, and so the way you counter that is by forcing them to split up, by targeting different areas of the map. There is, of course, the risk of getting caught out on your own, but they gotta be willing to take some risks to make things happen.
Passion Fox comes in, trying to drag Tegami, but here we as well with RWM been put out. Soul Grip comes through, but it doesn't get anyone, it doesn't land, it just kind to actually hold down the position. Bobe shuts down Nora immediately, and now goes in for the backline. Mieko in trouble trying to put out that Summer first to show Mushi, but unfortunately that turret will be given out to Team Cambodia.
Yeah, Team Cambodia knows that they can just brute force their way through here, and they're going to try and use that. If they can end the game before the scaling really starts kicking in on Zendaya and Mieko, that is their pathway through to the next stage. And unfortunately, the timing for Team Turkiyye is starting to fade away. They have good catch with this Kaja, but they haven't been able to make good use of it. They haven't found the right targets. because they've been trying to aim for Tegami the whole time. They just don't have enough damage yet to actually take down the Frederick.
Not much of impact coming in with Unohana being the dragon, the sole one to make sure the front line can actually divide it. But unfortunately, not much of the catch. Freeze break comes through right here, but Unohana managed to actually move away. But at the same time, coming through right now, Zaman Force being put out. Ilan takes down Unohana first of all, but being shut down from the backline by Kujo. But at the same time, they lost their 3 players in the hands of Cambodia, and this is where the fine line Turkey. Yes, you managed to actually go for the backline, but it's still a win for Cambodia.
I think this is now a question of comfort here. I think Team Turkey is not used to playing this style of draft, especially into a full front-to-back composition. It requires a little bit of finesse to pilot, and I'm not really seeing that. You can see they're scrambling a little bit, a bit too reactive when they need to be the ones in the initiative position. And Cambodia has a lot easier of a time. They can just throw bodies at Turkey because they know the damage hasn't kicked in yet.
Oh, Kujo just barely been scrapped there, but still managed to actually score it. This is again not going to be easy for her to actually steal away. I know she wanted to try it, but it's not going to be an easy target, especially with the fact that you again are at the no man's land trying to survive it out. Not to worry, we'll be able to score it without being taken out by Cambodia.
Yeah, I think Kujo should be able to escape here. The issue is 4v5 defense. That's actually kind of worth it there to trade Unohana for the tower as well as 1 kill on Uwe. We can see that the combo is there. The traction pulse into the mass petrify from the Yuzong is very strong. But the rest of Turkey don't have enough damage yet to actually follow up. And that is the risk of a play. It's not a guaranteed victory yet because Cambodia have good late game scaling. In fact, Baobei on this Granger has not really been allowed to play her game for a lot of the tournament, but is actually online for once and is terrifying to deal with.
I mean, talking about KDA 503, not even one person can actually go to the back line to steal away Baobei. Baobei has just been guarded so well by Cambodia to a point that this is the reason why Turkey is having a little bit of lost path at the moment, with them knowing for a fact that they're down by 5 kills towards Cambodia's side. Stepping up right now with 26 seconds on the clock for the Lord to come through. A little bit of invasive to the side of the buff as well. But at the same time, this is just going to be freely taken by Cambodia.
Yeah, Team Turkey gonna make the executive decision there to not contest, which I think is the right play. But it's not going to feel good. Kujo 2 levels down on Tegami currently. Which means that the next Lord is going to be hard to contest as well. I feel like Turkey needs to be willing to take risks. They need to be willing to just give up objectives and try to make plays on the map instead. Because constantly trying to find team fights is not working too well so far.
Again, trying to force that soul grip, trying to actually catch up anyone from the Cambodia side. In this time, probably they could actually go with that split push. This is what Desire from the side of Turkey, to find a way not to just engage for the team fight. Just push that minion so that at least Cambodia doesn't push in all together, because the power, the core strength of Cambodia right now is all but Fizz Grab comes through. Miyako does manage to take that Turkey, but at the same time right here, RWM pulls through, they will be scattered around. Ilan just barely surviving, but Moshi will be the one to take down Nora, and as well as Miyako will be shut down by Baobei. Now 2 players already been shut down. This is going to be a lot again in the hands of Cambodia.
Honestly, a really good attempt by Miyako to dive the backline, almost taking out Baobei. A shutdown onto the Granger would have actually been worth trading her life for, but not able to find it. If she just had 1 more teammate's assistance, the Granger would have been dead for sure, but Turkey was a little bit too scattered, and I feel like that was an independent decision. Team Cambodia couldn't be able to take advantage of it. And again, if they had played the map instead, they could have at least gotten something out of it in exchange for the Lord, but they unfortunately come out without much.
Agree, and the fact that right now, more and more of their movement is being readed up by the team of Cambodia. No matter how much they try to actually go in, this is where the fine line that you don't want to actually face on your enemy, knowing for a fact that they are sticking together as 5 men. And the fact that RWM was just right on spot to just gather them around, and they don't have that weird positioning. So Grip comes through right here with the Dragon from Unohana, but doesn't manage to actually clear out that Lord. Somehow, they do manage to actually have a really good front line, but at the same time, Kujo just right on the sideline right here, trying to do a little bit of damage, but clearing off all the waves as well is their own ultimate. But here, Tegami comes in. Are they going to be pulled through? Oh, some of been put up, but doesn't catch you. Hold on. And in the end, Mieko is the one to be sacrificed by Baobe. And living on now, Crystal. They goes in for the dive. Elon takes down Uno Hana. Now living on only Nora. But the Shadow Girl does come in. Doesn't have any much damage. And Baobe takes down Nora. Living Kojo all by herself. Cambodia, that Crystal is yours. You will be moving to the next level as we say goodbye to Turkey.
A maniac secured by Baobe at the very end of this game 3. As Team Cambodia has defied the odds, reversed the gameplay, and secured a reverse sweep to eliminate Team Turkiyye and keep themselves in the competition. Their dreams of once again reprising their place on the podium remaining intact.
Great positioning coming off from the team of Cambodia. Turkey, unfortunately, with a really good information or even answer for the draft itself, it doesn't have a much potential or even impact to the side of Cambodia because of how much pressure, how much invasive motion that was done. And now Cambodia gets to feel a little bit happy, still surviving here for WEC 2025.
Very impressive performance right there. And now we can see why Granger is such a comfort pick over for their side. And also the question of why they don't just play tank jungle more often actually. This seems like a playstyle that suits them quite well. But we can answer those questions in the future. As per usual, now that the match is over, we've got an interview up on stage.
The first full series that we all have witnessed on the main stage. Team Cambodia successfully reversing that match in their favor. And with me from Team Cambodia, we have Yui. Hi Yui, congratulations on that win.
Hello, thank you.
How are you feeling?
Feel good.
You feel good. Now, I haven't had the opportunity to interview Team Cambodia up on the main stage. So of course, welcome to Malaysia. How do you like it so far?
It's been good.
It's been good. What do you like about Malaysia?
Yes, of course.
You like Malaysia. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about the game because though you guys won, that game 1 was, that was surprising. What happened in game 1?
เกมមួយដែលសារពួកយើងអត់ទាន់ក្តៅដែរ
She said that the team didn't have the chance to warm up yet, so that's why they played a little bit. Not a little bit, they played really bad.
The typical, we haven't warmed up yet, our hands aren't warm enough. But damn, that was definitely a game 1. But game 2 and 3, what did you guys change? How did you guys change your approach regarding that matchup?
ពួកយើងគ្រាន់តែព្យាយាមដោយសារអីវាគឺជាឱកាសចុងក្រោយរបស់ពួកយើងដូចគ្នា
She said that it's our last chance and the back was against the wall, so it's either do or die.
Yeah, that was definitely a do or die. And now after you guys actually managed to win up against Team Turkiyye, you guys still have a chance at podium this time around once again. Now your next match will potentially be either Malaysia or Argentina. You as a player from Team Cambodia, who do you want to meet?
ទីជាខែហ្នឹង
No, Malaysia. Malaysia. Argentina.
ម៉ាឡេស៊ី
Oh, why Malaysia?
ពួកយើងចង់សាកខំប្រឹងលេងមួយគាត់ម្ដងទៀត
Because she wants a rematch
Oh, she wants a rematch from?
from the qualifiers.
Oh, from the qualifiers. You know what? I think that will be a very interesting matchup if Team Malaysia were to win Team Argentina in a very short while. Congratulations to Yui once again and to Team Cambodia. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to break down what happened in this amazing, intense opening match of the day.
An amazing match it was indeed. Thank you very much to Rose once again, and congratulations to Team Cambodia for defying the odds and making it through to our top 4. It's still going to be a long journey ahead, but for now, they can at least breathe a sigh of relief. And that was a really impressive performance to close things out.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about how it was a very, very clean sweep right here for our main stage. And finally, on day number 3, this is where the pressure builds. This is where we feel the tension, the desire, the burning of fighting to get to that grand final. And we're talking about Cambodia, right? They have already proved themselves last year, 2024. There's no way they want to get dropped this easily without contesting to that grand final yet again. But looking on the stats, 15-minute 49 play time. I think even from the start itself, we saw how Cambodia was just dominating, was just conquering every single movement of Turkey that they could not actually go out of their way to fight off.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate final performance for
Yeah.
Team Turkiyye, but while I did like the draft, I feel like they didn't really adapt to play it properly. They should have been well aware that this is not a draft that's particularly suited for contesting the first hurdle, so it should have been aiming towards catching out people in the side lane. They have a divine judgment, but it was almost exclusively used on Tegami, just to try and secure retributions instead of trying to get cheeky kills off on the squishier targets in the back line. They should have focused a bit more on Unohana's lane, because as their main frontliner, this Yuzong desperately requires a snowball, desperately requires being unlocked from the EXP in order to create an impact on the map. And by leaving her alone to duel with Moshi, it ends up being very 50-50, and when you're in an even situation, Lapu Lapu ends up performing better. So you no longer have a frontline, you haven't been able to set up a snowball for your Hayabusa because the Divine Judgment wasn't used to get pickoffs on the Eve or Granger, and the snowball just starts building up until you no longer can catch up in terms of damage.
Agree, the setup that was done by Team Cambodia was just too perfect, too clean to a point that Turkey does not find the answer, and giving out this 4 key players give to the side of 2 in the hands of Baobei, which is Goal Hunter, 845 gold per minute. The gold itself is her as well with 63,772. But Nora yet again as the tanker with 104,214 total damage taken. Yeah, we talked about it. Trying to move in right to for the judgment as well as trying to go in for the front line. But our best support will be Yue yet again, making a lot of decision, making a lot of initiation with the 15 total assists. But the MVP for our last match goes to Baobei with the KDA of 10.05.
Baobei has been getting kind of shafted a little bit throughout WEC because oftentimes her lane gets ganked quite heavily, isn't able to farm quite as efficiently compared to others, and has difficulty because she ends up being the primary target due to the fact that Team Cambodia tends to focus more on playing marksmen in the gold lane rather than going for double fighters. However, this time around we got to actually see her hit her peak on this Granger with safe farm in the gold lane, actually winning out a bad matchup into the Harif and then building up those Sky Piercer stacks so quickly that she was just melting people in the base targets. But they weren't really playing for that style, and I feel like that's a big waste of what the Kaja is capable of. Again, should have focused a bit more on winning out EXP lane so that this Yuzong genuinely becomes an issue, because Unohana wasn't really able to do too much throughout the game because the melting is just too much, and then find a way to more accurately target the backline. I feel like you should not be approaching a Fredrin composition from the front. You need to be looking for different angles of approach, and I wasn't seeing that sort of flexibility. That's what ultimately cost them.
And the fact that we also talked about how Team Turkey keep on focusing on the macro wise. They're not actually also focusing or even actually have a little bit of peak for that micro division. Maybe at least do a little bit of pushing of that minion as well, because all the wave keeps on denied by the team of Cambodia, and that gives them so much of control of the map itself. So Team Turkey, unfortunately, it was outsmarted by how clean the play that was done by Cambodia.
That's why I wish that the Eve was the first pick instead of Hayabusa. They spent so many bans getting rid of heroes that could mess with the Hayabusa, the Hilda, the Khalid, and then setting up for scaling into the late game, and then just letting Fredrin go, which yes can be countered by Kacha, but you don't really have the burst damage to finish him off. So you already need to adjust your gameplay for that. But because they didn't, Team Cambodia were able to find their way through and qualify for the next round.
Now, here's the thing. We have another lower quarterfinals right after this, and it is going to be Malaysia, our host country of WEC 2025, with the team of Argentina. Who will be going into the step line or who will say goodbye? We'll see you guys right after this. Do not go anywhere. This is WEC 2025.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support.
One that's in sync with your body
Your place
at every angle. It takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but you self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. It takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
welcome back to World Esports Championship 2025 live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This global event is proudly organized by IESF, MESF, and it is also without ado. We are thankful we have our strategic partners, which is ESI. Oh my god, I'm just blurring my words right now. And not only that, we also have a lot of people that is supporting behind us, our backbones. We got KBS, Rakan Muda, Rakan Digital, and our official partners. Who are they?
Yes, we have our official partners. They're Red One,
Uh-huh.
they're Haiku,
Uh-huh.
they're Solo's merch,
Oh, wait.
Monster Energy,
Oh, yeah.
CK Music,
Ah.
and even the things supporting us
Oh,
right
yeah.
now, our official chair partner, Razor. Thank you very much to everyone. Make sure you guys show them some love. We are back with yet another lower bracket series in the MLBB women's category.
I mean, we talked about how they are now with only one lifeline left and they need to actually use it to the full potential so that they can get that grand final slot. So far, we are leaving Egypt and Indonesia just casually waiting for them to get that slot as well. But now, for the lower bracket, they need to pull through. They have a long journey awaits them to make sure to get to that grand finals. And we are talking about Malaysia versus Argentina.
Now, we have to make sure we're not too biased here, Fasha. Right? This is, of course, the home country.
Are you talking about me?
No, both of us. You know, we have to share the responsibility of being neutral, even though our team is playing right now with their lives on the line. For those of you who may not have been aware, Team Malaysia ended up being dropped to the lower bracket after they lost 2-1 to Team Egypt in the upper bracket. So that's honestly really impressive for Team Egypt. But it does mean that Team Malaysia is going to need to lock in up against Team Argentina. They are under the same stakes as before between Cambodia and Turkiyye, in which Team Cambodia was able to move on to the lower bracket semifinals.
And we talked about how these two teams, Malaysia and Argentina, both of these two teams didn't even manage to qualify to the playoff last year. So they both share the same sentiment. They both share the same history on 2024. So 2025, this is a new beginning or the new ending that we're looking forward for both of these countries. Malaysia as the host country. We're not saying about biasness, right? We're talking about sometimes when it is at their own turf, they have a home buff. But the question is, does the buff affect the most here for Team Malaysia? Now, going into the schedule right here, like we talked about, we're going to start off with our women's category with 2 more series left. Malaysia versus Argentina at 12 o'clock. And then we'll continue on to our first ever semifinals to find that first grand finalist, which is Egypt versus Indonesia.
And of course, after that, we are going to have the men's category matches, which is going to be at the bottom of the screen right now, starting from 4 p.m. Cambodia going up against opponents still not confirmed, but we'll also have Team Malaysia versus South Africa. And I believe we'll have one more match after that as well. So you guys can look forward to that. But without further ado, I think it's time for our teams to actually walk up on stage. Which of these 2 squads will come out on top?
Oh, I mean, this is going to be intense. They know for a fact they did not qualify last year. They want to make a difference. They didn't even make it to the playoff. But this time, they make the change. They come back alive. They qualify from the group stage. And now they're going to make a history, meeting off with the host country itself. Welcome to the stage for your last chance. This is Team Argentina!
Going head-to-head against Argentina in the land of dawn is going to be the host country representatives, not willing to allow their previous loss in the upper bracket to stifle their momentum. They return to the main stage with renewed energy and a willingness to show the world what they're capable of. Give it up for Team Malaysia!
Clock is ticking. Both of this team want more from World Esports Championship 2025. They were denied last year 2005 can make them the year that they needed. One of them did manage to go to MWI and make a history, but they will fall back immediately as well at the group stage. So now, can they actually redeem themselves on another global event? On the other note, Argentina, this is their first attempt, debuted in WEC 2025.
Well, let's start things off by introducing the lineups. And of course, this first one already doesn't need an introduction for many of us watching live in the arena. But it is, of course, Team Malaysia, consisting of Shah, Rina, Hani, Fau, and Yuki. Known to be a squad with some controlled, aggressive gameplay that enjoys early game rotations, as well as 5v5 team fighting. Will their flexibility allow them to adjust to the new metas that are starting to pop up here in the women's category?
And the fact that this team, they have been known with amazing skills of macro gaming. The fact that they know when it comes to team fight, they will not falter. But the question is, their opponent that is going to meet this macro genius queens in Malaysia is going to be Argentina, comprised of Neo, Miyuki, Naval, who just recently coming into debut for the mid lane, as well as Riza and Miss, who returns back for the WEC 2025.
Team Argentina is a lineup that has proven themselves over and over again. Definitely a region that not many would have put stocks in before the beginning of the competition, but now defying all expectations and eager to move even further in their first journey here at WEC 2025. I'm looking forward to see what other secret strategies they may have hidden in their back pocket.
And the fact that we are seeing that some of the fights that comes from Team Argentina that we saw when they fought off with Uzbekistan still has a priority on the two-fighter lane. And this is where we say, hey, this is the meta right now. A lot of the prioritized, not just from the woman category, we do see it from the men category as well. This can work very well, even though we might actually falter to the side of having the double MM as well for the fighting lane. The question is, does Malaysia has what it takes to change things up? And we are seeing a lot more straightforward, a lot of adaptability from all of our girls.
Now, when we look at the group stage performances, Team Malaysia was willing to play double fighter side lane, but during the upper bracket matchup against Team Egypt, which went all 3 games, both teams actually picked up marksmen in the gold lane every single time around. So is that the preference of Team Malaysia, or is it just the circumstances that they were put in based on the bans? In comparison, during the lower bracket against Uzbekistan, Team Argentina played double fighter side lane both times around. So if they show a little bit more proficiency in that angle, they may look a little better heading into this, especially since we are starting off with dangerous grass.
I want to see something surprise, because there are certain times that we are seeing, like from the day one, it was much more of unorthodox pick of heroes, right? But coming into day number 2 and number 3, finally we are seeing some of the girls, some of the teams from the other countries as well. They're saying like, we're not gonna play a little bit of try and error. We want to play and our own cards. This is what we are used to. This is what we know that can actually counter off our opponent. So that's the straightforward, honest gameplay that we've seen so far. But my intention right now, I just kind of feel like I want to do like that surprise factor, that surprise element that comes in within these two teams.
I mean, I would love to see a surprise as well. We all love surprises, right? But you gotta be careful with those surprises, because drafting and playing on a level as big as this is a balancing act. On one hand, you need to have a good hero pool, and you gotta be able to adapt to picking up heroes that maybe you're not as used to playing, because you might get countered, or if you go for your comfort, then it might not be the right pick at the time. But at the same time, your comfort picks are something that you're so used to that you may be able to defy the odds with them anyway. So you gotta be able to make that decision. Which angle do you go for? What are the risks you are willing to take? And what will leave you more satisfied regardless of the result?
And we talked about how most of the time that we see from Team Malaysia, right, they do prioritize more, at least a little bit of sustainability. So Grok-wise definitely will be on a toll right here for the top priorities. But going into the first baning phase, we have Yves, Gatot Kacha, and Yuzong being shut down by Malaysia team. On the side of Argentina, we have Alice as well as Lancelot.
Okay, so already some very different bans than what we saw in the first match of the day. Even Gatot being taken out is 2 aspects of a very strong team fight composition, with Surprisingly, I would have thought that Team Malaysia would want to prioritize themselves. They also get rid of the Yuzong, which leaves open heroes like Grok and CC. And Team Argentina are actually letting that go as well. They banned the Alice, which is a very specific pocket ban, as well as the Lancelot and Zusin.
Let's see. Are they gonna actually go for the Grok first? Because we know for a fact that's pretty much open. And we know for a fact Chi-Chi is also still open. We haven't seen much of Chi-Chi been prioritized here for day number 3. So far, it has been like put on a stall, not really more important on the side of their draft. Sometimes we are seeing that the teams are scattering around, figuring out that is there any other side of strategy can be put out here for WEC.
I still prefer Grok first pick. I think it creates a lot of space, but either way is still good. And it looks like CC will indeed be prioritized. That means that now Team Argentina can go for the Grok themselves. The good thing is that they don't have the easy Eve to pair it together with, but they do still have heroes like Lunox and Kimmy, which can be pretty safe openers.
Agree, definitely. So far, we are knowing for a fact that Kimmy has a really good burst damage. It is actually a good steal to be taken as well, and it is actually inside of the pools of Malaysia team as well. So having that Kimmy taken away gives a lot of opportunity for Argentina.
Grok Kimmy keeping it open here. I'm expecting that Team Argentina will probably want Yi Sun Shin as their third pick if Malaysia doesn't take it now. There is still the Hayabusa as well, so it depends on which hero Malaysia is more comfortable grabbing. So far, we haven't seen a lot of Yi Sun Shin in their hands, so it looks like they will prioritize the Hayabusa. And they should ideally grab their mid laner while they still have the chance, unless they're particularly confident about their hero pool there.
Agree, definitely. I mean, compared to what we've seen on the fight with Iran, the first day opener of our WEC, they do prioritize the side of Yi Sun Shin as well as Yiv. But here on out, they get even more sustainability. They have Hylos in their hands.
Alright, a bit of a different approach here. Hylos going to making his first appearance today, actually. This has not been a particularly high priority hero across the board for many other regions. Works very well into heroes like Eve because the Glorious Pathway can deny some of the control that the RWM would provide. It also allows Team Malaysia to go for bigger backline dives. And it seems like that's something Team Argentina wants to punish. They go for the Arlet instead.
Arlet with the final slash. I think pretty much we know this is where the fine line that Argentina, if there's a possibility that there will be an open door open by the side of Team Malaysia, they can actually just swipe it off very quickly. Again, most of the damage wise from Argentina has a really good backup, especially with the fact of the front line of Grog having the Urgent Rampage as well as Tectonic Charge. Setting up, I feel like I'm looking a bit more sturdy on the side of Argentina. Now, the second phase of banning. Now, they can actually take out more of the mid laner on the side of Argentina to make it even more smaller on the Malaysia side. Like, you talked about how they can pick up at least some Eves as well if they want to actually pull through. So, but then they took out Lunox as well, another hero pool for mid lane.
And there's not a lot of meta mid laners left in the pool at this point. It is basically Pharsa and then to some extent Valentina, actually. And Argentina even might want to consider banning Valentina just to make sure that the tech charge and the final slash don't get stolen away, because the Pharsa is going to be a lot easier to cancel now that they have the heroes they have on their side. As expected, Team Malaysia is going to start banning out the junglers. They get rid of Fredrin. I do think they should consider banning Yi Sun Shin as well, but if they're leaning towards tanks, maybe they'll get rid of Baxia instead.
Oh yeah, definitely. Someone that they can actually have the capability to move around quickly, have the sustain as well. Those are the crucial things that Argentina is looking at this moment right now. But again, they have one more life of them to actually ban off, and talking about how mid lane can be shut down even more further to make it more smaller. But again, they focus on Lapu Lapu instead to be taken out, knowing for a fact Lapu Lapu with the bravest fighter can move around, can have actually a good hold positioning for Team Malaysia to shut down off Argentina. So that's actually a good move coming from them.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea to ban the Lapu Lapu. So they're going to be leaving the Valentina open. I think that is probably Team Malaysia's best bet if they're looking into the mid laner. Lapu is one of the few EXP lanes that has a pretty solid matchup into the Arlet. because after that, things become a little bit more difficult. You can go Phoveus, but a good Arlet can actually outplay that, or you can go Uranus, but then you will be lacking crowd control in exchange. It also depends on whether or not Malaysia wants to flex this CC into the gold lane, because if not, then that is already going to be their Arlet matchup. They do get rid of the Ruby though, so I think they probably intend to play Harif.
They do feel like that could be a case right here with Suyo being picked up by Argentina. Pretty much there's not much of assassin jungler can be picked up, especially the fact that they've already taken out some of the tank heroes. I mean, yeah, Baxia is still open, but I think with Suyo on the side of Argentina, this could be just them playing by their own comfort pick itself.
Suyo so far been doing pretty well for the teams that know how to use him proficiently, and Argentina is one of them. This was the hero that secured their Game 1 victory against Uzbekistan in the previous round of the lower bracket. So they want to lean towards comfort. Team Malaysia now can be looking for their mid laner and a potential gold. Valentina Harith probably makes the most sense directly. You could still go Farsa, but I feel like there's a lot of cancel that makes that job a bit difficult. We've also seen Malaysia play Lilia in the past, but looks like they'll play it safe. They go for the Kagura and the Phoveus.
Okay, I mean, again, laning phase-wise, you talked about how Phoveus can be a little bit difficult fighting off with Alot one-on-one, but I think pretty much how Malaysia is going to be like, they want to actually have that opportunity to have a good control, at least with the AoE coming off from Phoveus itself with the Inferno Pursuit, that could actually be proven, but with also TT coming along right here as the goal laner, Curtain Call can also have a good pull for the composition of Malaysia coming in. But Xborg as the final answer of Argentina. What are your thoughts on this, Tafa?
Xborg last pick is excellent.
Yeah.
Team Argentina. As long as there's 3 frontliners or more on the opposite side, Xborg just naturally becomes good, and that's exactly what Team Malaysia has. And looking at this draft, I'm actually a little bit concerned for our host country team, because you do not have very good late game scaling. You're actually depending on CC for that as a fighter. So you cannot allow this game to last too long, or Team Argentina just naturally outscales you.
Pressure-wise, definitely will be given out straight away to Team Malaysia right now as the draft. But then again, if they can actually make a good control and their own motion here against Team Argentina, then things around could be decided here by themselves. But then again, Argentina so far looking at their own draft, they're actually having a better control, having a really good initiation, especially with the fact that the burst damage coming along with Xbox as well as Kimi. But unfortunately, on the side of Malaysia, hopefully if they have the opportunity to actually control that damage, it might go into their favor. But again, welcome to WEC 2025, everyone. This is the last lower bracket quarterfinals. They need to prove themselves to survive here at the WEC 2025. Give it up to Malaysia versus Argentina.
And they're already trading blows a little bit here in the mid lane. We can expect to see an enhanced aggression overall this game, because both sides actually have a pretty strong level 3, level 4 power spike. First turtle is 100% going to be quite chaotic. And Team Malaysia are the ones that need to be setting the tempo. Again, playing multiple fighters means that their late game scaling is going to be lacking, especially since they have a Kagura versus a Kimi, with Naval even going for Weakness Finder to set up for that scaling. This Xborg as well is going to be a big issue, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more focus from Malaysia onto the gold lane to make sure that Riza cannot start building up a snowball.
And a lot of pressure coming in, even Farfao trying to actually do a little bit of extension, but again, they need to have a safe space. It's a driver put out with the mighty swing! Miyuki shuts down Honey immediately!
But then that's the concern, right? Team Malaysia is going to be scattered quite a bit in order to make things happen on the side lanes, and that means it leaves the mid lane kind of uncontested. Kimi actually clears wave a little bit faster than Kagura as well. So Hani's not going to have an easy time. Her job this entire game is actually going to land the Yin-Yang overturn combo on either Miyuki or Naval. Not an easy job to do, especially since it is going to be very cooldown based.
This is really difficult coming in right now. Miyuki being got it off right there, but instantly they come through with the side of this final slash. They did manage to sweep up a little bit, but miss coming in right now. Honey comes through. They do over attack to the side of Miyuki.
Miyuki's positioning a little bit off there for the side of Team Argentina, and putting herself in the most vulnerable place out of everyone as the jungler. Means that Team Malaysia will get their first turtle for absolutely free.
At least a really good counter coming up from Team Malaysia, and they want more. A little bit comes through with the side of Rina, just diving to Neo.
Excellent timing with the iframes right there. Actually popping into the Ogi Shadow kill right before the final slash guaranteed that. And that is what Malaysia needs to keep doing. They have a good pick-off composition and their heroes are largely independent, which means that they can take out isolated targets. They've already helped Sha win out her lane a little bit more effectively. That means that the Fovea shouldn't have much issue against the Arlet anymore. Their next step should be giving Fao Fao a hand, because if this CC can be unlocked and this X4 can be slowed down, Team Malaysia buys themselves a lot more time despite not having as good scaling.
Loving the fact how Yuki is just roaming around, rotating, trying to find a way to actually have the help that is needed to the side of Fao Fao itself. And this is required for Team Malaysia to just counter it all off, to make sure that not much of invasive equation can be done by Team Argentina. No matter how much they did manage to have a really good composition, Team Malaysia can cancel it out.
As long as they can continue that trend, it should be looking quite good for them. But despite the mistakes that have been made so far, Team Argentina still in a very good spot.
And the movement right now with the Mighty Swing miss takes down Yuki immediately. The Glory Pathway could not do anything to survive it out. Again, this is 2-4-2 for Malaysia versus Argentina. Time is ticking. Team Malaysia has the answer, but it's still not going to be enough though.
It's still not quite going to be enough. As we already mentioned, Team Malaysia needs to make something happen.
Last Insanity comes in for the time. Going to break it out, but Fao Fao still survive it out. Going to reflect all the motion, but still Miyuki comes in and shuts down the side of the lane.
Really good aggression coming in here from Team Argentina so far. They're well aware of the fact that Team Malaysia needs early mid-game momentum to remain relevant in this game. And if they can target down even one of these side lanes, then the game becomes a lot more difficult for their opponents. We already mentioned that this X-Borg is going to be a big issue once we get into the later stages, because Malaysia just has so many frontliners.
A lot of frontliners, a lot of the burst damage coming in as well. Great combination to the side of Last Insanity as well as the diving on the side of Miyuki. That's where the fine line that Malaysia, they can't actually allow that gank comes through. So they have to actually have a good rotation coming in. Even so, with Miz just roaming around, giving a lot of support from the mid lane as well. But Yuki comes in right now, gonna actually step ahead right here to give so much pressure to Riza. But not to worry, Riza, with the Firaga armor in the hands, still be surviving it out.
Alright, they need to play it safe right now. Team Malaysia should be aware that Team Argentina is trying to take the fight to them, trying to keep it aggressive. And even though they had initially set themselves quite well, Miyuki as well as Neval are actually picking up assists, starting to get some farm, and that is a bit of an issue. I again pointed out why Team Malaysia needed to give a little bit more assistance towards the gold lane, and I'm still not really seeing it.
I'm not seeing it either, and the fact that right now Rina, having a lot of pressure, had to move away immediately with their own shadow clones, and somehow right now Team Argentina finding a way to just bully them on their own side lane, and this is the pressure they want to put onto Team Malaysia to a point that they cannot move around freely.
I was already a bit concerned when looking at this draft. Team Malaysia has good rundown composition, but X4 counters.
Oh, takes down the charge, comes through, two players comes in. Neval takes down Yuki as well as Shasha's down by Neo herself. And now moving along, three players to survive it out. It seems that Rina at least gets the free turret herself right here at the top. The split push that's done by Malaysia can actually have a little bit of neutralization.
Team Malaysia is going to need to commit to some sacrificial play at this point. You actually do have to trade space on the map just to try and find something else. Trade bodies to make things happen, because Team Argentina is actually starting to hit their power spike already.
The fact that right now it's going to be that shadow kill who doesn't actually go through, doesn't have enough power to actually bait out. Rina will be immediately shut down by Miss, especially with the last Insanity come through. Now coming in with the Ultra Rapid just to pull down the team of Malaysia, they had to pull away.
The decision-making is starting to look a little bit messy there. Rina tried to go in for the backline burst, which is respectable, but then didn't actually leave herself a way to get back out. So that's really awkward for the Hayabusa, considering that you're basically diving into the entire enemy team. The goal lead is now 2.6k in favor of Team Argentina at 7 minutes. That is actually fairly notable, but not quite at the range yet where the game is over. So Team Malaysia, if they can continue playing this carefully going forward, still have a chance. while Team Argentina can just keep doing what they're doing, basically.
They are doing well. They can't just commit to what they have already, mess things around, making a little bit of separation for the teams of Malaysia. And even Rapid decided go for the technical discharge. Shah will immediately shut down by Riza herself, but at the same time, Guru Pathway will be put out. Rina takes down Riza immediately with the shadow kill by Yuki, surviving it out, trying to make a little bit of space so that Malaysia can come through.
And that's not too bad, actually. That ends up being an EXP4 gold lane trade. Rina able to find a nice angle to come in and get the execute off on the X-Borg. They will probably give up on this turtle, but we can see that Fao is going for the top tower instead. And that is exactly what Team Malaysia needs to be doing right now. They're not in a position where they can directly contest team fight-wise, so trade for objectives instead. Go for the macro game.
The fact that we are seeing now a different kind of face from the side of Team Malaysia. Previously started out with day number 1, Team Malaysia prioritized all the macro gamings, all the team fights always sticking together, but now they know for a fact that strategy will not suffice. So they need to pull all stunts to make sure that they can divide all the attentive of Team Argentina. Goal difference-wise still goes out to Team Argentina to get the upper hand, but it's not much that can actually be done here as long as they can control the motion.
As long as they continue controlling the map, Team Argentina should be absolutely fine. They just need to make sure that their backline isn't going to be too vulnerable for the Hayabusa at any point. Team Malaysia, again, still got to stick to more independent gameplay. If you got to throw bodies to get a tower on the opposite side of the map, they should be willing to do it.
Tectonic charge comes in. Honey managed to go away. Even if the Rapid does manage to actually move her more to the side of area. And now going in for the shadow kill. Doesn't catch up anyone. Rina doesn't manage to actually go in. Final slash comes through, but it does manage to go in. Now Shah coming in with the Inferno Brussel. Doesn't get the lead and end up being the sacrifice for Miyuki.
Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate there. So many members of Team Argentina were so low on HP, but the damage from Team Malaysia is just not scaling well enough. And this is the issue about not having some kind of marksman or late game scaling hero. They're very dependent on cooldowns, very dependent on the right conditions for these fighters to actually output their DPS. And while the angle was good coming in, the Ogi shadow kill split up across too many targets. And Team Malaysia weren't able to get anything out of that trade.
The Rapid put out, just gonna deny even more Yuki. This is just a downfall for Nival to get that kill immediately because of the overextension. And now Team Malaysia getting punished by Bits, and even deny Papa as well. Had to move away quickly as possible to save the day.
Team Argentina is now starting to ramp up the aggression a little bit more. They recognize their position in the game. They recognize that they are in a very comfortable spot with this 4K lead. And Team Malaysia isn't very good at scaling. Again, a really big issue in the draft that I'm kind of surprised got through to the game. You can see Rina still trying to contest this, hiding in the bush behind. But Argentina is holding a really tight grasp over the river right now.
All the objectives are more definitely dominant to the side of Argentina. This Lord Dance is just roaming around in the hands of Team Argentina. Unless Malaysia have something to say about it to get to that loophole, they are required to actually search anyone they can actually grab onto. At the moment right now, we are seeing a little bit of crucial state for Team Malaysia as Honey just trying to tease out Miyuki first of all. Jarapin been put out just to actually divide them each other out. So this is actually a little bit of discipline, respect coming in from both teams.
Now, I do think that Team Malaysia should send someone down to the bot lane. They should be able to get a pretty free tier 1 for it, but they're also going to be a bit hesitant to show too far on the opposite side of the map, because once Argentina knows that Malaysia doesn't have all 5 members around the Lord Pit, then they're just going to try and commit to blitzing it. See, Rina is trying to set up for the split push down there, but the moment this Hayabusa shows, Argentina is going to go for it, and we can see that Team Malaysia not really willing to take that trade right now. They still ideally want to be able to 50-50 the Lord.
Let's see. Fao just doing the Glory Pathway been put out by Yuki. Try to do a rotation, but unfortunately that is going to be a lot coming in from Miyuki. Fao takes on Miyuki for the trade, but at the same time, Neval had to pull away. All the basics that doesn't come through, but Infinite Pursuit doesn't catch up anyone by Shah. And in the end, right now, that last Insanity bursting down for the side of Fao instead. And now Honey comes in for Neval, but is it going to be enough though? Shadow Chaos comes in, doesn't get the last hit, and in the end, right now, Argentina final slash going in for the sweep. Can they make it through? They're trying to make sure they can get all the trades. Neo will be shut down by Shah with a 3-piece in the hands of Malaysia.
That ends up being a positive trade from Malaysia, actually trading 2 for 3 and the Lord. They should be able to defend this, though that tier 2 mid is going to take some unfortunate damage. They were able to dive straight into the backline and take out the squishier members by scattering Team Argentina. That is the way that Team Malaysia actually needs to be taking these fights. They cannot be grouping together because that just sets up too much AoE control for Riza. They gotta take him out one by one. The more chaotic they can make the match, the more effective it is going to be for them. But at the same time, they still cannot allow the game to last too long because the scaling is still going to be an issue.
Yeah, and the fact that there's a lot of answers that's already been taken by Team Malaysia. A lot of options, a lot of things that they have already done to make sure they can counter with Team Argentina. But it's not going to be enough though. The gap from the economy-wise, even from the kills-wise, we are seeing Argentina coming on top first of all. So still, there's a lot of things to be done to redeem themselves. And coming into the item builds, I feel like this is pretty much, we see the vast difference because of the economy-wise, right?
Yeah, these are pretty standard builds already. Naval already having that Sky Piercer as well. Luckily for Team Malaysia, probably doesn't have too many stacks on it just yet. I do think that Hani is going to need to commit to a Lightning Trunky, and potentially they're going for the Glowing Wand to have that anti-heal and to help burn down some of the tankier frontliners. But this Kagura does need to be in charge of just bursting the Kimi most of the time. So having items that can support that would be more ideal. I do like the Winter Crown though, being built by Shah right now, knowing that she is the main front line for Malaysia, and the more time that she can buy, the easier it'll be for the rest of her teammates.
Let's see. This is going to be 40 seconds for the Lord to actually spawn out. So far, Team Malaysia just looking an eye, keeping an eye out for every movement that is put out by Team Argentina. Damage-wise, we are seeing at least Shah is up against the Alat side on their side lane is actually 33.1k. She has potential to give so much damage. She will be able to actually do a little bit of maneuvering on every single counter that Argentina put out. But still, it's not going to be enough if it's messy for all the position that is put out by Team Malaysia.
Yeah, Team Malaysia wants the positions to be messy when it comes to team fights. Team Argentina ideally wants to take them on their own terms instead. So there's going to be a bit of back and forth in terms of positioning there, where both sides need to find their ideal angle. I think Riza, especially on the side of Argentina, also needs to be a little less trigger happy on the last Insanity. We've seen a lot of export players so far in this competition use the last Insanity a little bit too early. It does do good damage, but you need that HP.
And now coming in for the Glory Pathway, Tectonic Charge comes through, gets Shah first of all, with the last Insanity bursting down. Fafa gets Neo first of all for the backstep, but at the same time right here, Yuki will be the sacrificial, but she still survived with the immortality. Now gonna stun out Miyuki right at the backline. Unfortunately, we're able to take down Yuki as well, but at the same time right here, we do see Fafa shuts down with Hani being traded out by Miyuki. This Lord is still open, but a really good composure coming in from Team Malaysia.
Yeah, and they're still gonna be continuing this up. They're gonna try and punish Miyuki for going very far back, but now it's a 1v3. Shah gonna go down. Killing spree for the X-Borg.
Last Insanity, great response-wise, and Rina unfortunately caught off guard. Did manage to take down Miyuki by Fafao there, but at the same time right here, we do see massive defense coming in from Team Malaysia.
It ends up being actually kind of positive for Team Malaysia. Oh, not quite enough damage. Rina still needs a little bit more stacks, Sky Piercer-wise. Not actually sure if she even has the item. But you can see that Malaysia was able to create some havoc there. They are basically in a position where, okay, we do have to sacrifice our front line a little bit just to find the right timing to enter the back. Fao as well as Rina are playing very important roles here because they are the best people to melt down targets like Miyuki and Neval. And if they can take them out of the fight, it does become a lot easier. Riza as well.
Ignition been poured out by Riza. They're trying to do a lot. The Glory Pathway been put out right here, but at the same time, Mighty Swing comes in. Can they actually pull through? Inferno Pursuit comes in, drag with the Dark Wave, but at the same time, it's going to be a lot in the hands of Argentina. Shuts down Fafao by Riza itself, and this is going to be Malaysia trying to do some damage, trying to do a dealer. At least they can trade it out by Riza, running away for dealer, but they will have a backup. So Malaysia had to step down just a little bit, making sure that they have enough space for the lot to come in.
And that, I think, is a very good visual indication of the difference that positioning is going to make here. Because that time around, Argentina were able to just all group up in front of the Lord Pit. Because of that, the damage wasn't really able to come true. They were able to melt down the members of Malaysia. I feel like once Fao Pao was dropped down to 10% HP off of the last Insanity, Malaysia should have decided not to go for it.
Oh, Shadow Kill, not enough. Does manage to take Yuki though, but at the same time, can she survive it up? Rina, unfortunately, won't be traded off by Riza itself. Now it's gonna be 4-2-4 right here as the Lord marching in, goes into the top lane. They will be able to secure that inhibitor turret, but at the same time, Team Malaysia, this is opening a door even more for Argentina.
Argentina are now officially in the driver's seat there. And Team Malaysia gonna pop the glorious pathway.
Take Tony Taj comes in, gets Yuki, but Yuki still managed to survive it out because of the glory pathway. So Malaysia still managed to actually counter it all.
The game is not over yet, but it is going to become very difficult for Team Malaysia. No matter what, they need to keep Pao Pao alive. She is basically their marksman in this game because they don't have any other source of consistent DPS output. If everyone else needs to sacrifice themselves for this CC to remain relevant, they have to just do it because Argentina are going to outdamage them no matter what. You gotta take out Naval, you gotta take out Riza, you gotta distract Miyuki if possible. Those are the tickets to victory for Team Malaysia. And as long as Team Argentina doesn't fall for that sort of play, they have a straight line to victory here.
And the fact that right now they're picking off one after another, and this is what required for Team Malaysia. They know they have to actually divide to conquer. Somehow right here with the Winter Crown comes in, they still manage to survive it out, goes in for the Gloria pathway, stalls it out, but at the same time right here, Bani takes down Miyuki immediately with the last Insanity. Doesn't hit anyone at all. Now Neo gonna be actually sacrificed for the side of Team Malaysia, but at the same time they did manage to trade off with Pao Pao. Now coming in for the push, the Rapid as a division, but they deny it completely. Rina comes in with a shadow kill, takes down Riza. Just a little bit more, Riza. You will not be able to survive it up. You still have that Firagama. Will they deny it immediately? No! Honey! As the last one to shut down Riza.
And there we go. That is the big team fight victory that Team Malaysia had been looking for. Again, I feel like they could have put a little bit more resource into making sure that Pao Pao could survive. But Pao Pao did an incredible job of avoiding being picked off at the very beginning thanks to their Winter Crown and actually distracting Team Argentina despite being the main core. That allowed the fight to last long enough for Team Malaysia to take control.
No, Tectonic Charge gets Shah and Yuki as well, but still, that Gloria pathway surviving it out, especially with the revitalization, still managed to actually have them to be surviving. But Hani comes along, shuts down Nival, giving more opportunity for Team Malaysia.
Hani now starting to stand out a little bit as the MVP there. We see the Wishing Lantern already complete as well. So trying to go for a more universal damage draft, not actually just targeting the Kimi, but also attempting to help contribute to whittling down heroes like Miz and Neo. They're now working on the Lord. Argentina sees this. Can they contest?
Putting out the Earthen Rampage, but they're denying it. Glory Fire has been put out by Miyuki. They're now coming in right now. They survive it out. They will be able to secure this one, denying Miyuki to come in. Shut down by Rina. Last Insanity to use as escape mechanism, and Argentina backs off.
Really good attempt there by Argentina. But Miyuki was the only one that could actually break through the front line. And if you're the only one going through, you are going to be the main target. The Lord knockup, also very lucky in favor of Team Malaysia, getting the hit onto the Suyo right around the Retribution timing. So with that, Team Malaysia now has a Lord pushing in. They have actually managed to reverse the situation despite not having a proper late game marksman and handling an export. Team Argentina have to be more careful. They need to be taking these fights slower and respecting the dive potential of their opponents.
Let's see if this dive can be happening right now as the Glory pathway been up right here as Earthen Rapid also to divide it out. But still, this turret will be shut down immediately by the players of Malaysia. Coming in right now, they will be able to secure another turret for the mid lane as well. And they're pushing it. Not only that, bottom also will be secured for the team of Team Malaysia. And they know they're coming in to break down all of the defense mechanism for Team Argentina. But that's going to be enough for them to at least push a lot of pressure into Argentina.
That is basically perfect wave syncing coming in from Team Malaysia. The management was on point and perfectly timed to make sure that they could take every single inhibitor off of a single Lord push. We are now 21 minutes into the game. The goal difference is not too big and the impact of it is not too notable anymore, since by now most of the core heroes are going to be hitting full item builds. It does just come down to execution and composure, and Team Malaysia has given themselves a lot more breathing room now that both of the bases are basically empty. Team Argentina can still turn this around, but they have to be aware of the fact that certain heroes have dropped off in functionality, and they have to play to preserve Neval and Riza. Riza, again, especially, needs to stop spending last insanity too early into the fight.
And seeing how the team of Malaysia wasting all of the skill scape first of all, that's going to be the initiation, the setup that is required for Team Malaysia. Despite, however, they had a little bit of rough start, now they're coming in for a little bit of good reset to counter Team Argentina. The lot coming in within 14 seconds. Somehow, they want to actually utilize every moment, every second so that they can actually have that diving or even divided attention right at the top. Somehow, they know for a fact they are going to require to go back to the crystal to deny any entrance coming in from the push of minion.
Yeah, I'm liking macro play now from Team Malaysia because of the waves being pushed up. Riza needs to be sent back to handle it. Malaysia knows that Team Argentina does not have their full 5-man available, and because of that, they can start working on this Lord a little bit. They should be aware that Miz is back there though, and it's still going to take some time to whittle it down without a marksman. So unfortunately, they're not able to blitz it just yet.
Yeah, and the fact that they're a little bit hesitant knowing for a fact Riza is coming to join the fight as well. So they are crucial on the timing right now. Poking a bit the side of the Lord right here and knowing for a fact, just waiting for Team Argentina to make that move. If they make that move, they counter it back for their reaction. But Traction Pulse comes in, does goes for the stun for Shah, but then again, they still manage to survive it out. And still, this is just a poke, a tease from both sides. Yuki, Shah goes to the front line, looking for a way. Does they want to actually go for the setup, or they want to actually just wait out?
Look at the waves pushing into the base right now.
Yeah.
Riza has so much housekeeping to do, and Malaysia is aware of it. That's why they're going for the aggressive stance now. They're controlling the Lord Pit, invading into the jungle, forcing Team Argentina back.
Goes in for the Inferno Pursuit, surviving it out, but now coming in for the Immortality. Shot takes down Miyuki. Neo barely surviving out, but Shadow Kill comes in. Mighty swing from the side of Miz, but Miz, you can't do anything. Rina will be making sure that Shuriken will get the last hit to slay you out. Now 2 players will be stolen by Team Malaysia. Now Miyuki just making sure that all of the players for Team Malaysia was trying to fight them off, but in the end, right here, Neo is just being zoned out by Yuki all by herself. Final Slash comes in, doesn't have much damage, and coming along with Honey right here to burst the damage all the way, shuts down with a mega kill.
3 members of Team Argentina have now officially been taken off the board. This is a free Lord for Team Malaysia, and the waves are still pushing up. With Hani clearing up the mid lane, they can instantly transition from taking this into pushing into the base. There is still a 50-second death timer on Neo.
This is crucial timing for Team Malaysia. Great composition, great diving, as well as dividing motion and attention to a point that Argentina, they are faltering just a little bit. They had to make sure that their base is secure, but at the same time, they don't have enough players, enough power to fight out those team fights.
Right now, Team Malaysia are in the driver's seat, but they still have to be somewhat cautious. Their main goal is to take out the Kimi and the X-Borg. Once these 2 heroes are no longer in contention, it'll be a lot easier for them. And knowing that as well, if we're looking from the perspective of Team Argentina, those are the 2 players that they need to preserve at all costs. I feel like Riza is being used a bit too much as a frontliner rather than being known as a back DPS. The last insanity needs to be held on for as long as possible to maximize it.
Goes in for the shadow kill just to mess things around, and Argentina on the crystal side. But at the same time right here, goes out for the last insanity just a little bit too soon. But is it going to actually cost their life? Flora Power has been put out. Right here, Mighty Swing comes in from Miz. Miz will be shot down by Yuki immediately. Now leaving only 4 players. Shah comes in for the long, still survive with the immortality. But the crystal will be in the hands of Team Malaysia.
A reversal despite a less than stellar opening. Team Malaysia found the gaps in the defense of their opponents and perfectly worked their way through the chinks in the armor to secure victory in game number 1. Really good adjustments right there, and surprisingly being able to come out on top in the later stages despite not having a proper scaling hero. They have defied the odds.
I mean, Malaysia teams had me run for my money actually, because the fact is I was a little bit scared as well from the start. It was a little bit of a lot of mistakes coming in, and even we talked about how the draft wise there's not much can be done with a lot of holes are in the hands of Argentina. But once they do that split division, once they actually divide and conquer, this is where the fine line how Malaysia, not just well known as a macro gaming players, but they are also well known to actually have a great adaptability.
And they're also known as a team with a good aggression. That's why it's good for them to play these sort of composition with lots of fighters, because one of the key points of this playstyle is your ability to just run down the opponent, brute force your way through their ranks regardless of any frontline defense. I do feel like Team Argentina needed to use Miz a bit more as just a damage sponge. They were clearly keeping the Grok in the back to look for a good tectonic charge.
Yeah.
But because of that, the X-Borg needed the front line. And because of that, the last Insanity had to be used early, or the Firaga armor was burnt out too early. And you have to remember, this is one of the heroes that's very efficient at dealing with fighters. If it gets dived too soon and has to play safe, then you lose out on a key component of your draft.
And not only that, I kind of actually have what quite worries as well from the side of the draft Malaysia, right? Not to put it down as well, even though they did win that first game or first round itself, it's just that the fact that they were too dependent on the fact of the late game insecurity. So those are the things that you know that Team Argentina, if they actually allows those late games to even come through, Team Malaysia has a great backline and a great composition for them to just counter all those attacks. And at the same time, the mistake that was done by Argentina to come in with a little bit of late of their positioning or even their own ability that was used at the wrong timing, those are the crucial things that actually secure the win here for the first round.
And looking at the itemization overall, this was a 26-minute game basically, so everyone is already full build. I don't think it is anything too out of the ordinary. You can see that Fao Fao even went ahead and swapped out those shoes for a 6th item already. So it's actually playing like a gold laner despite being able to jump into the front lines. I said before this draft started that Team Malaysia couldn't really afford to let this game last too long because they might run into scaling issues. But something that did slip my mind was their ability to just ignore the front line and directly target DPSs on Argentina's side. They executed that really, really well, took advantage of the way that their comp can cheese the typical gameplay of MLBB, and came out on top because of it.
I think pretty much the fact that they saw how a little bit of not much strong frontliners for them to build up from Argentina. This is where Malaysia just take advantage of this. This is where the fine line that they see this opportunity rises off in the hands of Team Malaysia, and they have a lot of benefits to be the one to make the change here for the first round. But our key player is going to be in the hands of two players from Malaysia, which is Rina as the gold hunter with 754 GPM. The gold is going to be Rizal from the Argentina. 112,000 damage was given out. So much burst needed to bring down Team Malaysia, but it was still not enough to take down anyone. And Miss on the other note as the tanker with 233,000. As the best support, Yuki making a lot of timing for that glory parrot to be put out, making sure that no one gets away from the hands of Team Malaysia.
It's a bit of a curious situation, this matchup, because both teams are actually aiming for slower team fights. Team Malaysia wants to burn them down slowly through Infernal Pursuit as well as CC with the yo-yos, whereas Team Argentina wants to play a slow burn with Kimi and X-Borg, slowly melting the members of Team Malaysia for the backline. The difference here is the formation that they need to approach team fights from. Again, Team Malaysia wants a scattered fight. The less AoE damage X-Borg and Kimi do, the better they'll feel, whereas Argentina wants to play more of a front to back, and Team Malaysia did not let them do so.
Yeah, and the fact that started out really good for Team Argentina. They were just messing around, trying to actually control every single movement that was done by Team Malaysia. But the fine line is when the moment you go in for the mid games, right? The divide conquer that was done by Team Malaysia, that actually fruitful for them to actually just punish every movement that Argentina was doing. I think there were times that they were actually trying to figure out where Rina was hiding out, and in the end, Rina gets a good trade for themselves.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised how much Malaysia got away with having a player not even involved in the team fight for the majority of its beginning. And if it had gone wrong, that would have really bit them in the butt. But it didn't. They actually did manage to survive long enough. I really like the fact that both the CC and the Phoveus bought Winter Crown because they know our goal is to survive, right? And buy time. And that's what happened.
And I hear that we have a little bit of content to be shared with our viewers. This is very interesting. So let's check it out. Are they talking about each other? So let's see what does Malaysia and Argentina thinks about WEC 2025.
Sí, tenemos una estrategia que la vamos a intentar aplicar lo mejor que se pueda para intentar llevarnos la partida.
Yes, we were thinking already about Malaysia and we do have a strategy for them which we will try our best and to see if it works.
Kami pun berharap match yang sengit dan memberikan good fight.
Que se esperen unas muy buenas contrincantes, que le vamos a dar mucha batalla.
You have to expect a really great rivals because we are here to fight you and we'll beat you.
Untuk yang menyokong tim Malaysia, terima kasih dan support kita orang esok di lower bracket.
A few words exchanged, a few words thrown between the teams, and of course a little thank you message as well from our local representatives. To everyone watching from Malaysia, make sure to continue showing them some love, and to everyone else watching from different regions as well, make sure to keep supporting the teams in the comments and on your social media posts because they need all the support they can get. Now that we are moving into game number 2, Team Malaysia is able to breathe a little bit more, but they cannot let their guard down. That's precisely what happened earlier to Team Turkiyye.
Here's the thing. I'm already prepared for day number 3. We talked about how 2 days already clean sweep. I think this is not going to be an easy win as well for Team Malaysia.
You think so?
Yeah, exactly. Because we talked about how the draft for the first round, it could have actually backfired. Like you talked about how it could have actually bite in the back. Yeah, I do agree on that. If they made a little slight mistake, or maybe they actually kind of lost touch or lost their own focus, it could have actually gone to the side of Argentina to have a really good opening. Because draft-wise, I feel like during the start, Argentina was controlling much of the game.
Yeah, they were. I think that if they just slowed it down a little bit, taken the fights with a little bit more composure and not fallen for the bait of Team Malaysia trying to scatter their ranks, it would have been a lot easier for them to eventually close that game out in the middle stages. So they should have learned from that, I imagine. This team has already proven their adaptability overall. They're able to learn from those mistakes. The energy seems to be strong still on stage. We can tell that the members of Team Malaysia are definitely feeling a lot happier after their Game 1 victory. If they can take one more, then they will be able to move on to the next stage where they will face off against Team Cambodia.
And the fact that right now for second round of our lower bracket quarterfinal, it's going to be broken walls. A lot of mobility wise can be used here, can be utilized, moving around, especially for the contest of the Lord as well as Turtle. This is where the fine line that you get to play around and not just steal away, but also for the counter attack as well. Once you actually had the Turtle, maybe you can actually have a trade-off for that kill.
And Broken Wall still remains the least frequent map on the main stage broadcast so far. So it's very nice to be able to see it once again. This map will specifically raise the priority level of heroes like Grok and Baxia because they are able to take maximum advantage of the gaps in the walls, in the jungle. Heroes like Fanny also going to get a little bit more of an increased pick rate, but that depends on whether these teams are capable of executing on her in the first place.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think pretty much we don't see much of Fanny for the main stage, right? So definitely does actually pose a lot of questions on whether or not Fanny will be given an opportunity here for a draft. But on the side of the FaZe Bane, we do have the teams are already banning Alice, Esmeralda, Gatot Kaca, as well as Hayabusa. I mean, Hayabusa on the hands of Team Malaysia, it was amazing, but because they are not the first pick, it can actually have the risk of giving out to Argentina.
Okay, Lancelot now going to be the final ban on the side of Argentina. So both of the more meta assassins are going to be taken out of the pool. Grok now going to be a primary question since it is broken walls, but Baxia also a very safe way to open things up. So Malaysia is going to pose the question. They're going to open up the draft instead. You can grab one, but we will take the other.
Yeah, definitely. So Argentina, I think there's no problem if you want to pick up Grok, because previously we did see how much manageable that would be able to actually set up with the tectonic charts in the hands of Team Argentina. Miss was able to do a lot of damage with the Mighty Swing as well. It's just that at the end of it all, for the fight, it wasn't really as much as effect they needed, but they prioritized Yif instead for the first pick. So this is kind of open for Malaysia to take it if they want.
Ooh, that is actually a very respectable first pick. The Eve being taken by Argentina means that even if Team Malaysia goes for the Grok right now, they won't have the combo potential of it together. You could pair it up with a Lunox or a Farsight instead though, and that would still work perfectly well. They will go for the Lapu alongside it.
Interesting. Going off for the sustained heroes. They know for a fact that right now they're just gonna draw the line to see what kind of mid lane that Argentina are gonna pick up. Still open again. If they wanna actually get the Lunox for themselves, can be still done. But then again, if they wanna actually control it to the second phase of Baning, that can actually seclude it even more of their signature hero pool. So Argentina right now, they can actually take out their jungler right now as well if they wanna go in all out right here.
It might be good to go for your jungler now if you are on Team Argentina. You can still go into the Baxia or the Fredrin if you want tank. If not, Yi Sun-shin is probably your best bet otherwise. Looks like that is going to be the CC and the Hilo. So a bit of a switch up actually. Team Argentina grabbing a lot of the heroes that Team Malaysia used before.
Oh, but then they open up the opportunity for YSS to be picked out by Team Malaysia. Again, why is Argentina? They are prioritizing more on how they want to actually set things up, who they want to actually control from the front line. But this is going to be a little bit more difficult because it is an opportunity for Malaysia to shut down even more the junglers for the second phase.
And I expect them to do so.
Right?
Get rid of heroes like, do you want ban Baxia still actually? The CC is already a potential flex pick. By going for CC, Eve, Hylos, Argentina have left their side lanes a little bit more in question, and that allows them to hide their draft a little bit. Team Malaysia still gonna be getting rid of the tanks first. Looks like Fredrin. Should be a Baxia after this, I imagine.
Baxia. I don't really see much of Baxia coming along for Team Argentina, but maybe that could actually be a surprise for them because most of the time we do see that Suyo is always popping off for them. So that could also be one of the eye to be watched out by Team Malaysia. Now Argentina, they can even side out a little bit more of the mid laner, but they ended up actually taking out Xborg.
I respect the Xborg ban. Team Argentina picked it themselves into the CC and Hylos earlier, so they're well aware that this hero is a good counter to multiple front lines. I think that if they are looking at this direction, they should probably also ban Ruby. Since there's already a Yi Sun-shin on Team Malaysia, they can probably play double fight their side lane. Ruby is the best bet in the gold lane. Actually doesn't have too bad a time against the CC, so get rid of that as well. And that is indeed the Baxia ban. So Team Malaysia focusing on jungle.
Yeah, a lot of the jungle's assassin heroes already been taken out, giving more of smaller pools to be picked out by Team Argentina. Again, mid laner is still open here for Team Malaysia, so they can just cut it out even more further. So Farsa will be taken out into the portion.
I feel like this should just be a Ruby then for Team Malaysia. It would be pretty safe since no other mid laners are going to be contested anymore. Unless they are worried about another potential lane dominator, in which case they can actually leave this Lapu as flex, grab their mid lane first, and then go for their gold lane last. So that means that Ruby has the potential to be stolen away by Argentina, and with the tanks already taken out, they are probably going into an assassin, so Ruby is quite valuable here.
Let's see, are they going to actually pick up Ruby for themselves? Because if they actually let that go, it could actually lead to another falter for Team Malaysia, a risky drafting. But no, they ended up picking up Jushin for the mid lane.
Going Zeus in first, so there is a potential of Argentina taking the Ruby away right now. Zeus in means that Team Malaysia is going to be lacking a little bit of damage overall and doesn't have as much a mid lane priority against Eve Hylos. That is something that Team Argentina might be able to take advantage of. It means that they can actually ignore the Zeus in entirely and play a similar style to what Team Malaysia did in Game 1, going for full fighters and just hard diving into the team composition of their opponent.
I'm not really in the favor of Zushin to be picked up here. I mean, like, Kimi was still open though. If they want to,
I agree,
right? Because they have actually a lot more ways with Kimi to be picked up here for the mid lane. You have a lot of damage to be given out as well from the start as well as to the end of the game. But now coming in, Argentina will definitely pick up not only Ruby but Joy as their own jungler now. This is somehow, I feel like a little bit more of Serene coming in from Argentina itself. So Malaysia, last pick.
Yeah, I feel like the Zeus in was a bit of a mistake from Team Malaysia here, unless they're hiding some kind of secret strategy in the back. But going for Ruby there would have not only not denied it away from Team Argentina, would have been a way to make them hesitate about going for Joy, because then Team Malaysia would have had good crowd control. Now Team Malaysia is lacking crowd control. They're lacking a hero with good flexibility in the gold lane. They'll probably have to lean back into a marksman because I don't think there's a lot of good fighter gold lanes left in the draft. But they also need crowd control to handle this Joy. Looks like it is going to be a glue. So that's a Lapu Lapu gold.
Oh, wow. This is beyond what we are expecting here from the team of Malaysia. But then again, maybe they have something that we do not see just yet, because we did talk about how sometimes Malaysia can adapt very, very quickly and they have a surprise element on their side. But on the side of the drafting wise, I do feel like Argentina have already read, and again, one step ahead, just a little bit from the team of Malaysia.
I still feel like that Zeus in fourth pick was a
I
mistake.
know, right?
It should have been Ruby. It would have looked so much better if they had the Ruby on their lineup, and then we go for something like a Lunox would have been perfectly fine. Then the damage is really, really solid on the side of Team Malaysia. But that means that Team Argentina might be able to take advantage of that lapse in judgment here. Looking at their draft overall, they've got a lot of damage scaling potential. Looks like it is going to be a Ruby Gold CC EXP, which means that they actually don't have too bad of a matchup into the glue either. And Team Malaysia is once again going to need to be the ones that set the momentum.
Yep, but that is it. We are going to see what is going to happen with this second round. If Team Malaysia can close it out, this is going to be the end for Argentina. But unless Argentina have a say for it, welcome to WEC 2025 Lower Bracket Quarterfinals.
Will Team Malaysia be able to secure yet another clean sweep in their journey to the end of WEC? Or will we close things out with a full series once again after the first one happened at the start of day number 3? Team Argentina, their backs against the wall. They do not want to end their journey here.
The fact that right now we are seeing a lot of invasion coming in from Team Argentina. That little wonder can do a lot of wonders right here for Team Argentina, and no denies whatsoever coming in from Team Malaysia as well, because they are going to actually do a little bit of stunning here for Team Honey, but Honey may actually overextend too much. Drags miss, but it will not get any casualty whatsoever.
Yeah, that Mighty Swing actually ended up not being as good because it pushed the Hylos out of tower range, but I can see the idea they were going for. It probably wouldn't have gotten the kill anyway, so it's still fine. But we can see that so far, we're not going to have too much trading. I imagine that with the compositions we're looking at here, with both teams going double fighter side, we're only really going to see a proper exchange around that first turtle.
Let's see how much they can actually focus out for their own lane, right? So far, rotation-wise, both of them know that they can actually have their own counters. But the question is, who will be disciplined enough to set things up before the turtles spawn out? Let the rapid be put out just to divide things out right here. They will not be able to actually have so much of the success of the scrimmage itself. It's just a poke and tease between each other. But Rina is setting up already for the turtle, and they're doing it really as fast as possible. But coming on right now, Neo comes in, Mountain comes through, able to actually take down the turtle before any casualty goes into the hands of Argentina.
Good control and good decision to just blitz the turtle. They are aware that Miyuki was not around, so just commit to it. It was very close though. Neo actually got a really nice burst in onto the Yi Sun Shin, and if Rina was not careful, could have actually been taken out there. But that's going to be a small early advantage for Team Malaysia.
I mean, they lost something, but they gained something. So this is kind of like you gotta do something to sacrifice. And no pain, no gain. So pretty much this is what Malaysia is thinking about. But then again, is it gonna be enough? So far, when it comes to the gaps of the economy-wise, it's not that big. So still, this is going to be on a par that Team Malaysia needs to do better to fight off with Team Argentina. But on the side of Argentina, they're controlling very good.
Yeah, the conditions here for this game are actually kind of similar to game number 1, where Team Malaysia is once again highly reliant on basically one main damage dealer. In this case, it is going to be Rina, so they're not depending on a fighter to do so. But in comparison, Team Argentina has a lot of DPS.
Auto Shocker comes in. Neo been dragged out by that grab. Still goes in for the diving. Shuts down Neo immediately. But now, Miyuki comes over with the electrifying beat. Doesn't get anything for the trade. Drags out by Honey immediately. But will they actually get two? Nope, this is only enough for one sacrifice right here.
That's a bit unfortunate. Miyuki didn't have electrifying beats off cooldown. Only just got it now. But it's too late. And she's gonna get punished for it.
He's just gonna get punished for it, and this is going to give a lot of the goal defense here in the hands of Team Malaysia. Great diving. Even Riza right now trying to do a little bit of overextension to clear out the minions in the side lanes. And somehow Yuki will be able to deny that. Goes in for the ultra rapid, but Riza goes out away.
Having to force the flicker though. Really nice wall placement coming out from Yuki. We can see Malaysia able to play a lot more aggressively now that they have a hero like a Grok. Ooh.
Ooh, the RWM just close enough to get a hold of Honey, but she managed to move away quickly.
Oh, now Mountain Shock are going to be used. Team Malaysia sees where Team Argentina are and are well aware that most of them are hovering around the mid to top side for this next hurdle. A lot of cooldowns being spent. With Rina still going to be focusing on farming that orange buff as well. So far, no eyes on Miyuki. Team Malaysia hasn't seen the joy just yet.
Let's see. So far, movement in right now. The teams are just trying to actually scatter things around. Honey finding a way to just move the Argentina area from the turtle pit. But at the same time, they're going to actually go for the chase. Career pathway been picked up right here. Going to go all out, but that only charge comes through. Does get the 3 players. And now Riza shuts down Honey first of all. But they're going in for the counter attack. As Papa just goes in for the fight. Rina takes down with Yuki being taken out by Miyuki instead. But that's going to be 2 pieces for 1.
A good initiation coming in from Team Argentina there. They saw that Hani was completely out of position, isolated as the Zeus in on the opposite side of the river, and so they decided to make the full commit. We saw a really nice tectonic charge come out of Yuki, but the damage was not quite there because the fight had occurred too quickly and the Zeus in was already taken out of it. Because of that, Argentina now finding a little bit more ground back in their favor, though Team Malaysia still not relinquishing control over that hurdle.
Not much of the follow-up that is required from Team Malaysia right now. They gotta do more. At least those are the crucial things that can actually put a lot of gap between them here with Team Argentina. Team Malaysia, yes, they found the answer, but at the same time, it kind of falters in the hands of Argentina. Now, pushing in right to the minion waves of mid lane, trying to make sure that at least they have that discipline to get that push going on.
The target of Team Argentina is going to 100% be Rina on this Isan Shin. Currently 3-0 and the main win condition for Team Malaysia.
Goes in for the tectonic charge, gets 2, but at the same time, Neo will be able to take down Hani first of all. Goro pathway shuts down, but Riza shuts down Yuki as well. That's going to be 2 pieces. Rina did manage to actually trade off with Miyuki, but it's just going to be enough for the players of Malaysia to just skirt away. Now, Neo comes in, goes in for the yo-yo, just managed to take down shot by Neval instead. So it's going to be 3 pieces for 1 now.
That's definitely not worth it for Team Malaysia right there. And we are starting to hit the point in the game where the flaws in their draft are once again showing themselves. Rina is the only consistent source of damage. Even if they're able to get a good catch to start the fight, Team Argentina can just run them down because almost every single hero on their lineup has good DPS output. Because of that, Hani just cannot survive a lot of the time to actually get multiple sources of CC. And Team Malaysia needs to delay fights for as long as possible so that Rina can slowly take targets out one by one.
A lot of the follow-ups is not really in par right now. Team Malaysia, a little bit response are delayed to a point that follow-up is too late for them to get that composure. And especially the fact that Argentina, they see how that reflections is just not good enough. They ended up backfiring it to the side of Team Malaysia. So now let's see if Malaysia can have a better setup compared to what they did so far. A little bit of mistakes can actually do a lot of wonders if they learn it all.
And now Team Argentina, they're gaining control over the turtle. They did actually get a flicker out of Neval quite early there. Meanwhile, they're in the bot lane. They're ganking Neo. They get the kill, but they know Rina is not at the turtle now.
Now Turtle will be able to take it out by Argentina because of the fact, but at the same time right here, Miyuki will be grabbed right here by the side of Shah, but is it going to be enough though? Goes in for the tectonic charge. RWM been picked up. Papa takes out Miyuki immediately with the Glory Power been put out, but now Miss left all alone with Frieza. Never trying to do as much damage from behind, but somehow it's not going to be enough. Right here, goes in for the pack, but Shah goes for the sprite, surviving it out again. Grab to Riza, yet they're not doing as much casualty, but it still is enough for the damage because they are doing a split push down below.
Oh, Shah was such an MVP in that fight right there, and that basically went exactly how Team Malaysia was hoping for it to occur. They had their jungler in the bot lane, they split push, they got the entire lane of towers, and they actually managed to kill off Miyuki as well to make the turtle take more difficult. This lineup from Team Malaysia actually does work if the conditions line up, and Team Argentina need to be aware of that.
Forcing their way in straight away to the side of Argentina. That is what is needed right here for Team Malaysia. The brute force, the counters they are already setting up, making sure that Argentina doesn't find the answer for them to actually go back and react perfectly. But at the same time, right here goes in for the tectonic charge into the diving composition. Goroparu been picked up right here so that they can actually have a way to surrender. But RWM been picked up. Yuki trying to survive it out, but comes in with the bravest fight that can actually pull through. But Yuki having a danger zone right here will be denied immediately by Riza. But now they're trying to push in away from the side of the Yo-Yo Neo. Now coming in from Malaysia. That setup was a failure, but they did pick up Neo immediately for the trade.
Our Team Argentina needs to stop taking these really extended fights unless they know they can take out the Yisan Shin. They need to be aware that Rina is their main target. They spent so much time just picking off Yuki, and then they end up trading their own EXP laner for it. That still ends up being worth it for Team Malaysia. At the very least, the goal difference is not that big yet though. This could still go either way, but the way that Team Argentina needs to play to come back into this is to pick off this Yisan Shin.
Again, a lot of the ganks that was done by Team Malaysia has been very, very fruitful now. Starting up the dance already here for the Lord Pit. Team Malaysia does not waste any time, denying it with the ear-turn rampant been put out by Yuki, and they get the Lord freely, zoning perfectly done. But at the same time, Miyuki gets a little bit of steal here back at the bottom turret itself.
I think it is the correct decision. After that previous exchange, Team Argentina is aware that a direct fight is a bit difficult right now. They need a little bit more damage on their side, especially to take down this glue. So they'll give up the tower, and in order to get some structures, Team Malaysia is going to try and up the ante.
So far right now, we are seeing a lot of the good answers coming in from Team Malaysia. Argentina been pushed just a little bit further, but if they can actually find a way to actually seclude some of the players of Malaysia, that could be a good positioning for them to just counter back, go back into the area where Team Malaysia was not aware of. Because so far right now, with them working together, countering as a four-man, it is difficult for Argentina to move around. Without the urgent rampage, doesn't get the tectonic charge, but then again, it's just to set it up so that they can actually get the middle turret.
And now the Lord is going to be pushing in. Still the first Lord of the game, and every single holy defense is still intact. So Team Argentina should be able to defend this without too much problem. Team Malaysia gonna play this safe as well. They obviously cannot dive here.
They cannot dive in. This is the discipline that is required for Team Malaysia. Even now, they are just trying to actually push all the minutes. This is the wave that is required for Team Malaysia to put so much pressure to Argentina to just hide it out under their own base now. They're trying to actually tease away that holy defense at the top lane, but I don't think Argentina will allow it.
Thing is, it'll go away by itself in about 5 seconds anyway, so doesn't make too much of a difference there. And at the very least, Team Argentina won't have to deal with too much more structural damage. Now though, they are going to be limited to their base, and they still ideally need a little bit more farm before they can truly come online. They gotta be able to take these fights on their own terms. So far, Team Malaysia has been the ones starting them, has been the ones countering them, has been able to keep Rina largely alive, and this is where the majority of their damage comes from. I think at this point, Team Argentina might just have to die for the Yi Sun Shin regardless.
RWM been put out just to actually hold out the positioning of Team Malaysia. Miyuki, nowhere to be found, finally goes in to join the party right here as they go in for the tectonic charge. Doesn't get anyone, but the turret does move in right here for the team of Malaysia. Now Miss comes in with the glory pathway, doesn't catch anyone. Shah just managed to actually skirt away with Honey, trying to catch up with Riza, but doesn't actually manage to pull through as Team Malaysia, they fall back as a discipline honor.
Yeah, really good resource usage from Team Malaysia. Just throw everything you can against the wall to get that structure, because you know that Team Argentina doesn't really have the cooldowns needed to punish you for overextending. That is one inhibitor already taken down. And we're approaching 13-minute mark. Next Lord is going to be up soon. Goal difference still isn't very big, but map control is making a big difference. And the overall durability of Team Malaysia is just overpowering the damage output of Argentina, which honestly is rare nowadays, considering the meta now is all about DPS.
But it seems that Miyuki is desperate, try to go all the way out to Farfao as well as Hani, but then again, it could be just a waste of skill sets right here from the side of Team Argentina. Rina already starting the dance right here with the Lord, and it seems that Team Argentina is going to actually just give it all out to Malaysia, because this is actually a good decision for them, because more of this can actually be countered as they actually set up for the last defense if they can do so.
Team Argentina wanted to walk up just to get some kind of vision so that they can maybe see how far Malaysia are into whittling down the Lord HP, but Yuki standing there and dropping walls in their faces is not allowing them to walk up even into their own jungle. Malaysia's not even trying to go for the punish. They're just zoning. They're just making sure they can't get anywhere close, so the Lord goes to them for free. It's going to be pushing down the bot lane. There's only 2 inhibitors left standing, and there's no more holy defense for Team Argentina to work with. Once again, they need to find Rina. If they're not able to take out this Yi Sun Shin, there is no way back into the game for them.
Minion comes into the mid turret right here as they try to clear things out. They know for a fact Lord is coming in from the bottom. They care make sure that they open as well for the top turret. But at the same time, they're prioritizing right here for their crystal. They know for a fact there's going to be a backdoor if they actually deny it. But RWM been put out just a little bit too early on. Shah managed to go through, but Glory Pathway doesn't catch anyone. And Team Malaysia falls back easily without any casualty. But here on out, it seems like Fafao goes in for the diving. Doesn't meet anyone, goes in for the fire risk fighter, but doesn't catch anyone. Neo comes in for the curtain call, but is it going to be enough? Winter Crown has already been opened, but at the same time, grab straight to Riza, but it's just Team Malaysia teasing off Team Argentina, and now they're backing up. But BUK once more goes in for the electrifying bit, doesn't get anyone. Instead, those damages are just all the way full usage coming into Team Malaysia.
Good positioning there from Team Malaysia, but also a good defense from Team Argentina. They're just blowing their cooldowns because they know they have to spend everything to make sure they lose as little as possible. Taking out that Lord, only losing 1 inhibitor is probably the best case scenario that could have happened for them. Team Malaysia still doing a very good job of keeping their DPS safe. As long as that front line remains intact, there's not much that Argentina is going to be able to do, and Shah especially has become an absolute monster in the front line. Just impossible to remove her.
The fact that right now we are solely depending on the damage right here in the hands of Rina itself, it shows how much of Malaysia prioritized the defense and the safetyness of Rina to be surviving until they be able to actually spot out any of the loopholes that Argentina will put out. Team Argentina, on the other note, no matter how much they try to go into the backline, will be denied completely. And looking on the damage-wise, we do see that at least Neo can pull through a lot of skill set to the side of Team Malaysia. But then again, Miyuki, as the sole one that needs to go into the backline, cannot do so.
I don't think Miyuki alone is going to be enough. You have to actually send Miyuki and Neo and have them both focusing down Rina for anything to actually happen, which is possible, but it depends on the rest of Team Argentina actually distracting Team Malaysia. And so far, their composure has been strong. The host country buff looking pretty good right now, looking pretty comfortable. You can tell that the momentum from game number 1 is allowing them to make very snap decisions very quickly.
Let's see. They are trying to actually divide and conquer. Neo goes into Hani first of all. RWM being picked up. A lot of separate fights come through right here as Mountain Chakra been put out by Rina. But Miyuki still managed to pull through now. They're going to actually grab Miyuki immediately by Rina himself. And now Miss on the loose right here by tagging along by Shah himself. Denying any entrance. It's a weapon been put out right here. But Shah will be taken out by IF offended. But she's surviving out. All those heroes has been dragged out by Riza. Will not be enough. She managed to survive all of it. Now Fafa goes in for the bravest fighter. Does not manage to actually get enough damage for their side, but they still manage to always secure the immortality. But here comes along, all the mistakes is done. Argentina comes through with Rina being shut down. All the overextension, Argentina comes in.
That's a bit of a mistake by Team Malaysia, but I also think it might have been an executive call. They saw all 3 waves pushing into the base, and they're just basically trying to keep Team Argentina here for as long as possible. But by doing so, dive too deep to make it happen. Rina has actually gone down. That is actually shutdown gold now claimed by Team Argentina. Another 20 seconds before the Malaysian jungler will be able to return to actually contest the Lord as well. But Argentina is still going to be scrambling to keep their base intact. They'll keep Miz back at home, but they still have all of their other members. I think Team Argentina will actually grab an objective here.
Yeah, this Lord will definitely be in the hands of Argentina. Shah, no matter how much long she can be able to zone it out, it's not going to be enough for Team Malaysia to actually neutralize the situation. But again, to depend on that pushing, all the wave coming in, is a little bit too risky for the team of Malaysia. But yes, we do see that the base is already open, bare for the Team Malaysia to just push on and give more pressure to Argentina.
They do end up getting the last inhibitor out of it, but I agree, I don't think it was really worth it for Team Malaysia. It was a good call, but the way they executed on it needed a little bit of work. Again, protecting Yi Sun Shin should have been the main concern, but Rina dived way too deep and in fact nearly died 1v1 to Miyuki because she looked for the fight herself when the fight started. Now, in an instant, Team Argentina has actually reversed the flow. They have the slight goal in, though it doesn't really matter too much at this point. But they have the Lord, and they're going to be starting to threaten the side of Team Malaysia's map.
Going into the top all together right here, making sure that they can actually steal one turret after another right here. Going to clear off the Lord, Rina all by herself, but still, they managed to actually have a really defense hole against Argentina. Malaysia somehow, they need to step back. They need to actually readjust all the mistakes they've done. That divide that was done by Team Argentina was what made them a little bit falter. But RWM been put on right here at the mid turret just to scare away the Team Malaysia. But no one gets in. No setup can be done for Team Argentina. But at the end of it all, Miyuki gets that turret. But it goes in for the fight right here. As Tectonic Char comes through, gets 2 players. But is it going to be enough? Glory Power been put out. Rina could not actually finish off Riza at the moment. And Miyuki comes in to end it off with the Electrify and Beast. Takes down Shah immediately. And now pushing for more. 4 players still surviving though. But Team Malaysia said fall back.
Okay, actually engaging there is a good call from Team Malaysia, but they also scattered a little bit too much. And now we're hesitant to dive too deep with their main DPS. And here, now that we're 20 minutes in, Malaysia is going to realize it's actually kind of hard to take these team fights because the glue no longer survives as long as it used to. You only have one source of DPS, so you gotta keep her safe, especially since she just lost her entire gold bounty before that. Argentina kind of stayed weirdly long around that mid-tier 2 and popped the RWM very early for no real reason. That's why Malaysia was able to engage in the first place. But the damage is adding up. Most of the cores will have full build. They actually do a lot of damage, which means that Malaysia's composition is going to drop off hard.
This is the 4th Lord. They cannot mess this up. It is an enhanced Lord to be precise. So Miyuki already started the dance right here, and it seems that Team Malaysia just trying to overlook, trying to find a way. Neo will be able to zone out, but Fafao, no, my life has already been depleted because of the fact that Fafao having a secure. But at the same time, separate fight comes through with the RWM and the Glory Pathway. Here on out, Miyuki doing some damage to Shah as well as at the fact that right now they're doing a lot of damage on the side lane where Yuki goes in for the tectonic charge, but it's still not going to be enough as Rina had to pull through. So Honey had to be taken down by Neville first of all. Shah comes in, had to be spread, but goes in for the grab to Neo. Is it going to be a good zoning? But this is going to be an opportunity for Miyuki to just get the lot for herself.
I'm kind of surprised that Rina didn't follow up on that fight there. Yes, you got punished earlier for diving in, but this time you have two frontliners to buy space for you. They could have gotten the kill, but look, they're sending Rina to try and push up the top lane.
Let's see if she can be able to do so, fighting off 1v1 with Hylos itself, but the lot has already been taken out by Miyuki. Still, Rina could not do anything. Now they're pushing off for more. At the moment, Papa had to run away, but Riza gets Yuki for the kills, and at the moment right now, Team Malaysia had to step back.
Ooh, that's a bit of a missed call right there. And I'm honestly surprised that Rina wasn't able to kill Miz 1v1. If they did, that would have been a guaranteed game win right there. But Team Argentina had enough faith in their Hylos that she would be able to hold the line. And Team Malaysia are now officially on the back foot. Another Lord is going to be pushing up. They only have 4 towers left. Once their base starts looking empty, it's going to be very difficult for them to defend this. This may actually be the start of a reversal for Team Argentina.
The micromanagement that is done by Argentina, just making sure all the push can be secure, can be cleaned up by their side so that they cannot have any pressure to their own crystal. Making sure that they can actually also fight it off for the team fight shows how much they are very disciplined. They clear out that mid turret itself, so making sure that they can actually go in straight for the inhibitor turret. But now, Team Malaysia, they're gonna do more. They're gonna make sure that their setup is good for the defense as the Lord marching in. Somehow, Team Argentina waiting for the right time. Still have that ability because they managed to actually just shoo away the team because that Erden Rapid. But now jumps in the Lord. Global Power Wave been put out right here. Shah as the front liner with Tectonic Charge does manage to take 2, but somehow the grab comes in with this, just trying to barely to survive it out, but still going to be enough though. They did manage to secure it out. Yuki in trouble. Shah will be taken out by Neo instantly. Now Fafa just doing so much damage, but still not going to be enough. Will be also shut down by Miyuki himself, leaving only 3 players. Honey barely surviving, had to go to the fountain, but Rina been caught off guard and now leaving only the crystal to be fed for herself. And Honey, unfortunately, could not do anything, just barely see it alive. This is going to be a crystal in the hands of Argentina.
Team Argentina managed to persevere their way through that game, even though the odds of the world appeared to be against them. But unfortunately for Team Malaysia, I have to say that is the definition of a throne game. They had everything. They had every single step necessary to take that victory. And they made the wrong call multiple times in a row. And then the scaling no longer kicked in. Again, why are we picking hyper carry drafts?
I mean, again, there was a lot of mistake that was done when the fact that we talked about how started out really good with the first draft where Argentina was controlling everything in the game. But second match, this is like a reflection of what we see from Team Malaysia. They were the one who controlled it, but then they kind of actually just let it go to the side of Argentina. Playtime 23 minutes to 55 seconds, 16 kills overall to top it off all. And somehow I feel like it's not really necessary about how the objective-wise was stolen by Argentina. It's just because how Team Malaysia was just allowing it to happen.
They got too desperate to end the game at the final few minutes there. They saw the minions pushing in, think we control bodies here, we can let the minions end the game, made the miscalculation. The first time that Rina died and lost the shutdown, the game instantly reversed. That's what I was saying the entire time. Just find this Yi Sun-shin. Unfortunately, the Yi Sun-shin kind of fed himself to them. And that should not have happened. After that, there was hesitation. You could see that the scaling had instantly changed. And the mechanics of the situation needed new adaptations.
Yeah, and great coming up for the team of Argentina here for the second round, which means, like we talked about, it's not gonna be a clean sweep indeed for our day number 3. Again, we're down to best of 1, but shout out to our match MVP here from Argentina, Naval, with a KDA of 5-0-10.
This Eve continues to be a terror here in WEC, especially in the women's category. The artillery fire, the CC control, the zone management that it causes is very difficult to handle. Despite all of that, Team Malaysia started off strong initially. they could have closed this out for sure.
Yeah, they could have closed out for sure, but here's the thing. We talked about how sometimes you don't want to drag the game too long. If you drag it too long, that could be giving a lot of time for your own opponent to read up every single strategy. And not only that, we talked about how Team Malaysia, they thought that they can actually have a really good positioning themselves. But then again, it's not going to be the case right here, as right now, we're going to actually have a short break before they go for their best of one.
We're gonna take a moment, give these teams an opportunity to revise and relearn what has gone wrong. I imagine the momentum now going to look a little bit stronger for Team Argentina, but there definitely needs to be adjustments to the draft from Team Malaysia, because I really don't know why we keep picking only one source of DPS. That just makes the game so much harder.
But then again, we're now going to give a little bit of time for the Friday prayers, so let us give a little bit of break and we'll come back right after this. Don't go anywhere. This is WEC 2025.
The Zone. Gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that good to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect Gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That to tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That to tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
iCrew. Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, too self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really need. I can tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
iCrew. Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Hey, what's that over there?
Huh? What's that?
It's our lovely viewers!
Oh,
Welcome
hey!
back to the World Esports Championship 2025, live all the way from Kuala Lumpur. And once again, to remind all of you guys, this global event is proudly organized by the IESF and MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner, and it's also generously supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital.
And we also have our backbones of official partners. Start out with the red one, EQ. We got Solos merch as well supporting us from the behind side. And we have our CK Music. If you want to hear sounds very clearly when you play games, CK Music is the place to be. Not only that, to get your beast energy, it has to be the Monster Energy drinks. And to have a very comfortable seat for you to relax and also to cast on, it has to be the one and only our official chair partner, Razor.
Thank you very much once again to all of our supporters, and of course to all of you guys for joining us once again. You're currently watching day 3 of WEC 2025, and we are midway through our second series of the day, the lower bracket quarterfinals between Team Malaysia and Team Argentina. The score is currently 1-1, and only one of these teams will be able to move on to the lower bracket semis, where they will face off against Team Cambodia, who at the start of the day actually managed to take down Team Turkiyye to move on.
And we talked about how this is one step closer for them to actually survive even longer here for the WEC 2025. Those who actually do not make it at the lower quarterfinal, this is going to be the end, and to say goodbye. You guys here already surviving to the top 4. But these two teams from Malaysia and Argentina, they're stubborn. They know for a fact that they don't want to let this slip away that easily. So we need to give them that best of one game right at this end for them to prove themselves. Can they make it to the grand finals? Cambodia, we talked about how they would drop down because this is like a repeat of history itself. But then again, Malaysia and Argentina, this is like a clean record. They've never been able to qualify from last year, but this year they dare to make a change, and hopefully that change can be continued here at 2025.
And they are certainly putting up a fight so far. For those of you who are only joining us now, the match that we are currently watching has been quite tight. Both games 1 and 2 ended up going to over 20 minutes long. And it was a little bit difficult to tell which team would actually come out on top both times around. In game number 1, Team Malaysia were able to defy the odds of not having a very good scaling composition to brute force their way through to the victory. And although it looked like they were en route to clean sweep the series, ended up dropping the ball later on in game number 2, thanks to the gameplay of Eve, which was constantly pelting them with damage from the back line. Game 3, what's about to happen? Let's find out.
Let's find out it is. We're going in straight to our last map for this series. It's going to be Broken Walls. I think pretty much we saw what happens on our second round or second match for this series is the fact that we know they actually try to hold out just a little bit of the heroes that can utilize the map features of the Broken Wall itself, but some of it is actually not really required. Like they take down Hilda, they pretty much take down also some of the utility junglers on the side from Argentina. But the question is, there are certain drafts that we saw like a little bit of question from the Malaysia side whereby Jushin, was it really necessary to be picked on the second last point? Are they going to actually pick up a better potion right now when it comes to going into the last slot? Now coming in right now, we see the first banning phase whereby Lancelot again been taken out. We got Alice as well as Zusin been shut down by Argentina. On the side of Malaysia, we got Gatot Kacha as well as Eve, the respectful ban that is needed here from Malaysia.
The Eve basically went unkillable in the previous game in the hands of Naval. It was the main issue that didn't allow Malaysia to be able to close out in the later stages of the game. The Zusin is an interesting ban. While it was played by Team Malaysia earlier, I don't really think it caused all that much issue in the grand scheme of things. So it might indicate that Team Argentina is leaning more into tank, junglers, or just an overall more bulky lineup.
Yeah, probably just trying to actually also make sure that to tone down a little bit of the signature heroes as well. But Grok is open for the take. This is an opportunity for Malaysia as well to pick up the Chi-Chi because we saw how it was. Chi-Chi is actually quite formidable heroes to be picked out here for the Land of Dawn.
It was banned out on the Team Malaysia side. Otherwise, it would definitely be the intended pick here. But with the Grok already being taken out and the Eve also being removed from the pool, it's going to be up to Team Malaysia to decide what path they want to go forward with. Gatot also not within the pool. Perhaps going for an assassin alongside a mage would be the safer option, but they could also open up with heroes like the Lapu Lapu just to secure them in advance.
And it seems that we see Hylos been picked up again this time. Previously, they were denied it for the second round, but Kimi finally pops off at this last round, and I think this is going to be good so far for the combination of Hylos as well as Kimi. And we know for a fact that Kimi, when it comes to the mid lane, great composition, early, or should I say fastest clearing wave for the mid lane, so not a problem whatsoever, especially with the burst damage on the late game itself.
With Eve already being taken out of the pool, Kimi is probably one of the more consistent mid laners left. Leaves the draft pretty open as well, since she can be flexed into a lot of different types of team compositions. So we understand that. The Hylos also, surprisingly so far, has a 100% win rate in this particular series. So both of these teams do like going for that, especially since the Gatot's already been taken off the table. Now I imagine Argentina will probably want to grab their jungler in the first phase at this point, along with a mid, but no, a completely different idea, the carry and the Arlet.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, I know for a fact when it comes to carry, yeah, you can melt out much of the true damage coming from the hero itself, but at the same time, I feel like this is kind of a little bit too early on from Argentina itself, but maybe they have something that we are not prepared just yet for this last round, the best of one. And I'll let on the other note, we did saw how they managed to do a great amount of control from the first round, and it wasn't even much to be faltered round, because the fact is the only reason that they actually lost that first round is because they actually take too much time to give an opportunity for Malaysia to take them down.
Lapu now going to be the final choice on the side of Team Malaysia for the first phase. I was wondering if they might actually want to lean into the Phoveus instead, since that works into both Carry and Arlen, but Lapu is definitely the safer pick. And that means that Team Malaysia can start banning out some of the other options. Surprisingly, neither side has locked in their jungler yet. So I imagine you want to leave that a little bit open. Malaysia will have first pick once the second phase starts, so they can go straight into something like a Hayabusa or even a Yi Sun Shin. Instead, they could start banning out mid laners for the side of Argentina.
Mid laner, and we do see that now. Tank jungler coming out of the equation as well by Malaysia. I think pretty much we did see Argentina having a lot of success with Fredrin on the side, so that's actually a really good particular to take out from the proportion itself. But I do agree on the note that mid lane is also one of the priorities for the team of Malaysia to shut down as well, to minimize a little bit of the pool.
See, what will Team Argentina decide to get rid of the X-Borg? With both Zeusin and X-Borg taken off the table, it really lends credence to the idea that Team Argentina actually wants to play a tank jungler. That is probably why Team Malaysia banned out the Fredrin in the first place. If they're particularly worried about it, they can also get rid of Baxia, but they also have the option themselves to take it. Now, Baxia is kind of a counter to the Kimi, so if there's any hero that Team Malaysia would want to contest at this point, that would be it.
They can actually just take it out for themselves, if unless that is something that actually Argentina is already reading between the lines. But it seems that they're going to actually take on the mid lane instead, with Lunox being shut down. And seems like there is a lot of viable options still left, even though the meta-wise, we can actually just seclude it to Farsa at the moment right now. But then again, I kind of feel like right now Argentina has not much of an option.
Your team
Okay, Ruby gonna be the final ban here. This is a hero that many of us agreed should have been picked up by Team Malaysia during Game 2, but they passed it up and allowed it to go over to the side of Team Argentina, and they managed to perform quite admirably with it. Since Team Malaysia still has the rubric of a potential double fighter side lane, they're just gonna take that off the pool alongside the CC that was banned earlier, and that'll limit the number of solid fighter gold laners. In fact, I'm pretty sure the reason Team Argentina went for this carry is because it is one of the few marksmen that is able to 1v1 fighter gold lanes. But just to be sure, they're gonna take out the most effective ones.
Let's see. And the fact that I know for a fact teams from Argentina or other teams that we have seen that Hayabusa been picked up right here as a backline can actually have an diving composition from Team Malaysia itself. But when it comes to the usage of carry, right, I do kind of feel a little bit of worry for the position of Argentina. Damage-wise, I'm not gonna doubt it. But mobility-wise, off carry can be sometimes having a problem to move around as quickly as possible, even with Phantom Step on her hand. But on the other note, since I told already, because of the fact that there's a little slightly pull off the mid laner, Farsa is the only option for Argentina to pick up, but they picked up Suyo as well, and we've seen how Suyo is very, very well known, very quickly adaptable inside the hands of Argentina.
Team Argentina going back to the basics here, which makes a lot of sense. You want to keep it comfortable, you want to keep it natural, since this is going to be a best of one now, effectively, to decide which of these two teams actually get the chance to move on to the lower bracket semis. Now, Farsa is a bit risky here because we've already seen how easy it is for Hayabusa to farm kills off of this hero, which means that Naval is going to need to play this very safely. Otherwise, it should be absolutely fine as long as they're able to scale up into the mid game. For Team Malaysia, final pick. What is it going to be? It's the Moskov going back to the marksman v marksman meta.
Oh, interesting. 2 rounds we have been seeing the double fighter lane on the side, but now finally dropping off both of the strategy and changing things up for the best of one. This is definitely intense from both sides of the drafting. Again, we talked about how there's only one chance left for these two teams. Is either they go front or they say goodbye to WEC.
Both teams are aware of the stakes, and so both teams have elected to go back to basics, a traditional MLBB lineup. Marksman late game scaling with solid fighters, as well as farming gold, as well as mid laners. That means that we're not going to see a lot of action happening in the first couple of minutes. We should be looking at more default team fights once the mid game rolls around. But whichever side is able to get an early game snowball will have a lot more advantage heading on into the later stages.
Agree, and the fact that right now this is about discipline. So far, both of the teams have shown a little bit slight delay for themselves, but can they make a difference here for the last round of lower bracket quarterfinals? Give it up for Team Malaysia versus Argentina!
This is gonna be an intense one, ladies and gentlemen. So far, both these teams have proven to be worthy competitors. We've dragged out both of the previous games to 20 minutes plus. Will it happen for a third time? Will this finally be the one-sided sweep that a team has been looking for? Or will they show that both have a competitor spirit?
A little bit of the invasion comes through. They try to tease a pick right here on the mid lane. Yuki finding a breakaway, but at the same time miss with the Grog, and we've seen so far using that Grog to make a way and divide to make sure that Malaysia at least does not come into contact. This is where Argentina find a baseline for them to have a safe gap between each other.
Absolutely. Argentina actually has a pretty okay early game since they are playing with a Suyo Farsa Grok. So that means they're actually the ones that might be able to make things happen on the map a little bit earlier if they want to play a bit more aggressively. As long as they avoid losing out too much in mid lane trains to this Kimmy, they should be able to start roaming to the sides and affecting the EXP lane ideally to get Neo unlocked.
And the fact that right now we are seeing every movement that has been spotted out by Team Malaysia, they are be able to counter out. Movement coming in from Farfao, even though, yeah, there is going to be a back and forth between Riza and Farfao, they might be able to contain that on their own lane. The question is, how they're going to actually pick up right after the turtle spawn out.
That is the question, isn't it? Looks like Team Malaysia is going to be in position first over the turtle, but Team Argentina is not too far behind. In fact, they're trying to speed clear the EXP lane, make sure that everyone will be able to participate.
Cardiac side has been open, doesn't catch anyone though. Even with the Erden Rapim, it doesn't actually caught off guard by Team Malaysia. So now they're just stepping around, scattering, so that Team Argentina cannot catch them like that. So this is actually a really good composition coming up from Team Malaysia to sting even more the area of the turtle pit. But somehow Argentina, they're already ready. Erden Rapim put out, goes in for a fight. Miyuki takes down the turtle in the hands first, but at the same time, Tectonic Charge comes through, and now with the Mighty Swing, doesn't get the kill though, but now Shao once more. Rina takes down Miyuki first of all for the first blood.
Looks like it's gonna be a turtle traded for the jungler. Doesn't look like they're interested in chasing Miz for too far longer, so that ends up being kind of an okay trade for both sides here. Team Malaysia should be quite satisfied with being able to get a pickoff on Miyuki, because we all know that Suyo is a hero that gains more momentum the more effectively he's able to be played in the early stages. If they can stifle that a little bit, it should feel a little better moving on into the next couple minutes.
Let's see if this is going to be a good position coming out. Again, trying to make sure that they can have so much of the resources being used up first, and then they can actually counter-attack Argentina. This is a strategy that we are seeing from the side of Team Malaysia, but somehow, if they make a slight mistake, that could be also a case of issue for the team of Malaysia.
Yeah, both these teams are well aware now that they have to be very discreet, very careful, very deliberate with their movements. Single mistake here could cost them the entire tournament, and neither wants to go home at this stage. They're so close to being able to make it to the top 4 once again. Next turtle's gonna be up in another 40 seconds, so we'll have a little bit of a moment to exchange.
Fashion Pulse pulled out. Fighter X-Side has been put, but doesn't actually give a lot of leeway right here. At the same time, Rina takes down Miz for the second kill. But it is a really good move coming up from Team Malaysia.
Yeah, good catch right there, realizing that Miz is not going to be able to retreat back, and the rest of Team Argentina is not close enough to give her assistance as well. Even giving the assist to Farfao, thanks to landing that Spear of Destruction, means that this Moskov is able to start getting a little bit more farm.
And the fact that right now we are seeing Team Malaysia pressuring Argentina one after two times, making sure that at least they do not have the freedom to move around. And this is what we need from Team Malaysia. Slow things down, making sure that Argentina doesn't get the resources they needed. Somehow right here we are seeing that Farfao and Riza, they might actually continue on to give more pressure. Neville comes in. Little bit of pressure comes through as well with the Federer X strike, but here Mighty Swing comes in. It's going to be last hit where Miss just down Farfao.
There's no way Farfao is getting out of that. It's a 3v1 situation, so Team Malaysia is going to try and trade for the turtle in exchange. Really nice land shaker there, should be able to guarantee it since they know the rest of Team Argentina is not nearby.
Great swipe comes in. Cha takes down Miyuki. Another one. Neo try to survive it out, but the Glory Pathway denies it immediately. Now Neo just trying to survive under the turret, but Team Malaysia will do what it takes to just steal it out from the team of Argentina.
A really good sequence of events. It's unfortunate that Team Malaysia weren't able to get the kill on Neo there. Really well played by the Arlet to be able to avoid the 3v1 situation, but they are able to trade effectively.
Does get for the tectonic charge, but Shah will be able to move away safely. Not much of a casualty so far, but since we are seeing that Malaysia is up ahead just a little, it's still not going to be enough though, with the economy-wise has less gap now.
Yeah, even though Team Malaysia has been able to get good trades overall in terms of kills, the farm is actually very slightly in favor of Team Argentina currently. I imagine a lot of that is going to be on Riza with this carry since he's basically able to... Oh, hold on.
Hold on, Federer has been open right here. Shah all alone defending the bottom turret, but doesn't get the kill. Somehow, the 3-man versus 1 doesn't manage to actually get the kill. Now, making over to the side of Milan. Repair has been put out right here, trying to survive it out. But Riza comes in with the Farfao, goes out. Unfortunately, just enough to actually just hold off the position.
It's lucky that Riza was able to put that spinning light wheel in between. Otherwise, Farfao would have been able to just full diver at this point. Team Argentina got to play a little bit more careful. At least they're able to preserve their tier 1 mid. I do like the aggression that we are seeing right now from Team Malaysia, despite the fact that they should have a better late game scaling composition. They don't want to have to wait until that point in time. They're aware if they can get a snowball started, then it'll look a lot better for them. Team Argentina needs to have a little bit more initiative in moving across the map. They're playing very reactively to the speedy aggression of Team Malaysia right now. And considering they're the ones with the Grok and Farsa, they need to be the ones finding targets across the map.
And the fact that right now, opening up the Feather Airstrike just to clear out the minion wave, this is somehow trying to actually be in control by the area of Team Malaysia. Going to get the third turtle in the hands. A Therapin being put out right here. Tectonic charge comes in, but it's going to be Miyuki with the steal of the turtle. And pushing on right now, Shah want to go in, but unfortunately that final slash comes through. Riza takes down Shah, but will be taken out by Farfao instead for the trade.
Farfao now in a little bit of trouble, bit of sticky spot. Revitalize comes out though, and the fight is continuing.
They're going out. Miyuki shuts down Honey instead. Federer side has been open. Stun it out immediately with Mars being shut down. And now Farfao also faltered to the ground of Argentina. And now getting only not 3, but 4 players of Malaysia in their hands.
I really feel like that was a fight that didn't need to be forced right here. And now even Rina in some trouble trying to go for the kill. Doesn't have the energy though. Oh, that...
Whoa!
This is very awkward right now.
This is awkward, definitely, especially with that last hit. Seems that Nival, oh no! Hit the wall, Rina! Okay, try to go in with the quad shadow, but misses out that Feather X side, but still got a help from Shah there. Whew, that was a close call.
That was a...
Oh, and even the SOD doesn't even land it off.
That was a very interesting sequence of events right there. But what I was saying is, that really should not have been a fight that Team Malaysia wanted to force. Again, they are the better late game composition, and that fight already started with things not really going in their way. Farfao also very hard dive to get the kill on Riza, which is understandable, but the rest of the team is not close enough to properly back her up. You are playing on a marksman right now. Compared to a fighter, you need to be a little bit more careful with your life.
And the fact that right now, Team Malaysia, a little bit more losing ends, knowing for a fact that they started out really good to actually equalize the numbers of kills, but economy-wise still, the resources still in the hands of Team Argentina with 1.8k plus. So this is going to be a little bit tough. Finding a way out from this situation is not going to be easy.
Yeah, Team Argentina now have been able to reverse the state a little bit. They're the ones holding on to that slight goal lead. And this is kind of the expected situation due to the way their draft works. But it kind of happened because Team Malaysia made that missed call of going for the full dive there when they are playing the double marksman late game composition. Gotta be a little bit more decisive with those movements and decide if it is worth it or not. Team Argentina now are going to be able to play it a lot safer. It is around the mid-game phase. They've got a strong team fight front-to-back composition, which means that Team Malaysia is going to need to start committing to a bit of macro play, which they can afford to do since Fao Fao is on that Moskov.
Oh, definitely. So let's see with them trying to do a little bit of switch push down at the top lane, and somehow they are going in for the dance lot. Gloria pathway been put out. Miyuki takes the lot instead, but at the same time, they managed to actually shut down Shah in the midst of it. Hani shuts down Miyuki for the trace, but Yuki, unfortunately, will be tagged out by Naval, and Hani barely surviving. But here on out, there is a steal coming up from Fao Fao, but unfortunately, there will not be any commitment for that top turret.
But that was a lot of damage being done to the inhibitor there. It is unfortunate to lose Shah and Yuki, but in exchange for inhibitor damage this early into the game, it's not actually that bad. Looks like they'll actually keep their tier 1 mid alive as well. So Team Malaysia does kind of come out on top in that situation. So far though, Rina having a bit of trouble hitting that retribution timing thanks to the threat of this tectonic charge. They need to do a better job of keeping Miz in check.
And going in for the shadow kills, goes for one Riza. Riza will be able to take it down, even with the final slash, does not able to shut down Rina.
Yeah, that was unlucky for Riza. If a couple more hits had been shared by the jungle camp instead, might have survived that.
Coming in for Naval as well. Bravest Fighter comes through, able to take down the infallibility by Shah. And now, Glory Pathway has been put out right here. Yuki says, let's go for Miz as well. But Oda Rapid to be put out to divide themselves.
A nice escort there from Yuki to make sure that Shah is able to get out of that as well. Team Malaysia finding a little bit more control over the map currently. And since they always have this macro play on the Moss...
Oh, but comes in for a fight, but Shadow Kill comes in, and Miyuki will be taken out by Rina!
That was a bit of an overestimation from Miyuki there. I can understand trying to go for a cheeky pickup, but that is a Hayabusa. If you do not one-shot the hero and you're alone, you are going to get Ogi Shadow killed and eat the entirety of the damage.
Oh, great reflex as well as the counter-attack comes in from Team Malaysia. Even with the sneaky attack that's already been set up by Argentina, now Team Malaysia getting more firmly on the ground to make sure that Argentina doesn't step ahead.
Looking at the itemization, Fao Fao now slightly ahead of Riza, already completed Wind the Wind of Nature. So she did rush through the boots as well. So that is probably where some of the difference lies. When we're looking at the rest of the players, builds are progressing pretty normally too. Ooh, aggression.
Glory Pathway comes through. Right now, Rina just with the last hit, but Neville managed to actually fly away, surviving all of the stuns. But SOD comes in. Does it hit? No! It misses out just barely on that angle.
That was close. If that were me, I would have seen my life flash before my eyes for a moment there. But good on Naval, being able to use that one singular tick of regen to survive the lethal ignition damage. The Team Argentina still keeping their wits about them. Now the goal difference is negligible. It's basically nothing. Team Malaysia and Argentina both at an even slate. Late game scaling is going to be slightly in favor of Team Malaysia, since the later the game goes, the less value Suyo is going to be able to provide.
The fact that right now survivability is all what it takes for the Team Argentina to get it through right now to fight with Team Malaysia. Lord Dance going to start already between Team Malaysia, and Neo is giving all the impulses needed. Miss, if she can find an opening with the tectonic charge, it could be a way for the team of Argentina to just come through with the setup. But so far right now, Team Argentina trying to find a way, trying to compose themselves. Which side can they actually go to? Rina on the side right here will not be able to catch easily.
I feel like Team Argentina should consider sending the Farsa along with one other person to the top lane just to catch off Fao Fao. And they're not really doing so. They're aiming for more defensive play instead. But if they can take this Moskov out even before the fight starts, it would actually be quite valuable for Team Argentina.
And it seems that they also divided out Neo right at the mid, so they can actually have a good composition for that Lord Dance. But again, they're not really overcommitting. So this is a really good discipline coming from both of this country.
So far, Fao Fao still doing exactly the job this Moskov was picked for. If Team Malaysia can constantly split the attention span of Team Argentina, then they will have a lot more advantage over the Lord. But it is still risky.
Ooh, Yuki open up the glory pathway, will take it out by Riza instead. But at this moment right now, they're trying to go in for the shadow kill. Does he manage to go through? Better start, open it up, but Hani takes down Riza first of all, goes into the backline. Now Rina will be able to take down Neval for the top. And now moving on, Neo will be shot and wiped out by Hani and giving it an opportunity for this lot to be taken by Team Malaysia.
Hani was 100% the MVP of that fight. A beautiful traction pulse that actually lined up 3 members of Team Argentina to be skewered by the Moskov. Able to join the fight through the Spear of Destruction, picking up 4 members as well as the Lord. That is the defining team might moment that Team Malaysia has been looking for. They're going to be able to get basically every outer tower with this. Team Argentina will be able to respawn for the Lord defense, but that was a huge blow.
That was a really clean pursuit coming in from the side of Team Malaysia. But now, with the Lord pushing in, the defense that we saw from Team Argentina is not so bad as well. So if they can actually pull it together again for this defense, it might actually have a neutralization for them to just breathe a little bit. If that is the case, if Team Malaysia allows it. But comes in with the Glory Pathway, and the rest side has already been open, but Turret is already out, and it's going to be open for them to go in. Dive composition comes through, but at the same time, Private Spider doesn't get anyone, but unfortunately, the team of Argentina can still be manageable to actually have a potential to shut down this lot. But coming on right now, all the turrets has already been down. They've been put out, no tectonic charge to actually just get a setup. So this is just Argentina saying that slow down, go back to the ground.
That was a clean assault there from Team Malaysia, not focusing too hard on taking the crystal since they know that Team Argentina's tight formation is going to be difficult to break through. Instead, targeting all the inhibitors. They're still staying though. I'm not too sure if you want to force a fight here.
Glory Pathway has been put out right here. Yuki goes in for a fight. Federa side has been opened, but Shadow kills right now to Nivol. Nivol flies away to the fountain, but Riza gets shot immediately. This is going to be unnecessary in the end, going to be a sacrifice. Pava runs away for GLI, but at least they managed to go in now. Rina, once more, it seems that they want to push into miss, but somehow it's going to be one casualty for their loss.
And my concerns were immediately founded. There's a reason why teams don't usually try and force into the base just like that. You will usually need to wait for another Lord. Team Malaysia tried their luck, and it is lucky for them that the only person they lost there was the Lapu Lapu, because Fao Fao nearly died as well, and that would have actually made a big difference here. But they have stripped the base bare. There is going to be another Lord coming up in 45 seconds. As long as Team Malaysia is able to secure that, they should be able to take this victory. Whereas for the side of Team Argentina, they definitely have the damage. They just need to be able to land it on the correct targets.
Let's see. With this lot coming up, 30 seconds on the clock. Team Malaysia have too much desperation leaking out of them, and this is where the fine line that they can't always. But here, Traction Pulse comes through. Navol unfortunately was tagged off. Glory Pathway doesn't get anyone, but here Shah comes in with the bravest fighter, goes in. Neo tried to survive it out with the finest slash, but SOD comes in. Do they go in? No, they don't actually goes out, but at least Yuki managed to take down Neo, so that's gonna be 2 players at least in the hands of Malaysia.
Ooh, that is a pretty big mistake right there though from Team Argentina. Losing 2 members right before the Lord spawns means that there is 0 chance of contesting it. And since their base is empty, they actually needed to try and contest this away, or at least delay the take. Because now it's going to be very simple for Team Malaysia. You just push straight in, you have a marksman. As long as the Lord is on top of the crystal, they should be able to close this out.
They may be able to close this out, knowing for a fact that that was a really good mistake coming in from Team Argentina that they can actually utilize. But again, looking at how defensive Argentina was, they might maybe able to actually hold out just a little bit, unless they cannot actually falter to see where does the line goes, because Rina somehow has been untouchable with 505. Even Fafao barely coming alive, but still able to survive it all out. So let's see. Coming into the Lord March right here as they push all the minions out. They go in for the Urton Rapid to deny any entrance as well. You gotta pay the tax if you want to go in, but unfortunately comes in with a swipe. Glory Private comes through. Shadow kill with a better asset also has been opened, but it doesn't matter because Rider Face have been able to take down Miz as well. Now coming in right now, Papa goes in over the death ray. She will be able to be taken down by Visa as well. And in the midst of it all, Crystal comes into the hands of Malaysia. So that means they stay in WEC 2025.
It wasn't the cleanest dive, but Team Malaysia did not need it to be. They had already met all the conditions necessary to just brute force their way through to the crystal and through to the next stage of the lower brackets. That does unfortunately mean their opponents. This is going to be the final round, the end of the journey for Team Argentina. Gotta give them props. There's been a lot of growth and improvement here, and I gotta give them praise for fighting it out this far.
I think pretty much we saw how great micro division that was done by Team Malaysia. Try to actually figure out who they want to control while they're taking the crystal underneath the baseline of Team Argentina. Oh, she's crying. She's so happy. We are also happy. Especially we talked about how host country should have the whole buff. So far right now, the story still lives on so far for Team Malaysia. But remember guys, they are at the lower bracket, so they still have a lot of things they need to catch up. But again, we are giving an opportunity for us to be interviewing our winner for this lower bracket.
Does it again in a 2-1 game. Although not a clean sweep, but Team Malaysia advances to the next round. And right now from Team Malaysia, I have the coach, Shah, and of course, Fafau. First of all, girls, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Rasa excited and tengah shaky sikit.
Yeah, she's excited, but she's also shaking. I'm pretty sure it's from the adrenaline rush of such an intense series. Now, Fafau, let's get straight to the point. Yesterday, an unexpected happened when you guys actually got dropped down to the lower bracket by Egypt, which I'm pretty sure a lot of netizens want to know what actually happened on your end.
Maybe kami kurang ikut gameplay yang very and kurang communication lah. Maybe sebab nervous sikit.
I see. So it was due to the nerves that caused the loss yesterday. Now maybe Shah, what did you guys fix after that loss? Because although you guys won this game, it did still look a little bit shaky compared to how you guys opened WEC on your first match. So, apa yang korang perbaiki selepas kalah dengan Team Egypt semalam? Sebab kalau kita berbanding perlawanan semalam dengan perlawanan pertama yang you guys menang di main stage, dia macam agak shaky lah.
We just do heart-to-heart talking between coach and players, and also we review the ball, fix what needs to be fixed, and yeah.
Do you think that the problem has already been fixed? Or not 100% yet?
Yes.
Already.
Yeah.
Now, coach, maybe you could expand a little bit on the Kagura pick in game 1, if I'm not mistaken. Kagura. The Kagura pick, yes. Quite a few people have been asking, even Husky, the caster, was asking, why did Coach Aish decided to pick on the Kagura?
Actually, on that time, I bagi Hani option. And yeah, they just cakap dia betul-betul pede time tu, and then let her play. Yeah.
Oh, so you gave her 2 options and Hani was the one who wanted to pick Kagura. In your opinion, did you think Kagura was a good pick in that draft and composition?
Yeah, actually ada 2-3 hero yang bagus sebenarnya, tapi tergantung pada pemain tu lah. And saya percayalah dia boleh execute well.
I see. The coach actually said that there was a few options for Hani to pick in terms of what to play as the mage in that match, and Hani decided to pick Kagura, and coach just agrees and is confident with her decision. One last question for Fafau. Next match, you guys will be facing Cambodia in another do or die situation, and Cambodia this morning said that they want to meet you guys because they want a revenge after what happens during the qualifiers. So, how do you think that matchup will turn out?
Maybe 2-1.
2-1, another intense one.
2-0.
Any words to Team Cambodia?
Good luck and have fun nanti. Good. Do your best.
I can see that she's still shaking from adrenaline off the game. But thank you very much to Team Malaysia, and once again, congratulations. They will be moving on to the next round. However, now it's time to throw it back to the casters to actually give us a breakdown on what happened in this match. Throwing it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Rose, and congratulations again to Malaysia for winning this best of one and going into the 18-minute 50 seconds. Pretty much we talked about how the draft-wise, right? It doesn't have that much of mistakes from both ends. It's just how they actually execute it in the game itself.
Yeah, I think that Team Malaysia's lineup ended up being a little bit more natural to execute on because they had solid late game scaling, they have built-in macro abilities since both Hayabusa and Moskov are able to split push quite well. And beyond that, they just need to play it safe during team fights, slow it down, find targets. Team Argentina's are a little bit more difficult, but it is possible. They could have played off of the early game tempo of the Suyo with the Grok and the Farsa, but because of the rotations coming in from Team Malaysia, that made it actually difficult to make those decisions. And in the later stages, once the scaling really kicked in, they found it difficult to position themselves because Carrie still has the issue of needing to be very close range to actually do her damage.
Oh yeah, definitely. Talking about how we say about MM-wise, they definitely need to figure out where the rotation should be and how fast reflex needs to be done for the team for the players of MM. But then again, this is going to be the key players for our last round. It's going to be Mirina in the hands for the Gold Hunter title. Riza as the GOAT instead with 59,000 damage as well. And we have our tanker, the one and only Shah with 131 damage. It's amazing how she was able to give so much of the front line survivability that made so much sense for Team Malaysia to counter all their attacks. And last but not least, our best support, definitely 10 total assists by the side of Yuki.
It is impressive to see still how Lapu Lapu is so effective at being able to form the front line for any squad here and why this hero is so safe to pick up. But our MVP is, of course, going to be Rina this time around on the Hayabusa in the jungle. 6-0 and 5 KDA. The lack of direct crowd control coming in from Team Argentina did end up costing them a little bit here because there was no real way of targeting Hayabusa a lot of the time. Miz was trying her best on the Grok to actually get those tectonic charges and actually did disrupt Rina's timing enough for Team Argentina to retry timing steal multiple objectives away. But they could never lock the Hayabusa down long enough to actually pick up the kill. And we already expressed how Farsa is generally going to be an easy target for this hero, and that's what ended up happening again.
Yeah, and the fact that we are seeing the teams were just trying to find any loopholes, anything that they can actually counterback the things that Team Malaysia has put out. The gap that I see, I think the distance that we saw from the side of Team Malaysia, right? They know if the tectonic charge comes in, that's the time where they can actually just utilize all the wasteful skill that does not land on them.
I think there were certain fights where Team Malaysia overcommitted out of necessity, but overall, their gameplay was very clean. And Hani being able to get really solid ultimates on the Kimi, being able to dish out consistent DPS, and joining together with Fao Fao coming in from angles with that Spear of Destruction were all great ingredients for a recipe to success here. Team Malaysia was able to secure and keep themselves in the competition. They will officially move on into the top 4 of WEC 2025, and their next matchup in the lower bracket is going to be Team Cambodia.
Now let's see if they cook enough for them to actually serve a good dish once they meet up with Cambodia. And Cambodia even talked about it, right, for the interview, whereby they want to meet Malaysia because they actually didn't meet at all throughout the group stage until the play-ins, because Malaysia was one of the teams was able to go to the playoff or even the upper bracket. But then again, we are going to have a little bit of short break before we started off with our third series of the day for our MLBB women category.
And that third series of the day is going to be an exciting one because it is officially the upper bracket finals. And it's going to be between Team Indonesia, our defending champions, versus Team Egypt, who was third place during WEC 2024 as well. Two very accomplished lineups in the women's MLBB scene. And the winner of that series will directly move on to the grand finals and confirm themselves a spot in the top 2.
Now, we are just going to give a little bit of break for all of our players. Do not go anywhere. Come here, stay with us. Wait for our third series coming here at WEC 2025.
To be in the zone. To be in the zone. Gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak plan data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
would you like to pick the future of WEC 2025 for the women MLBB category? Well, look no further. Welcome back to the WEC 2025. We are now moving into the upper bracket finals to see who will be the first grand finalists. You're with me, Fasha, Bunny, as well as Sadafa. And for your information, this global event is none other than organized by the one and only the team of ESI as well as MESF. And it is also supported by our strategian, our partner who has been helping us, which is ESI.
It's of course generously supported as well by KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital. And let's not forget our official partners as well, Red One, Aiku, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and lastly, our official chair partner, Razer. We thank you very much to all of these wonderful people and all of you wonderful viewers as well, because we are about to find out one of our top two.
Yeah, and before we even get into that, because the fact is we have these two teams are really ready to go in. So let's do a little bit of recap. Maybe you guys kind of actually lost track of what has happened throughout the WEC 2025. Again, it started out really good for the team of Cambodia, who managed to shut down Turkey for their first series today, and then they are going to move in for the semi-final lower. On the other note, Malaysia, yeah, there was a back and forth with the team of Argentina. It was just pretty much a battle who makes the more mistakes and who takes advantage of those mistakes, and it ended up in the favor of Malaysia, moving in to meet with Cambodia right after this. But before we even continue on, we're still looking for the grand finalists, and it's going to be the Egypt versus Indonesia.
These are the top 4 teams that have been able to make it through all the way from the very beginning of WEC 2025. But we need to narrow the board even further, because as we can see in this schedule right now, we've got one more match in the women's category, the upper bracket finals between Egypt and Indonesia. After that, we're going to have 3 matches in the men's MLBB category. It's going to kick off at 5 p.m. between Cambodia and Malaysia, after which we will witness Malaysia go up against South Africa. And then at the very end at 9:30 p.m. it will be Cambodia up against the Dominican Republic.
And we see how it is very getting closer, one step ahead for us to actually see how it's going to be like for our WEC brackets for the finals. Teams are getting slimmer, and even know for a fact that they are getting actually vicious as well for their intensity. This is the question where I find line that some of the players, they've already been here before, because the fact is they are trying to actually get into that top slot, the grand final. That's the only key right now for them to prove, to represent their own country.
These two teams both have their own stories to tell. Indonesia is of course our defending champion, so they've been here before, but Egypt ended up last year in 3rd place. Will they be able to make it further this time around? We've got a special teaser video for you guys to prepare for this very interesting match. So, have a look at this.
In terms of performance, I think my players individually played much better, because some solo plays made a little bit of difference here and there. And then when the enemy jungler died, we had a very high chance to take the Lord. We took it. We got a bigger lead, and then the game was ongoing from there.
Not even one map has been dropped by this amazing atrocity right in the hands of this team. They know for a fact they are the champions for last year's debut. They know for a fact they were already crowned world champions last July, and they want to make another championship in their belt. Give it up to the one and only Team Indonesia!
Last year, they had a taste of of the WEC podium. This year, they want a taste of the WEC Grand Finals. And to do so, they will have to take on and take down the defending champions. Today's challengers, Team Egypt!
Is this a glimpse of our future? Will there be another recap between the Indonesia team as well as Egypt? This is the fine line that we talked about, how one of them will be able to go to the grand finals. But if they don't make it, one of them still have that lower bracket to survive it out unless they lose it all for the other fight itself. But now, moving on right now, the team of Egypt. They have been struggling from the group stage itself, but it does portray such a potential to be fight off with Indonesia.
Indeed, and Team Egypt seem to be up to the challenge right now. We got Velvet, Nana, Nucci, Names, and Vivian lining up the Team Egypt composition. Their matchup against Team Malaysia in the upper bracket semis was a close one, where they found themselves on the cusp of defeat, but were able to claw their way back and take the victory, moving them into the upper bracket finals. Now, they will be able to show the world that they are worthy of the next level up. They've already guaranteed a finish that will at least match their performance from 2024. But they're not looking to match, they are looking to surpass.
They have to surpass this one and only powerhouse that has been dominating not just in the woman category, but also in every single tournament that we've seen. We got Fumieko, Vival, Cine, Shell, and the mother of tanks, Vivian, right here. Can they be able to clear out all the records, saying that we will keep up clean every single match throughout the group stage until the end?
It is clear just from watching the way this lineup plays that there is zero hesitation in their movements. Their experience and composure begets a different level compared to many of the competitors who have attempted to challenge them in the past. For them, this is just another day, just another step before their inevitable finish in the grand finals. But for Team Egypt, this could be a chance to write a brand new story, a brand new legacy.
Is the fact that we do not have Philippines in the participating teams for our group stage is that the highlight, all the spotlights right now is rising off onto Indonesia. And this is the powerhouse that everyone, each and every single 12 teams that actually representing here for their own country, putting on their eyes on Indonesia. If they can actually beat Indonesia, that means there is a potential that this grand final will be in their hands. But somehow, no one, not even one team can defeat this team.
They are truly the essence of a final boss here in the women's MLBB category. And every single team is targeting them, but they've been able to break through those expectations each and every time. Dangerous Grass will be the field of battle for the very first game here. Once again, this is going to be a best of 3. Loser does not go home, but they will need to claw their way back up. And I'm sure that both sides would be much more preferable to a direct ticket.
I mean, yeah, we did see that Egypt was able to take down Malaysia, but it was still a very close fight with 2-1 to be seen at that upper bracket. Now, when Indonesia comes off with Cambodia, there was not much of answer that could be found when it comes to their draft. Whatever you took out from their pools, they ended up being able to actually rise to the top. But let's see if maybe Egypt, after all of the days that they've already provided here on the WEC 2025, maybe they've learned a little bit to catch up with Indonesia. Juxin, Yves, as well as Hilda already been taken out, as well as Chi-Chi, Lancelot, and Esmeralda.
So sticking things pretty standard for now, though the Grok is going to get let through. And this is a very dangerous hero to give over to a team like Indonesia. We've already seen how well Vivian is able to perform on these big team fight setters. Hopefully, there is a plan here from the side of Team Egypt.
two of the winning condition that was done by Indonesia to take down Cambodia immediately is because how they were able to lock Grok every single time. But now coming out from the Egypt side is going to be Lunox as well as Lapu Lapu to be taken.
Still pretty standard opening in terms of the draft so far. If we stick to the standard, Indonesia would probably want to grab Hayabusa at this point, since that is the best jungler still available. Beyond that, I would imagine you'd typically want a mid laner, but since Eve and Lunox have already been taken out, maybe you go for an EXP lane first just to keep your options open.
Yeah, and the fact that right now we are seeing that Egypt has already taken out their mid laners, so Hayabusa definitely one of the top priorities can be put out already, but are they going to actually go for the mid laner? It seems that they do. They actually put out Selena, and I think this is actually a debut of Selena here for WEC 2025 for the woman category. So far on the main stage, we haven't seen Selena at all.
Qatar Gacha actually getting led through into the second section of the first phase here, which is quite smart from Team Egypt. They already know Indonesia has a roamer, so they don't need to prioritize it until now. Now we gotta talk a little bit more about Selena. This is not your typical meta mid laner, but it is the type of hero that is only picked up by teams and players that are particularly confident with it, because it is incredibly skill based and doesn't offer a lot to the team if you're not able to land those abyssal arrows. The fact that Indonesia has decided to pull it out at this point is a very scary declaration.
And the fact that we know they have a perfect aim. Most of the time, they will be able to land that abyssal arrow, and it can give a lot of opportunity for the setup of Indonesia is looking forward. Now, the second phase of the banning, we do see that Yusunshin been taken out from the portion. Alot as well as Ruby has already been shut down.
Something that Team Egypt can try to take advantage of right now is because they are facing a mid lane Selena. That means that the team fighting capabilities of Indonesia are going to be a little bit weaker directly. They can commit to a full death ball here, and that is probably why they've decided to get rid of Arlet and Ruby. These are two heavy crowd control heroes that can really mess you up if you stand too closely together. That means that they can feel more comfortable rotating around the map and defending anyone from any abyssal arrow hits.
And the fact that they also take out Fanny, a lot of the targets right now coming in from Indonesia is to just reduce a little bit of the pools for the jungler itself. So Egypt-wise, I do feel like there's still a lot of viable options coming in for their own jungler. So this is where the fine line, they have to pick it up right away.
Whether or not they want to go tank, both Fredrin and Boxer are still open. If they want Assassin, there's not a lot left in the pool. You either go Joy or you pick up the Suyo that a lot of teams have been falling back on. But they can also choose to leave the jungler for later, just to see everything that Indonesia is going to throw at them and lock in gold lane in advance. Looks like nope, they'll go for the former. It's gonna be the Boxia.
And the fact that we are seeing now Indonesia going in for the gold lane side, somehow I feel like they might actually go for the honest, straightforward fights. You can still be able to pick out Harith at this point if you want to actually go out with a little bit of burst damage on their end.
Yeah, I think Harith is the safest gold lane pick left for Team Egypt, but that also gives opportunities for Indonesia to set up counters to it. I don't really like things like the Phobias as of this point, so they will probably want to look in a different direction, but they will grab the Granger in advance, directly challenging Team Egypt to a marksman battle in the gold lane. EXP lane gonna be the final choice. There's still heroes like Yuzong, like Glue. What is going to be the choice? And it sounds like an X-Borg for Indonesia.
I mean, looking on the side of Indonesia, right, they pretty much really reprioritize on all the damage that they can pull out for the stun. Getting Vivian going to set up for the tectonic charge, and then they pull all stuns with the last insanity. Here's the thing, when it comes to damage-wise, Indonesia is heavily burdened with all of that. And on the side right now, they are also focusing on all the aims that is required from Sini itself with that abyssal arrow. So this is something that is very crucial on the side of Indonesia. But Egypt, will they actually take up that challenge with the counter of Granger? Simple as it is, Irrital is still open to be taken.
Yeah, there's a lot of good goal lane options for Egypt right now. They can go Harith that you pointed out earlier. They can grab the Granger counter of Irrital. We've seen Moskov so far. I think Claude is still a fairly safe pick. It's up to them. It is going to be the Moskov. So we might see a little bit of macro play here. And this is a hero that enables you to dash out of abyssal arrows if you time it correctly.
Yeah, and the fact that right now, mobility-wise can be seen on the side of Egypt. They will be able to actually slip away from the hands of Indonesia as they move in for the setup, and this is what required. If they actually have that escape mechanism, maybe they can actually counterattack all the setup has already been done. The question is, will Indonesia be allowing that to happen? This is crucial state draft-wise. I do kind of feel like Team Indonesia, if they actually go back into their own draft-wise and the power spike comes in, it is going to be intense indeed for Egypt to just counter it off. But here on out, this is it. This is the crucial state of our first round upper bracket finals.
It does certainly seem that both teams are bringing their A game, going back to the classics, but this Selena adds a degree of skill that Indonesia can once again demonstrate to the world. The defending champions up against a worthy challenger. We're gonna be jumping into the land of dawn for game number 1.
Welcome to WEC, everybody. Let's see who will get the grand final slot, the first ever. Give it up to the team of Indonesia versus Egypt.
Two worthy rivals right here. Both teams that have had the opportunity to taste the top 3 finish during WEC 2024. So both certainly deserving of their position here in the upper bracket finals. Already a big trade.
A lot of victories coming in already with the Thorn trying to hold out positioning. Team Egypt, a little bit of invasive right now comes through, but then again, they are trying to make sure that they can pressure out to the side of Indonesia. But then again, Sini takes down Nuchi just for the first blood. Overextension ended up in the cause of what?
Really impressive composure coming in here from Indonesia. I respect the attempt from Team Egypt to go for the invade. They are playing the tank jungle and they have better mid lane prio after all. But Vival was actually still able to secure the jungle camp regardless, which meant that Nuki basically gave up her life for nothing there.
Yeah, and the fact that right now, this is going to be a little bit tricky coming out from Team Egypt itself. Pressures from every single angle that Indonesia is putting up is saying that you gotta back up, don't get too intense or even close to me. We will make sure that there's going to be a good guard out right here.
Yeah, I like the rotations that we're seeing from Team Indonesia. They know that Sini clears wave slower than Nuchi, so they're actually letting Vivian hold the wave in, giving up on the Crocs rotation in order for Sini to provide a little bit more pressure with those Abyssal arrows by herself. We'll see whether or not that works out, but for now, Indonesia is already holding on to a comfortable little gold lead.
Total spawn, right here, this is going to be the first dance can be seen. It looks like Vivian is already prepared to set things up. A little bit of poking right here as Team Egypt, they want to actually figure out where the fine line that they can actually pull through. Thorn comes in from Vivian, but at the same time, they're not going to overcommit themselves. Fumieko joining the party, doing a little bit of ignition right there to the side of Velvet. Yep, they want to open the door though, but it's a rapid push up right there for that movement to be denied by Vivian. So still, the team of Egypt trying to make sure if they can actually have the upper hand for their own positioning.
We can see that Vivian doing a good job right now of just holding aggro on the turtle and slowing down the attempt because she knows that Vival wants to get a bit more farm.
But then going in for a fight, Vivian comes through. Unfortunately, will be able to survive that. Flickers away, unfortunately, to actually survive it all. But SOD doesn't land off. But in the meantime, they are going in for the push. Shadow kill doesn't get anyone. Vival had to pull away with the quad shadow.
Good play there. Team Egypt knows that right now, this early into the game, they just have a better death ball strategy entirely. They can walk together, stay together, dive together. Nana picks up the turtle.
The fact that Nana able to actually get the turtle, it seems that they're going to actually taunt even more. Sini had to pull away, but Vivian gets a kill right there in the hands of Evolve.
Vivian gonna be picked off, so good aggression so far. Team Egypt understanding and knowing how to make use of their early game spike, since they are going to be the ones playing with that tank jungle. It's unfortunate that Names got hit by an arrow, but it should be fine. It's unfortunate that Names hasn't been able to get a lot of assists so far since that Spear of Destruction dismissed earlier. It looks like gold lane is still pretty 50-50.
And the fact that right now we are seeing that Team Egypt getting better and better. Shadow kill comes through. Names! Unfortunately, they managed to survive it out, but Sini takes down Nuchi immediately for the trade itself. So Egypt set up a little bit too slow right here.
Sini taking advantage of the chaos caused by the Yogi Shadow kill there to actually land the arrow onto Nuchi. That's not ideal for the Lunox.
And even Vivian right now trying to survive under it as OD comes in and is going all out to the Shell side, but at the same time, Shell managed to pull through. Ultra Rapid comes in, but the Tectonic Charge doesn't get through with the Mighty Swing as well, so it's going to be a little bit of neutralization between the two.
They didn't quite get the kill there, but you can see that the combo from Team Indonesia is pretty scary there. Oh no, that landed. Okay, Name's just barely alive. Luckily, no one else from Team Indonesia was close enough to follow up on that arrow, but we can already see this Selena being quite the little terror on the map. Vival even stealing away the purple buff from Nana.
And the fact that a lot of invasive right here coming out from Indonesia is giving a lot of opportunity for them to just conquer even more. And here, Names should have just gone back, but here giving opportunity for Sini even more to shut her down.
Ah, that's rough. I don't even blame Names too much for staying, because by now you would have thought that the Selena would have went to somewhere else on the map, but Sini just waited the entire time.
And even the tectonic charge didn't come through, but at least it does give an opportunity for Sini to just go back, and really good defense coming from the Mother of Tank.
Well, there is a reason why she has been given this moniker, though it looks like she will at the very least be punished for it. Nucci will pick up a kill onto the Grok.
The fact that right now, Team Indonesia, great trades come through, and Team Egypt, yeah, still have the eye for their objective though. But in the meantime, Indonesia, they have their own answer for it as well. A little bit disciplines come through, but at the same time, right now, they're still having a little bit of skirmish. Fumieko doing a little bit of ignition, doesn't manage to pull through. Still have the Furagamu, but it's going to be an overextension. Had to pull away with the flicker, but here on out, we got Names all by herself. Might having a problem. Stun it out, Viva, but can she survive it? AOG comes in, does manage to take down Shell, and this is going to be a good fight for Egypt to get one player from the Indonesia.
That was just straight up well played from Team Egypt. There's no other way of describing it. A beautiful dodge, but now the arrow connects and Nucci goes down.
Nucci goes down with a mighty swing as well. Now pushing on to Names as well as Nana right here. As Vivid will be immediately be shut down by Shell as well as Nana. Had to pull away, rolled to be surviving out, and this is going to be a free turtle in the hands of Indonesia.
Objectively speaking, I think we can all agree that this is turning out to be a match worthy of the upper bracket finals. Both sides throwing everything at their opponents and staying composed even when put behind. That initial play where Names was able to avoid being picked off by the Hayabusa and then setting up beautifully into the AOG, but unfortunately they didn't have much HP left after that one, and then Indonesia were able to take advantage of it to secure the objective anyway. Now Names in trouble.
Names in trouble indeed, trying to actually set it out, but Shadow Kill comes in right here as Names barely surviving it out, but at least there's still time for it to back off a while.
Alright, that's good. Had to use the flicker though. We can see that Indonesia is starting to ramp up on the aggression. We're at the 7-minute mark now. Goal lead is 3K in favor of Indonesia's side, and they're still continuing to invade.
Going to invade. Mighty Swing comes through, but at the same time, Fumieko going back away with the Furagama was still surviving, though they want to actually push in, but somehow Team Egypt, they also have a little bit of safety net around their side as well.
Team Egypt needs to slow this down just a little bit, but I will say their reactive gameplay so far has been very clean. They've actually been able to play defensively and try and reduce the overall damage that Indonesia is applying with their pressure across the map. They know they need to make space for Names, who is currently getting farm on the other side of the map.
And the fact that right now we are seeing that Team Indonesia, as much as they be able to actually do a lot of the rotation wise, it kind of give an opportunity for Egypt to just at least do a little bit of split push. So they get the turret for themselves, but at the same time, they still need a lot more of work so that they can actually catch up with Indonesia.
Looking at the farm right now, Vival definitely a lot more fed than Nana currently, and even Shell racking up quite a lot of gold currently. The Granger actually 1.5k gold ahead of Names, because this Moskov has been trying to participate in all of the team fights. This means that Shell is going to become a problem sooner than later. And even Fumieko as well on this X-Borg, although hasn't been able to participate as much, has been free farming for most of the game.
The fact that right now, Team Egypt, the more time they are giving to the side of Indonesia, the more that Indonesia can stack things up, getting even more sustained, even more tougher for them to shut down. So the question is, as the Lord Dance started out for the first one, can they actually manage to steal it away from the hands of Team Indonesia?
You can see now Team Indonesia still maintaining vision and control over the Lord. Team Egypt hasn't yet had vision over where Vival is, and they're trying to keep that information secure. Nana also waiting behind the brush. Names unfortunately not able to get a lot of split pushing happening on the other side of the map, since Sini was already sent to handle her. But that does also mean Team Egypt knows Indonesia doesn't have their full lineup here right now. Both sides taking this very disciplined. This is a very long Lord dance currently.
Really, really long indeed, especially the fact that we know that names having a capability with the air, so they can actually come in and just join with the team fight itself. But again, this thing comes through. AOG does get one though, but at the same time, at what cost at the moment with Last Insanity bursts down, Shell takes down Velvet with a double kill Vivid, but SOD comes through, lands it all, but it is not going to be enough with the Maniac in the hands of Shell, and now it's going to be a lot. Indonesia takes the win.
That was a recipe for disaster for Team Egypt, but it was a beautiful masterpiece by Team Indonesia. They grouped up the entirety of Team Egypt. The arrow connected with Names, and now Cindy's gonna dive her down. Names trying to survive, but I don't think you're gonna be able to buy enough time. Oh, that's actually managed to reverse it. Names with the shutdown. But the team has already been defeated. The mid tower taken down thanks to that incredible combo coming out of Team Indonesia.
Names is doing what she can do as best as she could, even though it was a reversal. But here on out, Last Insanity comes in. But at the same time, right here, they're trying to actually find a way to go in. Last Insanity pushing in, doesn't actually burst down anyone, but it's enough for them to just give a little bit of damage here for the mid lane.
And this is, of course, only the first Lord of the game, so with the holy defenses, not too difficult for Team Egypt to take down. But giving away a Maniac to Shell in that previous exchange is just about the worst thing that could have happened to Team Egypt. That is a lot of Sky Piercer stacks. The Granger now 5-0. Unless Team Egypt is able to find some kind of shutdown on this target now, this is going to be difficult.
It is going to be difficult indeed. AOG comes through but doesn't actually take out anyone. And now they had to pull away. Brilliance was open up just for them to survive it all out. Now they're trying to actually hold out that holy defense, but it will be cracked out by Indonesia. And the more of the territory will be invaded by them, the Egypt will be even back down to their own base. Oh! Bizarro led it off to Velvet, but not going to be any follow-up from the rest of the teams though.
Vivin literally exploded in that last exchange. That's how many Sky Piercer stacks Shell has by now. Probably 6 stacks in total. We're going to see Egypt try and defend.
Defend coming in right now as they go for the Torn, but at the same time, Linnell going in for the Last Insanity does stun Nana. Nana will be taken out by Shell, immediately giving off only 4 players to be surviving and defending that line. But at the same time, still waiting for the minion to come through. And Team Egypt, they're trying to find a way, stuns it out straight for Vivid. Vivid had to pull away immediately before being taken out, but at the same time right here, can Velvet survive without stun out immediately with City, shuts down Nochi, Shell takes down Velvet as well, and Shadow Kill comes in. It doesn't land anyone yet, but it does give an opportunity for opening the baseline.
We are seeing the relentlessness of Team Indonesia right now with their aggression toned up to maximum volume. At the very least, there's no minions here, so Team Egypt will be able to hold on for a little bit longer, but this Granger has now officially reached the monster territory, 8-0. Shell needs to be stopped, and if they're not able to do so, she will carry this game on her shoulders.
Not even one able to actually caught Shell, and this is where the fine line that Team Egypt, they are on thin ice trying to actually defend their own base. If Indonesia can actually do a great setup again, this could be a really, really sad situation for Egypt.
Next Lord has now officially spawned. We're 12.5 minutes in, and the goal lead is already 9,000 in favor of Indonesia. No deaths so far on the Xborg or the Granger. Damage no longer adding up sufficiently for Team Egypt since both Nucci and Names have been hard targeted for the majority of the game. They have no way of walking up onto the map to contest this, nowhere even close. And they only have 1 inhibitor left standing.
And let's see if Team Egypt, with them trying to actually hold out that crystal before being taken out by Team Indonesia, can they actually form the greatest defense, a miracle that can they pull out from their head so that they can maintain the positioning. Now coming in for the Nixian, try to burn the turret down. They are opening up the base. Every inhibitor turret is already out, and this is only left for Team Egypt to fight for their life.
10k goal lead, 13.5 minutes in, the base is empty, the Lord is pushing through.
Goes in for the tectonic charge, gets 2 players right here, but at the same time, Fumieku was stunned, goes out for the Last Insanity, gonna burst Velvet as well as Nana, but at the same time, goes on for the Shadow Kill. This is a count with the Nucci side, but at the same time, got 4 players who tried to survive it up, but the crystal is going to be in the hands of Indonesia first.
Team Indonesia strides into the base of their enemy with the stride of taking a picnic. It is so simple for them that they're not even targeting the crystal. They're going for the kills. They're diving into the base because why not at that point? The goal lead is just too much. The snowball out of control after that initial maniac in that objective fight. At the very beginning of the game, Team Egypt were holding out well. They were trying to go aggressively, but the difference in experience really showed here.
Oh, definitely. And the fact that we are seeing that such clean execution that was done by Team Indonesia. The way how they zone things out, how they actually make sure that most of the players of Egypt could not do anything. They're just preoccupied trying to actually fight off one-on-one, or maybe just trying to make sure that they survive it all out. And in the end, those are the things that actually be taken advantage by Team Indonesia. If you're too busy trying to survive, in the end, the objective will definitely be in their hands instead. But on the side of Team Indonesia, that is a beautiful starting off of our upper bracket finals. And moving along with our post-match itself, the fact that they have 14 kills over Egypt shows how much of dominance to their side.
Nucci unfortunately did not have a good game here, being targeted first blood in that very first exchange where Team Egypt themselves were attempting to be the aggressors. Right from the get-go, that meant that Indonesia already had lane control, even though Lunox should be able to match up against a Selena. And by allowing Vivian to absorb the minion wave, while Cine rotates to the sides, they're able to build up pressure even if the Abyssal Arrow doesn't land. That allows Shell and Fumi Echo to farm more carefully, forces Egypt to have to pull players in to join team fights, which they're not really winning, and just slowing down the farm across the board.
And the fact that we keep on seeing how Fumieko comes in with the last insanity, and not only that, we keep on seeing how Vivian getting a really good setup with the Tectonic Charge. This is going to be a great job coming out from all of our individual players. That's why they have 3 key players in their hands. Shells with Goal Hunter as well as the GOAT to get that title. Vivian, we're not gonna actually put it down as well because she tried her best going with the AOG. That was a stunt that we actually saw, where the fact that even though it was almost close enough for names to be taken down, it was a good counter attack coming from Team Egypt. But Vivian as the mother of tank, 13 total assists as the best support.
Nowadays, with the gold generation across the map nerfed across the board, it's very difficult to hit the 900 GPM score compared to before. But Shell was able to do so, 905 gold per minute on this Granger. It accelerated so insanely after that fight around the Turtle Pit, and instantly gave half of the full stacks of the Sky Piercer. From that point onward, it is basically just a game that belongs to Team Indonesia, and all of it comes off of the setup that was prepared by Cine on this Selena.
Oh yeah, definitely. Landing off all the Abyssal Arrow is what proven that even though yes, it is a little bit of challenge there, but Cine says that I like challenge. Why don't I show how I do it in the way that when it comes to straightforwards mid lane, right, they definitely have an easy execution, but when it comes to Selena, you have to be able to land perfectly for your aims, and Cine does that. Cine shows how much that challenge is not a problem for her.
Absolutely not. A good Selena player is not just effective at landing the Abyssal Arrows, but positioning them in such a way that you cut off escape routes, you put pressure into your opponents, you force them to move in directions that they would prefer not to. And that really adds up over the course of the game. We still have to give props for this excellent play from Names and Vivian, where they were able to dodge away from Vival. But every other play in the game was going in the direction of Team Indonesia. And this particular fight, where Team Egypt grouped together inside the last Insanity and lined up the shots for Shell to get that Maniac, was the beginning of their downfall.
And the fact that Names was the only one left to survive it out, at least with 1v1, was able to actually turn things around, taking down Sydney. But again, with 4 of the players of Egypt was already down, she could not do much to actually contain already the damage that was done by Team Indonesia.
Team Egypt knew what they wanted to do. They knew what they needed to achieve. They tried to play aggressively with the Baxia jungle, but when that failed right from the beginning, it already messed with their momentum, messed with the mindset, and they were already stuck playing catch-up for the rest of the game.
And the fact that right now, this is the crucial point of Team Indonesia getting the upper hand of that first point in their hands. Now moving into the second round of this matchup. Does Egypt has what it takes to at least shut down Indonesia and at least dirty a little bit of that clean record? We've talked about how Indonesia has been starting such a beautiful journey from the group stage. Up until now, there's no one, not even one team that was able to steal one map from their hands. So Team Egypt, can they make a difference?
Literally an unstoppable force right here, because yes, they haven't dropped a single game, not series, single game.
Yes.
It has been clean 2-0s for Team Indonesia all the way from the group stages, and they have dominated this ecosystem, this entire tournament. Team Egypt are posed in a position where they can challenge that, but game one has already shown a gap in their abilities. They need to be able to reset from this. They need to be able to switch up their concepts, because if this continues, then Team Indonesia is going to be able to quite easily reprise their return to the grand finals.
Okay, let's talk about the draft right before we even started out for round number 2. Draft-wise, we talked about how when it comes to the Indonesia team, there was a lot of damage that they pretty much prioritized, but at the same time, talking about how the challenge that Sini takes up with the Selena pick, yet it was fruitful. They didn't really matter much because, again, execution-wise, it was perfect. Let's compare a bit with Egypt draft-wise. You talked about how Baxia was actually a really good choice, a really good counter to actually fight it off. Great sustainability, good mobility-wise as well for rotation. But somehow, there were certain things that there was not covered up by Team Egypt. There was not much of crowd control that they can do to a point that they can actually at least lock one of the players from Indonesia.
The thing is, I feel like Team Egypt could have actually gotten by this game without needing to rely on overly lockdown type CC, because they do have good damage, and since they're supporting with a Baxia, with a Lunox, they can actually just out DPS their opponents and threaten them in such a way that's very difficult for even heroes like Hayabusa to dive into the backline. And we actually saw some really good micro execution too from Names, being able to avoid those situations multiple times. It's just that they weren't ever able to get off the ground. They wanted to do so. They wanted to take advantage of having a stronger mid trio to instantly invade jungle at level 2. When that failed, that already puts a large hole in the strategy.
Oh, I kind of agree on that though. And the fact that we did see that AOG-wise that was done by Vivin, it was just at the crucial state where she was confident enough to let it off. And a couple of times during the team fight, the moment that she wants to actually cancel out some of the ultis, especially with the last Insanity, who builds up from Fumieko itself, comes in, breaks all the defense-wise, it kind of scatters all the positioning of Team Egypt itself. And this is where the fine line that if you are scattered around, if you are running away just for survivability, Team Indonesia can take advantage of it.
Indeed, indeed. And hopefully we will continue to see that moving forward, because this is the type of team that has already demonstrated they're not gonna hold back. They know how strong they are, and yet they're not gonna chill. They're gonna give every one of their opponents an appropriate level of respect. They're gonna bring their full force to bear, which is very terrifying for anyone who is going to need to deal with them. But I did like the composure that Team Egypt was showing earlier on in that game number 1. Even after failing that initial attempt of invading into the jungle, I think that their trading was good. Their positioning was overall quite smart and avoided losing too much advantage until that one unfortunate play of the Maniac on the Granger. Otherwise, this is a team that does have what it takes.
Oh, I kind of wish that Team Egypt can actually have that chance to portray even more of their ability-wise, because again, talking about how you were talking things that about Nucci will be able to actually change things around if they have the amount of output burst damage that can actually counter against Team Indonesia. But those are the things that did not happen because Team Indonesia keep on pressuring them, not giving any chance to breathe, not even giving them a chance to actually move around freely. Those are the pressure things that we thought that Egypt was going to do it, but ended up Team Indonesia was the one who controlled it all.
Yeah, the largest factors that come down to why Team Indonesia constantly dominates the women's MLBB scene is their flexibility in hero pool, their adaptability in gameplay, and the speed at which they make their decisions and execute on them. Their level of gameplay is so fast that even teams that might be able to respond just simply don't have enough time. The reactions, the experiences required to be able to play at this level begets a certain degree of pedigree.
Oh, this is where the fine line that Egypt, again, they are on a thin ice. Yet, if they are not going to be able to get that grand final slot for the first one, they are going to drop down to the lower bracket. So still they have an opportunity to survive it out on WEC 2025. But nobody wants a long journey, especially the fact that there's going to be an expanding river for the second map.
This map seems to like Team Indonesia. They keep getting expanding river almost every single time. And we already know their win rate is very high on it because they have done nothing but win ever since this tournament has begun. It's a map that facilitates even greater aggression, even faster early game rotations. So I hope that Team Egypt is going to be prepared for this because this is the upper bracket finals. They will not go home if they lose here, but their journey to the grand finals is going to be just a little bit more difficult.
Question is, are they going to actually let Grok go again? Because first out, that is pretty much the priority pick coming up from Indonesia. So if they let this through again, it might actually give a lot of the advantage to Team Indonesia, as Egypt is going to be the first pick. Lancelot, Alsmoreda, and Selena Respect Band just taken off by Team Egypt. On the side of Indonesia, they still prioritize on Zuxin as well as Eve.
Pretty understandable respect being shown right there for Team Egypt, getting rid of the Selena that caused them so much trouble before. They're going to be on the blue side this time around, so they're actually the squad that can threaten to take the Grok as a first pick. And even if Indonesia does ban it out now, we can probably expect to see the Gatot Kaca anyway. So maybe it might be good for Team Indonesia to decide to just open it up instead.
Let's see if they want to actually let that go, because again, Egypt-wise, when it comes to Grok, they didn't actually had that much of success, if I can actually see it. But Baxia actually been taken out as well. Seems like also a little bit of respect has been given by Indonesia towards Egypt.
So that is just them opening up the draft now. They want to take out heroes that would allow Team Egypt to go for more early game aggression, because that was actually something they attempted before. Now this could be a Grok first pick, could be a Gatot. The CC is also wide open, so Team Egypt has a lot of good options. They have to be aware that whatever they don't take, Team Indonesia is going to have priority next.
Looking from how it is, like, I think it's going to be, oh, Chichi actually been picked out by Team Egypt. Interesting as how we are seeing Egypt actually has played CC before when they were fighting off with Argentina at the Flying Clouds map itself. So yeah, we talked about how pretty much a lot of the top priorities heroes are definitely going to be Gatot Kaca. Even Grok is one of the top priorities right now. Popular heroes to be picked up, but Chichi nonetheless is also quite a really good post right here in the side of Team Egypt.
So I do feel like Team Indonesia can just go for Grok again. And they can probably pair it up with the Lunox as well if they want to play it safe. Otherwise, you could actually go into Grok Hayabusa and then keep your options a bit more open. No, we're not going for Grok actually. Giving the option back to Team Egypt. They go for Lunox Expork.
Oh my god. Interesting mind games coming in from Team Indonesia. The question is, does Egypt is going to actually take up on that offer? Are you actually going to actually pick up that Grok right now? And not only that, are you going to actually pick up your own mid laner as well? Looking on the side of Team Egypt, we do see that they keep on using that Lunox, and this is why they kind of lose a little bit of their own pools heroes, because most of the time whenever Egypt comes through with the combination of Gatot Kaca or even with the combination of Baxia, they somehow always pick up Lunas. But here on out, Hayabusa will be the top priorities for Team Egypt, and it seems that they picked up Gatot Kaca instead. So still, Grok is either they will be banning off for the second phase, or they will allow it immediately as well.
Indonesia either goes the Grok here or they grab an assassin. It's one or the other. I feel like you just go for the Grok regardless, because he's going to get banned out next, and you probably still have a solid assassin pool to be able to rely back on. The genius of opening up with the Lunox and the Expork here is that they both technically counter Grok and Gatot. Therefore, whatever Egypt picks is not going to be the most ideal, and it also locks you out of certain strategies. It's a bit dangerous to go for heroes like the Farsa because they're going to be vulnerable. It's difficult to go for heroes that would be vulnerable to the Lunox, like the Esmeralda and the Alice as well. So they're quite okay with opening things up, and they will indeed lock down the Grok before the end of the phase.
Now, here's the thing. When it comes to Team Egypt, right, there's still a lot of the slots coming in, especially with the mid lane. So Team Indonesia, they can have a possibility to just shut down a little bit more of the mid lane, such as like Kimmy for the damage wise as well, or they can actually just take out as well Farsa, even though I feel like Farsa wise it doesn't really have much of potential, but it may actually give a little bit of good covering for the high ground itself. So they take out Valentina instead for the mid lane.
Okay, taking out the Valentina makes sense, since that is a very good counter to both Grok as well as Xborg. Xborg especially, since being able to steal that last insanity means that you actually use it more efficiently than the original hero itself. There have been many teams in the past that have actually lost picking up the Xborg into the Valentina. And Indonesia is well aware of this. Lapu-Lapu is going to be focused on the side of Egypt. So they are still thinking that this is going to be a double fighter side lane. But if that is the case, maybe it would be better to take out the Yisun Shin.
Yeah, kind of true though. So there's a possibility as well. This team probably have been thinking about how we want to do a little bit of fight between each other. But again, I talked about Kimi as well. This is one of the mid laners that has been doing well as well for the fight in WEC. Great burst damage and definitely gives a lot of opportunity for the setup between the curtain call as well as AOG. So those are the things that Indonesia wants to avoid it out.
Personally, I think it would have been okay to actually leave the Kimi open, because that's not a particularly good hero into the Xborg, but it is okay against everything else. So I guess Indonesia just wants to cover their bases there. Ruby also going to be taken off the table. So if Egypt does decide to go for double fighter, CC won't have to worry too much about being countered if lane too hard. Yisun Shin will indeed be locked in though, so I was already thinking Egypt should probably get rid of this. Indonesia are going to have a pretty strong jungler here.
The fact that right now we are seeing that Team Indonesia, most of the draft-wise, is getting a little bit more firm. Team Egypt, they still have to find a way for them to give a little bit of loopholes to get in. Most of their AoE-wise still have not enough damage to burst down Indonesia. So those are the priorities right now for Team Egypt to take up for themselves. So what are the heroes options that probably be in favor of Team Egypt?
Team Egypt going to need slightly... Ooh, now that's interesting. The Sicilian gonna be locked in. This is a hero that was actually buffed slightly in the recent update. They will also go for the Iritel. So if Indonesia does decide to go for Granger again, Team Egypt's already preparing a counter for it, and it can actually go pretty okay against fighters if that's what ends up being the matchup. But Sicilian is interesting. Now this hero was buffed so that his skill 1 now costs less mana in the early levels of the game. That means it's easier to get his stacks overall, but he still does need time to actually become a threat.
I mean, the fact that it's a really good poking for the side, but Cho being the last pick for Team Indonesia. Great covering coming out from Team Indonesia, and the fact that we know Team Egypt-wise, now they are able to actually cover just a little bit of the damage-wise. It's just that the fact that I feel like, is it going to be enough coming into the mid-game itself? Draft-wise from Indonesia, they have the lockdown. They can be able to do a little bit of their setup as well because they actually give that grog immediately. So we see how it was when it comes to Vivian setting up with the tectonic charge. This is the question, if Egypt can actually falter it off or even negates every possibility.
I am a little bit concerned about having to play for Sicilian mid. It means that they want to scale into the late game, but you are dealing with Team Indonesia on expanding rivers. They've got a Grok, Lunox, Yisun Shin. They're going to be very strong in terms of those rotations, but they also have the Cho gold lane in the hands of Shell. We have not gotten to see this yet at all in the women's MLBB category. So it's going to be interesting to see whether one of the top teams here will be able to pull it off.
Let's go! This is it! It's going to be one more chance for Egypt to make it sure that Team Indonesia doesn't get into the grand final that easily. Give it up for the upper bracket finals, Indonesia versus Egypt!
Once again, the stakes here is a direct ticket to the grand finals, a direct qualification to the top 2 of the entire competition. And Indonesia is just one step away from having it in their hands. We can already see that Shell is trying to be a little bit more active on this hero as well. It enables it quite heavily. It is going to be Concussive Blast too. So we're not too sure yet if Shell is going to be playing Bruiser, Cho Gold Lane that we've been seeing with items like the War Axe, or if she's intending to go full tank or full damage.
And the fact that right now we are seeing just a little bit of poking coming through from Nucci as well. And it's somehow we do feel like on the earlier runs, definitely Team Egypt can just slow things down for Team Indonesia. But then again, as time passes, if they don't do a good rotation, Team Indonesia can take advantage of it. And coming on right now, Shell, just a little bit of overextension right there. Can they actually defend it out very well? Nana able to actually punish for that.
Really good punish coming in here from Team Egypt. Shell definitely felt a bit too comfortable going for that lane cutting, but I can't really blame her either because they saw that the Hayabusa started clearing the jungle from the purple side. You would logically assume that she would be towards the bottom half of the map to prepare for the turtle. But no, they were actually able to respond to the lane cut behind the tier 2. So that's a nice early kill. Since it went to the Hayabusa as well, that's going to feel even better for Egypt. They're going to be able to start controlling this first objective.
Great objective, fast-paced respawn coming up for them. Even the Red Man will not be able to do so for the side of Team Indonesia. Team Egypt, they know for a fact they need to be a little bit more sturdy in their own positioning so that at least Team Indonesia cannot catch up.
Definitely. Team Egypt now going to be playing it more on the defensive. They know that they don't really have the lineup that is able to take the fight to Indonesia for now, so they're going to position around to make sure that Nana doesn't get affected in the jungle. And by doing so, they also get the second bonus of allowing Nucci to farm. Unfortunately, by staying this close together, Vival is able to walk into the other side of the jungle and start stealing stuff.
Yeah, stealing all the resources that is required for Team Indonesia as well as Egypt. This is where the fine line that Team Egypt, they're kind of leaving a little bit of loopholes for Team Indonesia to take advantage. And I'm worried that if a lot of the resources comes in, this is where the fine line that Team Egypt can have a little bit of lower hand for them to fight it off.
Huh, was that a first item Sky Piercer for Cine on the Lunox? I feel like that's what I saw, but I'm not sure if my eyes can believe it. We'll confirm that the next time the item builds. It is! Okay, thank you, production. Before shoes. Wow, okay.
Zini right now prioritizing, saying that I want to stack things up. I want to make sure that my damage just goes out of the way to just shed off all the players of Team Egypt. Now the question is, Team Egypt, knowing for a fact that some of the players, they do have the sustainability. We got like CG in the hands of Velvet. We got Vivian will be able to actually just tone down a little bit. The question is, when it comes to Nucci, right, they have the baseline, but at the same time right here, goes in for the Urgent Rapid, will be able to pull away from the equation. But last he comes in, first down Nucci for the kill. But at the same time right now, they are going to have a little bit of difficulty with Cine being taken out by Nate for the trade-off. Now Vivian will be able to push through, but Gel comes through with the flicker, surviving it out. But at the same time, Vival, ooh, just close enough to be tagged.
You can tell that that was actually a play made because Team Indonesia tried to be greedy with it. They went for a first item, no shoes, Sky Piercer on the Lunox, and Cine actually flickered forward to try and get their first Sky Piercer stack on the Sicilian. Not able to be successful though, and without the flicker, Cine got picked off as a result of it. So a bit of a punish there.
A little bit of punish as well right now, dancing again at the turtle pit right here. Vivian doing a lot of zoning right here, making sure that Nana will get that turtle in the hands of Egypt. But somehow that's going to actually leave up a lot of the goal plays here in the hands of Team Indonesia. And not only that, this turret will be in the hands of them. AOG put out, does tags out one player though, but at the same time, there's no follow-up coming on from Vivian. And now going in for the tectonic charge, shuts down Uchi for another kill in the hands of Indonesia.
Vivian tried to go for the frontline catch onto the enemy cores, but then forget about their own backline, which was targeted by Vivian. Nana now gonna try and make up for that, going for the steal on the purple buff on the opposite side. I will say, this is actually a really solid start for Team Egypt right now. The goal is still about even with Indonesia, but I'm liking the composure they have. They are not allowing their game 1 loss to get to their heads.
A lot of really good trades coming in from both sides of Team Egypt as well as Indonesia. They know for a fact that some of the teams, they can still be able to cover things up back, and they'll be able to actually just have those gaps getting smaller and smaller between each other. But at the same time, right here, they goes into the dive of the turret, and Velvet doesn't want it to actually overextend itself, saying that, hey, might as well just give it up because survivability is still at a crucial state right now for Team Egypt.
I would imagine by now that Team Egypt is aware that Cine has gone for a Sky Piercer build. So the smart thing to do would be to try and avoid fighting in places where the Lunox would be able to get very easy stacks on it. So far, that does seem to be the direction they're leaning in. They can punish Cine for going for a very greedy early item here and actually directly slow down Indonesia's scaling.
And the fact that right now we are seeing Team Indonesia, they are being pushed back just a little bit by Team Egypt, but they still have this one last dance for the turtle. Let's see if they can actually change things around. They do a little bit of the clearing here for the minions of the wave, but at the same time, Nana has been spotted out by Shell. Now coming in for a fight, does move away, but goes in for the waves of the dragon. He kills it out, but still survive it out with the quad shadow. But can they make it through? It seems that Nana will not be able to have a very smooth ride, but still survive it out at least because Shell doesn't go for the follow-up, but goes in for the tectonic charge. And now moving along, Mufuri Echo takes down Nana. Turtle will be slain by the Beaver, and Indonesia comes through with all the kills right in the hands.
That was a bit of a mistake from Nana, a bit too desperate. She could see Vivian standing right there. If she had just taken the slight detour, walking around the wall instead, she might have been able to get to the turtle pit more safely, but literally walked into range where it would be easy to hit the tectonic charge on the Hayabusa. And that is a mistake that will cost them. Indonesia now taking the mid-tier 1, taking the purple buff as well, and the last Insanity picking off Velvet.
And the fact that right now, Team Egypt, because of the fact that Indonesia had a really good pressure put out by the side of Nana, now they're getting even much more further beyond an upper hand in their side. So far, Team Egypt, they're losing their touch just a little bit slightly, but that's not going to be much though. Still, they have an opportunity if they can actually defend it wisely because they still have their upper turrets as well as bottom turret.
Indeed. Egypt actually has pretty solid late game scaling. They've got Sicilian, they got Iritel, CC contributes to that as well. So even though they are behind now after that lapse in judgment, the goal difference is not that big yet. As long as they make sure this goal lead doesn't expand further, they will still be able to do quite well into the later stages. It's Indonesia who would ideally want to end this around the 15-16 minute mark.
The fact that right now Nana still tried to be tagged out by the players of Indonesia. The question is right now, the teams of Indonesia, they keep on invading, they keep on pushing on to Egypt, denying any movement that's coming in from Nana. Again, they caught up with the Mountain Shocker. Nana, why did you actually have to go front? Almost sacrificing your own body to the team of Indonesia.
Tried to commit for the Ogi Shadow kill, not able to get in range. Vivin nearly dead as well, having to use the AOG defensively. We can see that Indonesia is trying to up the tempo and pressure to make sure that Team Egypt isn't allowed to free farm the map. Now we do have to point out that Names is super far up in the lane right now, and Shell is going to spot her.
Shell comes in, doing a little bit of kicking, basic attack coming through, but Names will be able to actually fend for herself, not a problem with that. A lot of damage come through, but still, this is going to be the first lot in the hands of Team Indonesia. The question is, as they are marching into the fight with Team Egypt, can Egypt set up a really good defense?
They were able to take advantage of the distraction being made up top in order to secure the Lord for free, though I don't think Team Egypt would have attempted to challenge it regardless. They know that they're not really in a good position to be able to do that right now. Ooh, nice dodge from Velvet as well, making sure she's not in range of getting kicked. The goal difference starting to add up. The damage difference overall as well, we could see, is quite large, with Fumi Echo being a constant thorn in their side. This X-Borg is already 3-0 actually.
Great composition coming out from Team Indonesia. Sydney might be caught off guard just now, but still, they might be able to pull through. Doesn't have much of the worrisome coming in from Team Indonesia. Now they just want to put so much pressure to the side of Egypt. They know for a fact this is the opportunity for them to just give more. Diet and Rapid been put out. Tectonic Touch doesn't get anyone but Vivian. I mean, they're going to be got caught off though, but it's going to be a good sacrifice. Monster Chakra comes in. Vivian takes down, but at the same time right here will be the cause of Fumieko shuts down names as well. Now he's going to be also slated out by City, takes down Nucci, goes out, had to actually move away with the AOG, and now living only Velvet with lifeline 1%.
Ooh, the members of Team Egypt are so low right now, and it's very lucky that they were able to survive that, because if they didn't, the game would be over right now. The Lord is pushing in bot side. Team Indonesia were able to turn around a bit of a bot engagement actually. Vivian messed up the tectonic charge because of a really good response from Egypt, but they still grouped up a little bit too much to actually try and get the kill on the Croc, and that's how Fumieko was able to get the setup and punish. Cine now finally getting that first Sky Piercer stack 8 minutes after buying the item itself, but that's not really an issue for Team Indonesia. They are now in control.
They are in control indeed. The fact that everything, the attempts that is done by Team Egypt right now is
for the
pretty much that we can see that the fact that Team Indonesia, right, they don't have much to worry about, because Egypt right now, all they can do is just react, defend. All they can do is just counter back everything that has already been set up by Indonesia. On the other note, Indonesia say like, I'm gonna put this momentum on you, you just have to play along with it.
Well, if Team Egypt is able to effectively play along with it, they do still have a chance. This Sicilian can be a threat once you get later in, but they really slowed down the farm on it already. Vivian should be okay. Actually, no.
No, last insanity bursts down Vivian immediately, and now comes in with the shadow kill. Fumieko will be able to survive with the immortality. Now comes along with the mountain chakra. Had to pull away, but here Eartha Rapids come through. Shell takes down Nuji. Double kill to the side of Shell, and now leaving only 2 players of a team.
Destruction and devastation coming in here from Team Indonesia. They found their target. Fumieko committed the last insanity just to blow up the Qatar, and then managed to bait out the OG shadow kill. But the only reason Fumieko was okay doing that is because she knew she had the immortality. And when Team Egypt walked out of the base to contest that fight, they got hard punished. A beautiful wall from Vivian to stop the retreat. And this time there is no escape. The Lord has been taken. Only 2 inhibitors left standing on the side of Team Egypt.
This is the second Lord marching in, and somehow Mountain Shot comes through, goes in for the tectonic charge. Marvel will be able to take down Nana immediately. Those burst damage is doing well for the team of Indonesia. Now Egypt been cut to the corners. They had to survive, but Lance Insanity burst down no one. Unfortunately, Fumieko will be able to survive it out with the Ferragam armor, but Eartha Rapids just to divide the conquer so that Team Indonesia will be able to survive no casualties.
The pressure has reached a fever pitch. Indonesia is wasting cooldowns, but it doesn't really matter to them because they know they are far ahead enough to be able to afford to do so. The Lord is pushing in, no tower down bottom, but no waves pushing either. Team Egypt might be able to buy some time. They should lose the top inhib, but I don't think the game ends here just yet.
Let's see if they can actually make a change. Vivian trying to make sure that they will deny any movement inside the base, but at the same time, they are looking for more. They're coming in for the crucial attack for the mid. Last Insanity doesn't hit anyone, but it's going to be enough just to actually bear open all of the bases of Egypt.
The base of Team Egypt is now officially empty. No towers left standing. 13 minutes in, 7k gold lead for Team Indonesia. They'll play it safe, they'll take it disciplined. They're not going to make the same mistakes other teams have of trying to force the end game when they do not have a Lord for the push. They're going to wait until the next one comes back out, and this is going to be the final opportunity. The time between now and the next Lord spawning is going to be all the farm that Team Egypt is going to be able to get before the next big team fight.
Great respect coming out from Indonesia. They know for a fact, do not need to pressure more, does not need overextension. They know this is the winning condition they are already grasping. Only requires right now for Team Egypt is that if they can find a little bit of loopholes that is done by Team Indonesia, maybe they can turn things around. But the question is, everything has already been gutted out. We got Shell right in front with the Waves of Dragon, and not only that, Fumieko comes in with the last Insanity. Crucial state for Team Egypt right now, if they can actually just go away before anyone being taken out by Team Indonesia, loosen up a little bit of the resources, maybe they can actually counter-attack.
Nucci has finally completed that Wishing Lantern, so that is going to be a pretty important power spike here for the Sicilian. Unfortunately, Team Indonesia has so much backline dive that I don't really know if Nucci will be able to make full use of it. The scaling on itemization is a massive gap. A lot of the cores on the side of Indonesia are already hitting their final item. Even the Blade of Heptases completed earlier by Vivian, you can see the damage that is being output by this Grok and not much being used to punish in return because Egypt still needs more time.
Egypt still needs more time. A lot of this resources being stolen by Team Indonesia under their nose. And the fact that they know they are literally in a position where they cannot make any more mistakes. They cannot leave all of this opportunity for Team Indonesia to just get a hold of them. And now, with a lot coming in, they are going to actually push in. Trying to actually zone out just a little bit on the front line, but at the same time, look at this. Fumiko all by herself. Goes out for the last hit, suddenly does burst, but then again, we do have Vivian, comes in for the mighty swing, but at the same time, Mount Sugar comes through. Vivo takes down Vivian. Nucci will be shut down as well. Names comes in, able to do a double kill to Sini, but Sini unfortunately shuts down Nana. Names is the only one left. Burned to the ground. Names will try to survive it, but unfortunately, it is going to be 4 players wiped out in the hands of Team Indonesia. Bevel all alone to survive, to actually defend that crystal.
It's going to be a 1v3 defense. The members of Indonesia are a bit low on HP, but Crystal is wide open.
Last is that they open up, but at the same time right here, Crystal is already broken. This is going to be the first grand finalist. It is Team Indonesia!
Your first World Esports Championship 2025 MLBB Women's Category Grand Finalist will be our defending champions. Team Indonesia makes their return to the final stage of the tournament once again. And despite their best attempts, Team Egypt will drop down to the lower bracket. They will have one more opportunity to see if they can find one more rematch.
I mean, it is a good fight. We gotta admit that, right? I mean, like, there was a lot of things that we see from the first draft itself, but second draft, this is where the fine line that Team Indonesia, they show their experience. They show how clean they are when it comes to execution, and they know for a fact which ground they can actually hold, who they want to actually go on for the control itself. Team Egypt, however, is just, there's some things that they just cannot control because of how freely Indonesia get a hold of them.
It is unfortunate. I like the change that Team Egypt was attempting to go for, switching things up with the Sicilian, but giving that early game momentum to a team like Indonesia is a little bit too scary. As per usual though, we have our host up on stage. Let's interview our first grand finalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The WEC 25 MLBB Women's Edition first grand finalist, Team Indonesia. Our defending champions is here on a mission to attempt to clinch their back-to-back championship. And with me here on stage, we have Shell and of course, Fumi Eiko. How are you girls feeling?
We're good, we're good.
You're good. I can see that you guys are so good. You know what? I think this is a question that everybody has. How are you girls so good all the time? What's the secret? What's your secret? Apa-apa?
Karena hari ini tidurnya banyak.
Hari ini tidurnya banyak?
Yeah.
They slept well today. That's why they're so good all the time. You know what? I think we could talk a little bit about Egypt as a rising region in MLBB. Because we could see that even though they're fairly new compared to Team Indonesia in the international scene, but they're actually playing pretty good and quite on par with the other regions who are considered veterans. In your opinion as a veteran, what do you think about Egypt as a rising region in MLBB?
Well, I think Egypt has always been a good team since last year during the last IESF. They managed to took 1 point from us, so we respect them as a team. Yeah.
Oh, that's very nice. And I think in the upcoming years, while MLBB is growing, we will definitely see more of these teams perform better in the international scene. And perhaps one last question. Who do you think you'll be meeting in the grand finals later after actually seeing the tournaments or actually seeing the games of the other girls?
Egypt lagi.
Wow! You think Egypt? Why? What? Yes, bisa lagi. Why do you think you're gonna be meeting Egypt in the grand finals? Because there's still Cambodia and Malaysia also.
Karena Egypt ngalahin Malay.
Oh, because Egypt has beaten Malaysia. That did happen yesterday. So perhaps Fumiego could be right. What about you?
I actually cannot choose between the three teams because I think all of them are great. But I hope that they give the best games.
So you think whoever will perform the best will end up in the grand finals tomorrow? You know what? I agree with Shell. The team that deserves it the most will definitely head on to the grand finals. Thank you very much, girls. And once again, congratulations on being the first ever grand finalist this WEC 2025. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to give us a rundown on what happened in this matchup.
Thank you, Rose. Great interview indeed. And I like the fact that they said that they don't really mind whoever they want to meet. The only thing that they are very focusing on, just do your best, and we just want to see you have a fun time at the grand finals.
Yeah, Team Indonesia has already reached a level where it doesn't matter who their opponents are going to be. They are going to face every single challenge head on the exact same way. And they believe they'll come out on top regardless. Which means that Indonesia has guaranteed themselves at least a top 2 finish and a chance to defend their title here at the World Esports Championship. Team Egypt did put up a solid fight. Again, I do like the adjustment. I like the attempt to go for a hero like Cecilion, make sure that you do have some kind of late game scaling, but giving up that early initiative, purposefully playing a draft that wants you to be a little bit slower to start, gives too much away, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. There was a lot of mid laners that we can still prioritize previously, and I think pretty much the fact that how they actually take out that Kimi at the last pick of the bat shows how much Indonesia was already expecting what Egypt's gonna pick up, and unfortunately Team Egypt was just falling out of a little bit of shorthand. But this is going to be our key player for our last match of our third series. Congratulations to Vival as the goal hunter with 725 GPM. The GOAT obviously is gonna be Fumiego, 71,034 total damage. I mean, she was always on the front line. She goes for the last insanity even when it wasn't really necessary, but she said that I want to get it down. I want that Grok to just go in for the front line and I will make sure that everybody just bursts to the ground. Vivian, however, as the tanker, become the total damage of 105,759. Just doesn't have much of the leeway for Team Egypt to push on to Team Indonesia. But the best support coming from Vivian with 11 total assists.
We see that the players of Team Indonesia continue to be some of the most consistent players across the entire tournament. And you still cannot deny that Vivian herself deserves the title of the Mother of Tanks for a reason. You cannot allow this girl to have that Grok. It creates too many opportunities. The walls are always placed perfectly on 1, 1, and 11 KDA, showing the world that she is truly number 1.
Agreed. That dash coming in from herself just to make sure that she will be able to shut down Nucci was just superb. And that's the fact that they were able to actually take advantage every single dividing attention that was done by Team Egypt. They just couldn't do anything to just hold up the positioning. Again, this is where the fine line that Team Egypt had slight minor error on their own calculation, and Team Indonesia, they just covered things around very carefully.
You can tell that some of the players on the side of Team Indonesia weren't actually playing at full power either. Shell was a little bit uncomfortable, missing some of the plays on the show, and Cindy went Sky Piercer first item and flickered into her first fight to try and get stacks on it. And even despite those mistakes, Team Egypt still was not able to make the catch-up. That is the gap in experience that we are looking at right here. This play as well, baiting Team Egypt out of the base and then beautifully blocking them into the tectonic charge to clear up the rest of the team, really set them up. You can tell that Team Indonesia is prepared to be champions once again.
I like the combination. Definitely great movement coming in from Team Indonesia. I think the tectonic charge just right on time pushing on. every single location that the ultra weapon been put out, and you talked about it, how Vivian always know where to pose that wall, and it's either you divide the whole entire players of Team Egypt, or they just literally give that opportunity for them to not run away. That mobility wise was controlled by Team Indonesia, and you let that allow to happen. That is where the fine line that Team Indonesia will definitely make sure you will falter to the ground. But congratulations again to our first finalist here in the World Esports Championship.
We have one of our guaranteed top 2 teams that we will be able to witness at the end of the MLBB women's category tomorrow. And we've got 3 other teams who will be vying for the position. Team Egypt is going to be waiting to see who their opponent is going to be, because one more match will need to happen between Team Cambodia and Team Malaysia. And one of these will have the opportunity to face off against Team Indonesia again.
It is tough, definitely, because the fact is we talked about how Team Malaysia, they do have that home buff advantage. I don't know, it's really tough though, because we see how they fight off with Team Argentina. Again, it was pretty much how we talked about. There was a lot of mistakes that was done by both teams, but it ended up in the favor how Team Malaysia was able to take advantage of the mistakes that were done by Team Argentina. I just really hope coming into Cambodia side, they will be able to do less mistake right now and a little bit of clean execution, because they are going to fire off right after this, and this is going to be covered up by LaFell as well as Husky. So this is the end of the shift between me as well as Dafa. Thank you so much, viewer. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned here at the World Esports Championship 2025. We'll be right back right after this. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Be in the zone. Gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like me to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaining form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjusted.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to WEC 25 here. Okay, that's my voice. Getting a bit worried there for a second. My name is Bell, alongside me is Husky, and we are about to jump in to the MLBB female division for the lower bracket semifinals. How are you feeling for this one?
I'm feeling very excited because we got to see both teams, Cambodia and Malaysia, duke it out earlier on. Cambodia took a 2-1 victory over Turkiyye, and Malaysia, we also scraped by with a 2-1 victory over Argentina. And now this is a grudge match because I've been hearing whispers that the Cambodian team, they're out for blood.
I mean, like, looking at how they play, I would think so as well. And again, we would like to say welcome to you guys. Welcome to the World Esports Championship 2025, live from Kuala Lumpur. The global event is proudly organized by IESF as well as MESF, with ESI as our strategic partner, and generously supported by KBS, Rakamuda, Rakan Digital, and our official partners, Red One, IQ, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and of course, our official chair partner, Razer. Thank you very much for making WEC 25 a success like it is right now.
Yeah, it has been an honor to be the host for this, especially when we are coming in as the defending champions, at least for the open division. And I gotta say, I've been able to get my hands on the IQ phone just recently. Fantastic performance for MLBB. I've been climbing stars. Rank. I've been climbing rank, getting some good stars in. So IQ is a fantastic device that I think should get more recognition. You should check it out when you have time.
Well, right now we got to look at the brackets here to see how the playoffs has been really looking like for the female division, because now we're starting to see more games instead of straight up sweeps. Well, if you don't count Indonesia, because so far Indonesia hasn't dropped a single game. Basically, everyone else has suffered some damage here throughout the playoffs, Husky.
Yeah. I mean, Indonesia, whether it's in the open category or the women category, they have been ruthless. Yesterday, we saw even in the open category, Team Indonesia basically steamrolled Team Romania without any mercy at all. And we saw just a basic demolition against Team Egypt in the women category, being the first grand finalist and on their way to get another title for themselves. How many titles have this roster gotten? Like 10, 20, 30?
The latest win streak that they had was like 3 years worth of win streak until they eventually lost last year in the EWC. But either ways, we are looking at the schedule here. We're looking at the semi-final lower bracket of Cambodia going up against Malaysia, and then afterwards will be the open division, which is the male team of Malaysia going up against South Africa, and then in Cambodia against the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting as well, because we don't get many opportunities to witness South Africa and the Dominican Republic play on the international stage, so that would be quite a exciting thing to look forward to. We've seen enough of Team Malaysia, but I want to see the Cambodia open category as well, because that roster is also quite a force to be reckoned with.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now, honestly, with the teams being ready, because I kind of feel like for Malaysia as well as Cambodia, the female teams, they've already properly warmed up here, Husky, because again, the way that they've been playing has been full series, and now they got to go for another best of 3.
Yeah, and that is going to really push them to the limit, right? The fatigue is going to be one thing. It's a battle of attrition, a battle of endurance, and a battle of adaptation.
Yeah, and now, before we even invite both teams onto the stage, we're going to show a bit of a video trailer to really hype up Malaysia going up against Cambodia.
Kalau lawan Kamboja nanti kita akan all out lah. Kita akan do the best sebab kita orang pun dah pernah lawan diorang kat qualifier and kita orang dah menang 2-0. So kita orang akan repeat balik lah benda yang sama, kita orang akan all out untuk ke grand final.
Punya nang ព្យាយាមនិយាយគ្នានឹងលេងឲ្យចូលគ្នាឲ្យបានល្អហើយនិយាយគ្នាឲ្យបានច្រើនជាងមុន
We will try to communicate more and play like we fight together in one heart because we want team one heart. We will try our best.
The local Valkyries battle hardened by battle and united by a shared goal of pride and glory. Now they take the stage again in their quest to become the icons of the land of dawn. Fellow Malaysians, your home ground stars, Team Malaysia!
And standing across the battlefield, a team known for their discipline, their speed, and their fearless aggression. Put your hands together for Team Cambodia! And now with both teams ready, Team Malaysia as well as Team Cambodia, we would like to invite both teams to go for a fist bump for us to officially start the match.
Last time of physical contact on the stage before they both enter the Land of Dawn for a grueling best of 3 ahead of them. This is Elimination Series. One last best of 3 and we will have to sadly wave goodbye to one of these teams. And this is a lineup, a matchup that has a lot of rivalry, a lot of history behind them. Team Cambodia, whether it's the women division or the open category, have openly expressed that they want revenge on Team Malaysia, and now this is the best time to do it, to knock us out, or at least attempt to knock us out. From Cambodia's side, we have Moshi, Tagami, Alan, Baobei, and Yui.
Yeah, honestly, Tagami as well as Baobei has been standout stars here, especially Tagami. But Baobei, one of the players that's still insistent on using those marksmen or the traditional late game carry in the gold lane, where we see multiple teams have really shifted towards that fighter. But hey, it has been working out quite well. And seeing how Malaysia has been having quite extended games, it might give an advantage to Cambodia.
Even for Team Malaysia, they have also shown us some traditional marksmen, right? With the Moskov pick in Game 3 earlier on against Team Argentina. No Shah, Rina, Hani, Faufau, and Yuki. All very experienced players in their own roles. But one standout for me right now, at least so far today, has been Rina in that jungle.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, especially when she gets her hands on the Hayabusa. In fact, the games that they've won against Argentina are both with the Hayabusa. The game that they lost was on that Yi Sun Shin. So definitely, I kind of feel like for both teams, there are some really standout picks we got to be careful of, because for Cambodia, they've been getting the Eve every single time. And even in the EXP, getting the Lapu as well as getting a getting big like Uranus, right? Making it so difficult for the opponents to really respond against them. So I kind of feel like for Malaysia, you got to be careful of the Eve, and for Cambodia, you got to be careful of the Hayabusa.
There definitely is some PTSD there for Team Malaysia going up against an Eve, because that's the game that they dropped against Team Argentina earlier on too. But there are some pocket picks from Team Cambodia, or picks that you don't really expect to see that often. They did have one game with Minotaur earlier on. Earlier on against Turkiyye, if I remember correctly. But at the same time, they also have the Bruno being shown, which is a pick that we don't really see too often, especially with fighters being so prevalent. The Moskov as well was shown. Argentina brought out the carry second pick in that Game 3 against Team Malaysia. So at least some of our teams are gravitating back towards those traditional marksmen.
Now this is an interesting stat here, Husky. Despite Cambodia being the one with the traditional marksmen, their average game time, at least against Turkiyye, was around 14 to 50 minutes. Compared to Malaysia, their average game time is actually around 20. The longest game is 25 minutes. The shortest game is 18 minutes, 50 seconds. So between both teams, it does look like Cambodia ends the game faster despite having the scaling composition.
I think there's also a very direct explanation to why that is the case. And it comes down to how I think Team Malaysia handles that mid to late game, right? Where there definitely were certain moments early on against Argentina where they were minor mistakes in the macro sense that sort of gave that lead away. We did see unfortunate Lord coin flips. You know, we saw some very unfortunate pickoffs as well. Something that I hope that they have the time to kind of polish against a team like Cambodia, who are a lot more decisive.
Something we have to say as well, Malaysia is usually quite melee heavy, right? It's
yes.
only Hani that has range, but now it looks like the map is going to be dangerous grass here, which the map between Malaysia and Argentina, dangerous grass, Malaysia did win, and Cambodia against Turkey, it is the map that Cambodia did lose. So at least on paper, it does look like Malaysia have a slight advantage here in dangerous grass.
Yeah, and it's also something that they could use as a reference point, because Turkey did crush that game 1 against Cambodia. I believe they went 17-0 in dangerous grass. And you look at the picks that Team Turkey had at that point was also, you know, very fast, aggressive heroes that can speed up the tempo, right? You have Lapu Lapu, Hayabusa, Kimi, all are very well-versed in accelerating the game pace, but I think Team Malaysia also has shown some of those early level 2 ganks, sort of reminiscent of what the open category of Team Indonesia likes to do in that mid lane. I wonder if that will be effective against Cambodia.
Well, with that being said, right now we're jumping straight into draft here. It looks like Team Cambodia will be on the first pick. Malaysia will be on second. Cambodia betting out the Baxia Esmeralda as well as the Gatot Kaca, really taking away the front lines. And Team Malaysia betting out the CC, the Eve, and the final ban was going to come up here. Is it going to be a pick like the Lancelot, the Hayabusa, or even the Yi Sun-shin?
I mean, the Grok also has been a big priority, right? Like a lot of teams right now are willing to take a Grok first pick on the blue side. If you don't, then you get like a Grok Kimmy combination or a Grok plus a jungler on red side. So this is a very important pick, but Team Malaysia opts to go for an Angela ban. So the Grok now becomes an option. But even for the jungle role, Cambodia did show a Fredrin pick earlier on, but they go for none of that. They go for a Lapu opener.
Yeah, honestly, I respect this because Lapu is a pretty good initiator and really disrupts the backline. And we did talk about Malaysia really likes to build a melee composition. So the Lapu should be able to get on top of Honey because usually she's the only one that really has any sort of range.
Yeah, not only that, it's easier to hit your abilities, not only get the spell vamp and damage in, but also stack up the damage reduction once you're in your Bravest Fighter form, the heavy sword stance. Lancelot be the choice for Rina. We did see her demonstrate her prowess on this hero in the earlier days of WEC, so we know that it's a comfort pick.
It should be a Grok here, right? Because I don't think it's a good idea giving it over to Cambodia. But instead, they go for the Hylos here, which, in my personal opinion, is a little bit risky because there's still a lot of shredders like a Lunox that's still on the table for Cambodia.
Even funnily enough, today we have seen a lot of Grok into Hylos matchup, and it was actually more even than I thought it would be. I thought that it would heavily favor the Grok, but they both have had almost an even win rate, you know, across the board. So YSS and Grok for Cambodia, pretty straightforward considering how I think Malaysia kind of let that Grok slip away. But I think now you have to look at that mid laner, right? You have to look at priority.
I'm thinking of Valentina here. It looks pretty good getting the Tectonic Charge. Ooh. Or even taking the Bravest Fighter so that if the Lapu jumps on you, just jump away, right? You need someone that can protect yourself. We've seen Hani on picks like the Kagura, which you can protect yourself, or the Kimmy, because that's also a pretty good way for you to get mid prio.
Yeah, if it's a Valentina, shout out to Team Kazakhstan's mid laner from the open category. Ovin did steal a couple of Bravest Fighters in their match against Indonesia, which is quite a spectacle. I do agree, Valentina or Kimmy. The Alice also is a decent choice. We haven't seen any Alice mid just yet, but this at least solidifies that XP lane.
Yeah, I kind of feel like both teams, they're setting up for whatever mid that's going to come up, right? Because Divers coming in from Cambodia, the same as Malaysia. So I really feel like they're understanding Honey is a pretty good carry coming in from Malaysia, and Cambodia, the mid is going to be quite a big problem as well. So it does show that they have played each other enough times to know who's the real threat.
Yeah, even the draft sequence, I think, from both teams is vastly different, especially from Malaysia's side coming into this, right? Because prior to today, I don't think Alice was in the conversation at all, not even considered to be banned. There is one pick that I feel like would really benefit Team Cambodia, and that's the Jusin.
Actually, no, I agree. It will be very annoying to deal with the Jushin, like when you have a Hylas, when you have an Alice, you don't kill her fast enough, so she's gonna be able to pick you up quite a lot. Now even the Ruby gets banned out, so really thinking that despite Cambodia basically using scaling gold laners for quite a while, they're still considering the fact that they might go for a fighter against Malaysia.
Yeah. And it's always the dilemma between, are they not comfortable with fighters, or do they not see the need just yet? Right? We get the Moskov ban. It's a good respect to Fao, who has quite a wondrous game on the Moskov less than 2 hours ago. And you also take away kind of that macro advantage that the Moskov inherently provides, right? There are some teams that are not too comfortable dealing with the Moskov, especially when the game goes late, and that's where the macro gets thrown in disarray. So I can definitely understand this ban.
Valentina or Kimmy here, I feel like is the safer choice. If they have something special in mid, I can see picking up a gold laner here first, because it does look like the Harif is still open, the Granger is still open. It looks like they want to go for a Kagura instead. Again, the whole idea is just to make sure that Honey stays alive as long as possible.
Yeah, we did talk to them earlier on, right, after the match against Argentina, the post-match interview, and they did say that it is a personal choice to pick the Kagura. And
it's a comfort.
It's a comfort as well. We did see it work, right? I think that we did see the Kagura win the game, even though it looked pretty iffy, and that was game one. But there are conditions that you need to fulfill, and in this case, I think it's just as a YSS, you know, as a Yi Sun-shin for Tagami, just gotta watch out for the umbrella position.
Right now, Cambodia, if they pick up something like a Kimmy Granger, it is a pretty heavy front to back kind of composition, and I feel like it's going to be quite difficult for Malaysia to deal with that.
We did talk about the Tusin.
Yeah, but instead they go for the Jushin. Yeah, Granger is amazing regardless against this lineup. And yeah, Jushin, so there's a lot of control here, giving a lot of space for both the Granger and Yisun Shin to kind of do whatever they want.
Yeah, on paper, the lane priority team mid should go over the Team Cambodia just because it's so much easier to clear the wave compared to having a Hylos Kagura. But now you look at the gold lane, there really isn't much fighters left except for... Oh, even CC's banned now, so...
Uranus?
No. Sounds like not that good of an idea.
Because if they want to scale, I'm looking at the quad is good as well.
Sovereign of the abyss.
Obsidia! Wow! I haven't seen Obsidia for quite a while.
I don't think we've ever seen Obsidia yet in WEC.
Yeah, so... Just using the bone to catch Yisun Shin so that Yisun Shin doesn't escape. Is that the idea here, or just trying to force that 1v1 against Granger? But the lane is definitely Granger favored.
It's definitely Granger favorite. The main struggle I think for Obsidia is just to get to the critical mass, right? You need to stack up your passive, the bone shards, and afterwards your ultimate only becomes useful if you actually connect it, if you actually know harpoon it onto a target. But it does give you some advantages. The enemy cannot use any mobility abilities. You can kind of maneuver around terrain easier. So I see the logic behind it, but it's going to take some effort to get to that point that you are a threat.
Yeah, it's a cool hero, but again, it's not a hero that you can just autopilot on. The moment you start to, just relax a little bit, it's going to be very difficult for you to run away, because something that we don't talk a lot about Obsidia as well is that it's not a dash. It's just a movement speed up in one direction, so you don't go through walls. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in to the lower bracket semifinals. Malaysia going up against Cambodia.
I have a feeling that you probably want to use the ultimate on either the Granger or the Yisun Shin, just so that they lose the mobility and it's easier to pin them down. But at the end of the day, you are going to be that main damage dealer, that main output source in that late game. Jungle clear, both junglers starting at the purple buff, so we should get the inverse jungle unless Rina thinks about going for the early invade.
Yeah, it looks like they might just want to go for those Litho and maybe try to catch them in case they do want to overextend. But looks like Malaysia should get this for free, and looks like they're just trying to prevent any kind of attack in mid. Making sure that the mid lane is pretty safe, yeah.
Yeah. It has been quite a habit for more experienced teams to go for that early level 2 gank, but I think this is a very good example on how to stop that from happening, right? You don't let a wave freeze happen, or you clear that wave as fast as possible, but also making sure that you are tracking the enemy jungler. So Cambodia did a fantastic job in preventing Rina from even threatening Alan in that opener, although Fao might need to call for some help as this lane, like you said, is going to favor the Granger a little bit.
Yeah, but honestly, looking at the rotations here, Husky, it looks like they're planning to just leave Fao on an island, because everywhere across the board, they're all trying to establish their own freeze of the minion wave. And it looks like, at least for Cambodia, the Grok is making sure that no freeze is really able to come true. And Rina might be the stabilizer for Team Malaysia, but looks like Team Malaysia has no problems dealing with the waves themselves. So both teams should be able to scale up at an even pace.
And I think this is a reality that Team Malaysia has accepted for the mid lane. You just don't clear as fast as a Grok and Zusin with the heroes that you have, which means that Cambodia get priority over Turtle.
Yep. In terms of the levels here, Sha is level 4, so the Throne of Ruin can potentially do something here, but the question is, what's going to be your target? If you're able to get Alan as well as Tagami at the same time, then that's going to be great, but it might be more difficult to get Tagami here.
Yeah. Again, Bao Bei continues to be pressured by Fao in that... Fao continues to be pressured by Bao Bei in that gold lane. The wall doesn't really reset the golem, so I think Cambodia didn't cause as much distraction as they would have liked. But I think if you are Cambodia, you are willing to dance this for as long as needed.
Yeah, especially look at this. Yisun Shin is getting the purple buff, so it is going to have that level advantage. Rina is level 4, but Tagami is already level 5.
Mountain Shocker used very early on too. The Throne of Ruin from Sha only connects on to Tagami, but they go for the dive. Tagami gets taken out. Rina with the first blood. The lift back onto Yuki. Yuki gives her life out willingly, but the Raging Slash is there from Moshi. He now turns on to Sha. Bao Bei joins the fight. Sha tries to relocate, but gets dragged back, knocked, and just ragdoll around. Sha still alive. The healing, finally. She goes down. Bao Bei with the pickup.
despite Malaysia losing 2 there, I really feel like that's actually pretty good coming in from Malaysia because Shah, being an absolute nuisance, had an amazing engage, able to get Tagami first, but more importantly, look at Fafao. Shah basically gave room for Fafao to farm up because, again, like the pressure coming in from Bao Bei is really suffocating, but then Fafao gets some farm in, but the problem is Bao Bei does get a kill. The good news is that I believe Bao Bei doesn't have that Sky Piercer yet, so at least there's no stacks on the Sky Piercer.
She does have the Hunter Strike and has the innate range advantage over Fafao too. So either way, this lane will continue to be a struggle for Fafao, who does manage to get the gold crab. First turtle still on the board, as none of these teams are willing to commit fully for that secure. There still flickers up for both Moshi, Alan, and Bao Bei. Nothing much was used on Cambodia's side in comparison to Team Malaysia, where Shah and Hani had to commit their flickers to get those takedowns.
Oh, looks like Fafao is trying to trade still. She does have the Wind Talker. I'm not so sure if that's enough to make your Hunt of Bone being able to kill someone else, but Fafao already took a lot of damage. Hunt of Bone actually gets the kill onto Bao Bei.
Bao Bei could not move at all, just locked in place and forced to 1v1. At the same time, they're going to also find Yui, the 3-man tectonic charge, but he doesn't really do enough. Hani will pick that one up. The Shah continues to front for the team. Moshi will only have to turn on her with the Land Shaker and just swing away. Tagami with the secure. And now they try to continue the chase, but Yuki gets out of range. And this time, Team Malaysia getting a bit of an advantage, and Fafao will extend that by taking down the bottom tier 1.
At this point, again, like I said, they want to give Fafao the space. They want her to stay on her own island, and everyone else is just being this distraction that Cambodia really can't ignore. Right? If you ignore it, they're going to get the turtle, and that's not good news. So you fight, but then when you fight, Fafao gets the space. This strategy will fail if Fafao loses the 1v1, which so far she has won.
I feel like it's the difference of one auto attacker. There was a spontaneous moment where he felt like Bao Bei was idle, not really sure what to do in that moment, and they better check the items of Fafao because she just got a Sky Piercer. So that is going to be a difference maker, the surprise factor if they're not paying attention. Yuki down low, Rina does get the turtle, so not a problem there for Team Malaysia as Bao Bei gets brought to the mid lane, but the occasion is already concluded. Hani should be able to get out of this with the CC immunity. Malaysia disengages.
Yeah, unfortunately, look at Alan as well as Yue already using their ults. The Tectonic Charge is not there, Crimson Beacon as well, trying to engage a fight, but Malaysia just disengages. But again, it's not long cooldown, so they should have it up by the time a next fight comes through. It looks like Cambodia, they're trying to trade and getting the turret, which they are going to be successful. In terms of how the state of the game, it's actually quite even here in terms of gold, even in terms of the kill score. So Malaysia and Cambodia, they're moving at the same pace.
And Bao Bei was able to get the bottom tier 1. Got the glorious pathway. Moshi will just easily clear that wave out with her Raging Slash. Flickers forward, Land Shaker, backup coming in. Alan will join, forcing Fafao to flicker to safety. Get the lift back onto Yuki. And now Moshi will look to disengage. Tectonic Charge only on the shot. The ad is pretty tanky. Turns around, control the ruin, and counter engage. Hani though will be forced back as Tagami tries to chase her down. Tagami sniped again. Fafao saves her teammate. Yuki does end up going down, but Malaysia, they're not done yet. Rina comes in with Phantom Execution. Fafao gets ran down by Bao Bei, and Cambodia wins that fight. Another Land Shaker into a lift back shot, gets blocked by the wall, and a knockback, a triple kill for Bao Bei.
Yeah, this is not amazing for Malaysia here, giving overkills to Bao Bei with that Sky Piercer, and I think she got 2 stacks there, so 20 stacks compared to Fafao, which died. So even if she had 10 earlier, she only has 5 at this point. And even though, yeah, Obsidia is pretty good in that 1v1, but in the team fight, man, it's gonna be pretty difficult for you to dance around that. That's kind of not how Obsidia is designed, at least when it comes to her skills.
She is a hunter. She doesn't like to be hunted. That's what her kit is for, right? She likes to run you down, but she struggles when people are running straight at her, and that's the challenge that Fafao faced. I think it's only 10 stacks for Bao Bei. She got the Sky Piercer after the 3rd kill, but still, right? It's still a net positive for Cambodia. 1.1k goal lead. Now finally, the turtle being worked on, 2nd of the game. Malaysia thinking about contesting this, but they do not have crucial battle spells to get those surprise engages.
Yeah, but still, we're seeing the stacks of the Obsidia actually doing quite strong. 1 hit there and about 20% HP was taken by Cambodia. So Malaysia, we can see the engage coming in from Shah is going to be pretty good. The problem is the follow-up is not there just yet. Hani on this Kagura doesn't have the necessary damage, and Rina hasn't been able to follow up as well.
Yuki has to be very careful of the threshold Hani can't really get onto Bao Bei. They drop the carpet shot on top of Bao Bei. Had to turn around as they lost Bao Bao. The tunnel vision from Malaysia didn't really working out. They lost track of where Cambodia is. They do assassinate Bao Bei, but Rina has to do everything all on her own, and it's just too much the burden to bear. Team Malaysia forced back again, losing 3.
Yeah, but that is pretty bad here because Fafao had an amazing start, but now is suffering just a little bit. Rina was, again, like you said, able to do some cleanup a bit and able to kill Bao Bei, which is amazing because you gotta reset a bit those stacks because you cannot allow a Granger to have 40 to 60 stacks for free. So I feel like that was honestly worth it, being able to take down Bao Bei.
We did say that Rina was a standout performer in the earlier series. Seems like she now will have to take on that mantle again to bring that team, to keep that team afloat. And by all accounts, I think Team Malaysia, they're not really falling too far behind. It's just a 1.2k differential considering the chain of events that has happened so far. But there are definitely some cause for concern that Rina isn't enough as an individual to carry them across the finishing line. They need Fafao too.
Looking at itemization here, Fafao already finished up the Haas-Claw as well, so going to be able to stain just a little bit alongside with all those crits. But looking at the Granger, a lot of penetration and Shah got caught.
Forced to use the Throne of Ruin, connects onto 3, but they need to follow up as soon as possible. So Rina will try to join the fight. Can't reach Bao Bei though as Shah goes down. And this fight is already going south for Team Malaysia. Yuki dragged back again and instantly slain alongside Hani, and Bao Bei tracks her down. Another 3 bodies drop for Team Malaysia, and Cambodia turns onto the Lord. Can Rina be the difference maker? She's looking for a target, but doesn't land the abilities. She escapes, but the objective is lost.
Yeah, well, you got to be careful. Moshi does have the bravest fighter, probably thinking of going after Fafao, but looks like not going to overextend. Cambodia, this Jushin is becoming such a problem, especially for Yuki. Yuki can't even position herself well. She can't be a frontline because every single time she was the one getting peeled off and then taking free damage coming in from Cambodia. So right now this Jushin pick is making it so that Malaysia never has a 5v5. It's honestly just a 4v5. One will always get picked off.
And it's a pick that we sort of had a feeling is going to come true when we saw that Grok. And even, I think right now is slightly shocking to me that Malaysia didn't really consider that to be an option because it now has officially become their kryptonite. And I think the sad part is there's not really a solution to it, right? Like the Drusin Grok will always be a problem, a hurdle in front of their front line. Yuki will drop the carpet, but only to deter Cambodia's siege. But it's okay, they still get the top and mid tier too.
Yeah, Rina is trying to get as much farm as she can. But look at that, the ton of charge goes in. Shah tries to protect herself, but the damage coming in from Tagami is a little bit too much.
Drag back.
And Aeon gets that killing spree, but goes in. Hani tries to go for the yin-yang overturn, but gets killed off by Moshi. Malaysia trying hard to defend, but giving over 2 kills.
I guess the silver lining is that you defend your inhibitors, you pop the holy defense at the bottom lane. Not that it matters too much. Some farm funnel into Rina's pockets. Again, when the world needs her the most, this is probably the time. She still has continuously shown those moments of brilliance. But Yuki is pretty much gone. Again, we talked about this permanent brick wall in front of this Hylos that there's no way for him to go through.
Yeah, only 4 stacks, not 40, 4 stacks in Fafao's name when it comes to the Sky Piercer. So the Sky Piercer isn't really paying in dividends here. And we honestly need to look at the items from Yuki as well, because she's not able to take any damage, man. Like, get hit for a few times and you're dead. And that's not what you want to be at when you're using Hylos.
Does she not have puncture? She's got the Thorn Rose. Should have the puncture reset. Dash through, 1, 2, 3. Too many things to navigate. That's a death box there, mega kill for Alan.
Yep.
They did get the top tier 2. That's consolation for Team Malaysia. Next floor up in less than 30.
As annoying as Bao Bei is hitting her shots, this Grok always being in your face, this Jushin is controlling everything, man. Like, the team fights, even picking off a Lancelot. That's when you know the Jushin is having an amazing game. When you can pick up a Lancelot and get a kill.
Yeah, they're about to find Fafao again. Here comes the Conceal. Very early flicker, and Fafao will say her blessings. Lord is going to spawn. Cambodia have set up the bottom wave too. Not really a slow push. I think Bao Bei just hard shoved away, but no matter. They will be on the Lord first.
Yep. Either way, Malaysia, I kind of feel like if Rina and Honey can connect their AoE damage skills, they should be good, but Tectonic Charge goes in, finds two, flickers out, but Aelan's on chase, gets an unstoppable, and Moshi gets a make a kill onto Sha. Yuki has nowhere to run, gets taken down by Bao Bei, and now Rina gets chased after by Moshi. And Rina, as the Lancelot, can't do anything. Cambodia is going to get this Lord for free.
I think Team Malaysia have already conceded the objective. Again, you did say that they need to connect their key abilities, but the window to make that happen is so small. And sadly, Team Cambodia are the ones that caused the shot. Every time that Earthen Rampart comes out from Yui, it is go time. 19-5, second Lord in the possession, almost an 8k net worth advantage, and that's going to keep on going.
Looking at the items here, looks like Fafao does have the fourth item here, which is going to be the Berserker's Fury. So, good news, bad news. Good news, she has damage. Bad news, she doesn't have sustain here, Husky. So, and given the fact that her range is much shorter, and in the range of the Jushin, it's going to be pretty problematic. And in terms of defensive items coming in from Yuki, I'm not seeing any anti-regen from anyone except for Honey. So, this Lapu Lapu should be able to survive for a very long time, because I don't think anyone is going to stop the healing there.
Funnily enough, the Tusin is one of the heroes that you don't really want to out as an Obsidian, because you just get trapped with her. You drop the Glorious Pathway again. Yuki trying to deter Cambodia from seeding their structures to delay the inevitable, because they do have a Lord that they need to take care of. So the mid and bottom wave gets cleared out. You desync the push, but with how low that health of the inhibitor is, it will eventually go down to the charge. And Cambodia, they have a very good chance to take all three inhibitors.
Yep. Now Mia gets taken down. It looks like Honey got found out by Tagami. Tagami chases, gets a killing spree. Sha is in the back with Bao Bei, taking a lot of damage. But look at Rina. Rina tries to get a kill, but a win of nature by Bao Bei. Bao Bei still survives, gets chased again by Rina, but Bao Bei with a sliver of HP able to escape. Right now, Elan gets shut down by Sha. Right now, Malaysia is able to defend, and Sha is still on the chase.
Heroics from Rina again to save the entire game, and they latch onto Moshi. You're not going anywhere, lady. Ends up flickering to safety either way. Fafao doesn't have the Sky Piercer threshold, but they are going to go on the chase. And back up is there. The Thorn Rose from Rina would get the job done. Malaysia hold the fort at the cost of a barren base.
That was an amazing defense coming in from Malaysia, able to get the key targets. Bao Bei is still able to survive, but the fact that Bao Bei was low enough, making it so that she cannot participate, dealing the damage, made it so that Cambodia, they basically couldn't sustain long enough going up against Malaysia.
But they will have the advantage of all three inhibitors being down on Malaysia's side. They always have the minion advantage, always has the looming threat of a backdoor or just a minions ending the game moment. So that's something that Team Malaysia will have to keep in the back of their minds for the rest of the game. It's not going to get any easier from her. I think Team Cambodia tried to throw their bodies to end the game, and they got punished once. I don't think they will make the same mistake again.
Speaking of which, we got to talk about punish here. Fafao does not have the flicker, and I believe she doesn't have the Wind of Nature as well. So the moment she gets caught, that's probably it. You're going to get a kill onto the main damage dealer here. Rina has been doing quite well, but we can't say the same about Honey. I kind of feel like when Honey gets an amazing yin-yang overturn, maybe that's when Malaysia can really turn things around. But before that, this game is Cambodia, man. Cambodia, this is their game to lose. They have everything that they need to potentially end the game in another 5 to 6 minutes.
Not only that, this is also one of the disadvantages when you're technically running two assassins, right? Kagura is categorized as an assassin. You use your cooldowns. If it doesn't result in any return, you essentially become sort of ineffective. You will with the conceal, is going to try and get info. Can Rina do it again? She's not even in range to contest for this. They will try still, but Tagami good with the retribution. Mosi swings away. The Tectonic Charge ends up missing, and now Fafao finally joins the fight, but Rina needs to disengage for now. She doesn't have help, and then now all falls on Fafao, because Yuki cannot hold the fort. Fafao goes wide with the ultimate. They trap the and Bao Bei with the double kill. Cambodia looking to march down top for the win.
That was bad because Fafao was just about to get the flicker, but now Honey and Rina, they gotta try to defend as Moshi goes in, misses, and Rina tries to make the hero play, gets a kill onto UN, but look at that, Rina is gonna get shut down by Bao Bei, and now Cambodia is gonna be ending the game. Game 1 goes to Cambodia.
There's only so much a person can do, and even with Rina's best effort, that game has already spiraled out of their control. Cambodia put up a very strong front. We did say from the drafting phase onwards that this Grok Jusin is going to be a challenge for Team Malaysia to deal with, but it was more than just a challenge. It became the bane of Team Malaysia's existence in majority of these team fights. Yuki wasn't able to hold the front, they weren't able to properly engage, and the cash potential was just too much to bear. And Team Cambodia are one game away from advancing further in the lower bracket and also eliminating their longtime rivals, Team Malaysia.
And I kind of feel like this is where we go back to the fundamentals of drafting, where I'm just going to talk about the ease of use, right? Because compared to Cambodia as well as Malaysia, having the Obsidia, having the Kagura, a lot of things have to go right for you to execute your combos. But in comparison to a Jushin,
it's so easy.
You just
do this.
Just do this, right?
Yeah.
Right, and the Jushin was a big problem. Bao Bei as well, having an amazing game, despite the early game losing that 1v1 against Fafao, but after that, that never happened again. So I kind of feel like maybe Malaysia just overthink their draft just a little bit, because the draft, I think, is okay, but it's just hard to execute perfectly all the time.
I agree. I think, we said that it should be a Grok, and then they went high-lows.
Yeah, exactly.
Grok has taken. Second ban phase, I was like, I float the idea. I think Jusin is a problem.
Yeah.
Jusin goes through, and there were certain moments that you sort of can see it coming, and that's why I always have this thought of I want to know what the communication is like during the drafting phase, because sometimes it's pretty amazing, I guess, to see the difference in the thought process and what we have on the desk and behind the scenes with the players. Game 1, for me, I feel like the draft definitely affected them a lot.
Yeah. I kind of feel like, despite people saying Jushin doesn't really deal a lot of damage, but the thing is, if any hero doesn't get disturbed, they will eventually do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, like a Cho, or a Grok.
Yeah.
Or
no, even a Hylos. If a Hylos just uses the second skill and he just stands there and no one kills the Hylos, eventually Hylos will out-damage quite a lot of heroes. But now we're looking at the itemization here. It's almost 18-minute game and 24 kills for Cambodia and only 9 for Malaysia. And here we can see that Fafao was full build, but the problem is there were no frontline. Shah had to go in as an engage, not really the one frontlining, taking the brunt of the damage. That job is onto Yuki, but Yuki can't do that job if she dies instantly.
Yeah, and sadly for Team Malaysia, they don't really have a zone control that could stop the force of Team Cambodia, right? It's not like you have someone like a Gatot Kacha, someone like a Fredrin. You only have a Kagura and a Hylos, but the Grok solves that problem. The Jusin can just pick them up, throw them aside, and then go straight for your backline. So again, it's something that Team Malaysia needs to think about going into game number 2. The Hall of Famers, of course, Bao Bei as the Gold Hunter and the GOAT. Yuki, unfortunately, being forced to be the tanker, having to deal with the best support of Yui, who has 19 assists by the end of the game.
And I kind of feel like Cambodia had an amazing draft because it's mostly just given to them. Like, I kind of feel like even if Hylos is a comfort, perhaps you can pick that up a little bit later, right? If you really want to get a Lancelot, maybe get a Prio EXP to make sure that, you already know that Lapu is there.
Oh, yes.
Right? And I guess they were going to go for the Alice, but I feel like Alice Lancelot still is not showing too much of your draft, and you can start playing around it.
Even this Lapu was the first pick for Team Cambodia, and I don't really think that there is a full answer to it, right? Maybe for them it's less of solving the Lapu and more of preventing the Lapu from being effective. But as the game progresses, you can really see the impact the Lapu brings. It really didn't matter if the Alice or the Hylos was in the way.
And in that case, we got to talk about the bans from Cambodia here. They banned the Boxia as well as the Gatot. So yeah, able to deny the zoning away coming in from Malaysia, but Esmeralda as well. Esmeralda is a pretty good answer towards the Lapu. The other one is the Yuzong. Can you use it or not? Speaking of which, the MVP, Aelan 6-1 and 14. And again, you can do a lot of damage if no one is stopping you.
Yeah. And just a quick note out there. This is without a Sky Piercer.
Yeah, without Sky Piercer.
It was all for Bao Bei. Bao Bei and Tagami, they get to reap the rewards. And Aelan is just there as a solid support system, working hand in hand with Yui to be that nuisance, right? Like, you can't really go anywhere. They're like mosquitoes following you around. Every time Team Malaysia wants to make an action, they get bitten, they get picked up, they get thrown around. It's a continuous problem that they just have no solution to.
Yeah, honestly, just the glowing one as well as the wishing lantern make it so that whoever gets hit will be taking quite a bit of damage. In fact, almost 4,000 damage per minute. Considering that it's a almost 18-minute game, That's quite a big damage per minute number. We're going to be checking out the highlights here to see how Cambodia really start to apply a lot of pressure over to Malaysia. And it's really about how, it's really about how Airline was able to set things up, and then Baobi finishing up, Tagami go in and finish it up, and really preventing any kind of front line for Malaysia. I think that's the biggest problem. There was no front line.
And if you want to talk about just the damage profile of both teams, I think Team Cambodia basically has it figured out, right? Because consistent damage, if you want to fight long, drawn-out battles, Team Cambodia are the ones with the tools to do so. The Drusin can always dish out damage. Bao Bei will always have resources to work with. They have low cooldown on the Lapu Lapu's ability. Compared to Team Malaysia, you press the Glorious Pathway, you press the Throne of Ruin, the Yin Yang Overturn. If these key abilities don't get you anything, you've essentially lost half the fight.
Yep. And unfortunately, I kind of feel like Obsidia needs a little bit of change, because I feel like for her, I would say like the concept behind her, she can only really work if she is as agile as a Claude. As of right now, she's not really all that agile. She kind of feels like a Kufra. You go in, if you don't get a kill, well, then you're dead.
Yeah, like I think she's designed to hunt down her targets, right? But this current meta makes it very hard to do so. And you have to pick your moments very, very wisely. This was kind of a whoopsie there, Foul, basically airball that ultimate. Not that it would have made much of a difference, I feel. One of the changes that I feel like you could make to Obsidia is, instead of giving her increased movement speed, you make it a dash, right? And get this. You know Yishun Shin's Tracer that gives him CC immunity? She doesn't get CC immunity. But for a fraction of a second, maybe 0.75 seconds, she's completely invulnerable during the dash.
Or another change, make her a fighter. Her kit is a fighter kit, man.
Make her a mage. Magic scaling for abilities. Can you imagine? You get hit by her bone shards, and it's like Wishing Lantern, mini Wishing Lantern, and then you build Wishing Lantern on top of that.
Or honestly, just give her a little bit more range so that she can stay safe, because that's the biggest problem for Obsidia. She can't really stay safe. But either way, that was game number one. Amazing performance coming in from Cambodia. So we do want to see an adjustment coming in from Malaysia. And I really feel like you got to change the order here, right? Even if Hylos is a priority pick, as we saw just now, it's not without its weaknesses, right? Having someone that can either peel the Hylos away or just some kind of shred can deal with the Hylos.
Yeah, which was why when we saw, the priority to take Hylos over the Grog, it was sort of a weird one.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Hylos wants to fight you, but Grog is like, okay, you have come into my house, so let me lock the door.
Yeah.
And I'm going to call my family. And then you deal with it.
Again, probably just comfort there, but it's not something contested, because if I'm looking at Cambodia's lineup, they have never used the Hylos as well.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, they go for pretty aggressive picks, right? We've seen like Nempi Padang. Hilda was a hero that was a lot more popular on day one and has fallen off the radar because she has very minimal success in both roles, in both Roam and XP. I still think that it's better to keep it simple. I think whatever formula the Team Malaysia had against Team Argentina was actually a winning formula. They were able to get the role done, and Rina continues to be a standout player. Just don't overthink the draft too much. I feel like they read between the lines a bit in that game one.
Yeah, honestly, I do agree. And looking at the stacks here, it is pretty interesting that Lapu Lapu is the second highest pick hero throughout WEC here. The number one is Gatot Kacha.
Yeah, Gatot has been instrumental. You want mid lane priority, Gatot gets the job done. AoE control, he gets the job done. Durability, Gatot is pretty durable as he has Muscle of Iron, Bone of Steel. Lapu Lapu being played in both XP and Gold lane and has found great success in both roles. The spirits must be high for Team Cambodia because I think this match itself, right, you could call it one of the most anticipated matches of all time. And getting revenge on your rival in their own home ground must be a different feeling, and they're one game away from doing that.
Yep. Speaking of which, another interesting fact here, Eve has one of the highest win rates so far at WEC, only losing 1 or 2 games.
That's what I expected.
Yeah.
All the Eve games we've seen, if she's not banned and she's picked up, she provides so much. Low cooldown, high damage, tank shredder, zone control, wave clear. What else do you need from a mage? She's like the perfect mage.
You know one of the only times Eve has lost? When Malaysia used it against Egypt. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
There's no defending that.
Yeah. Although I do have to say the other outlier is that they also use an Obsidian that game.
The Obsidian is the problem.
I mean, maybe.
We get expanding rivers.
So there should be a lot more fights down mid, which we do see that both teams are pretty good at making sure that there's no freezes coming in mid. So I think it's going to be good for both teams because both teams really do want to fight whenever they do get an opportunity, but maybe not the Obsidian.
Yeah, I think if you want to run a hero like a Hylos or heroes that have no way out of a fight and are looking to commit, the Grok has to be taken out. Because the Grok is a hero that gets to alter how the fight goes. It gets to alter your movements. And this time Malaysia, they not only banned the Eve, they also banned the Grok.
Which is pretty interesting considering there is a chance for them to first pick it, but again, you probably have to be careful of the Esmeralda eventually gets picked up here. But yeah, banning out the Eve as well as the Grok, this kind of means that maybe they want that Hylos again.
I hope it's not a Hylos first pick.
Well, the Gatot gets banned out. Like, at this point, what else? Honestly, there is a lot, but what else can Yuki use?
Then I guess you... But if you prio a roamer that is not like the big 3, big 4 in the first phase, you are setting yourself to be targeted a lot, right? Like we've seen teams gravitate towards the Hilda, but it's a flex pick that if the rest of the draft doesn't pan out your way, you essentially lose a hero in both roles. I personally think if you want to first pick Lapu Lapu, CC, I don't know, heck, even a Harith doesn't sound too bad. You want to take a YSS or Lancelot opener or Hayabusa too?
Yeah.
Hayabusa is up on the table. I think Rina has found great success on that hero too. She won both games earlier on against Argentina with that. Definitely not the roamer. I highly...
I don't think they're going to first. If they do, then, bro, I have a lot of questions.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Got him lined up in my sight.
So, and now banning out the Kimi, I think this is an amazing ban as well because they understand as long as they don't lose mid-prio going up against Malaysia, there's not going to be a lot of room for Rina to really do work. And honestly, I do agree between the Lancelot and the Hayabusa. I think I prefer to see a Hayabusa first pick here.
Yeah. Funny enough, the last time the Rina played the Lancelot, she also had a great game but was not able to win as well. It's sure coincidence. But regardless of what Malaysia picks, I think Cambodia still gets to call dibs on their mid-lane priority simply because they got a red side. But this is has to be a jungle pick, so they give the Lancelot another go.
Yeah. Because again, it's not the Lancelot fault, right?
No.
Like, it did pretty well. It did pretty well. The only problem is no room to enter the fight. And I feel like the Alice is still a very good hero and Sha did well. The problem is she's too far away from her team. And that Alice does that to you, right? Because you have one of the longer range to actually engage into a fight. So you kind of get a little bit excited and be like, hey, I can get 2 to 3 people here. I'm going to commit. But then your entire team is like, bro, you're in Kuala Lumpur. I'm in Shah Alam.
Yeah, and there's a roadblock.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Or at least they don't have to deal with the Grok this time.
Cambodia
could go for the YSS again. Yep, YSS Lapu. Same opener like game 1. Don't really have to change too much.
So I think if they do want to get a high loss, they gotta get that pairing instantly. And maybe not a Kagura. So they get an Esmeralda first, which does quite well against the Lapu and potentially against most other picks like the Harrivan, etc.
And you could mirror where the Lapu goes to, right? Whether it's XP or gold, depending on the rest of the draft, there is a potential to mirror your matchup. The Lunox was also a hero that was banned out in game 1, I believe, by Team Malaysia in the second phase. So if that is any sort of consideration, I don't think it doesn't feel like a comfortable spot to beat the Lunox here. We go for the traditional mage. It's the Farsa. I'm okay with that. It's definitely better than the Kagura in terms of just overall utility.
Yep. I do agree as well. I was thinking of the Farsa. I just don't know whether she is comfortable enough to fight against Isushin and Lapu, but I think it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, I think you take Flicker. Yeah, just take Flicker, and that's where the roamer becomes important, right? That's where Yuki would not have the responsibility of stopping any sort of a catch. The Kalea is now going to force them into a conundrum. Flicker or Purify.
Yeah. And it also denies the pick. And now the Hylos gets banned. Okay, Husky. Time for me to go down the heroes that Malaysia has used in the roam position. So Gatot, sure.
Alright. Gatot, Hylos, Grok.
Yep,
all gone.
Grok, yep. Belleric. Belleric. Yep, used it.
Probably not this game.
Yeah, loss against Egypt for that one. Interesting enough, they lost both games on the Grok. So could also be another reason why they haven't really picked that up yet.
One of the other challenge is that doesn't matter what the Roma is, it's not gonna feel good because there's a Kalea, and you know what that means? Beatrix is now available too. If Baobei wants to go for Beatrix, I mean, be my guest, right? Doesn't matter you're a tank or not. Once she gets the item, the Blade of Despair, plus maybe the Hamster Seas, one Tsunami Slam into a Banner's Rage, and it is lights out. CC banned by Cambodia.
Now in terms of the other picks here, that yeah, I think they're shutting down Fafao as well, because I think they're considering, okay, Fafao, maybe you want to go for the 1v1, so go for a fighter. The Ruby is still up unless Cambodia takes that away, because I feel like Malaysia would want that Ruby, especially going up against a pick like the Kalea, because the Gatot is not there. Ruby is basically the other best option.
Yep.
Other than that, honestly, a Badang, but I don't know if Yuki has it in her.
It's the same challenge, right? Because Romas usually don't run Purify, so Ruby also doesn't run a Purify, so if you get grabbed, you are gone. They themselves ban the Ruby out. Now this is going to really show what the direction the Cambodia wants to head towards, and they get the last pick advantage too, so they don't really have to worry too much. They can pick the mid lane right now.
They can pick up a Granger if they want.
And a Granger if they want. They can pick the Beatrix if they want.
Yeah, there's options.
Go for the Granger, just keep it simple, keep it direct. They have a lot of damage. Elan gets to get the privilege.
Call me crazy. I want to see Malaysia try to use a Claude here. Has a pretty good matchup against the Granger and mobile enough to actually escape from everyone from Cambodia here.
Actually threatens the Yushin Shin too.
Yeah, threatens the Yushin Shin. So, you know, crazy in this current meta, but hey, Kabuki can do it.
And when all else fails, go for Claude. Loleo does it a lot.
Yeah. But the thing is, what is the Rome going to be using here, right? Because the Hylos is not there, the Gatot is not there, the Grok is not there.
Kaja?
Kaja wouldn't be bad.
Franco?
No shortcuts in life.
Okay, they shade up the chip here.
Alright, someone that wants to go fast. Chip Claude is one way to go about it. Moskov as well. Hold on a minute.
So this is going to be a Esme Gold.
Okay. Esme Gold, Arlet XP.
I guess Arlet and Chip is a good wombo combo. It's just that hitting it is a task.
Yeah. I think it feels a bit like game one where it's quite mechanically intensive. The execution needs to be spot on for Team Malaysia.
Kind of feel Kadita, but I don't know if Cambodia can use it.
What about Odette?
Yeah, honestly, pretty good as well. Either someone that can protect yourself from the chip, or it wouldn't be bad to take a Valen as well.
I mean, you can take Novaria and I'll be okay with it actually.
Actually, Novaria would be pretty good, making it easier
or Selena,
for
if they want to go for Selena, it is an option too.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, it's a second hit.
Outshines the
Dead.
golden
Well,
crown.
called it.
I need a raise, man. I need a raise. Too good at this job.
Yeah, but either way, right now Cambodia looks like they have figured out the draft coming in from Malaysia. Malaysia looks like they're drafting for more wombo combo, team fight composition, but Cambodia with the Odette does give that opportunity. And I feel like this game, Rina has to be just a little bit more careful considering that the Kalea is there.
And that is the power of that red side last pick. It doesn't matter what bags of tricks blue side has. If you have a gotcha pick like the Odette, you can, I wouldn't say solve the problem, but you can suddenly flip the script. And
you have the option there.
You are forcing your enemies to change their approach. And it's an approach that they've already fixed. So now Team Malaysia is looking at the Odette pick like, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? How do we navigate around that?
The best way that you can deal with this is just go for the laning phase, right? While she's still level 2, try to get on that gank, even though she can poke you out a little bit, but the cooldowns of her early game isn't the best at trading. So you got to use that opportunity, especially considering that you have the Farsa and the Chip, which does significant amount of damage. With the help of Lancelot, maybe he can get a kill. So we're going to see if Malaysia will be able to control the mid here, because if not, Elan might have another MVP performance.
I just gotta say, you can feel the tension in the arena here right now. The Cambodians are definitely electrified with the game 1 win, but Team Malaysia still have one more chance to push it to 3. Almost the first bullet already, but it's on a Yuki instead of Elan, like what we envisioned to happen. So Cambodia are already off with an advantageous start.
That is not what you want.
No.
Considering the amount of damage you should have, it looks like Yui is just able to heal Alan up and it becomes not a problem. I really want to know what happened there that gave the advantage to Cambodia. Oh, at least Yuki got it.
Yeah, man. That's one way to fix the problem, and thankfully they have a Farsa so she can get back in lane without losing much. They try to apply some pressure onto Moshi in that XP lane, but sadly Moshi doesn't really care about that. Tagami will hit 4 off of this clear path. So standard start for both teams like always. They both started on the purple buff, but Rina a bit slower in terms of the tempo. None of them contested the Little Wanderer too. They're gonna drop Yuki with the Retribution. They slam the bolt into her and first blood for Tagami.
All right, this is already not amazing for Team Malaysia because the turtle will spawn in about 30 seconds, and this does mean that Yuki will be getting her levels quite late. So, what's going on? Okay, sorry.
You almost fell off the ledge.
I almost fell off, so I had to control myself.
We have Dangerous Grass, and then we have your Dangerous Pitfall behind. Alan wants to flicker away. It's an important battle spell. Alan wanted to hit 4, but I think she missed one of the minions there, so it would take a while.
Yeah, at least this is good coming in from Malaysia because they're delaying a little bit, giving Yuki some time. Speaking of which, she's one more wave away from getting that level 4. With this turtle, she does get level 4, but looks like they're not going to be using the shortcut considering no one is really in a fighting position.
Yeah, good discipline from Team Cambodia to just test the waters a little bit and fall back because Tagami was clearing out her orange buff, so there was no purpose to commit unless they find one. Again, Yuki goes down, and this time it's going to be Yui that picks up the kill.
Yeah, good thing no one entered the portal as well because the Swan song was singing, and that could actually hurt quite a lot. And Cambodia is just picking Yuki off, and this is become a bit of a problem, and it looks like Yui, I think she was able to get it.
Yeah, that's the second camp. First one was I think the Golem towards the bottom lane. So Rina is not the Beetle, excuse me. Rina not really given a good time. I mean, last game she had basically free will to do whatever, but this game they are making sure to give her a lot more attention.
Now we gotta talk about the stakes here for Team Malaysia because this is the lower bracket semi-final and they're playing here in home soil. Losing here would mean that they are eliminated, unable to have that revenge against Egypt. And right now Shah has to use the flicker. But yeah, Egypt is just waiting in the lower bracket finals for Cambodia or Malaysia.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Malaysia wants that revenge, but they gotta take care of Cambodia first.
I mean, they've already... Yui actually flickers to back off, so that shortcut gone to waste. Quite an interesting interaction, but Yui does have to pull yourself together. So flickers can come back up in less than 2 minutes. This run has been further than last year for WEC, at least for Team Malaysia, so it is a milestone unlocked, especially after overcoming Team Argentina earlier on. But we did say that it's a battle of attrition and adaptation coming into this, and Team Cambodia just more on the ball.
Yep, Yui unable to connect there and actually get a pick off. This game, the momentum is going a little bit slower, but for Cambodia it makes sense because Alan does want to get some items first before she really starts becoming a problem. And now the turtle has been started up. Fafao is there, but Honey, she doesn't have a way to go in the fight just yet because Moshi probably is waiting for her.
Coming with the Bravest Fighter too to zone out Team Malaysia, but the airstrike gets unleashed. The Swan Song is singing. Alan doing plenty of damage with the help of her teammates. 2 bodies drop for Team Malaysia. Baobei flickers forward for a double kill. And Fao is next on the chopping block. Cambodia are not stopping Baobei with the Rhapsody and the final shot to the heart. A triple kill for Baobei.
And almost hitting onto Hani as well. This is 5 minutes in, 6 kills for Cambodia with 3,000 gold. Team Malaysia, they are dropping down one by one. And the lead from Cambodia is starting to become out of control here because look at the jungle, 3,500 for Tagami, only 2,300 for Rina. Rina is losing her camps and is hurting her big time.
And it's about to get harder. Yui with the fleeting time means even more tsunami slams coming through, and that is the first instance of Cambodia giving Team Malaysia a taste of that team fight composition, the team fight capabilities. Malaysia starts the fight, forces it at the turtle pit. All of them went into the swan song and drowned in it. Alan with 5 assists, Bao Bei with 3 kills, and now a Sky Piercer, 4K goalie for Cambodia. 6 minutes in, things are looking up for them.
This is the problem. Look at Malaysia's item as well as Cambodia's item. Basically, everyone from Cambodia, except for the Lapu Lapu, has finished their first item here. Malaysia, only the Lancelot as well as Esmeralda. No one else has completed a first item. So this is going to be hard.
And Fafa's going to eat that boat too. Maybe Yuki can bail her out, but Yuki drops the Swan Song. The shortcut, not that it matters. Purify used by Fao, but she's surrounded. They get an RKO, and Bao Bei has a mega kill.
This snowball is starting to come out of control, Husky. Malaysia, they can't catch a break. They just want to get some farm, but they are unable to do that. Right now, they just have to be, I guess, hopeful that they have enough ways to clear the wave. Speaking of which, Hani might get caught here. Alan is falling behind, but Shai is there to protect her. But still, around 5,000 goal behind at 6 minutes, going into 7 minutes of the game. And considering that Bao Bei has 4-0-1 KDA, this is not good for Malaysia. It's going to be very difficult for them to come back from this one.
I mean, the draft so far, at least leading up to the final pick from Cambodia, looked even, right? We did say being on red side gives you the advantage of having an X factor, and then Odette has proven to be that X factor. A problem that Malaysia has no solution to because they've already locked in what they wanted to work with, and now they fall back to plan B, where Rina is trying to get resources from the other side of the map, getting turrets, clearing waves, as Cambodia will get everything that they want, and now they're trying to hunt for Rina. To Rina, this is dangerous. Yui doesn't have the flicker, but they're gonna camp at the orange buff and have Bao Bei take it.
Look at the damage difference here. Rina only dealt 3,000 damage. The Tagami almost 12,000 damage dealt.
Ooh, quadruple.
Honestly, Yui is all crazy as well. Almost 10,000 damage as a Kalia.
He's doing more damage than Alan.
Hey.
And Moshi.
Alan deals damage just with her ult. And Alan just punches everyone. She's feeling like a Paquito.
She does. Gives you a good old
left and right
knuckle dusting.
And now Honey has to be careful here because she's the one that has the safest wave clear. The moment she gets caught, it might be lights out, and look at that Tagami just using the ult to be like, are you sure you want to stand alone there?
Are
you sure no one's gonna block my boat?
You see this boat?
Oh, speaking of which,
they go for the kidnap, and it is just goodbye for Shah. The Swan Song does run out. Yui finally gets picked out. First death on the side of Team Cambodia. Rina late to the shortcut, but will help clear out the wave. Yuki, oh, be careful. As the flicker to safety, Cambodia trades 1 for 1.
Yeah, Malaysia is just not able to trade anything. Honestly, Fafa was able to get a kill, but that doesn't change much of the game. And I don't know if this is a good call here. Yuki going for the fleeting time. Considering that you're not tanking anything, and now you go for a fleeting time, I don't know. Personally, for me as a roamer, I think they need a front line because Shah's not doing it. Fafa is not able to do it as well, so I don't know. A bit iffy for me.
I guess unless the job is just I open the shortcut, I press on my buttons, and then the rest is up to the team, then I can understand. I can understand that if they have the Odette on their side, but it's not the case. And once more, they're running a double fighter lineup.
Yeah.
So the scaling isn't.
See, that's the problem. If you ult a lot, the thing is, there's an Odette there.
Yeah.
So she does not mind.
It's like, wow, your ult has shorter cooldown. Just on time. My ult just come back off cooldown. Let's fight.
People don't use Odette because they're like, how do we connect the ult? Right? Moonton had to give a dash in the Swan Song.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, they're just coming to me? I mean, one problem solved.
And she gets a shield from it.
Yeah.
That skills.
So I don't know. I kind of feel like if your idea is to use the shortcut, as long as it's not close to Alan, you probably can get something out of it.
I mean, it is a shortcut, all right, to Alan. Not the other way around, not the intended way. Yep. Cambodia getting this Lord, not a problem there. And Mountain Boat, there it is. Another flicker Tsunami Slam, boom! And a shot out for another 27 seconds. They're gonna try and chase down Hani. Hani trying to zip around, manages to barely get out. And Cambodia now looking to push the envelope.
Yeah, they're pushing in mid. Rina is trying her hardest to get as much farm as she can by splitting. And she's done quite a good job, able to get 2 turrets on top and bottom. But now Cambodia with 7,000 gold advantage. Even with the farm that Rina has gotten, I don't think it's going to be quite enough for her to deal a significant amount of damage. Tagami now having the Blade of Despair as well. Probably going to be lights out for Malaysia if they get hit by the Turtle Bolt from Tagami.
Yeah, look at that. Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, BOD, Sea Halberd for Bao Bei, and a Sky Piercer as an added bonus. 10 to 1, 7.7k gold lead. Laura marching in the top lane. All three waves synced up. This could be a good time to call it. Just based on the circumstances, they used the Feather Airstrike to force Cambodia back, clear out that mid wave, but here comes Yui. She found her target. The Lash Shaker committed, and the Swan Song Winter Crown denies any sort of an engage. Cambodia have found Sha, and this Arla is out of the picture without even being able to use the final slash.
And Bao Bei just needs a few shots to get a kill here. Because look at Rina, look at Yuki. Yuki taking a lot of damage from Tagami, but moving forward is Rina. Rina tries her very best, gets chased down, has to go back into base. Malaysia does not have the damage yet.
They will have to wait 5 more seconds. Falling Starman into Feather Airstrike. Foul, disintegrates. Bao Bei is godlike. As Yuki stops Tagami in her track, they finally take care of the minion wave. Cambodia will not end the game just yet, and Malaysia holds the fort, but by the skin of the teeth.
They have some time here, but they honestly need more than that. They need like 8 more minutes to be able to have their core items. And at that point, you gotta try to make it so that Elan uses the Winter Crown early. Because Winter Crown, Swan Song, there's nothing you can do about it, right? Except run. Speaking of which, 40 stacks here on a Sky Piercer for Bao Bei. And that's more than enough when you are about 10,000 gold ahead.
Yui has just gotten her immortality, so she's gonna willingly throw her body in. Oh, they're looking for Rina. Come in. Rina able to dash away. Not a problem there for Lancelot, who is a mobile assassin. And just credits to Yui, because they have the target prioritization has always been Sha.
Yeah.
Because this Arlo can easily be the difference maker with a good flicker final slash, but they never gave her the opportunity to get any counter engages or engages off. And with Sha out of the picture, there really isn't any other way for Malaysia to have the chance to turn things around. And that's why we see Sha having not just 4 deaths, but also no final slashes that is impactful just yet.
So Cambodia's plan is to make sure the front lines of Malaysia is not front lining.
Yeah,
because Yuki and Sha has not been able to play the game for the past 2 games.
Like if Yuki opens the portal, you have the Swan Song. But Sha getting a final slash is harder to deal with. There it is. Winter Crown, Swan Song. Used by A-Line, but Fao is dead. Tagami chases her down.
That hurts a lot.
Yeah.
Moshi, even moving forward, there's nothing that Malaysia can do. In fact, look at this. Cambodia barely puts any effort onto Hani. Barely puts any effort into Fafa. Fafa was the one that goes forward, so, you know, you got to deal with it since she's right in front of you.
Yeah.
So Cambodia is just like, yeah, we just make sure that their front can do anything. And then Hani is a non-factor. She's just going to clear the wave.
That was just a pure goal difference, by the way. Because I feel like in an even state, A-Line probably would have gone down despite the Winter Crown, but just a sheer economical difference. Hani has played a flawless game so far, and by flawless I mean hasn't gone down once just yet. Has been the backbone artillery of Malaysia, but I don't know how well they can hold on against the second Lord. Best case scenario, they hold the fort again, they extend the game, but they lose their last inhibitor.
Well, hopefully they can extend it because this is 40 minutes and 30. They might need 6 more minutes. Fafao dragging the Lord onto the base here. They're trying to defend. Tagami unable to hit anyone with the boat.
Oh, and that's going to be Yuki gone already. One last better airstrike. They get the kidnap. Oh, Hani gets dragged back. The crystal goes down. And revenge is best served on enemy home soil. Team Cambodia knocks out Team Malaysia and advances through to the lower bracket.
So it looks like Egypt will be going up against Cambodia. Malaysia, they tried their best, but looks like they've only made it towards the lower bracket semifinals here.
The run ends here in 4th for Team Malaysia. A valiant effort, but nothing but a whimper towards the end. Team Cambodia, just absolute dominance throughout the entire day. Again, they did draw one game early on against Turkiyye, but ever since that loss, they have been on fire. The engines warmed up, and Team Malaysia will have to say their final goodbyes here at the WEC 25.
I mean, something certain here, they definitely came prepared going up against Malaysia, because when it comes to the draft, it looks like they read Malaysia like a book. They know what to ban, and they know what the priority is going to be to pick up, because we saw that the Mint was intentionally picked last just to be like, okay, we battled the Hylos. What else do they have? But now we got to throw it over onto the stage with Rose, with the winners of the lower bracket finals here, semifinals here, which is Cambodia.
Continuing their journey tomorrow to the lower bracket finals is Team Cambodia. And with me here on stage, we have Baobei. Hello, congratulations on that win. How are you feeling right now?
មានអារម្មណ៍រំភើបហើយសប្បាយចិត្ត
She said she's feeling both nervous and happy.
Yes, definitely. That's nerve-wracking, especially since you guys played 2 matches in a day. Are you guys tired, exhausted, or just super duper excited?
ឥឡូវហ្នឹងគាត់សួរថាមានអារម្មណ៍ហត់អីអត់ដោយសារតែយើងលេងបាន2 match ថ្ងៃហ្នឹង
អត់មានអារម្មណ៍ហត់អីមានអារម្មណ៍ធម្មតា
She said that she's not tired. I think the adrenaline is still in, so yeah, maybe she'll tired soon.
Yes. Now, earlier this morning, I was talking to Yui, and she said that you guys really wanted to meet Malaysia because you guys had some revenge thing going on. Do you feel like you have succeeded in your mission today?
គាត់ថាអាចគាត់ថាបាយឆ្នាំពីសូនហ្នឹងគិតជាការសងសឹកបានអត់ដោយសារតែ Yui ថ្ងៃមិញនិយាយថាចង់ជួបម៉ាឡេសងសឹក
គិតថាសងសឹកបានដោយសារយើងអាចបែកគេពីសូន
Yeah, she said it counts as a revenge because we actually dropped them from the tournament.
Yes, I do agree. So now, Baobei, I would like to ask, I'm pretty sure there is definitely some sort of pressure coming from the side of Team Malaysia, as they are definitely the hometown heroes, right? They have the home ground buff with them. How did you guys manage to deal with that pressure in this match?
គាត់សួរថាដោយម៉ាឡេជា host កម្មវិធីហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងគេមានគេថាមានអ្នកមកមើលច្រើនអីចឹងហ្នឹងតើមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរមានន័យថាប៉ះពាល់អីអត់អាចប៉ះពាល់យើងអីអត់ប៉ះពាល់ទឹកចិត្តអីអត់
មានអារម្មណ៍ខ្លះៗដោយសារគេហូរហើយគេមាន fan ច្រើន
She said she is a little bit intimidated because it's their home ground, but the team still persevered.
Yes, I agree. Team Cambodia played a really clean and excellent game. One last question. Since you guys have advanced to the lower bracket finals tomorrow, you guys will be actually facing Team Egypt, which you guys have not met yet this tournament, but they have been quite promising, and people are kind of considering them the underdogs of this competition. So what are your thoughts about it, and how are you guys planning to prepare for that matchup?
ដោយសារស្អែកយើងប៉ះម៉ាឡេតើបើបីគិតមិនដែរចំពោះធីមម៉ាឡេដោយសារតែយើងអត់ទាន់បានប៉ះnotម៉ាឡេអេជីបដោយសារតែយើងអត់ទាន់បានប៉ះអេជីបសូម្បីតែម្ដង
មានអារម្មណ៍ថា
អាចនឹងត្រៀមអីអត់
ត្រៀម
She said she'll just do the normal training routine.
Normal training, and then we will see how far that will get them. Once again, congratulations, Baobei, and to the rest of Team Cambodia for advancing further to the lower bracket finals tomorrow. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to break down what happened in this intense clean sweep series. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Rose. And again, congratulations to Cambodia as well as Baobei. And that was a showcase, man. That shows that they are ready. But again, it's not over because they have a match tomorrow, lower bracket finals against Egypt. And I feel like Egypt, after the loss against Indonesia, they're gonna lock in as well. But for now, we gotta talk about the items in draft here. Malaysia, a lot went wrong, but Cambodia, we gotta talk about the genius of them on how they've been drafting in this game.
Yeah, it's Team Malaysia trying maybe a Hail Mary attempt, a last desperate ditch to one-up Cambodia with a surprise approach, but then when you're on the blue side, you get counter-surprise, right? I did call that Odette pick, and it came true, and we saw how problematic that Odette was. Sure, she doesn't have a lot of kills, but she is good enough to keep Malaysia away.
0 radiant armor, by the way. 0 radiant armor, not from the Rome, not from the EXP, not from the gold lane. I can understand because you do want to go for that Oracle first, but I think perhaps for the Arlet as well as the Esmeralda, maybe getting a radiant armor can help you out just a little bit. Although we do have to say as well how much damage that Tagami and Baobei were doing. It might not have mattered anyways.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, like, Baobei was popping off, right? Both games on the Granger, playing near flawless. And the sweetheart marksman of Cambodia has really put on a spectacle today in this lower bracket semis. And once more, she is the GOAT alongside Tagami, Mr. GOAT Hunter, Fao being the tank on this Esmeralda, and the best support going over to Alan on this snap pick Odet 5.
Yeah, Fao took a lot of punishment there. As a GOAT laner, kind of feels bad that you are the tanker. You're the one that took the most amount of damage. Like, just to put that into perspective.
Yeah, you dive in, and then Baobei just guns you down. And by the way, she has Purify.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter.
It's a difficult loss, but again, congratulations to Malaysia for making it this far to 4th place. And hopefully this drives them to perform much better for the upcoming tournaments that they have in their schedule. But now we got to talk about the MVP, which is going to be Tagami on that Yi Sun Shin 4-0-11. At one point, she was just one-shotting anyone.
I mean, Tagami is just having a free game. Both game 1 and 2, they had the same opening picks, Lapu and into YSS, and Tagami's jungling has been perfect. Part of it was also enabled by the team, right? Like, Yuki was putting a lot of pressure. Unlike game 1, game 2, they instantly got mid priority. And Yui, not Yuki, sorry, they almost got the first blood onto Yuki's chip. And from that point onwards, Tagami just didn't really have to interact too much. Farms up when there's space. When she joins the fight, presses Mountain Shocker, slams the turtle boat into any target, and they just disappear.
There's just no real threat.
There's no real threat to her.
There's no real threat because Malaysia did not have any advantage anywhere on the map that they can use. You know, the gold lane was even, the EXP was even, but the mid was losing.
Yeah.
It means that there's no advantage that Rina could use advantage of and actually, you know, get herself ahead in this game. And she's always playing from behind.
At the same time, I also want, like, all of us to pay attention to the highlights. You probably won't ever see a moment in this game where Sha was able to get a impactful final slash off, right? Either she gets grabbed by the Tsunami Slam and instantly taken out, or the 5 stars, she tries to go for final slash, but it doesn't land the way she does. And to be very honest, she never really got much chances to do that either because of Yui.
I mean, that's what happens when you get one-shotted, you know? All of your abilities means nothing if your screen is gray.
Yeah.
If your screen is dark and there's a number in the middle, there's really not much that you can do. Cambodia just came in and showed dominance and still showing some grace on the stage, saying like, oh, you know, we're a bit intimidated, so we're going to try our best. Hey, you know what? Your best is kind of a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, the Liu challenge is still a hit, right? They overcome hurdle one by one, right? They say that they really wanted to get that win over Team Malaysia. They have accomplished that. Tomorrow in the lower bracket final, they will have to go up against the WEC 24 third place finish Team Egypt. And if they do overcome Team Egypt, they will have to face Team Indonesia, which is going to be the biggest challenge. But it does get me excited to see if that is going to be a possibility.
Yeah, honestly, like, Cambodia is looking pretty strong, and Egypt should really use this time to reset and try to figure out how to adjust going up against Cambodia, because Cambodia and Indonesia kind of cut from the same cloth. They are very aggressive, and even though Baobei is mostly a marksman user, the early game is there, right? The damage is there because she keeps on using Granger, and the Eve was not let through, but the Eve is a monster as well for Cambodia. So it's going to be quite tricky for them to really figure out how to deal with Cambodia for tomorrow. If not, they'll be third place again.
Yeah, maybe one of the ways is that maybe you try banning out the Granger and see what else Baobei has left up her sleeves. We've seen the
Bruno.
We've seen the Bruno too, right? So I think that's one way to sort of test it out a little bit. They do have one series to make it happen, but at the end of the day, the fact that Team Cambodia can continuously make more of a traditional approach to the game work in their favor is a good sign.
And that's it for the female division for now. We have 2 more matches moving forward, and it's going to be the open division. The male team will be playing up next, which, if I remember correctly, it is going to be Malaysia going up against South Africa. My name is Afel, and this is Husky. We're going for a short break, but again, once we come back, we'll continue with more WEC action.
In the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, too self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look at my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look at my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak plan data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just finished the ladies tournament for the lower bracket semifinals, where congratulations again to Cambodia defeating Malaysia, moving on to the lower bracket finals tomorrow, going up against Egypt. But right now, we got to go back to the group stage for the open division, which is the male division. We're going to be looking at Group A, where Malaysia is going up against South Africa. Welcome, my name is Afel. Alongside with me is Husky.
And today is the last day for the group stage as well. So by the end of this evening, it will conclude
Shout out
for
South
the
Africa.
open division. South Africa really flying their flag with pride behind us. Again, it's a country that we don't get to see often on the international stage, but that just makes it so much more exciting, right? It's a land of culture, passion, diversity, and energy.
And with that, you know what? I want to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors, because without them, we wouldn't have amazing MLBB games. So welcome to the World Esports Championship 2025 live from Kuala Lumpur. The global event is proudly organized by IESF and MESF, which also strategically is partnered with our strategic partner ESI and generously supported by KBS, Rakamuda, Rakan Digital, as well as our official partners Red One, IQ, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, as well as our official chair partner Razer. And again, thank you very much.
Yeah, without you guys, this wouldn't have been possible. We wouldn't have had the honor to be the gracious host of WEC 25. But all competitions come with a reward at the end of the journey. Let's check out the prize pool for the open category. On the men's division, for the prize pool breakdown, the champion will walk away with 32.5 grand. Second place, $19.5 thousand, and the third place will be 13.5. So there's a lot on the line, not just in terms of pride and glory for the country, but also in terms of prize pool.
Yeah, and again, like, there's always a lot at stake whenever we have MLBB matches here. And again, we gotta talk about Malaysia going up against South Africa. We don't see a lot of South African matches here, so this is gonna be a new one, a fresh one. But again, they're going up against the Titans here, right? They are the defending champions. Currently, Malaysia is standing at the top with a 2-0 win. Well, 2 matches win. And unfortunately, South Africa hasn't won just yet, which, by the way, we can see here on the board, 6 points for Malaysia. South Africa hasn't gotten any points just yet.
Yep.
But again, this is a very brutal group here of Group A.
Yeah, it is incredibly brutal because we literally have Team Malaysia, but we also Turkiyye, right? One of the powerhouses, and the only match that they lost was against Malaysia yesterday. And even in the other groups, look at Group B, we have Cambodia there, who are basically the pack leaders. Group C, we have Team Indonesia, and Group D, we have Myanmar. So every single group is essentially, there's essentially a boss fight waiting to be overcome. We also want to get you guys check out the schedule for today, because we have current one, Malaysia against South Africa coming up, and after this we will close out the evening with Cambodia against the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, we saw Cambodia, the female team, honestly wipe out Malaysia in very devastating fashion. So we gotta see how the men's division or the open division will perform against the Dominican Republic. But so far today has been amazing MLBB games, where we're starting to see a bit of the WEC 25 meta here, where you try to establish a snowball and don't give an opportunity for your opponents to really come back into the game. But with that being said, I would say the game length has been extended for quite a bit, Husky. Yeah. We've had a lot of 11, 12, 30-minute games in the first day, but as we move on, it's starting to become 16, 18. Heck, we almost hit 30 minutes, and I think maybe even one game went over 30 minutes. So
yeah,
the game has been extending for quite a bit here in WEC 25.
It definitely has been, and you get to see some of the personalities of these teams as well. I personally, feel like when we have a tournament like WEC and we get to see different countries come together to play under the same roof, it feels like a cultural exchange, right? Like when people say that Malaysia is a melting pot, culture, diversity in terms of food, gameplay, and just the traditions that we have. But then you look at the rest of the world, it feels like we get to exchange ideas and to see what kind of flavors they bring to the table too.
Yeah, honestly, I keep saying this. The way that you become better is interacting with multiple different countries. And that's why even if you don't succeed that well in this competition, the fact that you have this opportunity, right? Because when else will you be able to scrim against different nations, different countries, everyone staying basically in the same hotel, same venue, right? So this is always a eye-opener for a lot of the newer players jumping into the international world of MLBB, and then we will start to see some names that will not be doing well right now. But hey, in the future, the development, man, is going to be crazy.
And there are already some players that have etched themselves in our memories, right? Even though they've come off with losses, the Danzo, we got to chat with Team Romania just yesterday. Very cool people, even though that they had a devastating loss against Team Indonesia. But again, it was a learning process. We also saw players in the mid lane like Ovin from Team Kazakhstan, great Valentina player as well. So these are the superstars that in the future might just be the next big thing.
Well, we're going to be introducing the players going up on the stage. It's going to be South Africa going up against Malaysia. We'll see how both teams fare up in WEC 25. From the land of the Lions, representing strength, unity, and the unbreakable spirit of the continent, the Warriors of the Cape, South Africa!
Hailing from the soil where unity is strength and diversity is power, the local Tigers go on the prowl for the next victory. Tuan Tuan dan Puan Puan, your defending champions, the bearers of Jalo Gemilang, Malaysia!
And now with both Team Malaysia and South Africa on stage, we would like to invite both teams for a fist bump for us to start the match officially.
Last instance of physical contact before they head into the land of dawn. Team Malaysia, the clear favorites of WEC 25, up against the unknown South Africa. And I'm looking forward to another package of surprise and what they have in store for us, because we have been surprised by Romania, we've been surprised by Team Kazakhstan.
I would say Iran as well.
Iran as well. And now we get to see, and we get another opportunity to see what else is in store.
And right now we're going to look at the lineups here coming in from Malaysia. Momo, Sakai, Stormy, Loliel, as well as Humes. And the star highlight, Sakai, Stormy, and Humes, so far has been slightly overshadowed here by Loliel as well as Momo, considering that they have not too many opportunities in the local tournament, but here in the internationals, man, they want to make sure that they get their time on the screen.
Yeah, there has been a lot of public discussion saying that, hey, Loliel and Momo, they don't get to play with the YSS trio in the local league because they are technically enemies, but now they're taking the moment, they're taking the chance to put themselves under the spotlight, and I'm loving what the side laners of Malaysia has shown. But they are up against the Cape Warriors of South Africa. We got Super Light, Lindo, Juju MC, Super Shady, and Velatsi.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting Super Light as well as Super Shady. I believe it was yesterday. They are the super duo, and I love their personality, man. Shout out to Super Light. Apparently he's Muslim as well. We had a good chat, and honestly, I hope for the best that they have a great experience here in Malaysia. Going up against Team Malaysia, they are known to be a team that has been really pushed the limit of discipline, where Coach Arcadia makes sure that they take every game seriously. So not gonna lighten the load here. South Africa might have a difficult time going up against Malaysia.
Yeah, it's definitely sort of you get thrown into the deep end of the water and you are just forced to learn on the go, trial by fire. But if there's any consolation, regardless of the results by the end of this best of 3, I'm pretty sure that there's a learning experience for both sides. And for South Africa, we have seen so many different flavors. What are the flavors that they will have for us? Leomore Jungle was a thing. We saw the Benedetta Goat Lane. We saw some pretty funky carry second pick. It's endless, the possibilities.
Well, we're going to look at the maps here. And it looks like we are going to be dangerous grass here. And even Coach Ark is looking pretty happy up on stage. They're probably liking dangerous grass, which might not be great for South Africa, but again, just want to shout out Super Light, Super Shady, very interesting characters. That that they are, they're kids. They're here to have fun.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing when it comes to, any tournaments. Sure, there are stakes, right? There's a lot that you need to think about in terms of how to beat your opponents and what's on the line. But having fun is one of the more important elements, especially when the going gets tough. You need to have that mentality to keep yourselves in the game. And can I just say that I honestly sometimes have forgotten what Coach Ark looks like when he's not donning the Malaysian jersey.
Yeah.
He's part of us.
Honestly, yeah, he's a part of us, but then again, we treat everyone that comes here as family. Shout outs to Malaysia Hospitality, really making sure that everyone feels comfortable here. But now we're going to talk about the game and having the dangerous grass. We have seen Malaysia basically using the same draft until it gets banned out, but I'm really looking at, they've used the Hilda before. In dangerous grass, Hilda has been used by Momo. I want to see if this time Humes want to take the reign and see how he can perform on that Hilda roam if South Africa ends up picking up an assassin.
Yes, I think Hilda has had quite an abysmal win rate so far at WEC, and as well, Team Malaysia in this case, alongside with the support of the YSS trio, are one of the few teams that have made it work. In fact, speaking of just trying out the flavors. I just want to quickly give a shout out to the South Africans here, the supporters of South Africa. If you guys want to try out any cuisines here, spicy or not spicy, do drop us a message or maybe talk to us after this. Or talk to our foodie Rose.
Oh yeah.
We have plenty of choices there.
Speaking of which, right now, South Africa will be the first pick. Malaysia will be second pick. And quite interesting here, quite a lot of tank junglers being banned out by Malaysia. Banning out the Baxia, the Fredrin, and even the Grok. In comparison, South Africa making sure that Hayabusa and the Fanny is not on the table, as well as Esmeralda.
We did say on day one when Malaysia took on Iran that when you, or just in general, when you don't have too much info on your opponents, sometimes going for the more generic staple bans does make sense. And Baxter Fredrin are a few of those choices. Lancelot first pick for South Africa. And I'm liking this already. I'm expecting a YSS response from Team Malaysia.
Yeah, and again, like they have room to again think about whether they do want the Hilda. And at the same time, Momo has not shown his Arlet just yet. Don't know if he still want to keep this in the back burner or want to try out in this game. But so far, South Africa is showing that they are willing to pick up an assassin here. And I don't know. I'm thinking Kimi. Kimi isn't Shin or Kimi Hilda.
Gatot is up
Gatot as well, yeah.
Kalea is also up to. That's a Hilda and a CC. A slightly different approach from Team Malaysia. Switching up the playbook a little bit. Momo has been looking extremely chill this whole tournament. I mean, he's generally a chill person, even in the most toughest of defeats, but I think he's having a bit too much fun.
Now, I would say he's feeling finally comfortable. I feel like he's like, oh, I get to use the hero as I want to play, and then
finally unburdened, you know.
And then Ashley smashed the crystal.
I get to play the game.
You know, it's just a unique experience.
You know,
he hasn't been on international for quite a while, even though yes, it's in Malaysia, but you know.
You can see the moment that some of these players get set free. Get them. I mean, Loliao is also a very good example. His ironically, his last trophy lift was also WEC with the same team. That time it was Gojas in the roster. The Kalea that comes out and the Uranus, like what South Africa is bringing to the table. They are not scared.
So now Malaysia, they do have the option in terms of the mid. The Kimi is still there, and I think it's still going to be fine, but there isn't an option for them to pick up the Lunox. Good deny as well as a good counter towards the Uranus, or they want to go for a Jushin. Gonna be a little bit slow, but considering that you do have the CC in a way is a shred hero, or just be safe, pick up the Yusin Shin, and then figure everything out later.
Yeah, Jushin is in a slightly more interesting spot because you don't have, you know, like a Grok to supplement or a Tot, right? You can only choose one, so
save my nation from falling
happier
apart.
with this Yusun Shin pick, so you get to save the mid laner for last and for the second phase, and not only that, you are not fully revealing where the Hilda and CC are going.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the safer ones is definitely banning out the mids, because having a Kalea, you don't want to pair her up with a burst hero, so maybe ban out something like Lunox if they themselves don't want to pick it up, ban out a Farsa, maybe even consider an Eve unless they themselves want it.
Eve is always a good shout. Lunox banned out from Team Malaysia, very straightforward. I think for South Africa, you need to start considering you might have to open up a bit of that mid hero, right? Because either way, you don't get priority, and there's always the pocket pick of Selena from Malaysia. We know Stormy loves that hero too. So, I mean, there's even a deeper one, the Novaria, we have seen it. So you can't really shut out that mid lane completely, but what you can do is to force certain matchup, right? Maybe you force this Hilda to go Roma, you force this CC to be in the XP no matter what. Yuzhong has been a pick that was prioritized by plenty of teams in since day one. Even Team Malaysia has shown respect to that hero. Maybe for South Africa, they can consider that as well.
Yeah, I'm liking the Harif ban though, because this is one of Loliao's signature as well, and perhaps the Lunox ban give them an idea that, okay, there's a chance that Harif could be picked up, and then we have nowhere to counter.
Yeah.
In terms of the next pick, I would say for Team Malaysia, another unique one is they could opt for a Ruby just to have that double fighter, and it's going to be much more difficult for the Lancelot to go in, because I believe we saw that yesterday when Momo was the one using the Ruby and just stuck around Yusin Shin all the time, and then it's like there's no way of touching the Yusin Shin.
Yeah, and if you get caught by the curtain call and you get lasso to and tethered to your teammate, it's almost impossible to get out. There's another pick to consider, the export. Yep. So I think there's plenty of options for both teams, in fact. It will be the Granger banned out by Malaysia.
trying to force out either a weird marksman or, just not meta marksman, or force them out to use a fighter as well, which, considering that they do have the Kalia, they want some kind of burst here, and there's not a lot of fighters that really deals any kind of burst. The only one that comes into mind is the Lapu, honestly.
Yeah, Lapu is an option too. I mean, for Malaysia, you definitely have slightly more wriggle room to opt for double fighter lineup just because of the YSS. We still have the Kimmy up. It has not been touched the entire draft. That could be an angle too, I think, for both teams, in fact.
Yeah, but honestly, I kinda want to see a Farsa coming in from South Africa, because I understand there's a lot of ways to deal with the Farsa, but at the same time, keep it simple. Kalia catches someone and then you burst them out as fast as you can, because going up against a team that has quite high mechanics, you kind of want to kill them before they can respond.
Yeah, just make it quick and easy, right?
Exactly,
just don't have to complicate the execution. Farsa Eve is always up there, but I do agree Farsa is the prime choice now for South Africa. Even for Malaysia, just because they're on red side, they don't have to reveal too much. The Kimmy gets picked up for Stormy, and the mystery continues. We don't know where this Hilda and CC are going.
Eve or Farsa, again, I do prefer Farsa, but the Eve has a better laning phase going up against this Kimmy. And considering the fact that you're using a Kalia, you do want more range just to make sure that you have backup, because I'm worried if the Kalia moves a little bit too far forward and this Hilda is going into the wrong position, there's a lot of damage between Hilda as well as Kimmy, and killing off the Kalia makes it so that doesn't matter Eve or Farsa, kind of impossible to move forward, especially with the looming threat that and level 2 gang coming in from the Eastern Shin.
If you get rooted down by the bubble, that's at least minimum a flicker out.
So the pick here, I'm thinking it might be a traditional marksman, but okay, looks like they are picking up the Lapu, the other burst, and they go for the Eve. So pretty standard here coming in from South Africa.
Yeah. They definitely are lacking a little bit in the burst, right? They have some form of that from the Lancelot and the Lapu, but the one good thing is that when that game goes late, the one thing that we always worry about with a Lancelot double fighter comp is the late game scaling. Eve solves that problem.
So another thing is Malaysia still hiding basically everything here. They can go for another EXP pick. Something like an Alice would be fine. The Yuzong is still open.
Yep.
But instead, they're going to go for the Gatot. So it looks like this is going to be a Hilda EXP. And you can see the smile coming in from Yuza. I can't believe I get this at last pick.
It's like, I guess I'm playing Gatot again.
Yeah.
No one touched it.
I think in the back of his mind, he's like, please ban it. I want one Hilda.
Yeah, I don't want to play Gatot.
One Hilda game in dangerous grass, and then Coach R's like, nah.
Like Coach R is gonna force me to play Gatot again, and then Arcadia is like Gatot. He was like,
or just be like, hey, you guess what?
He was like, okay, I get it.
You get it.
He pissed Gatot, and then Coach R was like, actually, I wanted you to pick Yuzong for Momo, but sure, you play Gatot.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Either ways, the draft has been completed coming in from South Africa as well as Malaysia. I gotta say, South Africa got a pretty standard and safe ban, which is gonna be good. It's just that going up against Team Malaysia, we know Southeast Asia is a region that really punishes the mid. So I'm just slightly worried for the Kalia, because level 1, it's going to be very difficult for you to sustain the damage that a Kimmy can dish out.
A lot of the games that we have seen that ended up going out of control is because of some early mid visits, right? And it doesn't necessarily have to translate into a kill. It can be you force a battle spell out, you take control of the priority, and then you just see that spillage kind of ripple into the other lanes, into the side lanes, and then into the jungle, and it's very hard to contain. And that's what teams like Malaysia and Indonesia, Cambodia, Myanmar, and to a certain degree, Turkiyye have been demonstrating across both categories. So if there's any takeaway from the first 2 days, I think South Africa definitely have been watching these games and getting the practice in, is to make sure that you don't lose control in the first 2 minutes, especially in that mid lane. If you get an early visit from Sakai's and he walks away with a kill, you've already lost half the battle.
Yeah, speaking of which, shout out to the Malaysian crowd. We can hear them supporting the Malaysian team here. Looks like we are waiting just a little bit for Sakai to handle his, I believe, some audio issues. But after that, we are jumping straight into the game here. And yeah, I think it's really the first 2 minutes here, Husky, right? If the first 2 minutes, South Africa is able to deter any kind of aggression coming in from Malaysia, considering the fact that you have a Kimmy, you have a Hilda, and a Yi Sun Shin. If they can survive the first 2 minutes, there's hope.
Yeah. I guess the upside is that at least they don't have a Hayabusa to deal with.
Yeah.
Right? Like compared to a Lancelot, Hayabusa definitely is slightly cheekier with how he can throw his cross shadows out across the wall. But aside from that, we say the first 2 minutes, but it technically is the first minute, right? Because by the time the turtle spawns, if there's already damage to your mid lane, you lose control very, very quickly. And that's sort of what happened to Team Romania against Indonesia, and what happened earlier on as well.
All the teams
for all the
have
teams.
lost, yeah.
Yeah,
it has been losing mostly on mid, and it's not too much mechanical prowess or, you know, in terms of the heroes. It's really about controlling that mid wave, so that you force your opponents to overextend. And I feel like this is why there's such a big difference between local tournaments and international tournament, because there's an invisible line in the Land of Dawn where saying if you cross this line, you are in a lot of trouble. You will take a lot of damage, and so far everyone that's crossed that line has taken a lot of damage.
And that also kind of brings forth the question, well, not the question, but more of the discussion of the play styles, right? How the playbook is in different countries. And I think in Southeast Asia alone, we have established that these are the covenants of MLBB. But for the other countries, they are starting to really dip their toes into this, and they really get a harsh reality check, a master class on how to play the game. You sort of see the gap, but you also realize that, hey, the game fundamentally has been designed in a way where you just cannot lose control of certain elements of the game.
Yeah, it's one thing to hear about it, it's one thing to see it, and it's one thing to experience it yourself.
Yeah.
Because even us as casters, like, we see it all the time, but then when we go in game and then we're like, oh wait.
When we actually, you know, like 5-stack and we meet another 5-stack that knows how the game works.
The enemy has a Grok Selena, and then we just die first blood. It's like, oh well.
Yeah, and you see how quick the game spirals out of control. There's another pick that, you know, I hope to see maybe, you know, deeper into the playoffs and on the weekends. The Luo Yi has been missing for quite a while. I mean, Dangerous Grass is probably the one that we'll see her the most.
Definitely a pocket pick, yeah.
Yeah, a Stormy pocket pick. Actually, there's not much Luo Yi players. Now that I think about it, right? At least in WEC, we haven't seen much of the players who are known for having that Luo Yi when they want it. Selena is as far as we go.
And this is why we don't see a lot of mid-range mages anymore, right? Because again, the invisible line, the Valentina, the Louis, the kind of melee-ish range heroes are having just a bit of trouble. That's why we see more Farsas, Eve, the Kimis. So it's like, even if you do lose out, it's not that bad.
I have a clickbaity YouTube title for anyone who wants to make a video on MLBB. Kimmy has ruined mid lane laning.
Hey, you know what?
Depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, depends on how you look at it.
If you're on the receiving end, I can totally understand the frustration.
Yeah, imagine she just got nerfed and she's #1 picked.
As a Kimmy player, womp, too bad. All right, let's head to the game 1 between Malaysia and South Africa. Malaysia on the red side, South Africa on blue. And we get inverse jungle, both junglers on the purple buff.
Yeah, looks like they are starting on the opposite sides of the map. I wonder which side is gonna spawn the Little Wanderer. But I'm guessing Sakai's, with this kind of rotation, I feel like we've seen it before. Instead of going for the Little, he might go for a early invade. But no, it looks like he is closer to the Litho, so they're going to challenge for that. Stormy taking quite a bit of damage coming in from Lindo. But look at that, super light, taking punishment from Momo.
There's a lot of damage from the Void Crystals onto Stormy and Sakai, so have to be quite careful. Yuzu will be forced to use the Revitalize. And Velutizi trying to run away will have to pop the Flicker. Sakai, I think, gets the camp as well, so alongside with the Litho, gets a bit of that experience injection. Look at where Yums is, man.
And like I said, Kimi has ruined mid lane for MLBB, because that was kind of not fair. Lindo, trying to secure the orange buff, is able to do so, but this is just the first minute of the game, and the jungle as well as the mid is suffering quite a bit. Same as Super Light here, having quite difficulties going up against Momo on this Hilda. And Momo might be able to deny him of at least 2 minions.
And with the reduced backswing of her abilities, now she hits even faster without having to trade any damage in return. And not to mention, if she gets the full stack of the passive mark on you, you will literally start taking extra damage. And the fact that this sort of happened in XP lane is going to cause a bit of inconvenience to South Africa, right? As a Uranus, it's like, whatever. When I hit level 4, I'm willing to take the punishment, but if you're down in XP, then you might see Momo moving around the map a bit more.
I feel like the worry is not Uranus losing, it is the fact that Hilda is winning, right? It means that she'll get level 4 first, she gets out of lane first, it means that she can scout for the Lancelot first. The Lancelot is already having some trouble, so Momo, if just torpedoes straight towards Lindo, and then gets a kill, doesn't get a kill, doesn't matter, as long as you hurt him enough, force our recall, free turtle, and we know how Malaysia likes to establish a zone.
Yep.
The zone just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and they just keep on denying every kind of farm for you.
And I'm going to quickly talk about how Malaysia approached that first 30 seconds, leading to the invade and the Little Wanderer. We saw Sakai start on the purple buff, path towards the Beetle, and even before all of that was happening, we saw Yums and Stormy set up the invade, right? They were playing towards the bottom side of the map just to make sure that, hey, we've got control of this area, we are guaranteed to have our jungler move here, and if you want to contest, you have to go through us. And it's these small details that can make the difference in that early game if things go 100% well. In that case, Sakai walks away with a Little Wanderer and a Beetle and a Golem, but in the grand scheme of things, it allows Yums to sit at the orange buff, watch the Lancelot take it, and then Momo wins his lane.
Yeah, despite honestly doing quite a lot of trades over to Stormy. Stormy did take quite a bit of damage, same as Yums. But one of the advantages of the Gato Kacha is that you can bring out the Revitalize, so in case things goes bad, you have a healing there. And by the way, quick shouts to Sakai. We've seen him when he just entered MPL looking very young, but now he's looking very matured and looking very comfortable on the international stage.
Even when you look at the club that he's been playing under, right? He's the only retained member up till now, and he has gotten 4 local trophies and 1 international one with the squad. It's a long-standing, long future for this young kid. Back into the game we go. Turtle spawning on the bottom side.
Yeah, and this time Sakai's the buff is gonna spawn closer towards the turtle, so he can actually go for that. But Lolio doing a lot of damage onto Super Shady, forcing out himself to actually go for a recall. And look at that minion, completely denied.
That's not good. Super Shady was trying to force the wave, but unfortunately it ends up losing a catapult. Again, it's these incremental things, these small details that allow Team Malaysia to get the lead. Traction pulse does get thrown out, doesn't really vacuum anyone back, and Turtle secured by Sakai. South Africa cuts their losses as Super Light goes down. First blood for Momo.
And this is where the zone really starts. They start taking out the front line, and look at this, they go for Super Shady, taking a lot of damage, not level 4 yet, and misses the flicker. Lolio gets the kill. Lindo still able to get the purple buff, but again, Malaysia, they don't force it out. They just take one by one, and just slowly chokes you out.
And not only that, you look at the statistics, it's already a 2k advantage. And look at Momo, he can just walk in here. What are they going to do about it? They could probably take down Momo as he's a bit far from home, but it took 4 members of South Africa to make that happen. The kill goes over to Lindo.
Yep. Look up Castle Curse, and that clip will probably show up. When you say, probably is alright. But either ways, right now...
What's the worst that can happen?
Well, Lolio now does have that War Axe, and I feel like if possible, South Africa, hold on, Lindo's able to dodge that.
Wow.
Hume's not going to hit anyone with the ult. And again, I kind of feel like they got to try to help out Lapu Lapu here because he's not getting any farm. Lolio's not allowing it.
And all for the Little Wanderer, and look at the conversion. These small, minute details that Team Malaysia is demonstrating is giving them more and more of a lead. Like you said, Super Shady does need some help. Stormy works on the plating. That's extra goal for him. 2.3k goal lead for Malaysia. 4 minutes in, and it's only a 2 kill and 1 turtle advantage. That's it.
Yeah, but we've got to talk about the level of EXP here. Momo's level 7, Super Light's level 6, Lindo's level 6, Sakai's level 7. So all across the board, everyone basically has a 1-level advantage for the side of Malaysia. And Velotizi, if he catches anyone, especially when he's able to pull them inside a turret, he can get a kill. But it is going to be quite a difficult struggle here to basically isolate one member from Team Malaysia, considering the fact that everyone has a fast way to re-engage.
Yeah, like Team Indonesia, they would go for these aggressive kills. They will keep forcing you to fight until you run out of breath. But for Team Malaysia, it's not about the kills. It's about the inconvenience that they are causing, right? You know, they make sure that, you know, they tip your water bottle, you know, sideways a little bit. You know, they misalign your chair. You know, they put some Lego blocks. It makes it very inconvenient to fight, and Super Shady ends up going down.
Yeah, it was a valiant attempt. The only problem is it was kind of a solo attempt because you saw that the entire team was more focused on getting the orange buff. So respectable for both sides, right? Because if he was able to make a play, that would really change things up.
And Lindo just cannot really do anything, even though Yums looks like a very juicy target. He still has to revitalize. The RWM is committed. Yums ends up going down. It's going to be super light with the pickup. Momo is going to be sticking around, and I don't think South Africa has the damage.
Yeah, Team Malaysia is making some mistakes here, and looks like Lindo is going to be basically high-performing, taking away the EXP minions as well. Velotizi looks like not able to get Stormy there, and no further damage coming in from Juju MC.
Wow, Stormy with nerfs, so still didn't even flinch with the Purify. And that's the experience speaking there for this mid laner. I mean, all things considered, Lindo, he's 2 levels behind, but finally able to get breathing room to farm up a little bit. They will have to coin Super Light to front for the team because Velotizi alone isn't enough. Lindo tries to opt for Stormy, turns on the Yums. The taunt doesn't really connect, so Momo will not show himself.
Velotizi now does have the Oracle, so we're going to have a faster cooldown on his abilities. The really real question here is, who are you going to pick up? Like, of course, Sakai's and Stormy will be the main attraction, but the problem is, both have ways to really escape your Tsunami Slam. Like Sakai's with the Traceless and Stormy still has that Purify. I'm thinking maybe try to get Lolio. Speaking of which, Lolio just had a solo kill on Trooper Light.
And they're not done just yet. They also take out Super Shady. Tsunami Slam finally gets committed, but out of the RWM, not really what they want for South Africa. There's 4 bodies down. Lindo trying to stay alive, but a killing spree for Loliao secures the full team wipe for Team Malaysia.
Eventually, we need a stat of how many solo kills Lolio has had.
Yeah, he is.
Right? It feels like I'm a GOAT laner, but really, if I need to be EXP, I honestly can.
I can do whatever, right?
Yeah.
This is my moment.
Yeah, Lolio really being the silent killer here for Malaysia, not creating such a big fuss, not asking for attention. He's just like, all right, you know, someone's in front of me. I'm gonna kill him, and then I'm gonna move forward.
This is for all the internet pundits out there.
Yeah.
It's asking if Loliao is the pick. I mean, he clearly is. Look at this.
Yum's even just tanking up for him, dealing damage onto Super Light. Well, all happening on top, Stormy gets killed by Super Shady. They're continuing forward. They actually get a kill onto Momo as well. Sakai's is there, but 1v4, probably not the best shot of trying to get a kill there.
Oh, that's one way for South Africa to stabilize the situation a little bit. The turtle boat does connect onto Velotizi. Yums will just be a distraction. The Violet shoots him up, but sadly Velotizi goes down and Sakai's gets the turtle. AOG comes in. Good Thorn Rose dodge from Lindo, but Loliao on the case finds a double kill. Now deals with Super Light. Sakai's by his side. Sakai's on the killing spree. As Super Shady goes in. The swing doesn't really do the damage that he wants. Landshaker easily navigated. Sakai's back into the fray and finds the kill with a turtle bow. Sakai's is just styling on him.
Dude, Sakai's, man, something about WEC really woke him up. Really showing the Sky Prince form. Juggling the damage coming in from a team of South Africa, in a way boxing them in, where it makes a situation where, damn if you do, damn if you don't. You go left, you get hit by Skies. You go right, you get hit by Loliel, Stormy, whoever is there. Sakai's has been dancing on his decent chin, man.
I mean, we say that this is a melting pot of culture. Look at the weapons that they have, right? They have a yo-yo, a bow and arrow, an axe, a futuristic bubble gun.
Some gauntlets.
Some iron gauntlets, you know. You can fight bare knuckle. You can fight long range, close range, medium range, and you have a Amazonian lady in the
greatness of the planet.
we have a planet too, yeah. Although this planet is not doing too well.
It's like a celestial
being.
Yeah, celestial being, yeah. Speaking of which, the celestial being is getting hit by Loliel, taking quite a lot of damage from the space gun and the super yo-yo.
Super yo-yo. Malaysia up 10,000, and that holy defense is gonna break. AOG comes in, Juju MC pops the RWM, but he's just standing in danger. It will be saved by the Tsunami Slam. Yums will go down. Good punish from South Africa.
Hey, you know what? That was a bait coming in from Super Light. Speaking of which, Sakai's
come on,
is looking at Super Shady and giving him just a little bit of time. And this is strategy, Husky. He is delaying his death so that he's not gonna be there for the Lord. Right, you gotta stagger the respawn time here, Husky.
I bet Sakai's was like, will the real Super Shady please stand up? Not you.
Hey.
Execution.
Well, right now the Lord is being taken here by Stormy. And Stormy now does have the Divine Glaive, so it's going to be much trickier for Super Light as well as Shady to really tank the damage coming in from the Kimi. But hey, Space Gun, man. Space Guns, they sting.
Yeah, ahead of their time in terms of technology. Momo continues to be a nuisance, and they get the turn call. Oh, Valentizi is going to get hit by the AOG. Super Shady comes in with the Flicker Landshaker into an RWM. The combo is good. Sweet stuff. Estonia goes down, Yums also overextends the guys in the thick of it, punched down by Super Light. Juju MC with a double kill, and South Africa finds 3.
Hey, South Africa showing up. It's like, hey, you make a mistake, we're gonna punish you. And Malaysia overzealous there, you know, like the combo was there, so it's like, okay, I gotta commit, I gotta follow up. And I feel like Sakai, he was quite surprised. It's like, oh, I'm taking quite a lot of damage. South Africa, man, they're coming in with the damage.
And you know what they say, they might be having fun, but I'm telling you who's not. Coach Ark, if you're listening to this, the boys are having a little fun. You know? Be easy on them. And cut on some slack.
The thing is, I feel like if Coach Ark is okay, I think Veki is like, okay, now I'm not. I feel like there's a check and balance.
There's a good call, bad call.
Exactly. Now, looking at the items here, looks like the Lancelot will not be doing damage just yet. Hasn't finished the Endless Battle. Opting for more defense with the Brute Force, which honestly does make sense. But look at Loliel going full damage. Not even a Brute Force, considering the fact that the CC has been nerfed in movement speed. Is like, Endless Battle movement speed is enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really need movement speed if the enemies can't run away fast enough. I think that's the approach. Although this game will go on a bit longer. And we have seen what happens when we go later into the game and Eve starts getting the items. Juju MC did get some juicy shutdowns earlier on. He will start becoming a threat. Yums finds the taunt. Lindo dashes away to safety. They turn to Lo Liao, who pops the benches. Lo Liao, shut down Super Light with the pickup.
And again, we have to talk about it was a full damage CC. And I think this is also a thing about Cassicurs where it's just like, oh, you know, Loliel's doing good. You know, internet, what are you going to say now? And then he dies 2 times in a row after we say that.
That's the Loliel effect. We've seen it plenty of times. So blast to the pass, Flicker into a Purify. Stormy gets up and they commit. Oh, Super Shady right in Stormy's face. Trey for 1v1. Momo will find the exchange. Concealed in, Sakai's and Yums in with the AOG. Sakai's right in the thick of battle. They assassinate Juju MC. Lindo tries to run away, but the Tracers into a turtle for the bow and arrow in the face. Momo with the flicker. Velocizi tries to run away, but Sakai's will claim his head as Super Light. Number 4, Sakai's fights him underneath the inhibitor. And where is Super Light gonna go? Because Yums will take the aggro, and Sakai's will come back in for a mega kill. An unofficial quad. And Team Malaysia cruises down mid for a Game 1 win over South Africa.
Yep, Super Shady gets taken down too. Team Malaysia getting the first win here, and Sakai's kind of waiting for his team to die first and be like, my time to shine. And Sakai's looking pretty scary on this Yi Sun Shin. Looking forward to see it get banned every once in a while.
Every once in a while?
I mean, like, here's the thing.
I suggest
something about them, you know, Stormy, Yums, and Sakai's, even throughout MPLMY. How is it they always get their hero?
I just want to say, even in a local domestic league,
that makes me thirsty, yeah.
A domestic league, we don't even see Sakai stand over the dead body of an enemy. I'm just saying, he's having a lot of fun today. He is styling.
How many times has Stormy gotten the Kimi?
Way too many.
How many times has Yums gotten the Gatot?
Way too many.
How many times has Sakai's gotten that Yi Sun Shin? Because here's the thing, folks. In terms of the stats, they have the lowest amount of hero pools, like heroes they use on stage. But the thing is, they keep getting it.
That's what we've been posing since day 1, right? Which country, which team will push kind of Team Malaysia in the drafting phase, force them into something different. Although I would say that they did go for a CC opening, and South Africa, you guys have been amazing. South Africa, where you at?
I mean, like, here's
looking good.
They do a lot of damage, right? They were able to get some kills. Like, Stormy was sweating there down in mid.
They were.
Getting chased by the Lance, getting chased by the Kalia, getting chased by the Lapu. At that point, it felt a little bit personal. But now we got to look at the post-match stats here. Game ending in about 13 minutes. And Lolia going on for full damage. And, I mean, I can't blame him. he made it so that the Uranus isn't all that tanky. And it's not the Uranus' fault.
Yeah, Lolio kind of ruining rank game for me now with that build, and now my CC can never go back to Oracle and Brute Force. I'm obligated to build this.
Yep.
He is one of the trendsetters. Even the Harry back then.
Hey, he played a Yi Sun-shin Gold once.
He did, and he almost won.
Yeah, against SRG.
Yep, against a Fanny.
Against a Fanny. So, Lolio, trendsetter for sure. But look at this, Juju MC had a pretty good time as well, having the Glowing Wand, the Enchanted Talisman, and the Wishing Lantern. Probably just waiting for that Blood Wings to be able to survive some damage coming in from Sakai's, which has 13,500 gold in a 13-minute game. Will we finally see a 1k gold per minute?
Could have had a, deathless game, but he did decide to fight the crystal.
Yes. That's one way to put it.
Yeah, had a bit of fun there, but still, very decisive game nonetheless for Malaysia. Very evident, I think, even from the get-go, we talk about just the minor movements, and even before big team fights broke out, Malaysia has been setting the building blocks of, making life inconvenient for South Africa. Oh, you want to go through this? No, you take this detour. Look at that, we've gotten our first 1k above gold per minute.
Yep, 1,025. It's gonna be Sakai's, and he's also the GOAT. 77,000 damage dealt. That is the super light tanking almost 120,000 damage. Still Yums being the best support with 9 total assists, coming in with the AOG, helping the team out with the Unbreakable. And yeah, Sakai's, man, I kind of feel like his Sky Prince performance we've been missing for quite a while. In a way, he's resting while playing, but now on the international stage, time for him to lock in. Speaking of which, the MVP, 10-1-8, 1,000 gold per minute, almost 6,000 damage per minute. And the thing is, I feel like he will get this pick again. Not saying like for the game right now against South Africa, but later on in the playoffs.
Eventually, at some point, he's going to be able to play YSS again. And honestly speaking, with the accolades and the dominance that Sakai has shown individually in the jungle, I think it's a good time to just put the argument we have domestically to rest, right? He's definitely one of the greats, and I say he's the greatest of all time we have, at least in that particular role, of just this tenure as a pro player. This is sort of just a masterclass from Team Malaysia and how they have navigated the game, and even in situations where it felt like there is a fighting chance, you get Sakai's.
Yeah.
This one was a beauty. Look at this.
Yeah, just dodging everything, completely reading out the potential skills being used.
Played like a fiddle.
I mean, like, this is wonderful Yi Sun-shin gameplay. You don't have to be a fan of Sakai's or a fan of Malaysia to really appreciate the way that he's piloting this hero, really showing how he's using both the marksman aspect as well as the assassin aspect of the hero.
Yeah, that's a report there for Sakai's, by the way.
Maybe we should have the interview of Rose asking Coach Args like, oh, how do you feel about game number 1?
Yeah, I mean,
did you tell the boys how you felt?
I like how like Yums is like guaranteed gone, and Sakai's like, I'm gonna ride my boat in, baby. It's my time.
Yep.
That's why you press report.
Either ways, almost got a Maniac. So far, it looks like only one person has gotten the Maniac. Or two.
Baobei.
I'm thinking, has Indonesia secured it? I think almost, but it was stolen away by the Lunox. But yeah, shout out Baobei.
That's Baobei, the gold laner of Cambodia. Stellar Granger performance. Speaking of Granger, wonder if we will see Granger here.
I mean, like, it was banned out.
It was banned out, yeah.
Yeah, so if it's gonna get picked up probably much earlier, we've seen Lolio use the Granger once, and I feel like that game was a little bit unfair. He came in and he just dusted everything off to the point where Stormy and Sakai's didn't get much time in the sun.
He wasn't using like Rhapsody often. He was basic attacking.
Yeah.
That's one thing too.
I mean, like, out of all the games he's played, only the Granger game got praised by the internet. So that kind of shows that, okay, maybe let him use the fighter for now.
Yeah, I would say that, if you look at Loliao's track record in the past year or two, you might not think that he is the man. But let me tell you, he is the man.
Yep.
He's one of the best we have. Domestically aside, that's a different problem. But when you put him with the right team, he is the chosen one.
Yep. we can say that about the YSS trio. They're just the right team.
That's the chosen one.
Right? For anyone.
This is like the Exodia, you know?
But now South Africa, they show promise, right? I like that when they see an opportunity, they're not shying away. They're like, hey, you know what? You cross the line and we're going to pounce onto you. So I'm liking that they are going to be using heroes that can actually chase. Because I feel like that's one of the ways they can handle Team Malaysia is that sometimes they do overextend. So get a hero that can chase.
Yeah. There are some very good concepts, right? We've seen some slightly misaligned Tsunami Slam RWM where the target gets pulled away from the RWM or right on top of the Yi that causes Yuju MC to go down. But there are also moments where the snap decisions from South Africa were on point, you know, punishing Team Malaysia for overextending, punishing them for walking into the box. So all things considered, the ideas were good, the executions is there, and now it's a toughest challenge. You gotta clean up the minor details. And, you know, from the early game to how you interact with Team Malaysia's composition. That is gonna be a tough challenge to overcome, but I'm excited to see what else South Africa has to offer.
The issue is, I feel like if they were able to pick up a Frederick or a Boxia, maybe the early game would look better, but we see Team Malaysia just keeps batting it out. And basically forcing an assassin, and assassin is amazing, is great, but it makes it so that you're always gonna face danger.
Yeah.
Right? Unless you go in Thorn Rose, immediately go out, Hayabusa shadows in, Ogi Shadow kills, and then gets out. They're just creating opportunities where if you want to do damage, you got to take some damage.
Yeah, and even for assassins, the margin of error is also very small as well. You have to be very precise with your movements. You have to really think 2-3 steps ahead when you're playing, especially heroes like Lancelot, right? Who are you going to hop to? The awareness has to be there. Your spidey senses have to be on point. So let's see, map selection for game number 2. We had a great game 1. Now we go to Flying Clouds for game 2.
So Flying Clouds, at least this means that even if South Africa was punished in the laning phase, as we saw before, both Momo and Loliol really having good laning phases, they can come back into the lane. And yeah, actually, I do want to see an early Hive or Granger pick coming in from South Africa, and potentially, you know, scale up.
I have a feeling that Team Malaysia would just be like, hey Momo, pick the Hilda again. We saw what you did. Heptasis. Now one up that.
So Heptasis into no, the best one, Sky Piercer.
Ooh, I mean, what if we name the axe of Hilda the Sky Piercer? That sounds like a pretty nice. Okay, the axe don't pierce, the Sky Cleaver.
I'm gonna be careful about naming names, just in case if someone else has used it before.
Sky Cleaver. I'm taking that. That's mine now.
All right.
That's ours. That's ours. Okay, I share. I share my rights.
It's nice that War Axe is a very popular item.
Yeah.
The user, Aulus himself, don't get to see a lot of him. I actually wouldn't mind having like 4 weeks of Aulus being strong. Like, he is annoying sometimes, yes, but hey, give.
You know, one of the heroes that has never ever shown up or even been considered is the Aldous. How about that?
Actually, no, I'm fine with Aldous.
You're fine with Aldous?
I'm fine with Aldous not being a part of the game.
You prefer Aldous over Aldous?
Okay, here's the thing. Aldous, I kind of want a different change of instead of stacking damage, stack tankiness. Kind of like a improved version of Thunderbelt.
So he is the Thunderbelt.
Yeah, so basically like he keeps on stacking, but he just becomes invincible. That allows you to actually build damage items that has Spell Vamp or Lifesteal, and then you actually become a problem.
And you have a fighting chance.
Speaking of which, now Malaysia, they pick up the Kalia here. They banned out the Grog, the Gatot, as well as the Jushin. And South Africa banning out the Fanny, the Boxia, as well as the CC. So this is going to be tricky here. Because this time, okay, not going to give Yumes the Gatot. Maybe even Yumes himself is like, no, I'm just gonna ban this hero.
Yeah, I feel like...
I hear the casters keep saying, I keep getting Gatot. Let me use the Kalia, which, by the way, was his signature.
Yeah. More so maybe the Gatot wasn't in the plan and he bans it anyways, right?
Yep.
What can coach do about it?
It's like, whoopsies.
Oh no!
I
no!
pressed it.
What about YSS here for South Africa? I mean, it's either that or Sakai gets YSS again.
Yeah, take it away. I kind of feel like take it away would be good. Oh, Yuzong, I'm liking this because again, we want to look at some chase. And
Oh!
and our guy picked up quite early.
Wow. Okay. We have talked about the Akai every now and then. It is a different approach. Okay, let's see. Oh wow. It does make life slightly complicated for the YSS. Your tracers can only dodge so much. You have a spinning panda coming towards you, a black dragon with a petrify. So there are definitely more things to consider, but it's not impossible to deal with. It pushes your mechanics to the absolute limit. But Lancelot can be a return. Hayabusa also. I don't know, yes, Lancelot for Sakai, why not?
Okay, is Stormy gonna use something else? Okay, they pick up the Lapu first. I wonder if they hurt us. You know, Becky or Coach R heard us like, okay, you know what? They're right. We do keep giving them the same heroes over and over again. So maybe time to switch it up just a little bit. And then the Magic Stormy still gets the Kimi.
I don't see why not. I mean, Yves is still open.
Yeah.
Varsa is still open. Selena is still open. Lunox is still open.
I still want them to pick up a Granger here.
For South Africa?
Yeah. Granger or Harvey. Either or. But I would prefer Granger because I think it's easier to execute. Oh, but they take the Valentina. Honestly, pretty smart. Because you don't want Stormy to using that Valentina against your Akai.
Yeah, I like
that.
I'm a sucker for good Valentina players. Because my Valentina win rate...
I'm a sucker for good Akai players.
That makes two of us. No, my Valentina win rate is so low, I can't show it in the lobby.
My Valentina win rate is so low, I play Rome.
The Papa was like, you can't show your Valentina win rate because it's below a certain amount. That's how poor I am on this hero.
You know what? Let's either work on that or make it worse.
Or I have a third way. I just don't play her.
All right, well, there's the option. Lunox gets banned out here by South Africa, and good shot. Maybe even ban out the Farsa. Actually, no. Selena. You cannot let Selena Kalia go.
It's a slippery slope right now.
Yep.
It's a slippery slope for South Africa ban. I mean, the Lunox is... It opens up your Harif, the Harif matchup, and not just the Harif, but in general, right? You don't have to deal with the headache. What else? I mean, for Team Malaysia, you can start banning out.
Ooh, Matilda. I am liking that ban there because again, the thing about South Africa is that hey, they can chase again the Warriors of the Cape, right? So
yep.
Banning out the Matilda. Hey, you know what, Team Malaysia? They're taking this quite strategically. In fact, to the point where now that I'm looking at the draft here, Husky, that's an amazing way to deal with the Kalia having an Akai.
What about the Estes, Florin? Okay, I'm thinking ahead of myself. They're not as big as of a threat as the Matilda. They still go for mid lane bans here. Ban a Selena. There would be a very hard read, but it would open up some possibilities for you too. Like you don't have to worry about the vision. Kimmy ban is also good.
Oh, now that I think about it, Malaysia could pick up the Beatrix.
Ah, yes.
Right?
Loliao, Beatrix.
I wonder if they're letting go of the potential Selena is because as a melee hero, you got to be careful of the Kai, right?
Yes.
So maybe they're using the Sakai as, okay, pick whatever melee heroes that you want and then we can punish. But if Malaysia does pick up that Beatrix, and Akai can't really help against that.
Yeah, whoever gets grabbed just gets blown up. Beatrix is actually one of Loliao's hero too. He's very experienced on Beatrix. We've seen him pull off some, I think, incredible heroic plays when Beatrix was still a thing. The Minotaur banned by Malaysia, really reading into the draft. Okay, this is a pretty deep cut.
Honestly, not a bad pick in terms of Rome would be the Hylos or turn it around. Let the Akai be a Rome and still get a damage in the jungle. Yusenshin is still up.
Hayabusa, Joy, Suyo.
Yeah. I think Yusenshin would work the best, but going up against a Lancelot, maybe consider the Haya.
It will be a skill matchup if you take YSS. Not to mention you have the Kalea to worry about. So that's Franco.
Okay, so it's like, yes, come in, I dare you. It's not just the Akai, it's the Franco now. You know what, at this point,
I'm okay if Stormy wants to pick up a Farsa or a Novaria.
I mean, if I had to deal with a CC and a Hilda in my face for one whole game, I'm willing to invest. Though they did ban the CC, I don't think Hilda is gonna get picked anytime soon. But you know, it's the after effects, right? It also keeps the gold lane safe. You get to see the full draft of Malaysia before deciding on, you know, what the Super Shady gets to play.
So for Team Malaysia, what will be the gold lane as well as the mid here? Kind of feel like Farsa is a pretty safe pick.
Beatrix is still okay, I guess.
Nah. And the Granger. Okay, you know what? I think they heard us. They'll be like,
okay, Stormy, okay.
Yep.
This will be worth
And then a time. You know what? I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I'm liking it. It looks like the players are liking it here. South Africa is like, you know what? Let's go. We got the draft that we wanted.
This is hype.
Let's give our very best to Malaysia. And in case you guys are thinking, what? Hey, Nana, hey, Stormy brought this in grand finals before.
It was an unstoppable Nana, by the way. It was a championship pick. We've got a game on our hands for sure.
I'm liking this.
These are the kind of drafts that I enjoy, right? And I look past what the result is going to be and I just focus on the moment because, again, it's the fearlessness that you know the teams bring to the table that really makes it enjoyable. So game 2 is going to be coming up pretty soon. South Africa against Malaysia. A part of me wants this to go game 3. That's how invested I am.
I mean, let me just say this, right? Husky, I feel like both of us have the same sentiment.
Yeah?
It's game like this that made us interested in the game in the first place. It makes us want to be casters.
Makes this all worth it.
Yeah. So it looks like Team Malaysia going up against South Africa here. Going in with a unique draft, really showing the flavor of each country. We're jumping straight into the land of Dawn here, and looks like it is going to be Lindo using the Kai in the jungle. We'll see how both teams perform in the land of Dawn.
Oh, there are some pretty interesting ultimates that can be stolen by Juju MC. First of all, the Molina Blitz from the Nana. That could be a big boon. We've seen Bravest Fighter before, we also see Tsunami Slam, but again, the minor movements from Team Malaysia securing them the Little Wanderer, and sadly, as a Franco, you really cannot walk up to these areas, not with a Valentina as a mid laner, so they will have to take a bow and just concede the priority.
I think part of the reason why they pick up the Nana is that in case anything happens, you're not going to die instantly, right?
Yeah, you have basically a get out of jail free card. Though Momo continues to put on pressure on Super Light. Yums showing some presence. Always going to be faster in terms of rotation compared to a Franco.
Yeah, Velotizi almost gets the rapid boots as well to make sure that he moves around faster in the map, which honestly doesn't make sense. How does a Franco has one of the highest movement speeds in the game?
Oh, not to mention he has regen when he's out of combat too.
Well, right now, Team Malaysia as well as South Africa here. Looks like South Africa understands that an early rotation will be coming in mid, and that's a smart way to move around the mid lane. Stormy managing to escape that. Yums goes in.
Wow, they instantly turn on the Velotizi. First blood for Sakai's. Good Terrify to cancel out the Phantom Execution. Toto's going to be spawning on the bottom side, so sadly for South Africa, they're not going to have the bloody hunt anytime soon.
But the fact that they still have the Valentina as well as the Akai, I was about to say maybe they can.
Yeah.
But considering that Super Light just got solo killed by Momo, probably not a good chance for him to fight.
Get a good hook, but Lindo is down in health. And they go for the Flicker Tsunami Slam. They purify, stolen Tsunami Slam. Juju MC forgot that Sakai is around, so Sakai uses him as a launching pad to just jump around onto Lindo. Juju MC doesn't get out. Stormy with the follow-up Boomerang Flicker takes the kill.
I think even South Africa was surprised. But look at that, Velotizi gets Yums, and Yums is able to get out. Juju MC purifies out and basically says, "No, you."
Let me show you.
And it's like, oh wait, maybe I should not have done that.
Yeah, Sakai just launches himself. Oh, that's a Molina Blitz. Uh-oh. Sakai is on a killing spree.
Hey, the thing about a Franco, right? He's not the tankiest guy, which is so weird. And now Super Shady gets solo killed by Loliel. And again, we need a counter here by the solo kills that both Momo and Loliel has been getting. Speaking of which, another one.
Decapitated. Sky Piercer for Loliao, by the way, and as the first item, Sky Piercer.
Oh,
cheeky little fella Loliao.
Yeah. Velatizi.
There.
I don't think he has enough damage, even if he does catch us.
All right, hook into Tsunami Slam.
Yep.
Into Bloody Hunt. It's good for the. It's good for.
No, okay. Hook into Tsunami Slam. Hold on. He can't get away here. He can't get away, but can he fight back? Okay. Okay, listen. Hook.
Okay.
Tsunami Slam. And then Akai spins them away.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. You push them all the way into the base.
If they can complete that and push one guy into the fountain, I take that as a win.
If you want that, you need a Louis.
Oh, that too. There we go. Tsunami Slam. They're gonna take Lindo and nothing that he can do in a situation. Stormy finds the second kill.
It looks like Heavy Spin just came off cooldown. So if he had it, he would have survived earlier. So probably used it much earlier, and Team Malaysia was on it. They understand the cooldowns. Speaking of which, right now Team Malaysia looks like they are getting for the gold lane turret. And Loliao hasn't taken it down, but gotten a lot of shield. So a lot of gold here. Malaysia at 4 minutes have almost 6,000 gold.
Almost 6,000 gold. Loliao just got a Hunter's Strike, second turtle for Malaysia. Top tier 1. It's gonna eventually go down to invade here. Poke into a flicker, suppression, there it is. Kill on the Yumes. Molina Blitz will come through. Velatizi taking too much. As Stormy will claim that one. And Lindo doesn't really want to interact with this. Juju MC does show up, doesn't find the opportunity for a grab, and both teams disengage.
Yeah, Stormy respecting that, using the flicker quite early, making sure he doesn't get grabbed. Super Light trying to get as much farm as he can, because at level 7 is okay, but compared to Momo, which is level 9, definitely not ideal.
Not at all. And they need Lindo to really farm up a little bit. Can still use Malaysia 7k gold advantage in under 5.5 minutes. The guys will claim another camp for himself. I mean, Loliao is farming past tier 1, man.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. If Super Shady is able to get 3 items, there's always that possibility, right? Oh, already used up the heavy spin, so Team Malaysia, they can commit.
Oh, that's a hook onto Momo. The Molina Blitz from Stormy catches them. And then Loliao finds an easy triple kill. Super Light late to the party. Malaysia now up 9.3k.
At 5 minutes of the game. And look at this. Super Light taking a lot of damage here.
Loliao, he's in. He's out for blood. Momo on a killing spree. Super Shady cannot get the pickup on the Loliao, who flickers to safety. And they are looking for mid-tier 2. Flying Cloud brings South Africa back into the fight, but a Tsunami Slam committed by Yumes on the Lindo. They get the hook on the Yumes, but Yumes escapes. Momo flickers forward with the Land Shaker and just destroys Super Shady. Juju MC is a boomerang. Stormy walks away scot-free, and 3 more bodies drop.
Yep, using the passive to make sure that he still gets a kill and gets away with it. 10,000 gold, 11 at 6 minutes and 30 here. Team Malaysia is really pushing their advantage, and Velatizi using the Winter Crown to survive the onslaught from Sakai's.
Take that ball, Momo. Come on, you committed the ult. Get it. It's too good of a man.
Yeah. Hey, that's why they choose Momo.
That's why they choose him.
You know what? Momo will not take my buff.
He's too nice.
Yeah, he's too nice. Speaking of which, right now Malaysia 12,000. And they're going forward.
And Lindo trying to spin away. Loliao can't chase him down just yet. So there's a disengage from South Africa. Let's see if Velatizi can land that hook. We haven't seen that combo yet. Hook into a Tsunami Slam.
Come on.
I want to see it once.
They're trying, okay? They're trying.
I know.
All right. First things first. Get the hook.
Yes.
After that, we'll talk. Because Lindo does not have the heavy spin yet. Okay, they're just waiting for it.
Oh, Momo just commits the Bravest Fighter right in their face too. So that's mid-tier 2 going down.
Oh.
Come on, Velatizi.
Yeah,
you're gonna go.
You can see Momo knows the combo is coming. So he uses the triple slash to make sure he has that CC immune just in case. Just in case he gets hooked.
Okay. It's always something to look forward to. The last outer line of defense for South Africa goes down. Yumes tries to go for a kidnap, and he found his target. Velatizi out of the picture.
Yep, and right now with 14,000 gold, one of the largest gold leads we've seen for a while. Momo jumps in, straight on to Lindo, and Team Malaysia at 8 minutes in might try to end the game here.
They get the Polymorph, Super Light, is the Blitz godlike for Loliao. Lindo can't stay in the fight, and Surkais will make sure that he's sent packing back into the fountain. Entropy already committed by Super Shady. It's a 3v5. Top inhibitor falls. Malaysia still sticking around in the base. The hook a bit short from Velocity. Super Shady trying to run away. Loliel flickers forward for legendary streak. And Malaysia looking to close out the series in just a cinematic fashion. One last ditch attempt on Juju MC. Takes out Loliel. Shuts them down. And South Africa comes back swinging with the Black Dragon form. Stormy gives his life away, but Surkais is still around dancing, but gets hit by the heavy spin. A shutdown for Lindo. South Africa holds.
A successful defense coming in from South Africa, dropping from 14 to 15,000 gold all the way to 9,000. Basically a 4 to 5,000 gold conversion here, Husky. That's quite big. Speaking of which, the items are starting to pile up here. Super Shady having 2 items, and they are rushing the Lord. Can he actually get it though?
Solid Wish was a flying cloud because it allows Malaysia to come back into the fight. Momo into the thick of it. They lost Velocity to purify out for Super Shady. But Momo just slices and dices him. Super Light cannot hold on his own. Momo slams the land shaker. A good attempt from South Africa, but Malaysia just came back too fast with the clouds.
Yeah, because again, this is at 9 minutes of the game. The respawn time is not that long just yet, only about 20 seconds at most. And now Surkais jumps in, deals a little bit of damage, and he doesn't get hooked.
Yeah, VLTD tried, but Surkais had the iframe. Last inhibitor goes down. South Africa have one last chance. Momo again commits the ultimate. Velocity will try to buy time as the rest of his teammates will take that opportunity to deal with the minion waves. Velocity knows that he is done for. A worthy sacrifice. Landshaker on it too. Momo swings away, gets terrified. Oh, Super Light. Tries to look for a finisher, but Momo instantly fights back. The Furious Dive gets a 2-man knockup into a kidnap right there. Surkais though still escape. And Malaysia now turns onto the crystal. Playtime is over. 2-0 for Malaysia and a flawless group stage run.
At 10 minutes and 24 seconds, Malaysia has successfully won against South Africa. And you saw that they were trying to kill Surkais. Still able to get away. This kid is too good.
This kid's too good. And with that, it's a flawless 3-0 record, clean in the group stage. The guaranteed quarterfinals, which makes it even more interesting, right? One step closer to defending the trophy, but good spirits on stage regardless between both teams. South Africa know that they've been bested, but it was an enjoyable game to watch.
It was enjoyable. Shout outs to South Africa, being good sports. I mean, it looks like they're all having fun on stage, so hey, looking forward to see more MLBB coming in from South Africa.
Yeah, and we get to see the combo. We get to see the hook and the tsunami slam. Shout out to Juju MC. Great Valentina showcase. It has made me very happy.
Yep. And with that, we're throwing it over to the stage with Rose as well as Team Malaysia for the winner's interview.
You guys have it. The home ground heroes continues their journey to WEC 2025. Team Malaysia continuing their win streak of 2-0. And with me from Team Malaysia, we have Coach Arcadia and of course, Loliel. Hello, boys.
Hello.
Coach, usually I ask, how are you feeling after the win? But this time, Coach, how do you feel after what you just watched?
I think the boys enjoyed too much, I would say. So, yeah. But overall, I'm happy that we still get the win that we needed.
After game 1, did you give them like a strict talking?
Not so strict. I just told them to just balance your emotions, don't overhype, and let's respect our opponent. So I think that's what they did in game 2, except for the last siege. But yeah.
Yeah, that last one in the second game, that was a little bit naughty. Now, Coach, speaking about the game itself, the draft in game 2, I know that you guys have previously brought out Nana in the MPL Malaysia Grand Finals, but perhaps you could share with us a little bit on why you decided on Nana today. Was it Stormy's request or was it your own opinion?
Stormy missed playing Nana because the last time we played it, I think 2 seasons ago. So he requested to have another cute hero. So
cute hero.
I want to play Nana.
Was he like, Nana, coach, promise?
Yeah, Diana Chomel.
Diana Chomel. I agree. That is definitely a cute hero. And of course, Loliel, hello. How are you? You had fun?
Yeah, I had fun just now.
Yeah, I can tell. I think everybody in the arena can tell that you definitely had fun. Loliel, how's your journey so far in the WEC 2025 with this lineup?
Our journey so far is, I would say we are doing good, and I had fun also playing with SRJ and also with Coach Katia leading me. So yeah, very fun.
Do you think with the consistency that you guys are putting to the table right now, you guys are quite confident for a back-to-back championship, this WEC?
Yeah, we are very confident. We will bring this momentum into the next stage.
Wow, that is definitely very interesting to hear. And of course, your next matchup will be either Mongolia or Team Egypt, which right now they are currently still playing. So in your opinion, if you could choose Team Mongolia or Team Egypt, who do you actually want to meet?
I would pick Mongolia.
Oh, why?
Just because I think they can do better.
Oh, okay, that is very interesting. We will know who Team Malaysia will meet tomorrow. I'm pretty sure in a short while, because right now Team Egypt versus the Team Mongolia game is currently happening. But you know what? Coach Ark and Lolio, thank you so much for spending your time with me on stage, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And with that, let us show it back to the casters to break down what happened in this amazingly crazy series.
Thank you very much, Rose. And again, congratulations to Team Malaysia. Speaking of which, shout out to Lolio, man. Like, his English has a flow now. You know, he's been practicing the interviews.
Yeah, he brings a tear to my eye. He's all grown up.
Yeah.
My boy.
Still with the deep voice.
Still with the deep voice.
He's like, thank you, Rose. Yeah, we can do it.
I mean, he has had... He doesn't get much opportunities, right? This is one of the few times that he gets to play.
Get interviewed?
Well, not just get interviewed, but, you know, play with this current lineup. And clearly, making the back-to-back run is the goal. And so far, I think they're on track.
Yeah, for sure. Looking pretty good, pretty strong. But again, the real test will be happening in playoffs. And even Coach Ark's like, no, I didn't scold them that much. Just like, remember not to overhype. Remember your roles. Remember your jobs.
I think showing respect to your opponent is also a mentality that has been instilled, which is good.
And maybe in game number 2, maybe even South Africa's like, you don't need to respect that much. You know, you just play around a little bit. Because game 2, relentless.
Yeah, it's just pure fun. Just everyone is trying their best and, you know, enjoying the moment. But in this case, Team Malaysia came out the other end, 25-6 in 10.5 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes, 25 seconds, almost getting the fastest game at WC. Still unbroken yet. The time is 8 minutes and 24 seconds.
Yep.
Which they couldn't have broken because they were at the base around 8:40. But either ways, still amazing performance. Both Momo and Lolio getting multiple solo kills in their own lanes. And then Stormy, he said he missed using the Nana and he showed up.
Yeah, he basically made life very inconvenient for South Africa again. They want to get engaged. They get polymorph very sadly. Not only that, I think this game probably has the largest goal lead in a single game. We capped off at 16.5k at one point before the unfortunate, four-man death in the base. But still, it was very enjoyable to watch. Heart of Famous, we got Lo Liao as our Go Hunter and the GOAT. Lindo is the tanker and Yums is the best support.
Yeah, Lolio's really showing up here. But again, the eye is still on the prize. We got to see how they perform later on in the playoffs. But still, congratulations to Malaysia being the top of the groups here in Group A, getting a clean 3-0 match win against Iran, Turkey, as well as South Africa. Now we see what else do they have. Because personally for me, if I was Coach Ark and Coach Becky, is like, you know what? If Stormy wants to use a Nana and he plays like that, you know what? Yeah, sure, take it.
Give him whatever he wants, right? Make him feel comfortable. And also one thing worth noting that since we are concluding our group stage very, very soon is that the playoffs is single ellipse. We only have a bronze medal match. So it means that tomorrow onwards is do or die, right? You lose that series, it is going to be the end of your tournament lives. And for Stormy, the prodigy of Malaysia, this MVP of the game, is a casual 4-1-11 Nana.
Yep. Coach Nana promise and doing quite well. Malaysia has a big target on his back because they have shown up against all of their opponents. All 3 games were broadcasted, so quite a lot of information for the other countries, the other teams, other nations here. But again, it's part of the good and bad. right? Being the defending champions.
Yeah, I mean,
you get a lot of screen time, but the bad thing is you get a lot of screen time.
I think watching how they dominate Turkey yesterday also was a big eye-opener, right? I think even for the players themselves, they expected it to be a slightly closer match. This highlight was another master class from Team Malaysia. Overall, there were some fun moments like this one. I enjoyed this one. I enjoyed the attempt.
Yep. And again, I kind of feel like even he was like, wait, was I supposed to do that? And then the entire team was like, were you supposed to do that?
It's like, whoa, this works.
Because he's like, guys, the combo, remember? The combo. And he's like, no, I already used my heavy spin. But either ways, this shows mechanical prowess from the Malaysian team, the macro, and the flexibility in draft. Because changing up just a little bit, Loliel is showing up. He can use a fighter. He can use a marksman, right? Momo can use a front line. He can use a diver. And then Stormy can use a Nana.
And see Momo playing literally fighter, XP laners, and just going in for the kills instead of focusing on, oh, gotta get those final slash setups, or the Uranus where you're just frontlining for the team. It's a breath of fresh air. You know, Momo gets to really showcase his chops. This was the attempt. South Africa would go onto the Lord. But unfortunately, it's Flying Cloud, so Malaysia instantly got back into the action.
Yeah, if this was, say, I guess, broken walls, maybe, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
But still, a good attempt coming in from South Africa, so shout-outs to them. But this is not the end of the day, Husky. No. We still have one more game. The Cambodia male team, as well as the Dominican Republic team, will be playing later on. And personally, after seeing Bao Bei perform with her teammates, Cambodia was able to beat out Malaysia. A little sad, but still, want to see how the Guy team performs.
Yeah, and you know, Cambodia alongside with Indonesia are one of the two countries that still have both categories in the tournament, right? Cambodia in the lower bracket for the female category, and for the male category, I think they have almost 90% secured playoffs, and now it's to see what the record will look like by the end of this evening. And up against Dominican Republic is another blind box opening, another chance to see what the other countries have in store.
Yeah. I have no idea what's gonna come up. And I like that every single time we say like, oh, we have no idea what's gonna happen. Even South Africa trying out that combo right is a treat. So I hope we get the same energy coming in from Dominican Republic. Of course, trying to win, right?
Yeah.
Trying to win, try to beat out Cambodia, but Cambodia is really not a rising region anymore. They have established themselves in the MLBB map.
And not to mention that they have fell short in the recent times on the international stage. The target is not just to get through Dominican Republic, but the target, again, unfortunately, is Malaysia. They've gotten rid of our female category team, and now the open category, they are coming straight for us.
Yep. And that being said, we are going for a short break. But after this, there will be one more match in the open division, which is, again, going to be Dominican Republic going up against Cambodia. So, my name is Bell, and this is Husky, and we'll see you guys right after the break for the final match of WC 25.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync. To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak plan data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect Gain form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect Gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit ISF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking at really me, that you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final game of today, which is we're going to be concluding for Group B here. Cambodia will be going up against Team Dominican Republic. We just finished basically Group A of Malaysia going up against South Africa. Shout outs to South Africa, by the way. Myself fell alongside me is Husky.
This will be the conclusion of not just Group B, but every other group in the group stage for the open category for the WEC MLBB. Before we head to quarterfinals tomorrow, and it's another interesting matchup. We know that the Cambodians, they're out for blood. They are here to dominate, to take revenge, and to complete their conquest. But for the Dominican Republic, it's another surprise waiting to be discovered.
And just to let everyone know, the World Esports Championship 2025 is live from Kuala Lumpur. This global event is proudly organized by IESF, MESF with ESI as our strategic partner and generously supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, Rakan Digital, and our official partners, Red One, IQ, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and of course, our official gaming chair partner, which is Razer. Again, thank you very much because we get the opportunity to talk to the players, and they're amazing sport, man. Like, they love the game and they just want to get better.
Yeah, and they also know how to have fun. I think that's the most important thing. That's the spirit of MLBB. And we would have the honor to be the host country for WEC, if not for every single party out there. I think it's time to get down to business because this one is quite a doozy, pretty one-sided according to public opinion at least, but surprises is what I live for.
Oh yeah, for sure, because if we're looking at Group B so far, Cambodia has won all the games, and Dominican Republic, they're coming in with a 1-1 victory. They're able to take a game off of Belarus, and I believe they lost against Nepal, and now it's going up against Cambodia, which again, Cambodia, it does look like they're coming in with vengeance, so kind of don't want to get in their way.
Yeah, they're on a war path for sure. Here's a recap on the state of the groups. Group A has already concluded with Malaysia up in first place, followed by Turkey in second. This will be the final series for Group B. Before we conclude that, same for Group C as well. It will be playing off stream. And for Group D, we have Myanmar on top, followed by Mongolia in second.
Yeah, and again, the groups have been, I would say, more or less, we predicted what was going to happen. So far, it's shaping up as most people would predict. It's just that later on the playoffs, as I said, is single limbs, right? So if you're just having a bad day, you don't have time to recover. And now we're going to be looking at today's schedule. And again, just to confirm everyone, this will be the final game of today. We still have more games for tomorrow. Shout out to the female division. We'll be having the finals there. But this is going to be the final match. Cambodia going up against the Dominican Republic, which is exciting because, again, another region we have not had the pleasure of seeing.
Yeah, and we, just now when we talked to the South African players as well, this is sort of a very new environment for them coming to Malaysia, having their scrims and practice here, just experiencing the game itself in this region was an eye-opening experience, and I hope that is the same, and it will be a pleasant one for the Dominican Republic players just to be here, kind of try to absorb as much as possible the local flavors and see what they can bring up against Cambodia, who are literally looking unstoppable.
Yeah, honestly, shout out to the rankers that been playing for the past week or so, because you guys might be actually playing with some of the players here.
Yeah.
And hey, they say they're having fun. It's like, hey, this is much different from the games that we experienced back in our region. And hey, shout out to Malaysia.
Yeah, they also shout out to all the Amon players out there. They don't like you guys, but I can understand why.
Yeah, especially mid laners. So Cambodia, we saw earlier that in terms of the flair coming in from the female team, still liking those marksmen, the Granger. Definitely we saw that Lolyo put up a very good show on the Granger as well. We're going to see whether Cambodia will do the same here. And I spent almost a month in Cambodia before, and in their ranked games, it was not an assassin meta, but assassins are everywhere. So I feel like you gotta be careful with the junglers. But for now, we're gonna be inviting both teams onto the stage so that we can officially start off this match. And first, let's invite the Dominican Republic. From the heart of the Caribbean, from the land where spirit never breaks, where champions rise with pride, make way for the Dominican Republic.
from the cradles of an ancient empire built with stone that remembers glory. Their radiance like the morning sun on temple stone. An empire carved with the spirit of the Khmers who stands tall through every storm. Your warriors from Cambodia!
And now with both teams on stage, we would like to invite Dominican Republic as well as Cambodia to proceed with the fist bump so that we can officially start the match.
This is the last time they will make physical contact before they head into the land of dawn. And Cambodia are looking unstoppable. Bloodlust in their veins. This is one of the few countries in sort of the grand scheme of MLBB that has come close, but it's always so close yet so far. Even in other international settings, this is another chance for them to redeem themselves and find vindication. We have Wadu, Detective, Oppi, Singh, and Boxy.
And you know what? Shout outs to Oppi, man. Like, he basically has played every single role. Go from EXP, jungle, roam, and now he's settling here in mid. And I believe he's been mid for quite a few months now. So really settling in. And Detective, one of the best junglers I've seen come out from Cambodia. But of course, Boxy as well. I remember back in, say, M4, picks like the Kaja, making it very difficult for any teams to go up against them.
Yeah, if you want someone that is very stylish in the roam position, Boxy is your man. Cho is one of the first signatures. We haven't really seen much Cho just yet, but if the opportunity arises, I wouldn't be surprised to see Boxy just, flex some of those fancy footworks.
Yeah, this is definitely a superstar lineup coming in from Cambodia. But now we got to look at their opponents from the Dominican Republic. We have Instinct Shadow, June, Diamond, as well as Ricky. And again, this is going to be quite an experience because Cambodia is also with a very aggressive kind of style where from the laning phase, they try to trade and they trade heavily. And the more you think that they're not going to follow through, they're just going to keep on hammering on you.
Yeah, I think for Cambodia, the playstyle is basically they commit a lot into these fights, right? They might be bloody and bruised, but the one thing that they definitely will not do is back down. And that's what's going to be a scary prospect to go up against because you would think of at one point you want to fall back, but for the Cambodians, it's a brawl to the death.
Yeah, still remember one of their pocket picks coming in from before when Oppi was still playing in the EXP, bring out picks like the Benedetta. When the Benedetta was not seen anywhere in the landscape of MLBB and really shredding through everyone. So I'm really looking forward to see if Cambodia has any real surprise picks here. They even brought the Bane jungle when, he was okay, but not super popular. Now we're going to look at the map. It's going to be Broken Wall. So expect a lot of aggression, especially in the jungle. So we got to make sure the mid duo is going to be pretty strong. The Grok, got a banner, pick it up.
Yeah. One of the picks that that really made an impression for me on Singh was the 1-1, right? Has a fantastic 1-1 record when 1-1 was still in the meta, and it would be a treat to see that somewhere down the road. Let's see how comfortable Cambodia feels going into this game, and they definitely are already looking ahead of time and the opponents that they want to take on. They have publicly said in post-match interviews that the target has already been set, but one step at a time. They are leading the pack in their group, and if they do overcome Dominican Republic in this best of 3, they will end the group stage with a 3-0 statistic.
Yeah, now we're starting out the draft here. Cambodia is going to be first pick. The Dominican Republic will be the second pick here. Already Cambodia banning out the zoners, the Esmeralda as well as the Gatakacha. Dominican Republic banning out the Grok again. A definite staple in the Broken Walls. It looks like even the Lapu Lapu gets banned out. Probably an idea here that Dominican Republic don't want that heavy dive coming in from Cambodia, which they are known to do.
Yeah, even in losing games, Lapu Lapu still has quite an impact just because of how much damage and durability that he brings into a team fight, and he's just very good at taking you head on. And when you underestimate a Lapu Lapu, that's where he takes over the game. So I do like this ban as some idea behind it. The Baxia ban out by Cambodia. This is a hero that has rarely been picked, and I think the only time we saw a Baxia getting picked, it was in the XP role, sadly, and that didn't really work out.
And this does show that Cambodia kind of doesn't want to go for those tank junglers, right? It does seem that they want to pick up an assassin first, the Hayabusa. I think Detective is more of a Hayabusa player, but seeing how Lancelot has been performing, wouldn't be surprised if they
navigate around the Dusin. You sort of need a support system. In that case, the example we saw was a Grok, but no Grok, no Gato Kacha means that you have to go down the list of roamers. The Dusin still gets picked up. The Hylos is the next one in line.
Yep, and I'm liking this because again, not a lot of roamers are up when it comes to a front line, right? But Cambodia, they have been shown to be comfortable using pickoffs. So the Kali is there, the Cho is there. If you want to go a bit more aggressive, there's picks like the Khalid, which we have not seen at all in the WEC. So Dominican Republic, they're opening up very, very safe, not showing too much of the draft. The CC is open though if Cambodia wants to pick that up and potentially punish the Hylos later on.
Even the export is a decent option, right? You are going to feel uncomfortable into a Dusin, but if your opponents are running at you on that glorious pathway, then why not? But they do opt for a more aggressive approach, true to their DNA. They get the Yuzong and the Kimi.
Yeah, something that I would say entering the Southeast Asia region here that most teams have been experiencing is just too much pressure here in mid.
Yeah.
And they're going to feel that in the EXP as well. Yuzong wins out in most lanes. Like, at the top of my head, maybe just a glue, but other than that, I don't know what really wins out against a Yuzong.
If you get cheesed at level 1, you essentially lose the lane instantly too, right? Because the Shah Residue is one of his strongest, one of the things that makes him super strong. Dominican Republic go for the YSS. Another thing that I feel like is an eye-opener for other international, non-Southeast Asian countries when they come and play in the server, just in SCA alone, is how fast things progress, right? You don't really get much time to kind of dilly-dally and set up for your objectives. People are very fast on the ball, and that's where you kind of get overwhelmed in terms of pacing.
So now the Dominican Republic, they're going for a pretty well skill here. And I feel like
Light me up and watch
it's good that they're batting out the export. I'm looking forward to see if they need someone to basically dive towards the Kimi. And Cambodia, they ban out the Ruby because Ruby would be an amazing pick for the Dominican Republic. Pick Ruby in the gold and then have someone... Honestly, I like Alice or Arlet just to get onto the Kimi because the Kimi is going to be the main problem here.
Yep.
Just not a marksman because going up against Yuzong and Lancelot, I don't think a Granger, maybe a Harf, but other than that, I think it's better go for a fighter goal lane.
If you want to be safe, then there's the Claude, right? There's always like that fallback option. I like the export ban. We did talk about it being quite a pain for Dominican Republic to deal with if the export goes through. They can opt to ban out another fighter. I mean, the CC can be a good shout.
Fight for the
Ban Hilda.
ultimate answer.
I can work with that. I mean, it's already a very aggressive lineup. If Hilda gets priority, then suddenly you have Cambodia running all over you.
Make some noise.
So CC gets banned out by Cambodia themselves, really understanding that the real threat is if Dominican Republic picks up a fighter, and there's really not a lot of fighter goal lanes still available.
Yeah.
Because the export is not there, the Ruby's not there, CC, Esmeralda, even the Lapu.
I think it's all banned out, right? It's all out of there is no more options for that.
Meaning that any other fighter will be a surprise here.
Yeah. We've seen Gwyn once.
Gwyn
once. We've seen Benedetta once.
Hey, Alucard.
Alucard go. That reminds me of one of the Academy Division games that I had the pleasure of commentating. So that was quite an experience. Should be Harif, yeah.
Because there's really not much options here unless you really want to try force out that Granger.
Harif, Granger, Lunox. They see the Alice first, okay.
But it does mean that they're giving the opportunity for Cambodia to pick first, which I hope that means that there's going to be a bit of a surprise in gold. Because there's a lot of marksmen, it's just that there's not good ones. Like Natan is there, but Natan doesn't want to go up against a Yuzong or a Lancelot.
Yeah. Not the Bruno, not Iratel either.
We saw Obsidia. I don't think Obsidia will do good against Yuzong and Kimi as well.
Unless you really catch them. Well, we did talk about the Cho and the Kali.
Yep.
And it's a Cho goal for Cambodia.
This is why we do the international. We roughly remember what they like, and it's a good thing people don't change too much what they like.
Yeah. They're loyal, right?
Yeah.
Loyalty. All right, Dominican Republic, they have the privilege to see the whole draft of Cambodia. Now they're going to decide. So the Granger is going to be their option. And this is where it gets a bit tricky. Purify or Flicker?
I would take Flicker. Like, I understand the potential of getting caught, but just don't get caught. Because
if you get caught, you're dead anyways.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, as a Granger, if you don't have a Flicker, you kind of feel like a Nana in terms of how you want to protect yourself, right? So I feel like you got to go Flicker all the way.
I agree. I think with the draft that Cambodia brings in, it really doesn't. If you don't have Flicker, I mean, if they touch you, you are going to be a hit count anyway. So having the Flicker to get out of harm's way before they reach you is definitely the smarter approach. But Cambodia, even through the draft, they are indicating that this is a all-in. They are fighting. They are fighting as early as possible.
Yep. So now the Dominican Republic, I would say they chose a very standard draft, but again, whoa, this is going to be pretty rough. Speaking of rough, Diamond picking up the Purify, even Jun picking up the Purify as well. So Diamond, like personally for me, if I'm a Lancelot and I see a Granger with Purify, the moment the minion clash, I'm coming in.
Yeah. Same as the 2-Sin 2. Let's see how this is going to play out. Dominican Republic against Cambodia. This game 1. Cambodia on the blue side and then Dominican Republic on red side. Parallel jungling. YSS starting on the orange buffs. Jing actually losing out the trade against Diamond.
Oh yeah, we forgot to talk about this. This is going to be Joe Gold and taking a lot here. It looks like is able to go back. Diamond playing the goal lane quite well here, even freezing towards his own turret.
Yeah. He gets to basically farm up. The advantage Zing has is the fast play with the concussive blast, but had to trade his health bar for that. Get the root onto Jun, but can't really do too much. Kimmy doesn't have the passive fully stacked up, so Shadow gets the full clear. Will hit level 4, not a problem. Boxy sees him, but there's no one to come in for interference. It will bring in Jing, but with Ricky around, I don't think Cambodia can make a move.
Yeah, Cambodia right now, it looks like they are trying to find any angles for them to go in, but the Dominican Republic, they're positioning in itself that they're inside the jungle. So if you do want to go in, you got to take the extra damage penalty when you're inside the opponent's jungle in below 2 minutes, but that protection is going to be gone in 20 seconds. So Cambodia is probably looking at this turtle fight. If I was Dominican Republic, I would try to bait out as much ability as possible and then just kill whoever overextends. Whoever is in the front, stick him down.
I mean, the movement from Dominican Republic has been great so far. They use the Mountain Shocker and forces the jetpack from Oppie. Turtle Boat is available. They're going to jump instantly onto Cambodia, forcing the Flicker out of Boxy. Black Dragon form gets used, and Wadu has the Petrify to work with instantly. Just takes the first blood. Jun goes down. As the turtle gets secured by Shadow, Wadu continues with the help of Oppie and finds 2 on Dominican Republic. Instinct now in a horrible spot will be forced to flicker out.
Yeah, this is already showing the aggression coming in from Cambodia, where they understand that getting kills will provide a lot of pressure, especially when you're able to kill off the jungler. Speaking of which, Diamond gets a kill onto Zing. Zing starting off quite aggressive, but it looks like the Dominican Republic, they're more than ready to match any kind of crazy cuts coming in from the choke.
Yep. Cambodia probably limit testing a little bit to see how much they can get away with, but mad credits to the Dominican Republic. Sure, they lost the turtle fight, but they got the objective. They killed out Xing, who was trying to proxy the wave, so they didn't end up losing much. No, Wadu is going to continue to prove to be a problem. No flicker means that you get sucked back. The Purify does help Jun get away. They're going to try to lift the Khalid back. Boxy not able to get out of this great turtle ball from Shadow to secure that.
Yeah, the Dominican Republic, they're fighting back, and they're fighting back. And hitting those skill shots is absolutely amazing. But look at this, Oppie as well as Detective. They really want to pressure this. Shadow does not have the retribution. Able to secure it. Good backup coming in from Jun, making sure that there's no real way for Cambodia to go in.
This is looking good. Again, the only thing that worries both of us is that the fact that both Jun and Diamond are running the Purify, but so far, so good. They're not really falling behind. Jing gonna try to look for that full all-in on the Diamond. Shadow is here though. Diamond's gonna use the Purify to get away. Jing still finds the kill. Can Shadow get a trade? Because his team is coming in. They lay down the carpet. Shadow finds it. Boxy will disengage.
And it looks like this is going to be a problem because Zing, even if the kick doesn't go through, the damage still goes through, right? Yes. So that's the biggest problem with using a Purify against a Cho, because nowadays, Cho, especially when they have the momentum, they would rather just go full damage.
Yeah, a Show damage, it works, it's less effective against the damage Show. Against a tank, sure, not a problem there. Second total up and Detective on the case.
Looking at the Black Dragon form already executed, we gotta look at Shadow. Wadu is just gonna zone him away. Detective gets it. Instinct tries to stop it, but Instinct taking a lot of damage. Boxy may have dived a little bit too deep, but there you go, Detective kills Instinct, but Diamond is there, gets a kill, but Detective gets the double onto June. Detective tries to run away, and Diamond now gets 20 stacks of the Sky Piercer.
Is that a first time Sky Piercer for Diamond? Because it's less than 5 minutes in. Surely he has it, but he's gonna end up losing it as Jing takes him out and makes it out alive.
I'm pretty sure I saw this Sky Piercer was built. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure
it's a first item Sky Piercer.
Yeah, it's a first item Sky Piercer, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there you go.
Fury Hammer in the Sky Piercer. Would have been nice if he didn't lose the stacks, but still. Did catch Cambodia off guard. Boxy, he's hungry for Shadow. Is the outplay possible? Not really needed for an outplay with Boxy is diving underneath the turret. And what do we now? In a very sticky situation, bring back Shadow. Double kill for the YSS.
Husky, look at this. The Dominican Republic, they're using the aggression of Cambodia against them if you want to fight. This is a draft that can fight at any moment. And now Oppie has to use the flicker to run away, even the traction pulse defensively. And look at Diamond. Diamond tries to fight against Detective, but this is why you need that flicker. So looks like the stacks will be cut in half. Detective having an amazing time on this Lancelot. The kill score is equal now, 7-7. And Boxy, first item is going to be that Blade of Heptases. A lot of burst damage coming in from Cambodia.
Yeah, so far so good, honestly. I mean, Cambodia still have to go lead, of course. But the Dominican Republic aren't too far behind. Ricky, very prepared to help out June if needed. To get the lift back, Shadow comes in with the boat. Boxy engages with the Raging Sandstorm.
Yep. So right now, Cambodia still has the goal lead, but Dominican Republic, with the help of the Jushin, as well as the Eastern Shin and honestly the Granger, they have a draft. Whenever they see an opportunity, if they target the same person, they have a very good opportunity of actually getting those kills. They just got to be careful of Zing here.
Good traces from Shadow to avoid the traction pulse too. Jing gets away. Here comes the Black Dragon. Wadu hops on the Diamond. Diamond quite out of position, so gets finished off by Detective. And Detective is now in the backline. Instant keeping Oppie and Wadu away. They find a kick on Jing, but a good Law and Order stun from Ricky saves Shadow. And Zing will be sniped. Shadow is unstoppable. Into the turtle boat he goes. Detective trying to run away with the puncture dash. Dominican Republic keeps that distance. Final Law and Order stun again from Ricky. They are just on the ball with how they juggle these fights.
Can I just say, I'm very impressed with the mid trio of the Dominican Republic, because they're really moving as a unit, and the positioning of June as well as Ricky is impeccable. They're making sure there's a lot of room for Shadow to perform.
I mean, Ricky has been doing a fantastic job in just keeping his backline safe. And the one thing that's keeping Cambodia ahead is the macro, right? They've got you know, the bottom tier 1. They've gotten 2 out of 3 turtles. But all things considered, you also have to credit Diamond's awareness with how he's checking the bushes to see if Jing is just hiding in there, ready for a one-hit combo. So this 2.5k goal lead definitely does favor Cambodia, but in the grand scheme of things, the Dominican Republic isn't too far behind.
I can confirm that this is going to be a damaged Cho, already having the War Axe. It looks like going for the endless battle. Ricky finds Detective. Detective goes on to June. June is Sissy immune, and Detective gets caught. Doesn't get hit by the turtle boat, but Instinct jumps in. But look at Boxy diving onto 2. Diamond gets taken down by Wadu, and Shadow gets chased by Zing. Shut down. Zing gets the kill there, and Oppie goes on to Ricky. And only June is the one alive from the Dominican Republic. Cambodia executing an amazing fight.
The first true teamfight win for Cambodia, and that's going to extend the goal lead to more than 5,000. But honestly, the only difference maker was how Cambodia took that teamfight. They just did it slightly better and cleaner in terms of target selection. Because Dominican Republic were going even up until their cores got isolated. Shadow was separated from his team. Instinct was trying to zone the backline away, but Detective was already in the backline. Jing was coming in from a flank. It was very hard to pay attention to the members of Cambodia if you tunnel vision.
feel like Cambodia has some experience of ranked games here in Malaysia because we're seeing a 5 damage lineup here because Boxy not only does have the Blade of Heptases, but now even having the Malefic Roar. So all in, we can die if they die first.
Yes, they can never be too much damage. They call it. They should be able to get this Lord unless Shadow makes a miraculous steal, but they are already late to the party. And with Wadu in the bush, it is an impossible situation. Instinct will learn that firsthand. So Lord number 1 for Cambodia.
Yep. The only problem here is that Diamond is having a rough time. The lane phase is good. He was able to trade quite well with Zing. The only problem is, this is why we were hesitant with the Granger pick, especially with the Purify. There's too many dives. There's too many problems. And with just one Rondo, it really isn't enough. It really is not enough.
If you get hit by the Traction Pulse, that already is a problem. So, let's see. I mean, Cambodia, they're going to try and sync up the waves. There's a bigger wave in the bottom lane, and Detective has essentially arranged the crash. Mid-tier 2 will go down. And Cambodia looking to see how much damage they can do with this siege.
Yeah, the most amount of damage is coming in from Wadu. Almost 40,000 damage dealt in the first 10 minutes. And now look at this. Detective is just styling, trying to get a kill on Shadow. Shadow traces his way. He's going to survive. The Lord is already crashing in. Wadu with the Black Dragon form zones them away, able to get the inhibitor. And now it looks like Cambodia, they still want to fight. The Turtle hits onto Api. And now Dominican Republic still protecting their base well.
Very patient from Cambodia. They're not expanding too much. Just enough to deal structural damage. As Detective is in for freestyle, stunned by the Law and Order, but goes into the Dawn Rolls and Phantom Executions out of the way. A successful dance in the base of the Dominican Republic.
7 out of 10 times, Lancelot dies there. Because you know, like, everyone has tried. And out of all the experiences, I'm pretty sure most of the time they die. But then when you survive, they're like,
they look good.
Calculated.
I mean, it was a good attempt, but unfortunately, they only have 1 hard crowd control. And that's not enough to stop a Lancelot. And Traction Pulse, this one doesn't pull anyone back. Another Black Dragon form. The Red Carpet is thrown out very early on, and Diamond forced to instantly retreat. Death Sonata doing the work, and Wadu not able to see if they can take this mid inhibitor. Turtle Boat will crash, and the wave gets cleared out. Cambodia forced to back off.
Dominican Republic, they're taking this very smart because they understand if they go in for a fight, you're playing into Cambodia's win condition. They got to make sure that Jun and Diamond is safe, right? So make sure that everyone dives in. The fact that Cambodia, they're basically building full damage makes it so that there's a very big possibility the Dominican Republic can actually come back. And look at this, they're already starting off the Bush of Death, or in Southeast Asia, you know, the Kumar Bush.
The Kumar Bush.
Right, whoever goes through might get taken down.
They're gonna try and look for a target. What a gank on Api. That's what you want. But Diamond, he's under threat by Detective. The fight splits into half. Boxy comes in with a dunk on the 2. Diamond gets solo killed by Detective. As the Black Dragon comes in, Jun will be the target for Wadu. Instinct trying to peel him away. As Shadow safely returns to the base, Jun also backs off. Instinct disengages. 1-4-1.
This is the problem. Without Shadow, they clearly don't have enough damage, especially going up against Wadu, because no matter how much they deal, he'll just heal everything back. And Detective, he just goes in. No one is stopping Detective on this Lancelot.
So hard to catch him. He's too mobile, too dexterous. As long as there's no Law and Order from Ricky, or he's not in range of the Law and Order, it really doesn't matter. Second Lord should go into the hands of Cambodia without any contest. And now Dominican Republic have to start worrying, because this Lord could either end the game or at least take away all of the inhibitors.
Yep. Detective having that Blade of Despair kind of feels like Diamond will not be able to contribute much here. Oh, but look at that. They're able to get onto Api. Zing unable to get anyone, but Boxy hits onto 2. Api gets taken down by Shadow, but Wadu coming in with a Black Dragon form is on top of Jun. Jun is going to get taken down by Detective. Diamond is all alone. Using the Wind of Nature is not going to save him, man. Wadu still gets the kill, and all the while Shadow chases Zing back.
Shadow needs to recall right now, but with the Lord crashing in and only him and Instinct, I don't think there's enough to defend it. The Petrify from Wadu as a insurance policy. Cambodia under 14 minutes will take game 1.
Cambodia showed their aggression, and honestly, not a lot of ways to stop Detective on this Lancelot. The first pick, Lancelot, was not punished.
It was so tough. But I gotta tip my hat off to Dominican Republic. They had some pretty good snappy decisions, right? Good decisions. The commitment is there. They all focus via the same target with their draft. They were able to bring the Cambodia flavor to Cambodia. And even though they lost that game, big part of it is because they were pretty far behind. They did fight back, and that's very respectable.
Yeah, honestly, shout outs to all 5 members. The mid trio did amazing. The early stages of the game, the Granger had an amazing time going up against the Cho. But again, it's all about that experience where do you go Purify or do you go Flicker? Like for us, we've seen plenty of games. Granger should go for the Flicker there. But again, it's just one of those things. After you've seen it a few times, then you start to get comfortable with it, you know?
Yeah, it definitely is a slight, probably something that they struggle with the whole game. You just cannot shake off Detective. You cannot shake off Wadu. But all things considered, the turning point was pretty clear, right? The first team fight win for Cambodia basically snowballed into an avalanche. But prior to that, it was blow for blow. I think Dominican Republic, they had a very good idea. Shadow play a solid YSS. Ricky's high lows was also on point with his crowd control.
Yeah, I just feel like the real tipping point was that Ruby ban. Once the Ruby ban, they're like, okay, we don't have much crowd control here. But now we're gonna be looking at the post-game stats to see what really happened, and I can't blame them. Like, how can you shake off Detective? There's healing from the Endless Battle, there's healing from the War Axe, there's, you know, improving his own defenses with the Brute Force Breastplate. You're even having that resistance to crowd control. So, like, even if you had more crowd control, it's not going to be enough for Detective.
Even with Diamond's investment almost paid off as well, right? The first, he Fury Hammer into a Sky Piercer, he got like 20 stacks, but afterward instantly lost it because he got ganked by RP and Zing. But that aside, I think, again, the idea for Dominican Republic was good. They were able to stop early aggression from Cambodia. They were able to fight back and actually punish Cambodia for overstepping. Zing trying to proxy the wave, he gets punished. You know, Wadu not paying attention to the front to back, he gets punished too. They even caught Oppie a couple of times. So all things considered, a very good fight put up by Dominican Republic.
Yep, Detective is the goal hunter as well as the GOAT. Ricky took 100,000 damage, and we've seen high losses today. Honestly, one of the better ones, and Wadu with an amazing Yuzong, practically unkillable, dealing quite a lot of damage come mid-game with 8 total assists. Team Cambodia though, not smooth for every situation. Like Zing on that Cho did his job, but has been caught quite a few times.
Yeah, and I think this has definitely set the expectations for the upcoming game. At least in Cambodia, they continue to show their flavor of just liking the fight and, you know, pushing the envelope of what aggression truly means. And one of the enablers of that is certainly Wadu. Wadu alongside Detective.
Yep, Detective being the MVP for this one. 5,500 damage per minute. And again, the problem is, even if you ban Lancelot, look at how many assassins are there. Up to a point where I feel like, you know what? I feel like Nolan. Right? I feel like Suyo.
Yeah, we haven't even seen the Suyo come out yet.
All of a sudden, like, you know what? I want to be a fighter. Give me Lucas.
Oh, I haven't heard that hero for a long time.
Yeah, for sure. I only said that because Suyo is back.
So you want that Suyo Lucas matchup?
Maybe after M7.
After M7.
Yeah, for now, let's settle with the meta that we have right now, right? We're going to be looking at the highlights here, and the highlight really is in the fact that the mid trio of the Dominican Republic were able to respond to Cambodia. The problem is no one can stop Detective, and then once Detective takes down Diamond, there's going to be no damage.
Yeah, there definitely was some weird moments like this one where Boxy decided to just tower dive. No, Shadow had a pretty solid start. And again, the response time from Dominican Republic was actually on point, right? And that means that the communication was also there. This is the first big fight that Cambodia won, and just because they were able to split the battle lines of Dominican Republic, you know, Shadow was isolated, Detective was basically running circles around them, and there really wasn't much that the Dominican Republic can do. Not to mention that they are dealing with a Yuzong, a Khalid with the Raging Sandstorm.
I honestly kind of feel like I want the Dominican Republic to run this draft back, changing the EXP for something with more catch potential, and be a little bit more careful on that gold lane. You know, if they pick up the Granger again, swap it out with a Flicker, and maybe can do a little bit better. Because I kind of feel like Yushin Shin and the Jushin is amazing. If the Gatot is open, take Gatot. But if all rumors are down, sure, Hylos actually did pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, the whole game was just brawl after brawl after brawl. I definitely feel for the Granger. A lot of times they just wasn't any way to save him, and he was left to dry on his own. Like we saw even in the second last fight where they gun straight for Oppie. It looked good, and then you look at the far edge. It's just Detective 1v1ing, 1v1 the goal laner. So definitely some things that the Dominican Republic can look back and be happy about. But I'm happy with what I'm seeing.
I gotta say, the only real change for the EXP that could have potentially stopped Detective is picks like the Arlet, right? Where you can keep on chasing and then just chain CC against
Phoveus.
Something we haven't seen for a while, but with the Jushin could pair pretty well, is something like a Terizla, right? Slowing everyone down with the Glorious Pathway. Jushin slows people further, jumps in, and then try to get kills there. But either way, I kind of feel like Alice is an amazing hero, but now that they see what Detective can do, they gotta pick a hero that can help Diamond out.
Yeah, so it's either in the XP lane or in the roam, right?
Yeah.
The we say the Kaja.
But I'm guessing it's gonna get banned. You know, the Gatot and stuff. But maybe Kalia could be the next.
Kalia was open. Kaja Franco is always out there if you want some uncancelable crowd control. I think again the ideal.
Although I do have to say, I hate Kaja when I'm fighting against a Lancelot, because they just know how to time their Thorn Rose, and then the catch is gone.
And you waste your ult.
Exactly. It's happened quite a few times where like, okay, I flicker and I don't do anything to you know, force out the Thorn Rose, and they never Thorn Rose. I'm like, bro, come on.
Yeah, that's what makes it scary, right? Like who flinches first?
Exactly. And usually it's me. It's usually me.
I understand. Yeah. I feel like it's easier to use the Kalea Flicker Tsunami Slam, but
that is much easier.
Yeah, it's much easier.
Yep.
Oh, there's another one, the jaw hit. Harder to pull off.
Now you're thinking.
Harder to pull off.
Now you're thinking.
I want to see the YSS Lancelot matchup again. I think it's a very, very fun matchup between these two junglers. It's more of the rest of the support staff.
Because again, it's not that the Hylos was bad. It's just that the team doesn't need that just yet, right? Because Hylos Jushin, so much pressure. They were able to basically dive. You know, just head spear into a fight, and then they did well. If an Arlet is in the arsenal, pick it up. I think it's going to be good. If not, Phoveus. Phoveus, after a few games, it's not that difficult of a hero to pilot, honestly.
I mean, perhaps you know, practicing here and playing the game in this region also gave them a bit of an eye-opener, right? It's like, oh, what? These guys can't... They like to fight a lot. So let's do that.
You don't want to know why we like to fight?
No, I don't know why.
Okay. Because usually... we Asians here, we have to keep up appearances, so we always have to be polite.
Right.
We always have to be nice. We always have to be, you know, attentive.
Right.
So we have a lot of pent-up aggression, pent-up frustration, and that's all translated inside the game.
So you buy damage items, you play heroes and one-shot everyone else.
Did you not see Cambodia going 5 damage heroes?
Basically, yeah.
Even their roamer had a Heptasis and a Malefic Roar.
It's about sending a message.
I use Minotaur BOD.
Do you? Does it work?
It can, but if I'm using a BOD, then the opponent's gonna be like, okay, you know what? It's our fault. Like if I'm using Minotaur and I'm using a BOD, it's not that I'm good. You need help.
So it's basically you're indirectly shaming your enemies.
Exactly. Again, you know, a lot of pent-up aggression that we cannot, you know, throw out in the real world, and that's why you have MLBB.
Yeah, that's why people play Alucard, One Trick, Amon Jungle, Natalia Roam.
Show damage, Amon.
Jaw hit, Saber.
Saber.
Cyclops.
Honestly, I feel like those Zilong mains.
Argus,
Tamus. Basically most fighters, actually.
Yeah.
Most fighters.
Tamus still manageable, but Argus is just you throw yourself at everyone else, and you have like 6 to 8 seconds. You know.
That's weird because my brother-in-law is Argus main, and he's one of the nicest person that I've ever seen. So
as long as he's nice outside of the game.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly. Yeah. So I think my theory is correct.
One of the employers I work with, I didn't know this at first, and I found out that he's a Chang'e main. And I have a special place for Chang'e players, and then he plays Chang'e and wins the game, and I'm like, maybe they're not all that bad.
Maybe some of them are alright.
Yeah, some of them are alright.
My mission.
Okay, another one. Selena players.
Hey, Selena players are...
No, you know they have something deep inside of them that they can't channel out, so they practice Selena.
Selena players that build Starlium side, yeah. That's what I'm going with.
Okay. Because my sister-in-law, she's very quiet. She doesn't say much in-game, out-game. But when she's using Selena, you're like, are you okay? Do you wanna talk?
It sounds like me when I play Selena.
Hey.
Selena jungle. That's a different breed.
Well, right now we are in the draft here. Cambodia is first pick. Dominican Republic second pick again. And so far, Cambodia is respecting the high loss. They're banning out the high loss.
It did cause them quite some problem. They couldn't get priority if they want to play like active heroes like the Lancelot, you know, the Yuzong, the Khalid, the Cho.
Purple Dragon is ready.
It's very understandable that you don't want a high loss to just law and order, you know, like give you a speed ticket and be like, beep beep, stop, right here, you're under arrest. And that enables a Cho first pick. Good on you, Cambodia.
Yeah, something we haven't seen in a year or two. Right? Cho first pick.
Cho first pick used to be a Roma special.
Yep. And now, this really throws a wrench here because I feel like the Dominican Republic, we did not see that coming. So we're like, wait, hold on. Do we want to go Yi Sun-shin again, or do we want to try to take away that Lancelot? And then Diamond is looking at Shadows like, you can use the Lancelot, right? I mean, like, just take it.
How hard can it be?
Yeah.
Yeah, without the Lapu Lapu, it feels weird. Maybe we'll go for the YSS Hilda. That's okay. We have seen Cho roam damage, and
Shadows Leone.
That's Leone. Wouldn't be surprised if they give Cho the Boxy, and Boxy was like, okay, full damage it is. That's the thing, right? Because you could essentially throw your body at the enemy core, and your only job is, if I one-shot them, my death would be worth it.
Yeah. Hopefully this does mean that we won't see too much.
Oh, alright.
Well,
one-upping it.
Well, now we know why the Cho is first pick. And unless they're willing to put Hilda EXP, I would personally go for Kalia.
I agree. Or Franco. Honestly, anything.
Right, just put Hilda in EXP, have a catch as a roam. You know what? I wouldn't even mind Kalia EXP. Doesn't matter.
That's why they banned the high lows. Now it makes perfect sense.
Yep. So, even pick up the Alice here. Do they... Yeah, I don't know. I'm really, like, last Ruby, right? Last pick. Like, right now, just pick Ruby and then see what other catches you can get.
Oh,
so they pick up the
shell.
Ruby.
The shell.
Yeah.
That solved the problem a little bit. Mid lane Lunox? You think that's good?
Yeah, I think at this point, the Dominican Republic, I would personally ban out mids that have good wave clear. Because if you do good, right, able to stop the Fanny, able to stop Cho, you can proceed forward and get as much turns as you can.
So Farsa, Eve.
I'm thinking Eve and Lunox and Kimi are good shouts as well. But I feel like Eve, unless you want to pick it up yourself, it's gotta go.
Yeah, gotta go. I wouldn't mind a Kadita pick, honestly. Although
Cambodia or Dominican Republic?
Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
It would be hard to execute. I think that's always the worry. What's the Yi?
Equilibrium, which I was made for.
I think Jushin, yep, Jushin bans. Like basically take out mids that's so hard to kill.
So here is the headache. Do you want to ban Kimi or Farsa? Or do you let both through and you trade? Good thing is,
I would ban Farsa, take Kimi.
That is assuming that Kimi goes through, right?
Yeah. But if they ban out the Kimi,
Lunox.
Yeah, something like a Lunox, able to survive a gank, right?
Yeah, because they Dominican Republic do have last pick, so that's the advantage there.
My tail's been itching for a real
Ban the Kalea,
fight is
which
banning.
okay,
Okay, they banned the Kalea.
understandable.
I hope they have a way to
got 'em lined
further
up in my
catch.
sights. Your
So they
team
banned out
is
the Kimmy.
The Farsa, Lunox are both up. I want to say Selena, but again, it's not easy to pull off.
Yeah, we don't know the capabilities of the player. I would honestly am more frightened if Cambodia picks up the Farsa.
I agree.
So that's like a consideration. Like our Farsa is so-so, but Farsa on them is gonna be scary.
The safest pick, I want to say Valentina, but it's not even like a good spell to take right now, except for the kick. Kagura is also like another shout, I guess. Or Vexana, right back to basics.
Especially will help, like if there's any kind of aggression coming in from Cambodia. If you clear lanes, there's no push.
You got to terrify, so they take the Farsa.
Yep.
Ooh, this is a challenge. Into Alice, Fanny, and Cho.
Honestly, if Cambodia they pick up the Valentina, it's not bad for them, right? They got options here. They got the Farsa, and just in case, if you want to give vision for your Fanny, you can even take the
Ovaria?
No.
Selena?
The Yusunshin ult.
Yusunshin ult,
Now,
yes.
in case if you do want to go for Valentina.
Take the Granger first. Keep it simple. This is the lineup that so far doesn't really have much crowd control, right? Only in the show and the Alice, but the Alice one is a lot more harder to land. So the Kadita does come out.
Yep, it looks like it is for Cambodia. Again, Cambodia and Indonesia, they always have this mindset, like, how fast can we kill them?
Yeah.
Kadita, Granger, and Fanny, come on.
If they're dead, they can fight back.
Yeah, exactly.
So I build defense, right?
So Dominican Republic, what is going to be the final pick here? Because Hilda and Ruby are still flexible, but I still feel like it's better to put Ruby here in gold. In a EXP, you're gonna go up against the Alice. The Yuzong is still up. We forgot about that one. So Yuzong will be the final pick here. And I think this is a very solid lineup coming in from the Dominican Republic. But I want to see an early rotation, honestly, either from Yuzong or from the Ruby, and instantly go mid. Don't let this Fanny do whatever she wants.
I have a feeling that they just don't want Jun to play the game at all with their picks. All of it targeted towards shutting down a Farsa. I can understand why. Jun has had a decent game 1. But just from the draft alone, like I want a game 3. Dominican Republic is on them to try and deliver that, especially against Cambodia, who so far have shown nothing but composed aggression.
Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is potentially the final game of tonight here. Cambodia bringing out a lot of damage here, a lot of burst damage. And the Dominican Republic honestly has a pretty solid team fight composition where they have a lot of protection for the Eastern Shin. The Farsa is going to be more difficult for them to protect because they got to consider the Cho as well as the Fanny, as well as the Kadita.
Yep.
As well as the Alice.
Yep. Basically 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
Let's head into game 2 between Cambodia and Dominican Republic. Cambodia on the blue side, Dominican Republic on the red side. Both junglers this time will start on the purple. And right off the bat, priority mid given over to Dominican Republic.
Yeah. So unless Dominican Republic has a fast rotation here, they have basically not tried to froze the wave, which I feel like they could have. Look at this, a very early rotation, trying to get onto Wadu. And able to stun up, but still able to use the Gleam to get away. Detective is still able to get the Little. Did he get a Little? Oh, it was Ope. Ope got a Little.
Yeah. In a way, I do like the approach. No minions lost, so Jun still gets to cash in on all of that. Again, I think Dominican Republic has been on the ball with the rotation, right? They're keeping up in terms of movements. They're making sure that the lanes aren't really, one-sided. And even in Instinct's case, where he's being severely pressured by Wadu, he isn't really under any threat. Detective will hit 4 after the Beetle, and Boxy is gone on by Ricky. And just continuous pressure. Wadu does get brought in, and Ricky now in danger. Tries to flicker away. Detective tries to take him and actually finds it. Gets out.
Yeah, and Detective almost got taken down there, but I think it was still a good idea from the Dominican Republic because Boxy was overextended. So deal as much damage as they can, but again, this is the advantage of a Fanny. It kind of feels like she's everywhere.
They even committed a Mountain Shocker too, but fortunately Detective is just a bit too fast with his fingers. So they can't stop him because that kill would have been so valuable. Oppie should be able to get away. He still has the Petrify. Instinct will be forced to use his Black Dragon form, and that's not good news with the turtle spawning.
Yeah. Zing almost gets taken down by Diamond, so it looks like the goal leaders are really aggressive here. Husky, they really like to trade with each other. Diamond is thinking about his level 4. Oh, he gets the kill! And now Detective is here. Can he deal with Detective? Looks like not. The skills were on cooldown, unable to get heal from the minions.
And I think that's fine, right? Like, he has accepted the fact that he's gonna go down anyways. Wadu is gonna eat a lot of damage. Great Feather Airstrike, thrown on Rune. The damage reduction is there, but they only immobilize Instinct. Boxy will chase Shadow away. The rough waves come through into Petrify. 1-4-1 Instinct goes down, and Detective on time for the turtle secure.
Yeah, Cambodia, they're trading here, same as the Dominican Republic. OP unable to get the Litho. And in terms of scaling here, I kind of feel like both are good. Oh, hold on, a kick coming in from Boxy.
Yeah, kick into a rough wave and just execution from Detective. It's on a killing spree.
So what does the Dominican Republic have to do now? Because Cambodia is 1,000 ahead. At this point, I kind of feel like they need some kind of advantage at either lane. And I feel like considering that Diamond has a favorable trade, maybe try to back him up a little bit and extend that lead, and ask Instinct, just don't die to a 4 to 5 man gap.
Yeah, it's once he gets the War Axe, it will be easier for both of them. Oh, Shadow. He sees this Jing. He's gonna get instantly eat the damage. Again, Dominican Republic reading some of the movements like a book, and Instinct able to get away. That is the best case scenario. Detective does show up in top lane, but I don't think he can fight this. Ricky will make sure that will be the case.
I like that I'm able to call out the shot call coming in from the Dominican Republic. And they're doing it quite well. Zing does have the Sky Piercer, but 0, 2, and 1 in 4 minutes. The Dominican Republic, they're taking charge. They're getting this turret. Zing is here. If they can get this is a huge advantage for the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, great Traceless from Shadow to get away. Big expanded from Ricky. He's going to try and bait out Detective, and does more than enough. The Feather Airstrike is here. Ricky, with the help of Jun, finds the shutdown. Oppie very deep in enemy lines. Going to take the turret shot. And that would be Diamond finding the kill too. Shadow does end up going down, but Cambodia had to bring Jing and Boxy in.
I would say that's worth it. Detective and Oppie got taken down, and the Dominican Republic, hold on, Boxy gets onto Diamond. It's going to be very hard for you to deal with this Ruby, because as I chose, if the Don't Run Wolf King is there, you're the one that's going to get punished, and you're just going to eat a lot of damage.
I believe there's 20 Sky Piercer stacks for Jing, because he went for most likely a Fury Hammer into Sky Piercer first item, as the turtle spawns second one of this game. Purple buff just gets secured. Ricky in the bad spot again. The Feather Airstrike already expended. Instinct sort of missing the window for the combo, but still commits on the Oppie. Try to bleed him out, and then uses the Black Dragon form to get away. Good stuff from Instinct to escape. Another 1-for-1 trade, but Shadow once more onto Zing. Can't find it. Rondo to disengage. And with Boxy coming in, finds a Flicker King right in the control of Ruin. But great traces from Shadow. The footwork is impeccable.
From both! Right, Boxy, that was one of the smoothest kicks I've seen in a while. And the fact that Shadow was able to get out of there, man, like, this is a show of mechanics that I'm loving.
And they continue to trade blows. Diamond and Jun tried to set up a kill, couldn't find it, onto Detective. It's good, Boxy. I think Ricky, is instead of being on the high lows, he's on the Hilda, sure. He's gone down 4 times, but still it's continuing to make sure that his presence is known, although this time Shadow might be in a bit of a danger. Chased down by Wadu, the rough waves committed just in case.
But still, this is very impressive. I want to see more of the Dominican Republic, man. About 3,000 of difference here coming in from Cambodia. Looks like they might be able to secure this turtle uncontested. For Dominican Republic, the only problem is whenever they go for a trade, that's it. It's a trade. They got to give one to get one. I feel like things will start to change if they go for a team fight and the Yuzong was able to hit on the tree and then they just get a clean tree kills without trading anyone. I feel like that's the biggest problem. We take one, but we also give one.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it's just the overall landscape of big team fights where Dominican Republic pills a little bit in terms of execution. Oh, what a setup from Oppie. Diamond and Ricky barely gets away. And that's the best case scenario. No casualties for them.
Yep. Diamond's recall got canceled a bit, but like you said, that was a good situation because I legit thought they were gonna die. Boxy, oh, wrong kick. Looks like just surviving. And traces away just in case if anyone is there. Second, can he get a kill onto Ricky?
Yeah, not even close. Ricky is quite durable now. Would assume that he has the anti-Q Rust at this point. Lord up in around a minute, the bottom side of the map. Again, the macro from Cambodia definitely slightly cleaner. They are accelerating this lead a little bit with the top and bottom tier 1 taken.
Yep. So for Cambodia, I think looking at top here, they're trying to basically end this a little bit fast, right? They're trying to get the turret, but Boxy, he's doing this. So is he going damage? I did not notice his items.
That could...
right, because
that's damage, right? That is damage, yep.
Yep, that is damage. So again, 5-man damage. Well, Atlas, not so much, but hey, still, a lot of damage coming in from Cambodia.
And Wadu is so deep in. Jun wants to run away, but he is the target. And a cutthroat would do it. This mid tier 1 going down. Cambodia now has full control over the Lord Pit. Ricky also can't really stay there for too long.
Yep, Boxy now having the endless battle as well. At this point, I feel like he can one-shot Shadow. So this is going to be very, very difficult. Jun and Shadow, the main damage dealers. You know, it's kind of a meme for everyone to go damage, but in a game like this, bro, damage is king. Damage is king.
And Detective, with the solo kill on the Shadow, is going to definitely secure the Lord. Diamond eats the full rough waves and survives. But Cambodia have essentially taken command of this game. And it's only going to get harder for the Dominican Republic.
This is not great because you want to sustain, but when the damage of your opponents is much higher than any kind of sustain that you really have, like the best way they can sustain is with minions.
Yeah.
And in hindsight, Cambodia has been taking fights mostly in the jungle, so minions aren't helping the Dominican Republic to get as much heal as they want to have.
And also, you can only sustain if you have health bar, but if you get blown up, it really does not matter. 7.3k. I'm surprised that Cambodia is not working on the Lord. They're really taking a sweet time and just continuously putting pressure in the lane. See the Mountain Shocker from Shadow, and that will confirm that the Lord hasn't really been worked on just yet until now.
Shadow does have the War Axe. Almost got taken down. The burn is there. Ricky and Diamond, can they really do anything? But with no retribution, there's just no shot. Detective goes in. Jun, wings by wings, try to get away. And Wadu just being a nuisance. And as of this point, Cambodia, they're waiting for an opportunity, but Dominican Republic, they're not giving it to them. And for good cause. I feel like they still can defend with that Farsa. And Cambodia, they have a Granger, so the siege should be quite clean here.
Yeah, it should be very straightforward. The base defense from Dominican Republic isn't exactly the best. They try to control Detective, actually caught him! Good shutdown for Shadow. And now they look to fully commit Black Dragon for Instinct, but not able to reach his target. So Dominican Republic, they're going to fall back. Boxy in the wings, looking for a target. The flicker kick is there, full damage. Petrify answer from Instinct. Boxy bleeds out. Ricky gets chased down, but he was able to escape. And now Diamond look for a pullback. Good follow-up from Jun. And they take Jing out of the equation. There's 3 bodies dead for Cambodia. Wadu continues to fight it out, but Dominican Republic has successfully held back the assault.
That was beautiful from the Dominican Republic. And again, with the damage that you have no defense. And Wadu gets taken out by Diamond. Look at the Dominican Republic catching Cambodia whenever they're feeling super safe here. This is great.
As a 4K goal swing, by the way. And RP, great patience, looks for Instinct, but the damage not fully there. Ricky will take the punishment. Detective, can he get out of this? Because it's him against Shadow. Oh, he will just fight this. Oh, right into Instinct.
Bro, what was that? Dude, like, even Shadow, you see him just tailing the fan wherever the fan is flying. He follows, man. He was like, I'm not letting you go, man. You're in my territory now.
That's a 5K goal swing, by the way.
Dude, that was intense. I'm liking this trade.
No inhibitors go down. Successful base defense. Multiple shutdowns. The odds are almost evened out. The only difference, in fact, most of the gold lead that Cambodia has is on Boxy, who just got a BOD. Endless battle for Jing.
Okay, so right now looking at the once the endless battle is built up, which has been built up now by Shadow, it's gonna give him more sustain, but more importantly, that burst coming in from the true damage of the basic attack. It's looking pretty good for the Republic here.
It's pretty exciting game. And some of the targets aren't the easiest to burst down anymore. Ricky will find Oppie, not the easiest target to find. Oh, the Petrify into rough ways. Oppie getting a buy one, free one, and now Cambodia definitely looks to re-engage. Boxy is concealed. Dominican Republic out of position. Detected going straight for Shadow, but Shadow will be out. And unfortunately for Jun, he's not that lucky. Even with the Purify, Jing will escape with his life too. Just as the Lord spawns, Cambodia gains control.
And again, we did say this is going to be a difficult draft for the first to perform because Cambodia just basically takes all the counters. Detective now having that War Axe does mean if there's another extended team fight, he should actually be fine. Ricky does have the Dominance Eye, so Oppie just took a lot of damage coming in from Shadow.
Wow. They will get the lore, and that's the saving grace. Detective not looking for round two, not with that hellfire. They have a second chance to do some structural damage to Dominican Republic.
Yep. So this is... It's only 30 minutes, but hold on. Look at that. Ricky got caught. And I feel like he was just scouting, trying to give Dominican Republic a chance to catch on to anyone. But as a Hilda, this is the point where you're just there opening up the map, so it's fine. Diamond has completed the brute force breastplate. Boxy looking for positions. The instinct goes in. Black Dragon form used. Tries to get onto Wadu, and Boxy Zing is so far away he can't catch up.
Probably a good choice to back off. Instinct is the Furious Dive waiting for it to come back off cooldown. No Black Dragon form for this base defense. Top inhibitor has gone down. Respectable attempt. Jun will get his Purify back up in just 5 seconds. Let's see if they can at least hold one inhibitor. That will be the challenge because they're not the best at clearing out Lord. Thankfully, it's only 14 minutes in, so this is very manageable.
Yep. They do have all members here. The Black Dragon form is not there, but still... Oh, hold on, engage coming in from Instinct!
Oh, Purify out. Jun will escape and back off. This allows them space to deal with the Lord and also deal with the minion wave in the middle lane. Thankfully, Boxy didn't get pulled back by the Arm Offender. Bottom wave needs attention. Shadow doing his very best. The Retribution used to take out the catapult. Boxy is going to try to finish off the structure.
Oh.
But there is backdoor protection, so Boxy a bit too ambitious with that.
Yeah. Good try, though. Good try. Jun, his position is revealed, so it's got to be careful. Cambodia is aiming for him because he is the one that has the best wave clear, so the moment he dies, it's going to be very difficult.
Wow, they actually flinched. They used the Feather Airstrike, but for a good cause, clear the way. Bot inhibitor will go down thanks to Boxy. Oppie comes in, finds the pick onto Diamond. That is crucial. Dominican Republic will have to fight without some crucial crowd control. The Petrify doesn't connect on the Detective. As crucial cooldowns gets expended bit by bit, Cambodia are slowly inching closer to victory.
But you can see the Dominican Republic is making it so difficult for them to go in, despite that the Ruby is not there. There's no angles.
Pretty hard, honestly. They're gonna try to full commit into the Feather Airstrike. They go. The execution is there. Ricky is gone. Jun forced to fly back into the base. A 3v5. Diamond needs 10 more seconds to come back up, but Boxy is not gonna give it an opportunity, but he's in the fountain. Instinct will find a shutdown. The chances reignited for Dominican Republic. Jun just needs to avoid the Death Sonata, and Wadu cannot get the job done. Dominican Republic loses the base, but they hold.
How fast does the players process the information? Seeing that the Cho is onto them, diving into the fountain, forcing the Cho to follow suit. This is insane. And Detective, he's basically running out of time as well because soon the damage that he can deal is not going to be enough. Everyone's getting tankier and tankier and tankier. They find Wadu. They want to chase on the Wadu.
Okay, they burst him down. He was able to get away with the gleam. The timing's unfortunate for Dominican Republic because that was an important kill. Oppie has also been getting some crucial assassinations with this Kadita, just making it harder and harder for Dominican Republic to formulate a good response. And Diamond, oh, got blocked the shots, buddy. Shadow with the save. Ricky onto Oppie. Not the easiest to take down. Oppie finds the knockup, and Ricky gonna continue to chase, but Offbeat now disengages, and Ricky is in a very weird spot. Detective coming in for an assassination. Judy to get away. Winter Crown, good stuff. Instinct again, doesn't connect with the Petrify, sadly, as Lord gets secured by Boxy alone.
Boxy soloed the Lord. As
damage show.
I have not seen a roamer solo a Lord for a long time, Husky.
Oh man. I mean, no one has seen it for a long time. Shadow, the Traceless back is not the baddest idea. Wadu from behind as the flank. Now it's up to Diamond to keep it alive. Jing, she's from the top lane. They're coming in from all angles. And Boxy finds a double kill now. Ricky flickers to safety, but Cambodia looking for the cleanup. Triple kill for Boxy, and Cambodia sweep the series and a clean slate to end their group stage run.
I gotta say, shout out to both teams on stage. That was an amazing showcase of mechanics and determination. Both did not want to give up, both showing the absolute best. Detective was just a little bit too much, and Boxy, shout outs to a roamer soloing the Lord at 17 minutes.
Look, Boxy, I know that you guys have history with Malaysia, but please don't ruin our rank games like that.
Oh, you know what? That's right. Rank games tonight, man. We got Nana. We got Rome, Cho, Solo, Lord.
It's going to be quite an experience for the next few days, or at least for this weekend. But again, good effort from the Dominican Republic. I really enjoyed the fight that they put up. They are bringing in the aggression, and they're going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to be throwing it over to the stage with Rose alongside with Cambodia to see how they feel with an amazing win going up against the Dominican Republic.
Team Cambodia with a clean sweep of 2-0 against Dominican Republic. And with me here on stage, we have Detective and Boxy. Hey boys, welcome back to Malaysia. It's been a while. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
What about you, Boxy? How are you?
Good.
Boxy, I'm gonna ask you, why did you decide to solo Lord in game number 2? That was crazy. You're a roamer. What made you decide to?
Because he said because he's a strong roamer.
Because he's a strong roamer. You know what? I agree. That was a pretty strong roamer move. I don't think I've ever seen a roamer doing solo Lord. I was watching the game and at the mini-map, I'm just like, oh my, you guys look over there. Boxy is soloing the Lord on a 1v1. And hey, he got the Lord without dying. Are you proud of him, Detective?
Of course. You know, when I tried to help him, he said, go help the team. I solo Lord.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That happened?
Yeah.
He was confident with his cho.
Yeah.
But you know what, Detective? I have a question. Here at the WEC 2025, you guys have been meeting a lot of teams that are up and coming and rising, right? A lot of developing regions. And going